The contemporary doctor, who is unexpectedly thrust down a hillside by a wild boar, remarkably finds herself reborn as an inconspicuous legitimate daughter of a fourth-ranking official, one who is met with disdain. Just 3 days into her new life, she is tasked with bringing joy to a moribund warlord prince. Should she strive to live or await her demise? In a twist of fate, the stoic warlord prince unexpectedly falls in love at first sight with the frail girl designated to uplift his spirits. Will their journey be filled with joyous camaraderie or heart-wrenching torment? True to An Yunlan's character, she refuses to acquiesce to her circumstances. Utilizing her medical expertise, she attempts to negotiate with the icy prince for a divorce, fervently seeking a chance at happiness. However, misunderstandings and an inability to adapt lead her to flee her home, yearning for a life of freedom and joy. Initially, she navigates her new reality with trepidation, living cautiously and fearfully, yet, as time passes, she embraces a life of exuberance and happiness. The warlord, known for his decisive nature and prowess in battle, finds himself increasingly enchanted by An Yunlan, but his lack of romantic experience complicates their relationship, leading them through a series of twists and turns before they ultimately find their way to one another. At 27, An Yunlan serves as a military physician in a special forces hospital, possessing a petite and endearing appearance, though not conventionally stunning. Yet, she remains unconcerned with superficiality, as her role as a doctor does not require the guise of an actress. Daily donning a mask, she cannot indulge in makeup or fragrances, and even the most alluring attire is concealed beneath her white coat. Her greatest passions are twofold: performing surgeries, a skill she excels at and adores, and delving into the study of poisons within the military's medical and toxicology systems. Given the modern battlefield's threats, particularly for special forces, her childhood fascination with toxins and poisons alongside her grandfather has rendered her an invaluable asset since her enlistment. Beyond medicine, An Yunlan has a profound love for cooking, relishing the tranquility of home life. Preparing sumptuous feasts for close colleagues, followed by a few drinks and singing, offers her the utmost relaxation. Growing up in a military compound, while other girls played with dolls, her mother instructed her in suturing techniques, and her father taught her about firearms and motorcycles. Despite her parents' demanding schedules, they made time for her until a tragic accident during a family outing claimed their lives when she was 8. In a moment of heroism, they saved her but perished while attempting to rescue others from a bus crash. When the authorities arrived, only 4 souls had tragically succumbed, yet her parents had saved over 30 lives. Stunned and grief-stricken, An Yunlan aspired to become a person who could save others. Following the loss of her parents, her grandfather brought her back to his home in Yunnan, where she continued her education while grappling with her sorrow. An Yunlan felt immense guilt for wanting her parents to take her on that trip, believing their death was her fault, leading her to a prolonged silence. She focused solely on her studies and learning traditional Chinese medicine from her grandfather. Despite her introverted nature, she excelled academically, skipping grades in elementary school and completing her middle school curriculum in just 2 years. By 14, she entered high school, gradually making a few close friends and improving her social interactions. In her sophomore year, she participated in the college entrance examination and achieved an impressive rank, securing a place at a prestigious medical school in Beijing. Just days ago, after serving as a battlefield doctor for 3 months, she returned home, having formed a connection with a peacekeeping officer during her time abroad. However, upon her return, her friend informed her of her grandfather's passing, prompting her to rush back to Yunnan for one last farewell. The kind elderly man, a devoted practitioner of Miao medicine, imparted his final words to her before departing peacefully. Exhausted yet resolute, An Yunlan managed her grandfather's funeral with the community's support, bidding farewell to her hometown as she prepared to return to the military hospital, having only taken a week of leave. As she rode down the mountain on a small tractor, she reflected on the comforting messages from the handsome peacekeeping officer. Clutching her grandfather's treasured medicine chest, the legacy of rare herbs and formulas he had passed down to her. From a young age, An Yunlan exhibited exceptional aptitude in medicine, mastering herbal knowledge and traditional practices under her grandfather's tutelage. Her passion for acquiring further medical knowledge led her to study clinical medicine in college, particularly drawn to surgery. Though younger than her classmates, she earned a nickname and the bold for her fearless approach during anatomy classes, while others hesitated. After 5 years of rigorous medical training, she interned at a military hospital, leveraging her expertise in toxins and traditional medicine, eventually becoming a military doctor and researcher. Her dedication and skill allowed her to navigate both military and hospital realms for 7 years, consistently recognized as a top achiever. Throughout her time in the military hospital, An Yunlan remained focused on her work, balancing her responsibilities with annual training exercises, leaving her little opportunity to visit her grandfather's village. Finding solace only in their weekly phone calls, grandfather harbors deep affection for his granddaughter, who is alone and vulnerable in the world. He often chooses to share only joyful news, concealing his ailments, managing minor headaches and fevers on his own. An Yunlan has repeatedly offered to bring him to live with her, yet he steadfastly declines, asserting that in his old age, it is best to remain in a familiar place should he depart from this life. He wishes to do so in the comfort of the environment he knows well. Fortunately, grandfather is held in high esteem within the village, revered for his exceptional medical skills and selfless spirit. Even in his twilight years, living alone in the village, he receives abundant care and concern from the community. He often reflects on his life, having been born and raised in this village, where he learned the art of traditional Miao medicine under the guidance of the elder village physician. He has traveled extensively throughout the southern Yunnan region to refine his medical practice, yet now, in his advanced age, he finds solace in the familiarity of his village. Chapter 2. The trouble caused by wild boars, as An Yunlan was still immersed in the sorrow of losing her grandfather, reminiscing about her 2-decade-long journey in medicine. The tractor suddenly swerved violently and plunged into the ravine. In that fleeting moment, she spotted a wild boar tumbling down from the left side as well. She thought to herself, what? Is this how it ends for me? Just because of a wild boar that appeared out of nowhere? Clutching the box her grandfather had given her, she tumbled uncontrollably, her body aching as if it would burst. It was only when she felt herself plunging into the chilling waters of the river below that she lost consciousness. Kanglan, a nation on the Kunlun continent. An Yunlan, the nominal legitimate daughter of the family in Kanglan, is the daughter of An Yuanzheng, the deputy director of the Ministry of Rights, and her mother, Man Jingyun, passed away when she was 10. Within a month, her father had elevated his former concubine, Lu Yinyang, to the position of wife, claiming that the family needed someone to manage affairs. Along with Lu Yinyang's rise to power came her 2 children, An Lija and An Liwei. Consequently, An Yunlan, once the darling daughter, became the least favored. To ensure An Yunlan's solitude and self-cultivation, Lu Yinyang arranged for her to reside in a dilapidated courtyard at the edge of the inn estate, adjacent to the alley, accompanied only by a 9-year-old maid. She wore hand-me-downs from An Liwei and often dined on leftovers from the kitchen staff. Throughout the winter, she never had access to quality coal. For 6 long seasons, her father remained oblivious to her plight. In truth, An Yunlan was not without means. Her deceased mother's dowry was left to her. Yet the constraints of their residence rendered even basic outings a challenge, let alone purchasing food and clothing. Lu Yinyang and An Liwei frequently rifled through her belongings, searching for the dowry left by her mother. Fortunately, the clever little maid had helped An Yunlan hide the small box atop the outhouse, preventing it from being discovered. As they grew older, they occasionally managed to slip out to buy necessities, tossing their purchases over the wall into their small courtyard before returning through the main entrance. Thus, year after year of torment passed, until An Yunlan reached the age of 16. The little maid, Xiaofu, often encouraged her, saying, "Miss, just endure a little longer. Once the master arranges a marriage for you, our lives will improve." However, An Yunlan did not share this optimism. After her mother's death, her smile had vanished, and her once vivacious spirit had dimmed. She spent her days sighing and cowering, constantly bullied by her younger sister. Confronted with such unfairness, she could only sit alone at night, silently weeping. If not for the gnawing hunger and cold, she would have refused to accompany Xiaofu on secret excursions for food and clothing. She could not fathom what kind of suitable family her negligent father would select for her. At times, she wished she could have died alongside her mother, for her mother had assured her that everything would improve as she grew older, instilling hope for a brighter future. Yet, in the spring of her 16th year, as the willow trees began to sprout tender buds and the forsythia bloomed, she received the dreadful news. She was to be married off to the dying war god, Prince Mo Yufeng, who had just returned from battle. She had matured, yet the promised better days had not arrived. Instead, she was faced with a lifeless union, perhaps even a burial companion. Perhaps it would be better to die, for that would surely be preferable to such a life. An Yunlan had completely relinquished hope. Even upon receiving the imperial decree, Even as An Liwei once again obstructed her by the lakeside, demanding her mother's dowry, she felt utterly defeated. When the military doctor, An Yunlan, regained consciousness, she found herself drenched, feeling someone patting her back. After coughing up several mouthfuls of water, she finally caught her breath, marveling at her fortune. Having fallen from such a height and into the river, she had been saved. She thought perhaps she should buy a lottery ticket, as her luck seemed to promise a worry-free life ahead. Just as she was preparing to express her gratitude to her savior, she noticed that everyone around her was dressed in ancient attire. The little girl who had been patting her back was crying and shouting, Miss, wake up. Don't leave me behind, please. Me? A servant? Hadn't she been knocked down the ravine by a wild boar? How had she ended up at a filming location for a period drama? What was the meaning of this gathering of variously hued faces? Had she fortuitously been rescued by a film crew? And Yunlan's head throbbed and spun, her mind in disarray. Just as she surveyed her surroundings with her bewildered eyes, a sharp pain struck her head and fragmented memories surged forth. And Yunlan, the legitimate daughter of a minister, lost her mother, Man Jingyun, at the tender age of 10. The current mistress, Lu Hongmei, was the concubine of her father, and Yuan Zheng, and Lu Hongmei had a son and daughter, and Lija and An Liwei, who were now glaring at her from afar. It was An Liwei who had pushed her into the small lake within the estate, aiming to seize the dowry left by her mother. And Yunlan mused about the ridiculousness of this situation when the pain from her memories became unbearable, and she fainted again. How fortunate this girl is surviving such a fall. What will happen to the dowry? When will it be found? She should have drowned. And Li Wei glared at her sister, who was being pulled from the lake by the household servants. Never mind. She won't live long anyway. It makes no difference whether she goes to the Ling Wang Manor or not. Death awaits her there, too. How infuriating, Lu Yinyang seethed as she watched An Yunlan. In their desperation to coerce An Yunlan into revealing her mother's dowry, they had thrown her into the lake, yet she had remained silent even in death. Fearing the scandal of a death in their household, they had ordered the servants to retrieve her. And Li Wei attempted to kick the unconscious An Yunlan, but was firmly restrained by An Lija. Sister, let it be. And Li Wei retorted angrily. Why do you still care for her? Who is your true sister? And Lija, with a cold demeanor, replied, if something were to happen to her, who would take your place in the marriage? Think carefully. He then addressed Lu Hongmei, saying, Mother, I must return to my studies. I will come back next month, before shaking his head and departing. Since childhood, An Lija had attended private school and was aware of An Yunlan's plight, recognizing his sister's tyranny. Yet, she was still his mother and sister. What could he do? Chapter 3. Rebirth. When An Yunlan awoke again, the girl who had been patting her back was busy tidying up the room. Gazing at the disarray, An Yunlan lay on the hard bed, motionless, replaying the events leading to her previous fainting spell. Why had she been rescued by a film crew? Only to have such memories flood her mind? A transmigration? Impossible. A soldier of integrity, she could not believe in the supernatural. This was unrelated to her. Was she truly in the midst of a television production? Shaking her head in an attempt to sit up, she was met with intense pain in both her head and body, prompting a soft groan. Miss, you're awake, Xiaofu exclaimed, rushing to pour a cup of water, her eyes glistening with tears as she approached An Yunlan, offering her the cup. Xiaofu? Where is this? An Yunlan inquired, her voice betraying her panic. The gentle and sweet tones startled her. How could such a soft voice come from her own lips? Usually, her voice was mature and steady, often cool due to her profession. What was this sweetness? Miss, what is wrong with you? Xiaofu grasped An Yunlan's hand, her face filled with concern. I must have hit my head on a rock when I fell into the lake. There are many things I cannot recall. An Yunlan rubbed her temples, still feeling dizzy. Furrowing her brow, she struggled to accept this voice, which felt far too youthful for someone on the brink of adulthood. Had she truly struck her head in the lake? Miss, do you feel pain? Did you injure yourself? Little Fu wept sorrowfully. Can you tell me where this is, and why does my clothing look like this? And Yunlan was reluctant to accept the reality of her time travel. Yet she had no choice but to calm herself and reassess her circumstances. Miss, this is the inn residence, and this courtyard is our small garden, isn't it? Have you forgotten everything? What has happened to you? Is your clothing uncomfortable? Allow me to help you change. I will fetch a doctor to examine you. Little Fu retrieved another set of clothes from the wardrobe to change in Yunlan. She thought to herself that she must hurry to find a doctor, for her mistress's mind might be injured. And Yunlan gazed in bewilderment at the ancient attire that Little Fu presented, confirming that this was not a dream. She asked the young girl beside her, "Little Fu, is there a mirror?" Little Fu went to the table and handed her a small bronze mirror. An Yunlan took it and looked into it, only to see a slightly blurred face that was not her own. Her hand trembled as she questioned the situation, pondering the memories that had surged into her mind before she fainted. "Little Fu, am I 16 this year?" An Yunlan inquired tentatively. "Miss, are you all right? Is there anywhere else that feels unwell?" Little Fu gripped the clothing tightly, her face paling. An Yunlan remained silent, shaking her head. "Please rest for a moment. I will go find a doctor," Little Fu said before turning to leave. An Yunlan fell into deep contemplation, realizing that she had encountered something extraordinary. Time travel. An event that had never existed in her understanding was now a reality. Her soul had arrived in an unfamiliar place, and the girl in the mirror, beautiful yet frail, had likely perished in the lake. It seemed her spirit had entered the body of this girl, also named An Yunlan, who had similarly fallen into the water. An Yunlan's thoughts were a tumult of shock, helplessness, confusion, and even a hint of fear. Why was she afraid? She considered herself a strong person. Yet faced with this unknown realm, what was she to do? Could she return? Why had such a situation arisen? It was all quite unscientific. Moments later, she heard a commotion outside her door. Rising, she approached and opened it slightly, just in time to hear Little Fu pleading, "Please, madam, let me find a doctor for the young lady. She has truly hit her head and can hardly speak." Another woman's voice responded. "She fell into the lake and did not die. This wretched girl is quite resilient. A bump on the head suits her well, especially for someone destined to perish." "How fitting." "Ha! Second miss, I implore you, let me go find a doctor for the young lady." Little Fu knelt, begging. "Finding a doctor is acceptable, but you must have An Yunlan retrieve her mother's dowry box for me first, and then you may go seek a doctor," the woman, referred to as the second miss, replied curtly. "We truly do not know where the late madam's dowry is." "The young lady does not know either," Little Fu cried. "How could you not know? It must have been hidden away by that vile woman. Otherwise, how could my father have stopped giving you monthly allowances?" The second miss continued to press. "No, second miss. The eldest lady has no monthly allowance. She instructed me to trade household items for money. We truly have nothing left in our room but clothing." Little Fu pleaded further. "No money? What do you need a doctor for? Stop deceiving us. Li Wei, come on, let's search. We must find that wretched woman's dowry box today." The woman dragged the second miss as they pushed past Little Fu, who had fallen to the ground. An Yunlan observed the scene with clarity. The people outside were not mere actors. But what was this? Was she human or ghost? Her mind was familiar with the pair outside, Lu Hongmei and An Li Wei. It confirmed her suspicion. She had indeed died when she fell into the river and had crossed over into the body of another girl, also named An Yunlan, who had similarly met her demise in the water. An Yunlan inspected her own frail form, emaciated and underdeveloped, a stark contrast to her previous life, where she had been of average height and well-proportioned. Just as she was lost in thought, the door was forcefully flung open by the mother and daughter duo. "You, looking for me?" An Yunlan asked. "What do you want? Tell me where your mother's dowry box is," Mrs. Lu demanded fiercely. "I do not understand what you are speaking of," An Yunlan stammered, still in shock. "You must have hit your head hard. Hand over the dowry box at once. You are to marry and depart from the family the day after tomorrow." An Li Wei shoved An Yunlan, causing her to stumble and hit her head on a chair, intensifying her pain. In her weakened state, she was easily overpowered by anyone. In her frustration, she cursed silently before losing consciousness again. When she awoke, she found herself back in bed, with Little Fu weeping beside her. An Yunlan surveyed her surroundings, which were now in even worse disarray. "Little Fu, what has happened? Why is it so chaotic?" An Yunlan, recalling the maid's name, inquired. "Miss, do you not remember?" The second miss and the madam turned everything upside down, searching for the dowry left to you by Madam Anne. Their intentions are truly malicious, and the master does nothing. You are to be married the day after tomorrow. To claim your dowry, they searched the entire room and even pushed you into the river, Little Fu lamented, bursting into tears again. "Married? Please, stop crying and start tidying up," and Yunlan interjected as memories began to resurface. The original owner of this body was also An Yunlan from the Kanglin Kingdom, set to marry in 2 days. She was to be a joy-bringing bride, marrying the battle-hardened and gravely injured Prince Ling and Mo Yufeng. Prince Ling was known for his ruthless demeanor and reclusive nature. It was said that those who caught his eye rarely escaped with their lives. Joy-bringing? An Yunlan chuckled bitterly, reflecting on her former life as a capable military doctor with a bright future, now inexplicably inhabiting the body of a 16-year-old girl. Her memories of this girl were limited to just 1 year. Even though she had never experienced romance in her past life, she had admired several idols from afar. Yet, she was now tragically bound to marry, and not just anyone, but a merciless warlord. An Yunlan leaned against the bed, contemplating the formidable Mo Yufeng. The Emperor of Kanglan, Mo Yuchen, had only ascended the throne 3 years prior. That winter, Prince Mo Yufeng, commanding a formidable army, had eliminated the treasonous fourth prince and his family to secure the throne for his elder brother, Mo Yuchen. An Yunlan had never met him, but he was reputed to be cold and brutal, yet revered as Kanglan's god of war. He had been training in the military since the age of 12, skilled in warfare and strategy, and always led his troops into battle, earning their unwavering loyalty. However, the reason for his recent expedition to the border remained unclear. Though victorious, the prince's health had deteriorated alarmingly, with physicians failing to revive him despite numerous attempts. According to the chief physician, he had only 3 months left to live. The royal astrologer had predicted that only the daughter of An Yunlan could bring him joy and prolong his life. An Yunlan had risen to the position of Deputy Minister of Rights through the machinations of his second madam, Lu Hongmei. During the time An Yunlan's mother married him when he was still a minor official. The family of Manjinjian returned to the capital from afar and encountered An Yunlan on their way back. Shortly thereafter, the two were wed, before Manjinjian gave birth to An Yunlan. An Yunlan took Hongmei as a concubine. After Manjinjian's passing, Lu Hongmei became the mistress of the household. Consequently, An Yunlan and Madame Lu could never consider their daughter, An Li Wei, as a bride to bring joy to the ailing prince, despite his status as a war god. He even harbored hopes of marrying An Li Wei off to the emperor or high-ranking officials to secure a better position for himself. Thus, the burden fell upon the timid and fragile An Yunlan, the nominal legitimate daughter who was often scorned within the household. Xiaofu, just pack a few outfits for the wedding. There's no need to gather anything else, as it will be of no use in the future, An Yunlan sighed. Feeling fatigue wash over her. I need to lie down for a bit. She reflected on the second chance at life bestowed upon her by fate. Yet her body felt weary and unable to support her. After instructing Xiaofu, she reclined once more. An Yunlan had never anticipated such a transcendence. After all, the instinctive reaction of an ordinary person would not be to assume they had traversed realms. She found herself utterly unaccustomed to the current circumstances. An Yunlan knew she could not afford impulsive actions. Survival was paramount, and she must tread cautiously, one step at a time. Upon hearing Xiaofu leave, An Yunlan touched the back of her head, feeling a painful lump, yet her mind remained clear, devoid of nausea, indicating it was likely not a concussion. With little else to do, she covered herself with a blanket, yearning for sleep. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her wrist, and she noticed the white jade bracelet gifted by her mother emitting a glimmer of light before vanishing. Rubbing her eyes, she found her wrist devoid of the bracelet. While surprised, she dismissed the incident. After all, with such a significant event as her transcendence, perhaps that bracelet had simply returned to its original owner. With a resigned thought, she decided to sleep, her head still aching and her energy depleted. She realized that eating and resting were now her foremost concerns. As she drifted into slumber, An Yunlan dreamt of her studio at the hospital, a vast space of 200 square meters that she and her colleagues had painstakingly organized over the years, complete with a simple operating room, a pharmacy, and a break room. All the advanced equipment and accolades they had received were utilized for upgrading their tools and researching new surgeries and medications. She ran her fingers over the surgical lights, portable ultrasounds, ECG machines, and CT scanners, alongside a comprehensive medical system. Gazing at the neatly arranged medications and surgical instruments, she found herself questioning the nature of her reality. Was her transcendence merely a dream? Had she returned to the military? Yet, the presence of the confidential medical system in her studio was perplexing, as such information should never be leaked. Suddenly, she noticed 2 antique boxes in the corner of the studio, one large, which her grandfather had given her, and a smaller, exquisite one. Upon opening the smaller box, she discovered stacks of ancient silver notes and deeds to properties, while she recognized the medicine box. The origins of the smaller box remained a mystery. Sitting on the floor of her studio, her headache resurfaced, prompting her to reach for painkillers from the nearby shelf. "Miss, please rise and have some porridge. You can sleep afterward." Xiao Fu's voice interrupted her thoughts, pulling An Yunlan from a reverie. She was startled to find a painkiller in her hand. Wasn't this what she had just dreamed of? Astounded, she questioned how it had come into her possession. "Xiao Fu, could you assist me in finding some pickled vegetables in the kitchen?" An Yunlan feigned an excuse to send Xiao Fu away. As she touched the red mark left by the bracelet's disappearance on her wrist, a sudden clarity washed over her, and she found herself back in her studio. Grabbing a packet of cold medicine at random, she opened her eyes to find it quietly resting in her palm. The jade bracelet was indeed a space. The items within could be accessed at any time. It seemed she had truly transcended. Fortunately, she had read a couple of novels about such occurrences during her idle moments. Or else, she might have been unable to bear this reality. Heavens, you have not been unkind to me. Though I faced a tragic end in my previous life at a tender age, now I must marry a dying man and await widowhood. Yet you have gifted me with such a remarkable treasure. Indeed, when one door closes, another window opens, offering a glimmer of hope. An Yunlan propped herself up and hurriedly prepared 2 packets of cold medicine to drink, aware that spring was upon them, yet having spent so long in the chilly lake. Her frail body could hardly withstand it. It dawned on her that the small box atop the medicine chest, given by her grandfather, was likely the dowry sought by Madame Lu in Anliwei. No wonder they could not find it. The connection between her and the original owner resided within this space. With this realization, her headache dissipated and her heart calmed. Perhaps the original owner also found solace in this understanding. However, as An Yunlan lay in bed, sleep eluded her. She sifted through the information swirling in her mind, acknowledging the irrevocable truth of her transcendence, and sought to calm herself to ponder her next steps. She must devise a plan to return. If her soul could return to her own world, perhaps there remained a chance for survival. If not, how would she navigate this new time and space? Without friends, she remained uncertain of Xiao Fu's true nature. Was she friend or foe? Although she possessed a year's worth of memories from the original owner, her previous blank slate left her feeling vulnerable and hesitant to trust anyone. Her only focus now was to survive temporarily and seek a path back. After her meal, An Yunlan instructed Xiao Fu to tidy up slightly before resting. For the next day, she intended to visit the lakeside in hopes of finding a way back. Despite the boon of the space, her desire to return to her modern life remained strong. The following morning, An Yunlan prepared herself and accompanied Xiao Fu to the small lake within the estate. Though the in-residence wasn't grand, it featured an artificial lake, a purchase likely made possible by Man Jinjian's wealth. This lake was a cherished spot where Man Jinjian had often taken young An Yunlan for play. It was still early spring, with willows just beginning to sprout tender buds, and the lakeside felt cold and desolate. An Yunlan tightened her simple yet clean attire, akin to that of servant, while her gaze scanned the lake's edge. As she approached, she noticed a figure in pink approaching from afar. Before she could scrutinize the lake for any anomalies, Anliwei's mocking voice reached her ears. "An Yunlan, what's this? Didn't you drown yesterday? Are you back here, seeking death again? Wouldn't you be happier if I were gone? Why not push me in once more?" An Yunlan regarded the unfriendly visage of the woman before her with annoyance. The original owner had suffered greatly at the hands of this sister. Deprivation, physical abuse, and verbal scorn were commonplace. Yet, the present An Yunlan was no longer the frail 16-year-old girl she once was, having consumed countless tales of palace intrigue and familial strife. She was more than capable of handling such a brazen adversary. However, as she prepared to retort, she felt her heart race and her hands tremble. What was this sensation? Why was she afraid after merely exchanging a few words? Closing her eyes, a vision flashed in her mind, a girl huddled in a dark corner, trembling slightly as she clutched her shoulders. Was this the original owner? Was her body reacting to the original owner's fear? This body does not belong to her. Thus she began to comprehend the reactions it exhibited. I advise you to quickly bring your mother's dowry to my mother. This way, my mother can prepare 2 boxes of accompanying gifts for you to take with you as a widow. Otherwise, you shall go empty-handed and await humiliation." Anliwei glared at An Yunlan with venomous disdain. What humiliation could I possibly face? In any case, I am merely a bride meant to bring joy. The absence of a dowry would tarnish the reputation of the minister of Right's household. Whether you give it or not is inconsequential, for the disgrace shall not fall solely upon me. Furthermore, My mother's dowry was bequeathed to me in front of everyone when she passed. You and your avaricious mother shall never lay your hands on it. What my mother denied you during her lifetime will remain unattainable as long as I am here." An Yunlan retorted joyfully, her words flowing effortlessly, though her hands were tightly clenched, and she breathed deeply to prevent the original owner's worries from surfacing on her face. Xiao Fu stood by, gazing in astonishment, wishing to reach out and touch the bump on the back of her mistress's head to see if it was still there. How had the young lady become so formidable? Previously, when faced with An Wei, she could only weep and was rendered speechless. Observing An Wei, An Yunlan could no longer afford to scrutinize her further, and she turned to leave with Xiao Fu. Enraged, An Wei trembled as she returned to seek out her mother. Upon finding Madame Lu, An Wei rushed into her embrace, exclaiming, "Mother, that wretched girl today was infuriating. I asked her for the dowry, and she refused, even scolding me." Madame Lu, taken aback, replied, "How could that be? She would never raise her voice to us. She only knows how to cry." "Mother, An Yunlan has truly changed, as if she has become a different person altogether. She actually retorted against me. I wonder if being thrown into the lake yesterday has left her dazed." An Wei's maid, Xiao Lu, chimed in. "Let her be. We shall watch her walk to her doom. Once she departs, we will dismantle her courtyard and retrieve her dowry. I will ensure you and your brother each receive half." Madame Lu was still preoccupied with the dowry. Although the dowry left by Manjinjian appeared modest, devoid of any jewels, the small chest had been presented to An Yunlan with great reverence in front of many witnesses. Over the years, Madame Lu had sought it in both overt and covert ways, threatening An Yunlan for a long time, yet to no avail. An Yunlan remained resolute. Now that An Yunlan was on the verge of leaving the manor, she could not allow that wretched girl to take it away. Meanwhile, An Yunlan returned to her dilapidated courtyard with Xiao Fu. The latter observed her mistress closely, noting that since An Yunlan emerged from the lake yesterday, she had transformed. Her gaze now exuded resilience and clarity, her steps no longer weak. She softly called, "Mistress." An Yunlan glanced at her. "Xiao Fu, ever since I nearly drowned yesterday, I have realized that one must not be overly submissive, for such weakness cannot save oneself. You have been my maid since childhood, brought to me by my mother. From now on, we are family. As long as we do not perish in the Prince Ling's manor, I shall ensure we live our lives to the fullest." Xiao Fu replied with a smile, "Mistress has changed. Even if following you to Prince Ling's manor means facing death, I am willing. When Mistress first bought me, I was on the verge of starving in the streets. These 10 years spent with you have been a fortune. If you fear nothing, why should I? Perhaps there may not even be a future." An Yunlan collected 7 or 8 sets of clothing and 2 hairpins adorned with flowers from the shabby courtyard. Just as her unscrupulous father entered, An Yunlan opened the door to find An Yuanzhang standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his servant holding a piece of what appeared to be a poorly made peach-colored wedding gown. Peach-colored? What does this mean? Is even the vibrant red too good for a joyful occasion? An Yuanzhang, upon meeting An Yunlan's gaze, instinctively took a step back, perplexed by his own reaction, then steadied his voice to say, "Yunlan, you are to be wed tomorrow. This is the wedding gown your mother prepared for you." "My mother? She has been gone for many years. Did she prepare this ahead of time?" An Yunlan glanced at the gown. "Nonsense. This wedding gown was prepared by Madame Lu." An Yuanzhang asserted with authority. "Oh, so it was sent by Aunt Lu. In that case, I cannot accept it. It is better reserved for my sister on her wedding day." An Yunlan remained steadfast, not budging an inch. "Your mother has been deceased for many years. Madame Lu has long been legitimized," An Yuanzhang stated bluntly. "Whether she has been legitimized or not is of little concern to me. She is still a concubine, is she not?" An Yunlan countered. "I did not come to discuss this with you." An Yuanzhang was momentarily left speechless by An Yunlan's retorts. "Since you are my father, allow me to ask, may I refuse to marry? If you believe I am an extraneous presence in this family, you may let me and Xiao Fu leave." As though I were dead, An Yunlan inquired softly. An Yuanzhang was taken aback by An Yunlan's unexpected response, responding with anger. "How could you not marry? Do you wish for the infamily to defy the imperial decree?" An Yunlan replied calmly. "I have heard that the Astronomical Bureau only mentioned the daughters of the infamily. It did not specify which daughter. Perhaps my sister could be the one to marry, which would not constitute defiance of the imperial decree, would it?" And Yuanzhang hastily interjected. "How could Li Wei marry? Do you not know that Prince Ling is—" "What about Prince Ling?" An Yunlan asked, locking eyes with An Yunlan. Is he on the brink of death? Why is it that my sister cannot marry, yet I must? An Yunlan was left flustered by her inquiries. This has all been predetermined and cannot be changed. Tomorrow you are to be wed. Your protests are futile. If Prince Ling learns you are reluctant to marry and causing a ruckus at home, you will not have a good life ahead. An Yunlan regarded An Yunlan with a piercing gaze. Father, do you wish for me to live a miserable life? Very well, I shall marry. Even if I cannot escape this home, I suspect Prince Ling may not live long, and I shall find a way to leave the manor. An Yunlan cautioned, do not let Prince Ling overhear your words. Otherwise, you may not only fail to leave the Prince Ling's manor, but you might even become a sacrifice. An Yunlan smiled. Is that not perfect? Do you wish for me to perish alongside him? An Yunlan was caught off guard by An Yunlan's sharp tongue, and he chose not to engage further, instructing the servant to give her the wedding gown. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. Do not utter any more morbid words. Besides, you know your father's position is not high, and his salary is modest. You should take your mother's dowry as your wedding gifts, and leave some for your siblings. As their elder sister, you should provide for their future marriages. An Yunlan looked upon her father with disdain. Realizing he was intent on exploiting her mother's dowry after having married a concubine while her mother was pregnant, disregarding her fate. Now he was shifting his stance, seeking to claim her mother's dowry as well. She declined to accept the wedding gown presented to her, stepping back. Father, your words are inappropriate. I am to marry a prince. It is already humiliating enough that you and Aunt Lu have failed to provide for my wedding. Now you wish to seize my mother's dowry. One must maintain their dignity. Look at what remains of yours. I cannot accept this wedding gown. It should be safe for my dear sister on her wedding day. After all, I am merely a bride meant to bring joy, and there is no need for elaborate preparations. You may rest. And Yunlan, incensed by An Yunlan's defiance, fumed, you ungrateful daughter. If it were not for your impending marriage, I would sever our father-daughter relationship. Do you think you are my legitimate daughter? You are just like your unfaithful mother. Pointing an accusatory finger at An Yunlan, he stormed off in a fit of rage. An Yunlan chuckled softly as she entered her room, contemplating the unknowns of tomorrow. One step at a time. After all, who waits for news of severed relationships on their wedding day? Oh, original owner, I find you more pitiful than myself. In my previous life, I was cherished by my grandfather for over 20 years and shared joyous times with friends and comrades. That night, An Yunlan returned alone to the lakeside, where silence enveloped the surroundings, the only sound being the gentle swaying of willow branches in the breeze, casting ethereal shadows. She walked slowly, step by step, observing everything around her that felt utterly unfamiliar. She gazed into the lake and its surroundings, failing to discover anything peculiar. She meticulously examined each stone by the water's edge, even tossing a couple into the lake, which merely made a couple of splashes, sending ripples across the surface without revealing any anomalies. How had she ended up here? An Yunlan could not fathom it. Was there not a single stone that could grant her passage, like a magical incantation? After searching for quite some time without discernible clues, disappointment washed over her as she returned indoors. Lying on her bed, she pondered her predicament. Was it truly impossible to return? Could it be that she had to find peace in her current situation? Regardless, she refused to succumb to despair. That was not the essence of An Yunlan. With her future shrouded in uncertainty, she tossed and turned, unable to devise a plan. She closed her eyes, and the image of a little girl in a dark corner lingered in her mind. Perhaps her soul did not quite align with this body, or perhaps she was simply too exhausted from the turmoil, as she soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 6. Marriage 2 days prior at the Ling Wangfu, Your Highness. Tomorrow there will be a wedding in the estate. Shall I make arrangements to prepare the place? After all, it is your marriage, and the atmosphere here is rather desolate. Would you like to review the guest list I have prepared? Stewardly knelt before Mo Yufeng's window, presenting a list of items to procure and the names of invitees. Mo Yufeng, the Ling Wang of the Kanglan Kingdom and the Emperor's younger brother. A renowned war god known for his imposing stature and striking features, now lay lifelessly on his bed, dressed in white. Upon hearing Steward Li's report, his fists clenched tighter. No wedding, no guests. Bring that old scoundrel from the Astral Observatory to me. Your Highness, Master Tang, who is close to the Emperor, has come to see how the arrangements are proceeding. He assures that he will do everything in his power to fulfill your wishes. Steward Li continued, still kneeling. Does this king's command not reach your ears? I can simply lie here and have you all bend to my will. I will not have a wedding. I want that old scoundrel to accompany me to the grave. Mo Yufeng's tone was severe, yet he broke into a fit of coughs. Your Highness, please calm yourself. Yi, the most capable guard, stepped forward to pat the Ling Wang's back. Let me inform Master Tang, stewardly replied. This marriage is sanctioned by the Emperor, so it may be unwise to resist. Let whoever desires to marry do so. I want that old fool, Montag Yufeng's Fury Zorget. And he raged against the thought of the old national teacher. Your Highness, it is said that the old national teacher sought the secrets of the heavens to alter your fate, but now, as the deadline approaches, he has gone into seclusion. It may be difficult to summon him. Yi reported. To alter my fate? The deadline approaches? If he dies before me, that will be his good fortune. Leave me. I am weary. Mo Yufeng said, closing his eyes in silence, his labored breathing and clenched fists betraying the pain he could not conceal. As Steward Li and Yi withdrew, the steward asked, What shall we do? The wedding is in 2 days. Should we truly ignore it and pretend it does not exist? No guests? Dare you defy the king's command? Although this marriage is the emperor's decree, it does not necessitate grand celebrations. We shall proceed as per his wishes. I only hope that each day left for his highness is devoid of troubles. On the wedding day, with dawn barely breaking, An Yunlan rose from bed, urged by the frantic pleas of Xiao Fu. Miss, the bridal trunk we hid in the outhouse is gone. Did Madame Lu and the others take it? Still groggy, An Yunlan laughed at the severity of the situation, astonished that she could still have slept through it. How carefree she must be. Rubbing her eyes, she asked Xiao Fu what kind of trunk. Miss, it's the bridal trunk given to you by Lady Man. A small chest made of golden silk Nanmu wood, containing land deeds and a great deal of silver notes. Xiao Fu wept, gesturing in alarm, fearing that the only valuable possession they had protected for 6 years was lost. Realization dawned upon An Yunlan, and she smiled at Xiao Fu. Do not worry, Xiao Fu. I secured that trunk long ago. It is safe. Xiao Fu wiped her tears. Really? You scare me. That was the only thing Lady Man left for you. She always instructed me to keep it hidden from others. It's safe, An Yunlan reassured her. Now, let us prepare for the Ling Wang Fu. We should hurry. Sighing, Xiao Fu said, Oh, why the sigh? Is there anywhere worse than here? Do not fret. I will not allow myself to be so pessimistic, An Yunlan replied. Miss, I've heard the Wang Fu is like the abyss. Why is fate so cruel to you? Xiao Fu lamented, wiping her tears. The abyss? Why so? An Yunlan inquired. I've heard people say that the Wang Fu sometimes uses carts to take away those wrapped in grass mats to the mass grave. The Ling Wang is a warrior with countless deaths on his hands. Who knows if the Wang Fu also consumes lives? Xiao Fu sobbed. Is it that terrifying? Are people frequently dying in the Wang Fu? An Yunlan asked. Well, people say they've seen it. I've only heard rumors, Xiao Fu admitted, having never witnessed it herself. An Yunlan forced a smile. Indeed, the future path remained uncertain. If she were not to be a sacrificial companion, perhaps she could escape with Xiao Fu to a far-off place, away from the capital. A sacrificial companion? Absolutely not. She had only just begun to live and would not allow herself to die innocently again. As she washed up, she said to Xiao Fu, worrying now, one tea help. Let us go to the Wang Fu. They say the Ling Wang cannot survive more than 3 months. We shall see. If it does not require my company in death, I will take you to a place far from the city. If it comes to that, I will ensure you are taken care of. Xiao Fu could only shed tears. Miss, do not speak such nonsense. You will not accompany anyone in death. An Yunlan patted Xiao Fu's hand. All right, no more tears. Let us take your words and hope. I will not accompany anyone in death. They surely seek young boys and girls for such things, not someone like me from a humble background. If this marriage were not to ward off misfortune, how could I possibly marry the Ling Wang? Xiao Fu waved her hand. But I've heard people say that despite his cold demeanor, the Ling Wang treats his soldiers well. He would never allow you to accompany him in death. Such a good person should not be sacrificed. And Yunlan dried her hands. Indeed, I am a good girl, and I still have a life to live. Let us go and prepare. Today is a day of joy. And Yunlan was typically a straightforward and tidy person. Although she often wore a mask at work, she would still rise early to apply a simple, light makeup. The appearance may not matter, but her spirit should not wane. As she sat at the table, gazing into the copper mirror at her beautiful face, her skin flawless and poreless, she noted the sorrow etched upon it. This sorrow had been the original owner's hallmark, as the saying goes. One's appearance reflects one's heart. How deeply troubled must the original owner have been? She shook her head, uncertain how long she would inhabit this body. Yet, since it now belonged to her, she could not continue to wallow in despair. She glanced at the inferior makeup that Xiao Fu had brought her the previous day, smiled, and instructed her to tidy her clothes. Turning back to her room, she focused, entering her space to retrieve her makeup bag, rummaging through it for her eyebrow pencil, lipstick, and powder. After applying a simple, fresh layer of makeup, she smiled at her reflection. An Yunlan, today is your wedding. You must find some joy in it. Just as she finished getting ready, a matron from the Ling Wangfu arrived, bearing a wedding dress said to be a gift from the Ling Wang. An Yunlan was quite surprised, and, upon seeing the renowned, cold demeanor of the Ling Wangfu, graciously thanked the matron. Thank you, madam. Thank you, your highness. Missen, you are aware of the current circumstances surrounding the prince. Hence only this old servant has come to fetch you today. I hope you can forgive me. The matron stated with a solemn expression. Thank you, matron, for your trouble. And Yunlan replied without further elaboration, allowing the two to assist her in donning the wedding attire. The matron gazed at the young woman before her, whose delicate features and graceful demeanor bore no resemblance to the timid and submissive Miss and of legend. She felt a fondness for her, yet they all knew of the prince's frail condition, leaving them uncertain about what would become of Miss and upon entering the royal residence. And Yunlan paid no heed to these thoughts. Having prepared herself, she stepped out of her family home. The family was rather excessive. Not a single person came to see her off, as if they did not acknowledge her existence. Upon reaching the entrance, a servant pointed to two wooden chests, stating they were the dowry given by the family, reminding her to take them with her. And Yunlan glanced at the disdainful servant, turned back to look at the plaque of the residence, chuckled softly, and then directly entered the sedan chair. If she were to save herself, it would likely only be possible within the prince's residence, for the family had no more ties to her. Is Miss An truly marrying the Ling Wang? Many were aware that An Yunlan was to bring good fortune today and had gathered at the residence to witness the spectacle. Indeed, Miss An is quite beautiful. What a pity, remarked a vendor. Don't speak carelessly. That is the Ling Wang. Mind your own life, a lady beside him reprimanded. Who knows how much time the Ling Wang has left? He is the god of war of our Kanglan. Does this good fortune even work? Whether it works or not, time will tell. If it does not, Miss An may be risking her life. How ruthless of the minister, sighed a vendor who often sold goods near the residence. The minister has been heartless for quite some time. We all know how Miss An has lived these past years, murmured another. The rest nodded in agreement. They had all seen the frail Miss An venture out with her maid to buy goods. Years ago, they even helped the poor young lady toss items into the secluded courtyard where she resided. And Yunlan shook her head at the surrounding discussions, realizing that everyone was aware of her family's trivial matters. However, in the future, whether she lives or dies, she could never return to the residence. Chapter 7. A show of authority. The wedding procession made its way to the Ling Wang's residence, somber and quiet, devoid of the vibrant decorations, the clanging of gongs, or the exchange of bridal gifts. Only a few servants in a sedan chair silently approached the royal abode. The palace, too, lacked any grand ceremony. Only a few garish red lanterns to mark the occasion. The matron instructed the sedan chair to enter through the main gate and beckoned An Yunlan to disembark. Addressing her, Miss An, I am Matron Rong from the Ling Wang's residence. Due to the prince's poor health, we cannot hold extravagant celebrations. I will take you to meet the prince and then escort you to your designated residence, the Falling Petals Garden. Upon hearing the matron's words, An Yunlan removed her red veil, observing the kind yet stern expression of Matron Rong. The matron was taken aback by the bride's action. This new bride had unveiled herself of her own accord. Matron Rong, An Yunlan's first thought was of the malicious woman wielding a needle, causing her heart to tremble. However, seeing Matron Rong's gentle demeanor, she dismissed that notion. She then spoke earnestly. Thank you, Matron Rong, there is no grievance. I would appreciate it if you could guide me to the prince. Little Fu, please tidy up the courtyard while you wait for me. She smiled at Matron Rong. After you, Matron Rong. Matron Rong observed An Yunlan, who, despite minimal makeup, radiated beauty, exhibiting an understanding of propriety and a clear, bright gaze devoid of timidity. Last night, the prince's dark guards had entrusted her with a wedding gown, instructing her to bring it today, revealing that Miss An was not favored at home. Initially, she thought it fortunate for such a lovely girl to come to the palace, but considering the prince's condition, she shook her head and led the way. Upon entering the courtyard, an irate woman approached. "You're An Yunlan?" the woman demanded. An Yunlan, seeing the anger on the woman's face, halted and responded, "Indeed, that is I. You need to leave." The woman pointed toward the entrance. An Yunlan stood bewildered. Did the Ling Wang already have a princess? She had not heard of such a thing. Was she not to be the legitimate princess bringing good fortune? Who was this arrogant person? She pointed at herself, but fear and trepidation surged within her, causing her brow to furrow. She truly despised the original owner's cowardice. Yet she felt powerless to control it. Seeing the situation unfold, Matron Rong interjected quickly. "Princess Royale, this is an imperial decree. It would be best for you not to interfere. Why must my brother arrange for such a person to be the princess? I refuse to accept this." Princess Royale exclaimed angrily, momentarily taken aback by An Yunlan's ethereal beauty. The An family always brought in leeway to gatherings. Although they knew there was another legitimate daughter, they had never seen her, only hearing she was unwell and unfit for public view. Thus her dissatisfaction with this marriage arrangement was palpable. "Little princess," Matron Rome called out helplessly. An Yunlan realized the furious beauty before her was Princess Royale, the youngest sister of the emperor. In truth, An Yunlan did not wish to marry, but how could she defy the emperor's edict? She stood silently, observing the enraged princess without uttering a word. The more Princess Royale witnessed An Yunlan's calmness, the more infuriated she became. "You, leave?" An Yunlan asked. "Are you certain?" She pondered that if Princess Royale were to dismiss her today, perhaps she and little Fu could escape far away. Princess Royale did not expect the timid An Yunlan to question her. Just as she was about to rage further, Matron Rong intervened. "Little princess, this is the emperor's will. Even if she were to leave, it would require the prince's consent. You, a girl from a humble background, how dare you bring good fortune to my brother Yufeng? That old man from the Astronomical Bureau is always dabbling in these superstitions. I do not believe that good fortune can save my brother Yufeng." Royale seethed. "You do not believe? Or do you not wish to save him?" And Yunlan retorted, "Watch me tear your mouth apart." Royale, in her fury, lunged at An Yunlan. An Yunlan sidestepped, and little Fu, concerned for her mistress, positioned herself in front of An Yunlan, only to be struck harshly by Princess Royale. "Get away, you wretched servant." Royale intended to continue her assault, but was seized by An Yunlan's firm grip on her wrist. In her past life, An Yunlan would have undoubtedly sought retribution for little Fu, yet now she could only endure, determined to prevent further harm to her maid and to bide her time. Did Princess Royale wish to make a spectacle of the Ling Wang's joyous occasion? An Yunlan inquired, considering the onlookers at the open gate. Noting the crowd peering in, Royale released An Yunlan's hand, stating defiantly, "What of it? I am simply punishing a lowly servant. She is not your maid, nor does she belong to the royal residence. Her contract of servitude is in my hands, so there is no need for you, princess, to concern yourself with punishing my maid. Furthermore, servants are also human. What do you possess that is not attended to by your servants? They are not born to be subservient. Where does this notion of being lowly come from?" And Yunlan declared with righteous fervor. "You." Royale was taken aback by An Yunlan's eloquence, leaving her speechless. "Matron Rome, why should she be the princess? The position rightfully belongs to Sister Ouyang." Princess Royale exclaimed, turning her ire toward An Yunlan. "On what grounds do you claim the title of princess? How dare you usurp Sister Ouyang's rightful place?" Only then did An Yunlan comprehend that the Ling Wang had a beloved, and perhaps it was due to his impending demise that such changes had arisen. She smiled. "If you can bring your sister Ouyang to be the Ling Wang's princess, I shall gladly depart." Then, An Yunlan, pulling the little servant behind her, walked towards the entrance of the Wangfu without looking back. Her heart raced with exhilaration. She had never anticipated that the day would come so effortlessly when she could escape from a mansion and then from Wangfu. Lady Rome was taken aback by An Yunlan's staunch defense of the servants and did not expect her to turn and leave so decisively. She hurriedly pursued An Yunlan, blocking her path, saying, "Listen, please wait. Everything must be decided by the prince." Princess Royale was equally shocked by An Yunlan's abrupt departure and shouted angrily, "You have quite the audacity to think you can just walk away." An Yunlan retorted with irritation, "You were the one who urged me to leave, yet now you resent my departure? However, I must concede that you are correct about one thing. I indeed possess considerable courage." Lady Rome, observing An Yunlan's unwavering spirit against Princess Riao, advised, "Miss An, please go meet the prince first." She then turned to Princess Riao, bowing respectfully, and continued, "If Princess Riao has matters to discuss, let us speak another day. Today, please allow the prince some peace. If he learns you are here, causing a commotion, he will undoubtedly seek you out." She gestured for An Yunlan to proceed towards the MZH courtyard. Princess Riao attempted to follow, but was halted by the guards, who bowed and said, "Princess, it would be best if you return for now. You may visit the prince another day. Today, the Wangfu is not receiving guests, as per the prince's wishes." With a huff, Princess Riao turned and left the Wangfu. On the day of the grand wedding, it seemed that Brother Yufeng had no intention of granting An Yunlan a favorable outcome. She resolved to visit the Prime Minister's residence to inform Ouyang Sidong about the uproar at the Wangfu. Moreover, she genuinely feared the King of Ling, a man known for his decisiveness and strictness towards his siblings. Were it not for the fact that he lay bedridden, she would not dare to create such a ruckus at his doorstep merely to vent her frustrations to Ouyang Sidong. Chapter 8. A reunion of sisters in the Prime Minister's residence. Ouyang Sidong, renowned in the capital for her exceptional beauty and talent, was indulging in fruits peeled by her maid when she was informed of Princess Riao's arrival. A flicker of annoyance crossed her previously cheerful face, but she nonetheless rose to greet the royal guest. "What brings Princess Riao out of the palace today? Are you in need of a companion for shopping?" Ouyang Sidong asked warmly as she took the princess's hand in hers. "Sister Ouyang, I have come to discuss the commotion I caused at the Ling Wangfu today. Brother Yufeng has brought that An Yunlan into the residence, and unable to contain my anger, I stirred up some trouble on your behalf." Princess Riao smiled at Ouyang Sidong, concealing the fact that she had actually lost her wager. It dawned on Ouyang Sidong that today marked the Ling Wang's wedding day, a celebration that now felt hollow as the once gallant war hero lay in bed, suffering, stripped of his former charm. "Princess Riao, what is the point of this? It seems fate has destined me to be apart from the Ling Wang. I must let it go, though I find it difficult to move on. Perhaps I am simply not meant to be the Ling Wang's consort." Ouyang Sidong expressed her helplessness as she guided Princess Riao to sit on a rattan chair. "If only Brother Yufeng were still in good health, I would never have allowed An Yunlan to enter the Wangfu so easily. Yet now, I worry that if Brother Yufeng were to pass, it would be truly sorrowful for you to be alone in the Wangfu." Princess Riao held Ouyang Sidong's hand, visibly distressed. "Do not be saddened, Princess. If the Astronomical Bureau has proclaimed that An Yunlan can bring good fortune, perhaps it will indeed yield a positive outcome." With tears glistening in her eyes, she continued, "I pleaded with my father to allow me to bring good fortune to the Ling Wang, but he said I am not destined for that role." Ouyang Sidong secretly harbored feelings for the Ling Wang, but she would never agree to be offered up for such a purpose, nor would her father, the Prime Minister. He had initially wished for her to marry into the imperial palace, yet she had set her sights on the war hero, hoping to become the legitimate consort in the Wangfu, believing it far superior to being just another concubine in the palace. Understanding her determination, her father ceased to oppose her. After all, she had once saved the Ling Wang from peril during their childhood. Since then, the Ling Wang had treated her differently from other noble ladies, showing her a warmth that was lacking in his interactions with others. The emperor and her father had even discussed their potential union upon the Ling Wang's return from battle. Despite not possessing the glory of a palace marriage, the Ling Wang held considerable power and was a man of trust, destined for a future filled with admiration. However, the Ling Wang's return had transformed him into this state. He had never harbored feelings for her, and she had been striving for his affection in vain. No amount of fondness could justify sacrificing her youth for such a fate. That An Yunlan is sharp-tongued and cunning. I see no sign of her being timid or inexperienced. As you claimed, sister, Princess Riao lamented to Ouyang Sidong. "Oh, what did she say today?" Ouyang Sidong inquired, curious about this fortune-bringing An Yunlan, who had indeed lived a sheltered life, attending various banquets as the second daughter of the An family, and had never encountered Ouyang Sidong before. Given An Liwei's audacious behavior, boasting of her superiority over her elder sister, Ouyang Sidong found it hard to imagine what An Yunlan might say. However, Princess Riao hesitated to reveal the embarrassment of being rebuffed by An Yunlan earlier. "Oh, it was nothing, just a couple of offhand remarks. But Brother Yufeng has declared that the residence will not receive guests today, so she surely won't be treated kindly." "Princess Riao, do not be angered further. Matters concerning the Ling Wang should be decided by him. Shall we take a stroll instead? Ouyang Sidong suggested, preferring to avoid wasting words on inconsequential matters. Chapter 9. 7 Insects and Bone Curse. An Yunlan followed Lady Rong through the halls before entering the main house. Upon entering, she was greeted by a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine, infused with herbs known for invigorating blood circulation. Without raising her gaze, she followed Lady Rong to the bedroom door. After Lady Rong reported her presence, a cold voice from within commanded, "Come in." Mo Yufeng lay in agony upon the bed. Having begun his martial training at the tender age of 3, never pausing in his relentless pursuit of improvement, his mother had raised 3 children, a princess, a crown prince, and him. From a young age, they had been taught to cherish their sibling bonds. By the age of 10, he had already begun his military training under the guidance of his father, a capable general, and by 13, he was leading troops into battle. Over the following decade, he had engaged in countless conflicts, facing perilous situations from which he emerged unscathed, thanks to his intellect and martial prowess. He had few friends, as even familial bonds in the royal family were tenuous. Aside from the crown prince and the princess, he had little connection with his siblings, particularly the constantly clinging 15th prince, Mo Yushuan. The 15th prince's mother had passed away at his birth, leaving him to be raised alongside their mother, just 5 years his junior. Thus, whenever Mo Yufeng returned from military campaigns, Mo Yushuan would eagerly beg him to indulge in swordplay. The rest of their siblings remained distant, lacking any true affinity. Friends were an even rarer commodity. In the military, he was addressed as Your Highness, and the only true friend he had was Xingyang, whom he had rescued during a hunting expedition. It was fortunate that Xingyang's persistent nature prevailed. Otherwise, given Mo Yufeng's frigid demeanor, few would have wished to befriend him. However, he had not anticipated that this campaign would lead him to such a state of suffering, awaiting death. Although his injuries were merely superficial, the internal damage was severe. The military and imperial physicians, along with Xingyang, were at a loss, and Xingyang had returned to the medicinal valley to consult his master. Meanwhile, Mo Yufeng could only lie helplessly, resigned to the fate that his elder brother and the old astrologer had arranged for him. Were it not for his incapacitated state, he would have surely confronted that old state master with his fists. An Yunlan heard the cold voice and slightly bowed to Mama Rong, exhaling before stepping inside. As Mama Rong observed her steady posture, she immediately sensed that this child was extraordinary. An Yunlan approached the bed, performed her greeting, and stated, "I am An Yunlan, here to pay my respects to the crown prince." A man's voice responded, "Rise. When this prince passes, you may return to the in-residence." An Yunlan lifted her gaze to scrutinize the sickly man before her. In his prime, he must have been a striking figure, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet his expression was undeniably frigid. However, upon noticing the faint black lines near his neck, her brow furrowed. This was not. And Yunlan took a couple of steps forward, instinctively reaching out to pull open the man's collar. "What are you doing?" he barked, though his reprimand lacked vigor. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, startling An Yunlan. She instinctively retreated, only to feel a sharp pain in her forearm, rendering it weak and dangling. Cursing internally, she realized that her left forearm had been dislocated by the crown prince's hidden guard. All she wanted was to tug at the collar to see the black line clearly. Did that warrant such a reaction? The appearance and disappearance of the black line had been but a fleeting moment, and she merely wished to ascertain the situation. Wasn't identifying the cause of the ailment more important? Yet, so focused was she on the crown prince's condition that she overlooked the fact that he was a prince, a person of significance with protection. Supporting her dislocated left arm with her right hand, An Yunlan fixed her gaze on the equally icy guard before her. Her movements fluid as she swiftly returned her arm to its rightful place, gently raising it to test its mobility. Her actions were seamless and practiced, surprising even the crown prince, while the guard stood by the bed, unsure of how to react. An Yunlan raised her realigned arm and spoke, "Your Highness, I did not mean any offense. I merely wish to examine your condition. Since you do not require my assistance, I shall take my leave. Should you ever wish to make a final gamble, you may send Mama Rong to find me." With that, An Yunlan bowed slightly and exited. "Shadow 1, investigate," came the cold voice of Mo Yufeng. "Yes, I shall do so immediately," replied the guard, Shadow 1, bowing as he departed. Lying on the bed, Mo Yufeng pondered the striking young woman he had just encountered. Her calm demeanor astonished him, particularly her deftness in swiftly realigning her dislocated arm, an action far beyond what one might expect from a sheltered young lady, as the rumor suggested. An Yunlan, what secrets do you harbor? But he could not dwell on this. His body felt as if it were being gnawed upon by 1,000 ants, the pain indescribable. Something he bore in silence. His sole desire was for a swift death, the ultimate release. That night, Shadow 1 did not return, while Shadow 4 and the palace physician tended to the suffering Mo Feng, their hearts heavy with concern for their master. The visible veins on his neck and the beads of sweat on his brow indicated the severity of his agony, yet he uttered not a single sound. After bowing to Mama Rong, An Yunlan turned to her and said, "I would appreciate it if you could escort me back to my quarters." Mama Rong glanced at her, said nothing, and guided her back to the courtyard. "Miss An, please make yourself comfortable, but it is best not to leave the courtyard after dark," Mama Rong advised, pointing toward the gate. "Thank you, Mama. I will remain indoors tonight," An Yunlan replied, recalling what Xiao Fu had mentioned about the frequent deaths occurring at the palace. Assuring herself she would not venture outside. As she walked, she took in the surroundings of the courtyard. The Falling Petals Garden was quite distant from the main residence, located in a corner of the western side of the palace. An Yunlan smiled inwardly, thinking that the blue-hued An Yunlan was indeed akin to a yellow croaker, always lingering at the edges. However, she could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Having a place to rest was sufficient. Once the Crown Prince passed, she could escape with Xiao Fu. Based on the Crown Prince's words, it seemed she would not need to accompany him in death. Upon reaching the Falling Petals Garden, An Yunlan thanked Mama Rong before entering the modest yet clean and tranquil room. Xiao Fu emerged, smiling as she said, "Miss, this courtyard is larger and better than our previous one." An Yunlan smiled back and replied, "That is wonderful. You may have a main room, and choose another for yourself to settle in." Xiao Fu insisted on attending to An Yunlan first, guiding her into the room. "Xiao Fu, remember that Mama Rong mentioned we should not leave the courtyard tonight. This is not our home, and our lives are at stake. Do you understand?" An Yunlan cautioned. Having just escaped one perilous situation, An Yunlan could only remind herself to be vigilant. She was entirely unfamiliar with this realm and knew little about the prince. If she could not ensure her own survival, any hope of returning home would be futile. "Understood, Mississippi, rest assured when night falls. We shall secure the courtyard door from within. We will not venture out," Xiao Fu replied, glancing around cautiously. The room was clean and charming, with verdant plants in the courtyard evoking a sense of calm within An Yunlan. She instructed Xiao Fu to prepare warm water while she tidied up. Sitting by the table, her thoughts drifted to the black lines on the Crown Prince's neck, something she had encountered before. In her childhood, she had seen a man with a similar affliction at her grandfather's home. Slapping the table, she exclaimed, "So, it is a worm. No wonder it feels familiar." But how could the Crown Prince, who was said to have fallen ill from injuries sustained on the battlefield, be afflicted by such a curse? An Yunlan felt she could not unravel this mystery, so she closed the door and pressed on the red mark on her wrist, concentrating as she entered her workspace. She rummaged through her grandfather's medicine chest, locating his notes and flipping to the page on the seven worms' white bone curse. She found the remedy for the Crown Prince's affliction and carefully studied the details and prescriptions her grandfather had provided regarding this curse. Once she comprehended the method for dispelling the curse, she gathered some commonly used herbs from the shelf, unwrapped them, and placed them in a small cabinet on the side of the house. Later, servants from the kitchen, following Mama Rong's directives, delivered dinner. Xiao Fu and An Yunlan shared a meal, but An Yunlan found it tasteless, even bitter. She couldn't help but chuckle at the thought that even the palace food could reflect her feelings of dislocation. That night, as she lay in bed, An Yunlan struggled to find sleep. As a physician, she felt a deep empathy for the Crown Princess' suffering. Yet, as a young woman, she was somewhat irked by his and the guard's dismissive attitudes toward her. Initially, she had hoped to negotiate her departure from the palace if the Crown Prince allowed her to treat him. But it was clear that the palace staff were cold and untrusting towards her, making it impossible for her to seek his favor without appearing strange. "Oh well, it's not my pain to bear," she sighed, reflecting on the miracle it was that the Crown Prince had endured for so long under the curse. With the knowledge that she had secured a place to stay away from the in-residence, she dismissed her worries for the moment. After all, the Crown Prince had assured her that upon his death, she would be free to leave. Even if she returned to the in-residence, she would find a way to live independently. Yet, As she closed her eyes, the image of the wan yet still handsome face of the crown prince haunted her thoughts, rendering sleep elusive. An Yunlan tossed and turned beneath the covers, exclaiming to the heavens, "What am I to do?" In a drowsy haze, she finally succumbed to sleep in the early hours, dreaming strange and chaotic dreams. One moment she was by a lake, the next she was seeing her former best friend, Xiao Chengzi, weeping. Then she was in a hospital being called for surgery, disjointed and restless. When Xiao Fu roused her the following morning, An Yunlan awoke with dark circles under her eyes, frustrated with herself. Xiao Fu brought breakfast from the kitchen, but An Yunlan found it bland and bitter, causing her to chuckle at the irony. Could even the palace fare reflect her discontent after being transported to this world? Xiao Fu, our lives are quite difficult, aren't they? Even this dish has a bitter taste, sighed An Yunlan with a resigned smile. Miss, this is far better than what we had at the inn residence. At least it is warm, and this porridge is thicker than the rice we used to eat, Xiao Fu reassured her. Once the prince recovers, your life will surely improve as well. Yet, deep down, she too was uncertain about what the future held for her and her mistress. Given the current state of the prince, I fear he has little time left. We should prepare for the future and contemplate where we might live and what we could do outside the palace. And Yunlan reflected, taking another mouthful. Miss, one must not speak so carelessly. We are in the royal palace, Xiao Fu cautioned, startled by An Yunlan's words. I understand. I just wanted to say that in the future, I will take you to find a courtyard where we can cultivate some land and live well, An Yunlan envisioned. Chapter 10. The gift of medicine in the courtyard. There was little for them to do. An Yunlan was still acclimating to her new surroundings, while Xiao Fu continuously hovered nearby, limiting her ability to retreat into her own space. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the palace, An Yunlan was reluctant to wander about, fearing the repercussions of disturbing someone. After tidying their belongings, they took a short rest. When the servants delivered their lunch, Xiao Fu began to clear the dishes afterward. An Yunlan, having walked a couple of laps around the courtyard, found herself at a loss for activities. She decided to seek out Granny Rong to inquire if there were any books available for her to peruse. However, upon leaving the courtyard, she did not encounter Granny Rong, but fortuitously stumbled upon the entrance to the Mo Zhu courtyard, where she observed the palace physician exiting with a troubled expression, accompanied by Ying Yi. If we cannot find that drop of golden elixir soon, the prince may not endure for more than 3 months, lamented the physician. I have already sent someone to search. For now, we must keep the prince stable. Ying Yi responded, his tone equally disheartened. As they approached the courtyard entrance, Ying Yi noticed An Yunlan lingering outside Mo Zhu courtyard. Surprised, he recalled the information he had received. An Yunlan, whose mother had passed and whose father neglected her, was said to have spent her days sequestered away, without any knowledge of medicine. Yet, her swift techniques astounded him, much like those of Prince Ling Missen. How may I assist you? He inquired, scrutinizing her with a polite facade, though his eyes appraised her carefully. An Yunlan instinctively took a step back, covering her arm, and replied, Oh, I merely wish to ask Granny Rong if there are any unused books in the palace that I might read. When I could not find her, I ended up here, as I truly do not know my way around. I will have Granny Rong send some books to Missen shortly, Ying Yi said, bowing slightly. He noted An Yunlan's discomfort and felt a pang of awkwardness. I must return to prepare medicine, the palace physician announced before departing. As Ying Yi turned to enter Mo Zhu courtyard, An Yunlan hesitated before speaking again. Excuse me, does the prince suffer from unbearable pain each night, particularly in his abdomen? Ying Yi paused, turning back to her. Missen, who told you this? An Yunlan met his inquiring gaze. I know no one in this palace, so naturally. No one informed me. I observed it myself when I saw the prince yesterday. There are palace physicians present. It is unnecessary for you to concern yourself, Missen. I must attend to my master, Ying Yi replied courteously. Your palace physicians may not yet comprehend the prince's condition, An Yunlan asserted. Ying Yi turned to her, intrigued. If you still doubt my words, I will say no more. Here, take this, she continued, producing a pain relief pill. If you trust my intentions, when the prince endures unbearable pain tonight, he may take this. While it cannot cure his ailment, it may alleviate his suffering. As she extended the white pill toward Ying Yi, he instinctively reached out to take it, knowing the extent of the prince's nightly torment. However, he hesitated. An Yunlan noticed his caution and smiled, producing another pill to offer him. Rest assured, this is indeed a pain-relieving medication for my master. If you're concerned about its safety, You may test it on a small animal, or even consume a piece yourself before giving it to your master. However, the prince should take 2 pieces for it to be effective. I shall leave this one for you to test. It would be a shame to waste my precious medicine. Ing Yi accepted the large white pill and examined it. Having never encountered such a remedy, he had only known of effective black medicinal concoctions. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude to An Yunlan before returning to the courtyard. Ing Yi entered Prince Ling's chamber, where he found the prince finally asleep after a night of torment. Without uttering a word, he instructed the servants to summon Granny Rong to deliver books to An Yunlan, then took a seat on the roof outside. Holding the 3 white pills, he contemplated them deeply before assigning Ing San and Ing Si to guard the prince and heading to the kitchen. Upon arrival, he asked Chef Zhao for a live chicken. "Old Zhao, I need a live chicken." "A live chicken? What for? Are you planning to use it for a wedding ceremony with the newly arrived princess?" Chef Zhao enquired quickly, aware that the princess had entered the palace but had yet to complete the ceremony. "What princess? It's missing. I need the chicken to test for poison, not for a wedding." Ying Yi retorted angrily. "All right, I'll get it for you right away." Chef Zhao chuckled, going to catch a chicken. Ying Yi took hold of the large rooster that Chef Zhao had caught, crushed half of a pill, and stuffed it into the bird's beak. He watched patiently as the chicken swallowed, relieved to see it still lively afterward. "Old Zhao, keep an eye on that chicken. Do not kill it. I'll return later," he instructed, leaving Chef Zhao bewildered by the unusual request, but agreeing nonetheless. Chapter 11. A chance encounter with Mo Yuxuan and Yunlan meandered her way back, marveling at the vastness of the royal palace, nearly losing her way. Yet, the palace was indeed beautiful, with dappled light casting shadows across the courtyard and corridors, providing a flicker of warmth amidst the coldness. The exquisitely carved beams and pillars of the long corridor reminded her of the walkway by Kunming Lake in the Summer Palace. As she admired the architecture, she inadvertently collided with someone. Rubbing her forehead, she looked up to see a bright young man of about 17 or 18, dressed in white, with a distinctive jade pendant at his waist, radiating a sunny disposition. "I apologize for bumping into you," An Yunlan said, realizing she had been too engrossed in her surroundings to notice him. "Who are you?" the young man asked, eyeing her curiously. No woman had ever strolled leisurely through his elder brother's residence before. "Me? Oh." An Yunlan hesitated, unsure how to present herself within the royal palace. "Just tell me who you are. Why are you wandering about my brother's residence?" The young man continued, observing her beauty and her endearing awkwardness. "Brother?" She pondered. Surely, he must be some prince to refer to another as brother. "I am An Yunlan, the daughter of the minister, here to bring good fortune to Prince Ling." "Oh, you are the legitimate daughter of Minister?" the young man inquired solemnly. An Yunlan found him rather tedious. Surely, after their introductions, they could simply part ways. "Yes, that is me. Is there something you need?" The Astronomical Bureau said you could bring good fortune to my brother. I came to see if that was true. The young man regarded her intently. "Well, take your time to observe. It was merely what the Bureau stated. I cannot guarantee its efficacy," An Yunlan replied, tracing her fingers along the carvings on the pillar. "You are quite audacious. If it proves ineffective, you may endanger my brother's life," the young man warned, his gaze fixed on the seemingly indifferent An Yunlan. "There is no need for your concern. Yesterday, Prince Ling stated that when the time comes, he would allow me to return to the family," An Yunlan said with irritation. "Oh, if the auspicious ceremony proves futile, then what purpose do you serve?" the youth inquired. "It is not your place to take lives recklessly," An Yunlan retorted. Offended by the boy's words, she turned to leave. "Recklessly? Perhaps my second brother simply does not value you enough to allow you to accompany him in death," the youth interjected, blocking her path. He was surprised that the daughter of a mere minister could display such a temper. "Then I shall express my gratitude for my brother's lack of interest," she replied. "If Prince Ling has no interest, what are you doing in my way? Are you infatuated with me?" An Yunlan felt no fondness for this youth. Although he possessed good looks, his words left much to be desired. Unable to let such a comment slide without retort, she took a step closer. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The youth stepped back, flustered. An Yunlan chuckled at his reaction, amused by his perceived prowess. "If you do not wish for me to speak nonsense, then you should hurry along with your business. Do not block my path without offering an apology. And do not waste my time," she declared, striding forward. Seeing her advance, the youth hastily stepped aside, watching her walk away with a graceful gait. "You," An Yunlan did not look back as she continued on her way. Is this how all royal princes behave? Cold, just like Prince Ling. Such aloof yet handsome individuals are not the type of men An Yunlan admires. Although she appreciates good looks, she prefers those with warm dispositions. Montak Yuxuan, observing An Yunlan's retreat, was taken aback by her boldness and audacity. How could she speak so freely? Initially, when the imperial astronomer suggested a ceremony for his second brother, he was the first to oppose it. With his brother ill and the Imperial Medical Bureau at a loss, should they not seek out renowned physicians? What nonsense was this auspicious ceremony? The emperor claimed that even herbal remedies had failed, and it was unacceptable for his brother to meet the late empress without having a family of his own, which family would willingly marry their daughter to a dying man. Given that the imperial astronomer had calculated in Yuan's family, and that Yuan was willing to marry her daughter to Mo Yufeng, what was there to criticize? Mo Yushuan and Mo Yufeng commanded a significant portion of the military forces in Kanglan, alongside General Han and Duke Yin, solidifying their power. Since his brother's illness, the weight of responsibility had shifted onto him. However, the pressure was not overwhelming, as his brother's troops were well-trained and efficiently managed. Aside from a need for him to oversee military decisions, his brother's condition, while a source of concern, had not adversely affected their operations. Recently, however, small border nations had learned of Mo Yufeng's illness and had begun to test the waters, probing the situation in Kanglan. Though he felt deep empathy for his brother, at this moment, all he could do was ensure the safety of Kanglan's military and occasionally visit his ailing brother. Initially, he hoped for a swift recovery. Yet the Imperial Medical Bureau had no solutions, and despite consulting numerous doctors, nothing had changed. Now, he could only wish that his brother's passing would not be filled with suffering. After finally finishing his duties for the day, he sought out his brother, only to encounter An Yunlan wandering about the palace. While An Yunlan was passably attractive, her sharp tongue was anything but agreeable. She was nothing like the reports from Ing San and others suggested. Mo Yushuan shook his head, determined to see his brother and advise him against this woman. Upon entering the room, he found Mo Yufeng asleep and chose to remain silent, quietly stepping out to consult the court physician about his brother's condition. The situation was dire. The prince had poison within him, and it was anticipated to manifest in 3 months. Given the current state, it was uncertain if he would survive when it did. The court physician explained the gravity of the situation. Are we still lacking the drug catalyst? Montak Yuxuan inquired. Indeed, other medicinal ingredients have been refined into elixirs, but we're still missing that one drop of the catalyst. We have searched for years without success. It is truly maddening, the court physician lamented. I shall send someone else to search for it. I entrust everything to you, dear physician. Mo Yushuan nodded slightly. To his dismay, he received word that no remedies were available, and the injuries sustained in battle had been severe. His brother was deteriorating from within, and should he encounter the poison again, his life expectancy would be severely compromised. He returned from this journey feeling despondent. Since Mo Yufeng fell ill, all matters of the Ministry of War had fallen to him. Fortunately, he had often accompanied his brother in training from a young age, but strategy was a matter of innate talent, and he understood that no matter how hard he tried, he could never match Mo Yufeng's prowess in this regard. Nonetheless, given the current situation, he felt compelled to step up. He yearned for the days when his brother could recover and teach him the art of warfare, when the two of them could celebrate their victories together. Today, he visited his brother as he was to take his place at the southern border, guarding the territories his brother had conquered. As evening fell, Ingi checked on the chicken in the kitchen, finding it unharmed. He then examined the half-piece of medicine in his hand and resolved to swallow it whole. Apart from the bitter taste that contorted his face, he felt little else. He waited until nightfall, and seeing no adverse reactions, he carefully stored the remaining 2 pieces of medicine and returned to Mo Zhu courtyard. That night, the palace physician remained busy in Mo Zhu courtyard, while Prince Ling continued to suffer. He knelt by Prince Ling's bedside, recounting all that had transpired earlier and handing the medicine to the palace physician. The physician was alarmed to learn that He had consumed half a piece himself. This was Prince Ling's most trusted guard, and such recklessness in testing poison was intolerable. What if something went wrong? The physician quickly took Ing Yi's pulse and, finding no abnormalities, breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to Ing Yi's account and observing the two, Mo Yufeng's gaze drifted to the 2 white pills on the bedside. He thought of the calm girl from yesterday and said to the palace physician, "Give me the medicine." Your Highness, that is inadvisable, the physician cautioned, still worried. Although both the chicken and Yi appeared unaffected, it was possible that the dosage was too small and a larger quantity could pose a risk. It matters not whether I die sooner or later. I fear no poison. Hand it over, Mo Yufeng insisted, sweat beading on his forehead from pain. Yet he inexplicably trusted the 2 white pills that Yi held, which belonged to An Yunlan. The palace physician knew that the prince's decision was not to be defied and trembled as he placed the medicine into the prince's mouth, followed by a little water to aid in swallowing. He observed the prince closely, checking his pulse intermittently, and, finding no signs of poisoning, felt a measure of relief. After a short while, Mo Yufeng felt a decrease in pain, whether due to the medicine or his own mindset, he could not tell. Eventually, he fell into a deep, restful sleep, awakening only at dawn. Since his injury and illness, he had endured relentless torment each night, while the daytime was bearable. The piercing pain and torment felt like ants crawling over his body at night, made him wish for death. Yet on this night, he had miraculously slept soundly. Both the palace physician and Yi were astonished. The physician had checked the prince's pulse multiple times throughout the night, confirming that he was indeed merely sleeping, which brought him some comfort. Yi, too, felt exhilarated. He had witnessed how long it had been since his master had enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. The medicine provided by An Yunlan was truly miraculous. He wiped away tears of joy and looked at the palace physician, saying, "Should we not seek medicine and try again?" Chapter 12. Seeking medicine in Yunlan, however, was oblivious to all of this, sleeping soundly. The previous day, she had received a collection of books, sufficient to keep her occupied for some time. She intended to familiarize herself with this world before contemplating her return, or, should that prove impossible, determining what she ought to do instead. She contemplated the possibility of opening a small clinic to preserve her original profession, or perhaps starting a quaint little shop. Considering her past life as a food enthusiast and her ability to craft various items, she believed that sustaining herself and Xiao Fu would pose no significant challenge. Eventually, while perusing a book, she fell into a deep slumber, dreaming not at all, until the cheerful chirping of birds in the morning roused her, bringing a sense of bliss. After her morning routine, she sat before the mirror, allowing Xiao Fu to style her hair. As she examined her reflection, she noted that although the 16-year-old girl had yet to fully develop, her beauty was strikingly exceptional. Her large, expressive eyes resembled those of her previous self, yet her overall appearance surpassed it significantly. With proper care over the next 2 years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a great beauty. Like whom? Which star? In any case, she was indeed lovely. An Yunlan smiled, appreciating the fine visage she had been granted, a true beauty in the making. She wondered whether, upon her return to her original world, she would still possess such delicate skin and a charming countenance. Once her hair was styled and breakfast completed, An Yunlan stood at the doorway, stretching her back, ready to embark on a new day. "Miss, today is the day for your return visit. Will you inform the prince?" Xiao Fu timidly inquired. "Return visit? Is it not permissible to forego it?" An Yunlan replied. Not attending would lead to quite a bit of gossip. Xiao Fu insisted, reluctant to return. "Then please inform the prince that I shall accompany you back, as I truly do not wish to go." An Yunlan echoed her sentiments. "Neither do I." Xiao Fu sighed with a resigned smile. "Not to worry. We may still enjoy a stroll, which would be pleasant." And Yunlan had her own thoughts on the matter. As they conversed, Yi entered with the physician they had encountered yesterday. "Miss, the prince's guards have arrived," Xiao Fu announced, a hint of apprehension in her voice. "I am the imperial physician, and I wish to consult Miss and regarding a few matters," the physician said, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he bowed. "Please, esteemed physician." And Yunlan replied, inviting both men into the study. "Forgive my boldness, Miss, and do you possess any knowledge of medicine?" The physician inquired directly. "I have a modest understanding, having learned from a midwife in my childhood, who was exceptionally skilled," and Yunlan fabricated a story with unwavering composure. "The medicine you provided for the prince yesterday, was it also from this midwife? Do you have the recipe?" The physician pressed further. "I do not possess the recipe," and Yunlan thought, recalling the ample supply of painkillers she had, yet acknowledging the impossibility of concocting Western medicine in her current circumstances. Noticing the physician's disappointed expression, she added, "While I lack the recipe, I do have some of the medicine remaining. You have witnessed its pain-relieving effects, have you not? It was my first encounter with such a marvelous remedy, It proved quite beneficial. The prince felt considerably less pain after taking it. The physician nodded in agreement. I have some left. I shall fetch it for you. 2 tablets at a time, with a maximum of 2 doses per day. It must not be overconsumed. An Yunlan stood to retrieve 20 painkillers from the cupboard, wrapping them in paper before handing them to the physician. Esteemed physician, this is my personal medicine. I kindly request that you do not disclose it to others. Upon seeing the peculiar white tablets, the physician hesitated, then reassured her. Missin, rest assured. As long as it is beneficial to the prince, I shall overlook everything else. This medicine can only alleviate the prince's pain. It cannot cure the underlying issue. Please consult the prince. If he allows me to take his pulse and examine him, I may have a solution. But it hinges on the degree of trust you have in me. An Yunlan stated as she observed the physician readily accept the medicine. After a moment's hesitation, the physician offered no further comment, merely bowing to Ng Yi before departing the courtyard. An Yunlan understood the difficulty of the situation, recognizing that trust could not be established swiftly, particularly when they were still strangers. Even in modernity, trust between patients and doctors was not easily formed. It was typically built through the treatment process and mutual recognition of results. Esteemed physician, do you find Missin trustworthy? Ng Yi inquired as they exited. I cannot make any guarantees. However, the prince's condition is deteriorating, and both I and my colleagues at the Imperial Hospital are at a loss. Qin Yang has been searching for medicinal herbs for several days and has yet to return. Given Missin's medicine is indeed effective, it may be worth a trial. I shall report back to the prince before making further plans. The physician mused, fully aware that Prince Ling's current state was akin to awaiting death. Their efforts merely served to prolong life. Yet the physician fully comprehended the suffering Prince Ling endured. What Yunlan's medical prowess entailed remained unclear to him. Her previous claims of mere modest understanding offered no guarantees. Let us await Qin Yang's return from the Herbal Valley. Perhaps he will bring good news, Ng Yi suggested anxiously. Indeed, let us wait. If this medicine proves effective, it should not be toxic. Let the prince take it. He slept soundly last night, which brings me joy, the physician remarked, stroking his beard. It is indeed remarkably bitter, Ng Yi recalled, grimacing at the memory of the half-tablet he had consumed. Chapter 13. The return visit. As An Yunlan approached the entrance of the Mo Zhu courtyard and peered inside, she spotted Ng Yi emerging. Guard, is the prince awake? An Yunlan inquired. What is your business, Missin? Ng Yi asked in return. Today is my return visit. I wish to inform the prince that I will be accompanying Xiao Fu back, An Yunlan replied. Please wait a moment. I shall report to the prince, Ng Yi said before entering the residence. An Yunlan did not have to wait long before Ng Yi reappeared, addressing her. The prince is unwell and cannot accompany you on your return visit. He has instructed me to assist you in finding stewardly to prepare some gifts. You may return on your own. Oh, there is no need for gifts. I merely wish to inform the prince. Returning alone is sufficient. Thank you, guard, Yunlan said, turning to leave. Ng Yi stood momentarily, uncertain of how to respond. The prince was unable to attend, and now Missin intended to return without gifts. Would she fare well during her visit? He hastened to report back to Prince Ling, who, having awakened during the day, commanded Ng Si to discreetly follow her and prepare a carriage with supplies, all as a token of gratitude for the pain relief medicine. However, An Yunlan had no such intentions. She had no desire to return, and why should she bring gifts for those who had wronged the original owner of her body? It was truly a waste of resources. She took Xiao Fu with her, opting not to use the royal carriage, instead sauntering leisurely until they reached the entrance of the inn residence. Upon arrival, Ng Si, noticing An Yunlan's absence, inquired about her whereabouts. He soon learned from the gatekeeper that the two had walked there unaccompanied, prompting him to inform Ng Yi and swiftly pursue them. The gatekeeper at the inn residence, upon seeing An Yunlan and Xiao Fu at the entrance, was at a loss for how to proceed. The inn minister had declared that he no longer recognized this daughter and had instructed that she be turned away if she arrived. Miss, what brings you here? He asked as he barred An Yunlan's entry. I am here for my return visit, An Yunlan replied. Please wait. I shall report to the master, the gatekeeper stammered, unwilling to permit An Yunlan to enter without authorization, especially since she had arrived without a carriage to escort her. How amusing that I must seek permission to return home, An Yunlan remarked nonchalantly to Xiao Fu. A group of individuals had gathered by the entrance, whispering and pointing at her. Moments later, An Yuanzheng emerged, observing An Yunlan standing empty-handed with Xiao Fu. What is this? Have you been sent back by the prince? He inquired. Today marks the 3rd day since my marriage. I have come for my return visit, An Yunlan replied. Return visit? Did I not make it clear that our father-daughter relationship has been severed? The residence is no longer your home, An Yunlan retorted. Oh, are you certain of that? An Yunlan challenged. What is there to be uncertain about? Just look at your return visit. There is no carriage from the royal residence to escort you. I imagine you are not favored by Prince Ling. You are on your own from now on, with no ties to the residence, An Yunlan declared. The crowd around them grew larger, and the murmurs grew louder. The minister was indeed severing ties with his legitimate daughter. Miss and is truly pitiable. The prince shows her no affection, and her father harbors no love for her. What a wretched child, having lost her mother at an early age, left uncared for. An Yunlan listened to An Yunjing's words with delight. She had never liked this family, and now, if she could indeed sever ties, she would no longer need to return to the residence upon leaving the royal palace. Very well, henceforth, whether I, An Yunlan, fare well or ill shall have no bearing on the esteemed minister. An Yunlan declared, Minister, do find a time to handle the formalities of the yamen. We shall both find it easier. You need not say it. This minister shall see to it. And Yuanzheng responded, sweeping his sleeves as he entered the grand door and instructing the servant to shut it tightly behind him. Outside, An Yunlan laughed joyfully. Miss, do not be disheartened, said Xiaofu, who watched her mistress's forced smile with concern. Xiaofu, we are but a step away from freedom, An Yunlan replied, contemplating that if Prince Ling were to pass, or if she were to heal him, she and Xiaofu could live freely. Miss, let us return. A home like this is better left behind. Xiaofu expressed her disdain for An Yunjing's actions, having never encountered a father behaving thusly. Cool me. Let us buy some delightful treats before we head back. An Yunlan smiled as she pulled Xiaofu along. Onlookers were taken aback by Miss and S' demeanor. Blocked at the door and facing a severance from her father, how could she still appear so joyous? Oh, you do not know. Miss An has never garnered the favor of Minister An since childhood. Truly a pitiful situation. Now it seems Minister An has decided to distance himself from her, unwilling to support her any longer. What a sad fate for a child who lost her mother early and has known little joy. Merchants who frequented the vicinity of the residence remarked. The poor girl, I wonder how she will manage going forward. Still live? If Prince Ling. Let us not speak so recklessly. Both Prince Ling and Miss An are indeed unfortunate souls. And Yunlan walked briskly, unaware of their chatter, and had she heard, she might have laughed aloud. The pretense of returning home was fulfilled. Should Yuanzheng sever their father-daughter relationship, coupled with Prince Ling's demise, she and Xiaofu would be free to roam as they wished. She now desired to wander outside. The pretext of returning home was merely to escape the royal palace for some leisure. The two ventured into the streets, purchasing snacks and 2 sets of clothing before hastily returning to Prince Ling's residence, mindful not to attract trouble under the guise of returning home. And Yunlan mused that she must survive at least a couple more episodes, ensuring she lived long enough to taste freedom. In her previous life, she had died too soon. This time, she would not allow herself to depart so quickly. Ing Si had returned early from his rounds, prompting Ing E's curiosity. So soon? Ing E inquired. Is the prince awake? Ing Si asked. He is awake. You may enter, Ing E replied. Ing Si announced his presence and reported what he had observed to Prince Ling. Denied entry? Severing ties? Mo Yufeng pondered, surprised that An Yunlan could instigate such events simply by returning home. The minister spoke rather harshly, yet Miss An appeared quite cheerful. Returning from the streets after buying snacks and clothes, Ing Si relayed. Mo Yufeng found this puzzling. Which child would feel joy upon hearing their father wish to sever ties? But considering Ing Yi's report from the day before the wedding, it seemed the household was far from serene. Never mind. It has no bearing on me. He waved Ing Si away. Miss, do not be sorrowful. You know how the master is. He may not even go to the yamen. Xiaofu comforted An Yunlan upon their return. He should go sooner rather than later. The sooner he goes, the sooner I shall feel at ease, An Yunlan replied. Miss, are you not being foolish? Xiaofu remarked. I am genuinely pleased that Minister An has made such a prudent decision. Tell me, if we were to one day leave the royal palace, would you still wish to return to the residence and live under someone else's roof? And Yunlan inquired. Certainly not, Xiaofu asserted. Precisely. Minister An should hurry and sever ties with me, so that when we eventually leave, we can find a place to happily live together. Rest assured, I shall take care of you, An Yunlan said, patting her chest confidently. I can also support you, for my needlework is quite proficient, Xiaofu remarked, pleased by her mistress's conviction. Indeed, so we shall not be upset. Our good days are not far off, An Yunlan reassured Xiaofu. Miss, can we truly leave the royal palace? Xiaofu asked. Indeed, with me around, it is merely a matter of time, An Yunlan smiled. In the days that followed, An Yunlan often found herself swayed by the original owneress emotions, which made her feel quite uncomfortable yet powerless. She was inherently a strong and optimistic individual. However, the current emotions felt peculiar. At times, she struggled to control the persistent interference of those feelings, causing her to act with excessive caution. Initially, she believed it prudent to remain low-key and observant after her arrival. Yet this mismatch with her own nature made her carefulness seem somewhat cowardly. She shook her head, uncertain if she would eventually be replaced by the original owner-esque character, or if she would prevail as the fierce warrior the original owner had been. She even felt an urge to converse with the original owner, but feared that talking to herself would appear even more peculiar. Oh well, I shall take my time. Her foremost concern now was merely to secure her freedom. Chapter 14. The visit of Ouyang Sidong. Ouyang Sidong rose early, preparing herself with care, her thoughts on An Yunlan, who had entered Prince Ling's residence several days prior. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, she gathered some precious herbs and set off to the prince's abode. Upon announcing her arrival, Ying Yi went to greet her at the entrance. Miss Ouyang, please come inside, Ying Yi said with a respectful bow. Ouyang Sidong was the closest person to the seemingly aloof prince, and many believed she would become the lady of the Ling household. How is the prince today? Ouyang Sidong inquired. Same as always, Ying Yi replied, his expression somewhat dim. Ouyang Sidong glanced at Ying Yi and discerned that Prince Ling had not improved. Internally, she scoffed at the old men of the Astronomical Bureau, who claimed that auspicious events could alter fate, yet here they were, the situation unchanged. The two exchanged no words until Ouyang Sidong reached the prince's chamber, the only noble woman permitted within. This room, which should have been her bridal chamber, now housed a frail man on the sickbed, no longer the person she desired. Had it not been for her wish to maintain a good reputation within high society or hope for a future return to the palace, she would have never subjected herself to this charade. Your Highness, Ouyang Sidong said gently as she sat by the edge of the bed. Mo Yufeng glanced up, meeting Ouyang Sidong's concerned gaze. Although he felt no particular affection for her, he found her more tolerable than the other women. Had his brother pressed the matter of marriage, he might have considered marrying Ouyang Sidong to fulfill his duty. Do you feel any better today? Ouyang Sidong asked, adjusting the prince's blanket. It cannot be helped. Miss Ouyang, you ought not to visit any longer. Frequent visits to my residence may tarnish your reputation, Mo Yufeng said, struggling to speak. Ouyang Sidong observed the man who found even speech a challenge, feeling an unexpected twinge of disdain. Was this not the man she once yearned to marry? Your Highness, I come as my father's representative to pay my respects. Who would dare speak ill of you? However, I fear this visit may be my last, as my mother wishes to take me to Fengnian to visit my grandfather. I may not see you for a while, she added, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Do not bother coming again. My time is likely limited, Mo Yufeng replied, requesting that she convey his gratitude to Chancellor Ouyang. Your Highness, how I long to be with you. As you know, I told my father that I would rather be buried with you than live without you. But my mother insists on making a statement with her death, leaving me utterly helpless. Ouyang Sidong's performance grows more compelling by the moment. Miss Ouyang, please cease your words. It is impossible for me to take anyone with me to the grave, the prince declared. You should consult the prime minister and seek a suitable partner to live well. Mo Yufeng felt no desire to listen. Ouyang Sidong's words stirred no emotion within him. Perhaps knowing his days were numbered rendered him indifferent to matters of the heart. Ying Yi, escort the guest out. Ouyang Sidong wished to say more, but the prince had issued an eviction order. She rose to bow. May your Highness take good care of yourself. I shall visit you again upon my return from Fengnian. With that, she exited the Muju garden alongside Ying Yi. Ying Yi, where is the new princess? I wish to pay my respects and ask her to care for the prince. Ouyang Sidong inquired as they left the courtyard. Missin is at Luoying Garden. Please follow me, Miss Ouyang, Ying Yi replied, leading her to find Yunlan. After navigating several turns to reach the westernmost Luoying Garden, Ouyang Sidong couldn't help but smile, realizing it was indeed a secluded corner. He spotted Xiao Fu and instructed him to announce Miss Ouyang's arrival. Miss, the daughter of the Prime Minister, Ouyang Sidong, wishes to see you, Xiao Fu reported. See me? I don't know her, An Yunlan responded, puzzled. It's a guard from Yi, Xiao Fu clarified. Very well, I shall go and see. An Yunlan set down her book and stepped outside. As she reached the doorway, she was met by a figure she once knew quite well. She rushed forward, grasping the hand of the girl beside Yi. Xiao Chengzi, have you come to see me? Ouyang Sidong was taken aback by the sudden embrace, her eyes wide in shock. What are you doing? Yi was equally startled by An Yunlan's enthusiasm. Yet, in that instant, An Yunlan regained her composure, realizing her impulsiveness had startled even herself. She suppressed the turmoil within and stifled the yearning to see Xiao Chengzi, returning to the tranquil demeanor of An Yunlan. She released her hold and stepped back, awkwardly adjusting her attire. Ouyang Sidong, still rattled by An Yunlan's earlier actions, interpreted her quiet demeanor as madness. Xiao Fu, observing his mistress's bewilderment, commented, Miss, this is Miss Ouyang from the Prime Minister's residence. He was bewildered by the unexpected closeness between his mistress and Ouyang Sidong. An Yunlan gazed at Ouyang Sidong's frightened expression and thought, this is clearly my Xiao Chengzi. Do you not recognize me? She asked cautiously. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not know you. You mad woman, Ouyang Sidong retorted. This cannot be Xiao Chengzi. How can there exist someone bearing her likeness yet not be the Xiao Chengzi I know? Names such as Xiao Zhan, Wang Yibo, and Chen Lining came to An Yunlan's mind, and she pressed on. You do not recognize these names? Swiftly take me away. This woman is insane. Speaking of people, I do not know. Ouyang Sidong exclaimed, retreating in fear. Perplexed by An Yunlan's behavior, quickly escorted Ouyang Sidong out of Luoying Garden. She is not Xiao Chengzi. An Yunlan stood disheartened in the courtyard. Miss, what troubles you? Xiao Fu asked, concerned as he watched her retreating figure vanish into the room. An Yunlan remained silent, returning to her chamber and sitting in contemplation. She is not Xiao Chengzi. If Xiao Chengzi were here, she would surely understand those names. I had hoped she found a way to bring me back, An Yunlan thought. Yet, now fear crept in. Her earlier actions had been far too uncharacteristic. Regret held little weight. It was done. If others deemed her behavior strange, she would find a way to explain. Meanwhile, Ouyang Sidong was fuming. She had come to witness the spectacle and perhaps mock a bit, only to be thoroughly rattled. Before Yi could speak, she hurriedly left the Ling Wang residence and entered her carriage. Yi, scratching his head in confusion, returned to Muzhu Garden to report to Mo Yufeng. Investigate those people mentioned by An Yunlan, he instructed. Mo Yufeng found it odd. He could not believe An Yunlan had lost her mind. Her clear eyes, carefree demeanor, and composed nature did not fit the profile of someone unhinged. Could she really have mistaken someone? Surely, a lady from the capital would have been raised with decorum. Not to act so impulsively, he pondered. What kind of person was An Yunlan? In their brief encounter, her essence had etched itself deeply in his mind. Chapter 15. A trial of healing after Ouyang Sidong's outburst. An Yunlan found herself devoid of spirit for several days, consumed with thoughts of Mo Yufeng's ailment. She felt increasingly convinced that they existed in parallel worlds and that she could return to her own through some means or medium. Each day, she buried herself among books. Yet no solutions emerged. If only she could leave the manor, she could seek out a bookstore and perhaps find some intriguing tales. For several nights, Mo Yufeng relied on the white pills provided by An Yunlan to sleep, yet he knew his condition was worsening, feeling the sands of his life slipping away. He had contemplated the royal physician's suggestion, but faced with a girl barely in her teens, he sensed it might merely be An Yunlan's way of contemplating her future. While he felt some resistance, the current circumstances left him resigned to fate. Thus, on the afternoon following the consumption of his last 2 painkillers, he instructed Yi to summon An Yunlan from Luoying Garden. An Yunlan was nestled on a small bed, engrossed in her reading when Xiao Fu entered to inform her of the prince's request. She adjusted her attire and followed Yi to Muzhu Garden, entering the prince's chamber to find the royal physician and the awakened Mo Yufeng propped against his bed. She approached and bowed. I am Yunlan, here to pay my respects to His Highness. Rise, Mo Yufeng commanded after observing her for some time. An Yunlan's legs grew weary, and inwardly she chastised the cold-faced prince. The royal physician mentioned you wish to examine me? He inquired frostily. Since my youth, I have studied medicine. Upon entering the manor, I noticed something amiss with your highness's health and hope to offer assistance. An Yunlan replied. Why do you wish to help me? He pressed further. An Yunlan remained silent, her gaze drawn to the prince's neck, where the dark markings had become more pronounced since her last observation. She instinctively reached to adjust his collar, but he recoiled. Smiling, she said, Your Highness, I harbor no ill intentions. I have but one request. Please consider my words, given my potential to bring you good fortune. Speak, Mo Yufeng replied, suspecting ulterior motives and feeling a surge of irritation. An Yunlan poured a glass of water from a side table for the prince, but seeing the guard's reluctance to accept it, she awkwardly set it down. Your Highness, I propose a transaction. A transaction? What do you seek? He asked coldly. Rest assured, I do not desire much. If I can cure your ailment, I ask only for a decree of divorce, allowing me to leave the royal residence, An Yunlan declared, taking a deep breath as she voiced her demands. This is your aim? Mo Yufeng was taken aback, yet his face revealed no emotion. He had previously inquired about the connection between An Yuan and An Yunlan, but had not heard of her medical skills. He was aware of the family's circumstances, even recalling that An Yunlan had no wedding attire and had sent Ying Yi to procure something suitable. Cure your ailment? Can she truly do so? The imperial physicians in Xinjiang have deemed my condition hopeless, with only 3 months remaining. However, An Yunlan's agility, while tending to her dislocated arm, did not escape his notice, leaving him perplexed. He glanced at the visibly anxious Ying Yi and Wang Tai, who were both fixated on An Yunlan, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. Observing that the Ling Wang was silent despite his unwavering gaze, she spoke again. Your Highness, since the physicians are at a loss, rather than waiting for death, allow me the chance to try. I assure you, I can indeed cure your ailment. Listen, tread carefully with your words. Wang Tai was taken aback by An Yunlan's blunt reference to death. The audacity of this young woman, addressing the prince so intimately, made him believe she might meet an untimely end before the prince did. An Yunlan met Wang Tai's gaze with a calm smile and turned to Ling Wang, stating, Your Highness understands your own condition, as does Wang Tai. Your silence does not negate the reality of your situation. Moreover, the agony you endure may be beyond what anyone else present could bear. While life is indeed precious, enduring such pain day after day might lead one to perceive death as a welcome relief. Mo Yufeng was taken aback that this smiling woman could fathom his innermost thoughts. He scrutinized her, a slender figure with an indomitable spirit, without uttering a word. You must cease this nonsense. The prince will surely recover. He interjected angrily. Tell me, how can the prince recover? Would you sacrifice your life for him? Or perhaps seek divine intervention? If you ask me, the prince needs your heart's blood. And Yunlan scoffed, adding Yi's fervor. She found it hard to believe in the ancient notion of life for life. When faced with a matter of life and death, who would sacrifice their life for another unless they were a true parent? If the prince requires it, I would willingly offer my life, not just my heart's blood. He stepped forward, exasperated. What? Do you wish to sever my leg as well? Or take my life? I tell you, I can cure the prince's ailment. Should you dare to lay a hand on me again, not even the Buddha himself could save Ling Wang. And Yunlan retorted, her anger flaring at the guard's aggression. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Do you not understand the importance of respecting women? Gua. Both Wang Tai and Ying Yi exclaimed in unison. And Yunlan continued earnestly, indeed. It is a type of parasite that corrupts the prince's organs, ultimately reducing him to a mere pile of bones. Has His Highness not felt slight abdominal pain at first, which has now escalated into unbearable agony during the night, leaving him weak and struggling to breathe? Ling Wang nodded, bewildered by how An Yunlan could decipher his affliction merely by adjusting his collar and casting a glance. If you would trust me, may I take your pulse? An Yunlan stepped closer, but Ying Yi moved to obstruct her. Calm yourself, good sir. I merely wish to check the prince's pulse to confirm my diagnosis. If the pulse aligns with my observations, I can assure you I can cure him, provided I have a mere drop of your heart's blood. Moreover, a gentleman does not resort to violence. Cease your gestures, or I shall require a prolonged respite to recover, and your prince will suffer further, and Yunlan warned seriously, attempting to intimidate the guard into compliance. Ying Yi instinctively took a step back, torn between his desire for the prince's recovery and his skepticism regarding this woman's medical prowess. He glanced at his master, who nodded slightly. Reluctantly, Ying Yi s'était put aside, allowing An Yunlan to approach. She knelt on one knee, gently grasping Ling Wang's wrist, immediately sensing an icy chill, akin to touching a long-deceased corpse. After a prolonged examination, her brow deepened with concern, for the pulse indicated not only the presence of a parasite, but also signs of poisoning. Upon mastering the pulse from both hands, An Yunlan withdrew, rubbing her hands together to dispel the cold. Yet, her confidence in diagnosing the parasite strengthened. This was the seven worms white bone goo, for which her grandfather's medicinal cabinet contained remedies and prescriptions. What do you think? Mo Yufeng observed the young woman as she alternated between furrowing her brow and sighing, unsure of her true capabilities. An Yunlan raised her gaze to the frigid man before her, then took a small step back, bowing respectfully yet confidently. Your Highness, though this is our second meeting and trust is yet to be established, you are aware that all physicians are at a loss regarding your condition. I genuinely believe I can heal your goo poison. Shall we begin to cultivate a bond of trust between doctor and patient? I promise you shall not perish. Should you die within 3 months, I shall take my own life with no need for burial. Simply cast me among the unmarked graves. If you recover, I request a divorce decree, allowing me to leave the palace without any loss to you. Oh, is that so? Mo Yufeng felt a ripple of curiosity at her unwavering conviction. However, he cautioned, there is something I must clarify. And Yunlan hesitated, deciding to disclose the existence of poison within him. Speak, he commanded. Your Highness, in addition to the parasite, there exists poison within you. I currently lack the means to address this toxin, but it has likely resided in your body for quite some time and has been well suppressed. Thus, I believe you are aware of its presence and possess methods to combat it. I can only assure you that I can resolve the goo poison. As for the toxin. And Yunlan paused, sensing her inability to analyze his blood. The current herbal remedies were suppressing the poison, and she could not claim she could assist him until she had a definitive plan. Do not concern yourself. Miss and Divine Physician Qingyang possesses remedies for suppressing such poisons, and we merely need a drop of the golden pill. Wang Tai began eagerly, but fell silent under Ling Wang's icy glare. A drop of golden pill? And Yunlan mused inwardly, questioning what that entailed. Shouldn't it be a singular pill? What kind of golden pill could suppress Ling Wang's poison? Regardless, she had stated her mission was solely to resolve the goo issue. The specifics of the poison were not her concern. Mo Yufeng was astonished that this woman, brought forth to bring joy, might deliver such significant news. Uncertain if it was indeed joyous, he found himself captivated by her confident demeanor and enchanting eyes. Perhaps, just perhaps, there remained a glimmer of hope. His gaze brightened involuntarily. Might it be that once the goo was resolved, he could rely on Qingyang's methods to suppress the long-standing poison within him? Though enduring pain every 3 months was a burden, it was better than death. And Yunlan retrieved 2 packets of analgesics from her sleeve, handing them to Ying Yi. Please ensure the prince continues taking these for pain relief. The rest I shall prepare once I return to the Falling Blossoms courtyard and compile a list of necessary herbs. Turning to Ling Wang, she asked, Your Highness, given the current circumstances, are you willing to take a gamble? Mo Yufeng studied the self-assured woman, sensing a formidable aura that few in the capital possessed. He contemplated that even if she were to betray him, 3 months or 3 days would yield the same outcome. With a slight motion, he gestured for Ying Yi to accept the medication. Ying Yi, inexplicably compelled to trust this woman, hoped for his master's chance at life. Watching Ling Wang accept the medicine, and Yunlan inquired, May I return to Falling Blossoms courtyard to compose a prescription for you? Right here, Mo Yufeng commanded, preventing her from leaving. And Yunlan glanced at the study across from her, exuding confidence as she turned toward the desk. Upon seeing some elegantly written characters, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. They were in traditional script, but fortunately, not incomprehensible scribbles. However, she could not write in traditional characters. After a moment's thought, she resolved to pen her notes in simplified script, which the physician could read aloud. After all, being secluded in her chamber without a mother, it was hardly surprising that her writing might not meet expectations. Picking up a brush and paper, she began to write, discovering that the original owner of the body had a graceful hand, further easing her mind. With a flourish, she completed an extensive note. After blowing on the ink to dry it, she brought it to Ying Yi. Say, this esteemed brother, please assist in gathering these medicinal ingredients and kindly present them to Physician Wang for his review. Ying yi cv vanisit. Returning to Prince Ling's side in less than a minute. An Yunlan then inquired of the prince, Your Highness, may I return to my courtyard? Montauk Yufeng replied, Go ahead. Once the medicinal materials arrive, letting you deliver them to you. Matters of treatment must not be spoken of to others. An Yunlan slightly inclined her body in acknowledgement and turned to leave, only to find Xiao Fu anxiously peering in from outside, her neck craned in anticipation. This sight brought a smile to An Yunlan's face. Just as she was about to speak to Xiao Fu, Physician Wang called her from behind. Miss An, please hold. Chapter 16. Preparing medicine. An Yunlan cast a glance at Ying Yi, who nodded reassuringly. Recognizing that Physician Wang was an ally of the prince, she instructed Xiao Fu, You go to the kitchen of the prince's residence and prepare some food for me, as I am hungry. Xiao Fu looked at An Yunlan, who gestured for her to proceed, and then promptly departed. Standing by the door, An Yunlan remained still as Physician Wang approached, gesturing for her to re-enter the room. Please, Miss An, share your insights. An Yunlan indicated for Physician Wang to take a seat and awaited his questions. The physician, visibly excited, exclaimed, Miss An, did you say that the prince has been afflicted by a curse? How did you come to know? And how might you be able to lift it? I have examined your prescription. While the ingredients are accessible, the healing principles elude me. An Yunlan smiled and turned to fetch more paper and ink, crafting a prescription aimed at restoring the prince's vital organs, which she then presented to Physician Wang. Please examine this prescription. I understand that the Royal Medical Academy cannot remedy the prince's curse. As a child, I learned from an elderly woman affiliated with my mother's merchant family. She discerned my aptitude and taught me for several years. After my mother passed, the elder grew too frail to continue. A hint of sorrow crossed An Yunlan's face as she fabricated the narrative, implying that this elder was no longer among the living for her own safety. She wished to convey that her beloved grandfather was, in fact, a master in this field. Upon reviewing the prescription for restoring the organs, Physician Wang's expression softened with a glimmer of hope, and Yunlan indeed possessed medical knowledge. He looked at her with renewed enthusiasm, stating, Miss An, although I am not versed in the ways of curses, I find this prescription to be remarkably pertinent. I shall gather all the necessary ingredients at once. I implore you to save our prince. I shall do my utmost, and I appreciate your efforts in preparing the materials, Physician Wang. And Yunlan curtsied to both Prince Ling and Physician Wang, expressing her intent to return to her courtyard to await the arrival of the medicinal ingredients for preparation. Mo Yufeng's gaze lingered on the intriguing and astonishing young woman until her figure vanished from view, leading him to ponder whether hope for survival truly remained. Who exactly was this An Yunlan? Shortly after An Yunlan returned to the courtyard, she saw Matron Rong and Xiao Fu entering with a food basket. Miss, I bring your lunch. Just let Xiao Fu know what you wish to eat, and she will relay it to the kitchen, Matron Rong said politely. Matron Rong, could you kindly inquire with the prince about setting up a small kitchen for me? I would prefer to cook with Xiao Fu without a chef. An Yunlan made her request. Matron Rong agreed to consult Prince Ling, while Xiao Fu extracted the food containers, exclaiming, Miss, the meals at the prince's residence are far superior to what we had. Please eat heartily and replenish your strength. An Yunlan smiled at the array of delectable dishes and urged, Come, sit with me and share a meal. Xiao Fu shook her head, insisting, I cannot, miss. I must wait until you finish. Xiao Fu, please sit down and listen to me. From now on, we are family. You are like a sister to me. I am grateful for your companionship during this uncertain time. We shall share both joys and hardships together. Once I have healed Prince Ling, I promise to take you to the restaurant for a grand feast. Miss, you can heal. When did you learn this? Xiao Fu asked in astonishment. And Yunlan replied earnestly, I have studied under an elder who taught me the art of healing. From this day forward, you shall declare that your mistress can heal. Remember this. Xiao Fu nodded, her expression one of unwavering trust. Whatever the miss says is true. With a smile, An Yunlan sat down, insisting this is a command. Let's eat together. Xiao Fu chuckled and complied, sitting alongside her mistress. Miss, it just occurred to me, was that Miss Ouyang the same one referred to as Sister Ouyang by Princess Riao on our first day at the prince's residence? Xiao Fu inquired between bites. And Yunlan's grip on a piece of celery faltered as it fell onto the table. Could it be? In my previous life, my dear friend has come here to compete for a man with me? Such an absurd twist of fate. No, that cannot be. She does not seek to compete. As she wishes to part ways, and the individual in question is not Xiao Qingzi. What she desires to offer is of no concern to me. She picked up the fallen celery and put it back in her mouth. Miss, you dropped that on the table, Xiao Fu remarked in surprise at her mistress's dazed expression. Oh, it's nothing. It was only for a moment, An Yunlan replied. What do you mean, nothing? Xiao Fu asked. Never mind. I merely remarked that your table is clean enough to eat from. An Yunlan smiled at Xiao Fu. Chapter 17. Compounding medicine barely an hour after the meal. Ying Yi returned with all the medicinal ingredients prepared by Physician Wang. Matron Rong also informed An Yunlan that she could indeed have her own small kitchen and had brought various cooking utensils and ingredients, adding that if she needed any help, she should let her know. An Yunlan declined the offer for assistance, as she preferred to rely on herself, especially since she planned to leave the prince's residence in 3 months. She informed Ying Yi of her intent to compound the medicines promptly and would notify him once she was ready. As An Yunlan settled into life at the prince's residence, she observed that none of his servants were unkind or unhelpful. Each fulfilled their duties diligently, refraining from idle chatter or speculation about her presence. Each servant treated her with the utmost courtesy, as if she were a guest, from the head steward and matrons to the guards and physicians. However, An Yunlan was aware that entering the prince's residence required an invitation and the approval of the gatekeeper, akin to a modern-day appointment system, which was quite strict. What she did not know was that the Ling prince's residence was notorious for its stringent rules and high standards. Those who worked within were meticulously selected through several layers of scrutiny, and they were discreet, never gossiping about their masters. The guards and gatekeepers were equally stern, refusing bribes or allowing unrelated individuals to approach the prince. The residence was never short of those seeking to attract Prince Ling's attention through frivolous behavior or artifice. Without needing orders, the gatekeeper would block such individuals at the entrance, returning their gifts unceremoniously. The guards would ensure that no one approached within 10 paces of the prince. In summary, the Ling prince's residence was a place where outsiders were unwelcome, and those who dared to approach faced dire consequences. Yet this did not deter the women lingering outside, hoping for a glimpse of the prince. After securing her door, An Yunlan proceeded to concoct an antidote based on her grandfather's recipe. She needed to utilize the medicinal materials to create a semblance of authenticity, and she had learned the art of medicine from her grandfather for a considerable time, so it posed no challenge for her. She planned to store the antidote in her space, intending to use her grandfather's antidote in conjunction with some modern Western medicines to facilitate the prince's swift recovery. As she focused her mind and entered the space, she was astonished to find the shelves of medicine she had previously taken for were still brimming with supplies. Upon opening her grandfather's old medicine chest, she discovered the antidote she had removed was inexplicably back inside. This space possessed the remarkable ability to replenish itself. The medicines were inexhaustible. How wondrous it was! As someone who had always been skeptical of deities, she felt an overwhelming urge to bow in gratitude to the heavens. She pondered how this space had accompanied her to this realm, and concluded that perhaps this was the greatest consolation she had received since her journey through time. An Yunlan delightedly examined the medicine rack and the medical instruments within the space. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to hasten to the back of the medicine room. There, she found an abundance of instant noodles, biscuits, sausages, cola, Sprite, and a plethora of snacks that her department had recently stockpiled. Her joy knew no bounds. However, she wondered if these items could also be replenished at will. Her eyes sparkled with glee as she felt immense gratitude for her department's habit of storing snacks, which, although initially intended for late-night surgeries when ordering food, was impractical, provided her with comfort in this foreign world. Additionally, the rewards and supplies recently distributed for their peacekeeping mission were also present in the lounge. Several pairs of brand-new athletic shoes and comfortable sportswear, all exceptionally appealing. What brought An Yunlan further delight was the small lounge and washroom that had been partitioned off. Miraculously, the washroom had hot water. Sitting on the sofa in the lounge, she felt as if she had returned to her previous world, enveloped in familiarity and ease. However, when she attempted to open the medical and poison system's cabinet, it stubbornly refused to budge. Despite entering the correct code, the cabinet remained locked. Alas, it appeared that this system was rendered unusable for her. It was indeed the essence of her journey, containing various poisons and antidotes. Regrettably, she could only gaze longingly at the iron shell. After exiting the space, elated, she heard Xiao Fu calling to her from the courtyard. "Miss, come see these 2 boxes." "Were they?" They looked like they were dug from the ground. I have never seen anything like them. An Yunlan opened the door and was greeted by two shabby boxes, her dowry boxes sent by An Yunlan. Both understood that An Yunlan would not provide An Yunlan with any substantial dowry. So the servants had simply tossed them into a corner of the wing after bringing them in. Xiaofu had only remembered them today, seeing Xiaofu indignantly pointing at the boxes. An Yunlan approached and discovered that they contained no dowry at all. One box was filled with potatoes and the other with sweet potatoes. Goodness, this An Yunlan, who belongs to the Ministry of Rights and has connections with the guest reception department, can always acquire ingredients from outside the Kanglan Kingdom. Have you never seen these before? You mean to say they don't exist in the Kanglan Kingdom? Xiaofu shook her head. We don't have these in the Kanglan Kingdom, miss. What sort of dowry is this? And Yunlan chuckled. Xiaofu, this is far superior to those low-quality dowries. Look, have you noticed these are sprouting? Let's cut them and find a patch of ground to plant them. She continued, for the sweet potatoes, we'll slice them for seedlings and plant them in the earth. The remainder, let us move inside and store them in a sheltered, shady spot. Later, I'll prepare something delicious for you. By the way, do you know how to farm? Xiaofu laughed. Miss, I know a bit. I helped out at home when I was little. But can these be eaten? And Yunlan assisted Xiaofu in transporting the potatoes and sweet potatoes to the small kitchen, rolling up her sleeves. Of course they can be eaten, and they are quite tasty. I'll head to the prince now, and when I return, we can plant them together, after which I'll cook something special for you. Having cleaned her hands, An Yunlan gathered her prepared medicine and a set of silver needles before heading out to find Prince Ling. As she contemplated how to administer acupuncture to him, she inadvertently took a wrong turn at an intersection, becoming lost in the sprawling estate. Despite her excellent memory from her past life, navigating this ancient manor proved to be a bit disorienting. After some time, she finally spotted a servant and inquired, "Could you please direct me to the main courtyard of Prince Ling?" The servant, eyeing the beautiful young lady before him, saluted and replied, "I shall lead you to the MZH courtyard." As An Yunlan scolded herself for her lack of direction, she marveled at the vastness of these noble estates. If this were my time, it would be worth a fortune, she mused, gazing at the antiques, intricately carved beams, paintings, and vases. Each sight before her was as if layered with stacks of banknotes. She quickly shook her head, chuckling at herself. The valuable items she cannot take back with her. Yet the space that accompanied her was entirely under her control. Possessing such resources instilled a sense of confidence within her. Even if she could not return to her own world, she felt that with her medicinal supplies, she could afford a grand estate and several acres of fertile land. Chapter 18. The elusiveness of trust. As An Yunlan followed the servant, they arrived at the entrance to the MZH courtyard shortly. Upon her arrival, Ingi emerged, bowing and gesturing for her to enter. An Yunlan found it amusing how swiftly Ingi's demeanor had changed. Upon entering, she was engulfed by the strong scent of medicine and caught sight of the serene figure of the man sleeping soundly on the bed. The prince hasn't slept this well in ages. Your pain relief medicine has truly worked wonders, Ingi remarked softly. Rest assured, your prince will recover. And Yunlan cast a sidelong glance at the now amiable attendant, but her gaze remained fixed on the handsome, gentle man lying on the bed, devoid of any hostility and coldness. She mused to herself that if he were in modern times, he would undoubtedly be considered a charming young man. "Missin, when would you require some of my blood?" Ingi asked, recalling her jest from the previous day. "Are you not afraid of death?" And Yunlan was taken aback that her playful comment had lingered in Ingi's mind. "For the prince, I would do anything," Ingi vowed solemnly. "I am beginning to suspect the nature of your relationship with the prince. You don't seem to be his father or son," and Yunlan teased with a smile. Ingi, serious in his intent to save the prince, did not take kindly to her lightheartedness. "All right, enough of that. Quickly summon the royal physician. I can administer treatment under his supervision, so you can feel at ease." After all, the medicine was already prepared, and she had no qualms about the royal physician observing the acupuncture. Ingi turned to give instructions, when suddenly, they heard a soft groan from the man on the bed. Evidently, the venomous insects were stirring again. The two hastily approached the bedside, and Yunlan called out "Prince," and, without bowing, placed her hand upon his wrist to check his pulse. Before long, the royal physician arrived. "Royal physician, I am here to administer the antidote to the prince. I would appreciate your assistance. You wish to do it now? May I observe?" The royal physician was visibly excited, for it was often the case that certain eminent healers preferred to keep their methods hidden from others. "What is there to hide?" Shouldn't a physician observe and learn as much as possible? Or is it that you do not wish to see? An Yunlan asked, perplexed. Recalling how her teachers in medical school were eager to impart their knowledge to her, her grandfather especially so. I shall assist Miss An, the royal physician said as he moved closer to the bed. An Yunlan turned to Prince Ling. Your Highness, I am about to begin administering the antidote and acupuncture. There are a few things I need to explain. I have two methods. One involves putting you to sleep while I administer the antidote, which will spare you the pain, but will take longer and require more treatments. If we cannot resolve it in one go, it may take up to a month to completely eliminate the poison, and your recovery might be prolonged, possibly beyond 3 months, depending on your body's response. The second method requires you to remain awake, which will enhance the activity of the venomous insects. As you know, they navigate through your body by breaking through obstructions, which will result in intense pain that you may find unbearable. I will need 2 strong attendants to restrain you, and you will have to endure the excruciating agony as the insects break through your bodily barriers. However, it will only take 1 session. What do you think? As Ming Yufeng gazed at the confident and radiant woman before him, he found himself lost in thought. He could not fathom why, after only 2 encounters, he had inexplicably developed a modicum of trust in her, a sentiment he had never experienced before. A man who had survived in a treacherous world, one who had fought on the battlefield, found it difficult to place his faith in anyone, especially a woman. Yet, he now surprisingly believed that this woman could heal him, that he might not be limited to merely 3 more months of life. Summoning San, Mo Yufeng instructed. Yi went outside to call San in. Following An Yunlan's orders, the 2 of them bound the prince to the bed and held Mo Yufeng's shoulders down. An Yunlan took her handkerchief and offered it to Mo Yufeng to bite down on, but he refused. My lord, I assure you, it will be quite painful. It would be wise to bite down, lest you injure yourself, An Yunlan kindly warned. No need, Mo Yufeng replied tersely. Though the pain he had endured recently had been excruciating, An Yunlan glanced at the Ling Wang and refrained from further persuasion. After loosening her hands, she retrieved a silver needle with her left hand, prepared to seal the Ling Wang's acupoints, when suddenly a voice called from the doorway. Stop. A gust of force struck the silver needle from her hand, causing the thicker end to pierce her middle finger. An Yunlan winced in pain and saw a man, fierce in demeanor, suddenly at her side, gripping her right hand, demanding, Who are you? At that moment, An Yunlan wished to insult this uncouth individual and his ancestors. Just then, Ling Wang spoke. Qin Yang cease. The man withdrew his menacing gaze, yet still questioned Ling Wang. My lord, who is this woman? Yi and the royal physician hurried forward, one pulling Qin Yang aside while the other urged him to release An Yunlan's hand. Qin Yang, let go. This is Miss An, here to treat the prince, the royal physician hastily explained. You can heal? You? Qin Yang scoffed. Surely you must be some sort of spy. Upon entering, he had seen the Ling Wang bound and the woman holding a silver needle. Heal. He had never witnessed such a method. With the assistance of Yi and the royal physician, An Yunlan freed her right hand and rushed to inspect her injured left hand, lamenting her misfortune. Just the day before she had dislocated it, and now it was pierced. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she pulled the needle from her finger, wiped it with the gauze she had prepared, and pressed down on the wound, glaring furiously at Qin Yang. What kind of place was this royal residence? Filled with such boorish individuals? She shot a malevolent glance at Yi, thinking him no better. Yi, feeling guilty under her gaze, lowered his head. The royal physician quickly asked, Miss An, is your hand all right? I can apply some medicine. This is Qin Yang, a divine physician from the Apothecary Valley. An Yunlan thought to herself, divine physician? What nonsense! How can a doctor be so rude? She turned to the royal physician and said, Thank you, but I am fine. Under these circumstances, I cannot continue treating the prince today. I shall return another day. Please have Ling Wang continue taking the pain relief medicine. She completely disregarded the royal physician's introduction of Qin Yang, gathering her belongings and preparing to leave. What did you say? Gu. Qin Yang was taken aback by An Yunlan's words. He had spent considerable time with the royal physician without finding a suitable method. So he rushed back to the Apothecary Valley for rare herbs to restore the prince's vitality. He had also followed his master's advice to consider possibilities beyond mere injuries or poison, suspecting the involvement of Gu, a mysterious form of sorcery from the southern regions. seldom known to ordinary people. An Yunlan offered no response to Qin Yang, addressing Ling Wang instead. Ling Wang, I apologize, but I cannot proceed today. We shall reconvene another time. Please ensure that the prince continues taking the pain relief medicine. She bowed and turned to leave. Stop. You have yet to explain what this goo is. Do you have a way to treat it? Qin Yang blocked her path. Why should I explain anything to you? Indeed, I can resolve goo, but at this moment, I am unable to do so. And Yunlan retorted, raising her injured middle finger to emphasize her point. You woman, utterly nonsensical and unreasonable. Qin Yang exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated. And what being a woman? Are your mother and sisters not women? Does that render them unreasonable? And Yunlan snapped back. If you can treat him, then do so. Does the apothecary valley rely solely on empty words? And Yunlan's anger surged. She despised such people who failed to apologize for their actions while incessantly babbling. You. Qin Yang was at a loss for words. Witnessing Qin Yang's embarrassment, could not help but stifle a laugh. Qin Yang, a proud individual, seldom regarded anyone with esteem. He was the next heir of the apothecary valley. Having been saved by the prince in his youth and becoming a close friend, he had devoted himself to caring for the prince during his illness. Having just returned from the apothecary valley. What do you mean? A good dog doesn't block the way? And Yunlan exclaimed, attempting to leave. What? Am I a dog? My lord, she just called me a dog. Who does this country bumpkin think she is? Qin Yang pointed at An Yunlan, indignant. Well, a good donkey doesn't bray. And Yunlan shot back and swiftly exited. Qin Yang's finger trembled as he pointed towards the door, stammering, Mou Feng sighed, enough. Qin Yang, the royal physician, informed Qin Yang about An Yunlan's recent activities and the pain relief medication given to Mou Feng, explaining that she had intended to treat Ling Wang that very day. Qin Yang realized he had acted too rashly, but his concern for the Ling Wang was genuine. He feared that in his absence, the prince might resort to desperate measures that could hasten his demise. My lord, do you trust her? Qin Yang inquired of Ling Wang. Mou Feng regarded Qin Yang, reminiscing about An Yunlan's unwavering determination. I cannot say it is trust, but I feel inclined to give her a chance. At this point, what difference does it make whether it is today or tomorrow? Qin Yang stared at Ling Wang, uncertain of what to say. When An Yunlan had mentioned goo, he too had been taken aback, yet he found it hard to believe that such a young woman could possess the ability to dispel it. My lord, do not be anxious. We shall seek other remedies. I brought back some herbs from the apothecary valley. Qin Yang reassured him, feeling a pang of sympathy for Mou Feng. He wished nothing more than for his friend to regain his strength and once again stand valiantly on the battlefield, rather than languish in this state of decline. Qin Yang, I cannot afford to wait any longer. Your medicine offers temporary relief, but there is no improvement. I am acutely aware of this, Mou Feng murmured. Qin Yang had no words left. He understood the limitations of his remedies. Only a temporary fix, not a cure. Are you truly considering following that woman's advice? Qin Yang pressed. Mou Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qin Yang. I shall go and apologize to Miss An. Qin Yang declared, sensing the need to make amends, and left the room. Mou Feng felt helpless. His friend was impulsive and lacked the steadiness expected of a physician. Nevertheless, his medical skills were exceptional, and he had taken charge of the apothecary valley's affairs for years, rapidly advancing in his craft and earning the admiration of the valley's master. Who would have thought that this charming and dashing future master of the valley would find himself humiliated today by An Yunlan, even being insulted as a dog? As Mou Feng pondered this, he noticed Qin Yang returning. Where does that Miss An reside? Mou Feng glanced at Ing Yi, who then led Qin Yang out. The royal physician poured water for Ling Wang and administered 2 more pain relief tablets. Sigh, my lord, you must endure for another 2 days. It matters not. Mou Feng replied softly. Ing Yi guided Qin Yang towards the falling petal courtyard, assuring him, divine physician Qin Yang, do not take offense. Miss An is indeed capable. The pain relief medicine she provided to the prince proved remarkably effective, allowing him to sleep soundly these past few nights. Who indeed is she? Qin Yang initially assumed that An Yunlan was a physician introduced to the prince by someone else. In truth, she is the daughter of the deputy minister An Yunlan, bestowed upon the prince by the emperor to bring him joy. Ing Yi reported back, An Yunlan? She possesses medical skills? Qin Yang expressed his astonishment. When he departed, he was aware of the emperor's arrangement for the wedding to Prince Ling and felt quite averse to it. If such a marriage could truly bring joy, What need was there for a physician? Everyone could simply engage in the act of bringing joy. Misun possesses medical expertise. She claims the prince is afflicted not by illness, but by a curse, Yi stated earnestly. How could she possibly break a curse? This is not a matter we are accustomed to in Kanglan. Have you investigated? Xingyang inquired, his mind filled with doubt. An investigation has been conducted, but to no avail. Had you not returned today, she might have already lifted the curse from the prince. She even mentioned needing your heart's blood, Yi noted, feeling some sympathy for the prince. Heart's blood? To treat a curse? Xingyang found himself utterly perplexed. As they approached Luoying courtyard, Yi stepped forward and knocked on the door. Shortly after, Xiao Fu emerged to welcome them inside. Upon reaching An Yunlan's door, they found her seated in the main room, applying medicine to her fingers. She glanced up at them briefly before resuming her task. Xingyang observed the dissatisfaction in An Yunlan's eyes and cleared his throat. My apologies, Misun. I just returned and was unaware you were attending to the prince's ailment. I did not mean to intrude. An Yunlan did not lift her gaze, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh," and fell silent. Xingyang, on the verge of irritation, glanced at Yi and added, Misun, I sincerely apologize. Seeing Xingyang's defiant expression, An Yunlan had no desire to engage further. Understood. You may leave now. You. Xingyang was taken aback by her dismissive demeanor. What have I done? An Yunlan's irritation lingered, her fingers still stinging. A reminder of the adage that 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Xingyang was nudged by Yi and took a deep breath. I truly came to apologize. Please assist the prince in breaking the curse. The prince's curse will be lifted in a few days once my hand has healed. If your apology is insincere, then take it back. I have no need for it, An Yunlan replied, finishing her bandaging and closing the medicinal room door, proceeding towards her main quarters without a backward glance at Xiao Fu, who politely gestured for them to leave. Xiao Fu stood before them, making a gesture of farewell, while Xingyang, infuriated, turned on his heel and left. Yi, however, stepped forward toward An Yunlan's main quarters. Misun, please do not be upset. Xingyang only wishes the best for the prince. He is merely concerned we might resort to desperate measures, and he means no ill will. He's just a bit proud. An Yunlan, standing at the door of her main quarters, replied to Yi, it is of no consequence. Once my hand has healed, I shall return to lift the prince's curse. With my fingers bandaged, I cannot administer acupuncture. As for that arrogant rooster, let him be proud elsewhere. You may leave now. Yi bowed respectfully before departing. Upon returning, he found Xingyang sulking by Prince Ling's bedside. Yi smiled slightly before reporting to the prince, Your Highness. Misun has stated that her hand is bandaged and she cannot use needles until it heals, but she will come back in a few days to lift her curse. Xingyang shot a glance at Yi. Have you verified her credentials? Does this woman truly possess medical expertise? Mo Yufeng shook his head. I do not know. I only know her medicine is quite effective. I have been able to sleep peacefully these past few nights. Without waiting for the prince's signal, Yi handed over the pain relief medication given by An Yunlan. Xingyang examined it closely, tasting a small portion, only to be met with an overwhelming bitterness that contorted his face, prompting him to quickly search for water. Mo Yufeng observed him helplessly, while Yi regarded Xingyang with a look of bemusement, recalling his own awkward experience when he had first tasted half a pain relief tablet. Is this truly medicine? It is even more bitter than traditional herbal concoctions. I have never encountered such a remedy. After several cups of tea, Xingyang finally spoke, yet it is undeniably effective. Mo Yufeng acknowledged this. However, her mention of a curse aligns with what the Valley Master warned me. Do not solely consider it as injury or poison. It may indeed be a curse. Yet, our medicinal valley has never researched curses. Xingyang stated with conviction. Once her hand is healed, we must give it a try. I'm not afraid of making mistakes in my current state. After Mo Yufeng closed his eyes again, Xingyang, aware of the prince's frail condition, exchanged a knowing glance with Yi before retreating to his own quarters. Although he found An Yunlan's claims intriguing, he felt the need to witness tangible results. Furthermore, her temperament seemed somewhat unyielding. Reflecting on this filled him with annoyance. Despite the prick on her finger, An Yunlan found the pain not unbearable and deemed the extensive bandaging unnecessary. She had simply reacted in frustration at the moment. Later, lying in bed, she reconsidered the situation. There was no need to be upset with the prince's household. After all, they were loyal to Prince Ling, and their concern for his well-being was entirely justifiable. Moreover, She was eager to heal Prince Ling swiftly and depart from this place, having felt that the prince's household was not quite in harmony with her, frequently leading to her being injured. With this realization, she smiled, unwrapped the bandages from her finger, acknowledging that mere disinfection would suffice. A small puncture wound did not require such elaborate care. After tidying up, An Yunlan covered herself with a soft quilt and drifted into slumber. Chapter 19. Lifting the curse when she awoke the next day, Xiao Fu had prepared millet and red date porridge, along with an assortment of pastries sent by Ying Yi. An Yunlan sat down with Xiao Fu to enjoy the meal, before heading to the prince's bamboo courtyard. Upon arriving at the courtyard's entrance, she unexpectedly encountered Qingyang, who was carrying a medicine chest. An Yunlan felt the morning's pleasant atmosphere dissipate. Qingyang, noticing the cloth bundle in her hands, nodded in greeting. "Missen, have you come to see the prince? Please enter." An Yunlan, observing Qingyang's rather handsome face, found his demeanor still unpleasant. With a resigned sigh, she thought to herself, as an Aquarian, first impressions held great significance. No matter how handsome one might be, if the initial encounter lacked warmth, further engagement was futile. If one wished to change that impression, it would require considerable effort. She nodded in acknowledgement, omitting any pleasantries, and turned to enter the courtyard, while behind her, Qingyang rolled his eyes at her retreating figure before following her inside. The royal physician and Ying Yi were in the midst of serving breakfast to Prince Ling. An Yunlan approached and offered her apologies. "I apologize for interrupting your breakfast, Your Highness. Perhaps I should return later." Mo Yufeng, surprised by An Yunlan's prompt return, had expected her to wait several days, given her anger the previous day. "No matter, I have finished. Missen, how is your hand faring?" An Yunlan was taken aback by the prince's inquiry regarding her hand. "Oh, it is nothing serious. Lifting the curse from Your Highness is of utmost importance. My hand has improved significantly." The royal physician, excited by An Yunlan's intention to lift the curse, exclaimed, "Missen, will you do it now? Can I observe?" An Yunlan smiled at the royal physician. "Of course, I will need your assistance as well." Turning to the prince, she asked, "Shall we begin?" Mo Yufeng nodded and reclined back onto the bed. An Yunlan opened the cloth bundle and arranged the items methodically. Before commencing the procedure, she spoke. "I hope everyone present will refrain from interrupting me. Otherwise, should anything happen to the prince, I would not be able to bear the consequences." She cast a glance at Ying Yi, Ying San, and Qingyang, who stood at a distance. Ying Yi stepped forward. "Missen, do you require my heart's blood now?" And Yunlan chuckled. "I was merely jesting. If any physician ever asks for your heart's blood to treat an ailment, you should promptly break both of his arms, for he is assuredly a quack." Ying Yi, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and took a step back, while Qingyang, eager to observe, hesitated, straining his neck to see. And Yunlan, amused by his comical expression, momentarily paused, glancing at him. "If you wish to see, come closer." From that distance, even a giraffe would struggle to see. Qingyang, puzzled by the mention of a giraffe, felt a bit shy, but nonetheless approached the bedside, eager to witness how An Yunlan would lift the curse, not anticipating that she would not shy away from performing the procedure in front of onlookers. An Yunlan retrieved a small paper pouch, administering the antidote prepared by her grandfather to the Ling Wang first. She then inserted several silver needles into his arm. Next, she produced the drug to entice the cursed insects, along with a few tiny bamboo jars and a small surgical knife wrapped in white cloth. Placing the silver needle packet beside the bed, suddenly she smiled and asked, "Royal Physician Wang, after I finish the antidote today, could you kindly procure a medicine box for me? I seem to have run out of space." Initially tense, Royal Physician Wang quickly agreed, promising to bring a fine medicine box. And Yunlan then requested Yi to fetch some wound medicine, knowing that such an item would surely be available among the shadow guards. She assured Yi that she would prepare several bottles of superior wound medicine once she acquired more medicinal materials. She intended to add some anti-inflammatory medicine, as it would serve to both stop the bleeding and reduce inflammation. After a quarter of an hour had passed since Ling Wang ingested the antidote, An Yunlan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Highness, do you still feel that excruciating sensation of 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart?" Montak Yufeng nodded. This discomfort had been a frequent companion in recent days. An Yunlan continued, "Shall we proceed with the second method?" "Very well," he replied, meeting An Yunlan's inquiring gaze. He was eager to resolve this affliction, regardless of the pain it might entail. An Yunlan smiled, convinced that Mo Yufeng would opt for the second approach. She instructed Yi and Ingsan to bind Mo Yufeng once more, saying, "I must make an incision on your arm. It may be somewhat painful, so bear with it." The sensation of the insects moving within his body would also evoke sharp pain, yet witnessing these vile creatures emerge might afford him some reassurance. Mo Yufeng remained silent, merely extending his arm, and Yunlan glanced at Ling Wang and, without hesitation, made a 2-centimeter incision on his arm with the surgical knife, applying the insect-attracting drug around the wound. She then took a small bamboo jar containing half a bottle of the enticing insect potion, a delicacy meticulously crafted by her grandfather for these small creatures. In a short while, Mo Yufeng felt a piercing pain surging from his abdomen, causing him to clench his fists, and Yunlan's gaze remained fixed on Ling Wang, not daring to lose focus. Within 2 minutes, she noticed a sizable bump, akin to a broad bean, rapidly crawling up his arm from the neck. In that instant, Mo Yufeng felt the torment he had endured for days. He gritted his teeth, his body tense, yet he did not utter a sound, and Yunlan observed in admiration his remarkable fortitude. Everyone's eyes were glued to the swiftly moving bulge, which continued its ascent along his arm. As the bump approached the incision, and Yunlan swiftly grabbed a small porcelain vial, positioning it at the incision, while simultaneously sealing off other meridians with needles along the creature's path. The onlookers witnessed a tiny black insect peeking out from the incision, its antennae and head visible, hesitating to enter the vial despite the alluring scent of the potion. Just as An Yunlan was about to use the surgical knife to eliminate this repulsive creature out of impatience, the cunning insect succumbed to the aroma and darted into the vial. Mo Yufeng endured the agonizing pain until he saw the brown insect disappear into the porcelain container, his heart swelling with excitement. He turned to An Yunlan, who was intently watching the insect drop into the bamboo jar, hastily sealing it and muttering about the gluttonous creature before handing it to royal physician Wang for safekeeping, without even glancing at Ling Wang's face. Next, the second, third, and subsequent insects emerged through the pathway An Yunlan had prepared with silver needles, each swiftly dropping into the bamboo jars she tightly sealed. After the 7th insect was captured, Mo Yufeng trembled with pain, drenched in sweat, his mouth bloodied from biting down too hard. Had he not been bound, and if he could harness his internal strength, he might have leapt from the bed in anguish. An Yunlan applied the wound medicine to his incision and bandaged it, carefully placing the 7 bamboo jars on the table before instructing Yi to untie Ling Wang. She felt great respect for the Ling Wang, who had managed to remain silent amid such excruciating pain. Then, An Yunlan rose to assist Mo Yufeng in removing his garments, only to find him embedded into the already rigid bed. She intended to undress the man herself, but upon observing his demeanor, she remembered the decorum regarding boundaries between men and women in this era. With a resigned smile, she picked up the silver needle packet, saying, "Esteemed physician Qingyang, might I trouble you to assist in exposing the upper body and limbs of His Highness? I need to administer acupuncture." Qingyang, evidently impressed by An Yunlan's adept handling of the detoxification, began unfastening Ling Wang's robe, excitedly muttering to himself about the incredible nature of the curse. "Missin, is it truly resolved?" Qingyang marveled at how perilous yet seemingly straightforward the process had been. Indeed, the removal of just a few insects is relatively simple, provided the medicine is of good quality. The concern arises with larger infestations, which are undoubtedly more complex to treat, and Yunlan patiently replied. "Are there many more insects?" Qingyang inquired further. "Yes, I've seen my grandfather and grandmother extract dozens, even hundreds of them." She continued her work, speaking casually. Qingyang, royal physician Wang, and Yi felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing of such vast numbers. Yi scratched his head. Can a person even survive that? It sounds terrifying. The insects are not large, akin to grains of rice. Even if removed, survival is possible with proper recuperation, and they would be no different from ordinary individuals. And Yunlan assured, maintaining her focus. She then turned to Qingyang. "The curse has been lifted, but the prince has suffered for some time. The restoration of his internal organs and meridians is crucial. Let us commence with the acupuncture." Qingyang rolled up Ling Wang's trousers, and An Yunlan methodically opened the silver needle packet, inserting needles into the prince's limbs, abdomen, and head with graceful precision, each movement fluid and deliberate, neither excessive nor lacking. Once she had transformed Ling Wang into a porcupine of needles, he finally closed his eyes in relaxation as the pain began to subside. She too felt her energy waning and nearly toppled over onto the prince's bed. He gently steadied her, prompting a grateful smile from An Yunlan as she requested a cup of tea, which she gulped down in one go. After wiping her brow with a handkerchief, she handed the cup to Yi, remarking, "If you hadn't restrained my left arm, I could have worked even faster." Yi and Qingyang exchanged an awkward glance. "Missen, may I be permitted to take the prince's pulse?" Royal physician Wang asked, observing An Yunlan. Qingyang placed his hand on Ling Wang's other wrist, feeling a pulse that was no longer lifeless but showed signs of vitality, despite the internal injuries. Qingyang was astonished by An Yunlan's medical skills and technique, marveling at her speed, which he realized could only come from extensive practice and expertise. Truly, she was a prodigy. Royal physician Wang was equally impressed by An Yunlan's performance, contemplating the exceptional prowess of her mentor, now deceased, and pondering whether he might seek to study under her tutelage. However, the thought of addressing this 16-year-old girl left him at a loss for words. After a little over half an hour, An Yunlan removed all the needles. Only then did she take a proper look at the handsome man lying unconscious before her. He was strikingly attractive, with not only a beautiful face, but also a well-built physique, his robust arms and defined abs, making her want to drool. Shaking her head, she chastised herself for entertaining such thoughts about a man's body. Once she had tidied up, Ling Wang slowly stirred awake. Royal physician Wang knelt beside the bed, tears of joy in his eyes, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Highness. Missen has successfully lifted the curse. The remainder can be recuperated at your leisure." Ing Yi and San Yi knelt beside her, their expressions filled with emotion yet remaining silent. They then turned to kneel before Miss An Yunlan, expressing their gratitude. Initially in high spirits, An Yunlan was taken aback. The customs of ancient times were indeed daunting, as kneeling for every occasion was quite disconcerting. She hurried to assist the two men, saying, "Kind sirs, esteemed physician Wang, please rise. Your actions are quite alarming. There is no need for thanks. I have a pre-existing agreement with the prince." Qingyang looked at the prince and Ing Yi with confusion, at which point Mo Yufeng softly remarked, "Once I recover, I shall personally pen a letter of gratitude to you. Missen, I express my heartfelt thanks in advance for your life-saving assistance." An Yunlan returned the gesture, saying, "Your Highness is too kind. I'm not overly anxious. The priority is to restore your health." She then added before that, "Might I request your permission to leave the palace freely when necessary? I long to explore this world I have just entered." Mo Yufeng replied, "That shall be arranged. Ing Yi will organize it according to the needs of the princess." An Yunlan quickly gestured, "No need for such formalities. I do not intend to wander far. I merely wish to step outside and take a look. However, I must maintain the title of princess for the next 3 months, which feels rather awkward. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not cause any trouble." Despite his weakness, Mo Yufeng felt a smile creep upon his lips at the sight of this polite yet spirited young lady. "Am I to fear you causing trouble? Is there anything I cannot resolve?" Ing Yi ensured that Ing Si shadows miss and discreetly for her protection. Ing Yi was momentarily taken aback. When had the prince last smiled? He could not recall. Noticing the prince's gaze, he promptly bowed in acknowledgement. An Yunlan then realized that the guards of the Ling Wang were indeed assigned in a rather mundane numerical order, which seemed rather dismissive. "Your Highness should rest. Recuperating from internal injuries will take time, so do not rush," she advised. Turning to physician Wang, she instructed, "Today merely assist His Highness with cleansing. He need not bathe. Administer the restorative medicine I provided twice daily, as I shall check his pulse and adjust the prescription as needed. I will also apply acupuncture in the evenings. Should you have any queries, feel free to consult me. Oh, and regarding that insect, please burn it along with the bamboo container until it is charred and reduced to ashes. Do not let it escape again." Initially inclined to take the insect back to the pharmacy for further study, An Yunlan reconsidered, fearing they might think her possession of it posed a threat to the Wang residents. Thus, she preferred they dispose of it themselves for her peace of mind. "May I have that insect?" Qingyang inquired, genuinely curious to examine it. "Absolutely not. Unless you wish for someone else in the Wang residence to suffer as His Highness did. You may release it at your own peril," An Yunlan replied sternly. "Then I shall forego it. Let it be burned," Qingyang quickly retorted, alarmed by An Yunlan's serious tone. With an exasperated glance, at Qin Yang. An Yunlan bowed slightly to Ling Wang and turned to leave. She felt utterly drained and longed to return to her resting place. Upon exiting, she encountered a woman carrying a bowl of soup, who cast a disdainful glance at An Yunlan before entering. An Yunlan, preoccupied with her fatigue, made her way back to the falling blossom courtyard. Chapter 20. A new life in the Wang residence. As Xiao Fu observed An Yunlan returning, hunched over, he hurried to support her, exclaiming, "Miss, what has happened? Did His Highness strike you?" "Ha ha, Xiao Fu, you are too adorable." "Strike me? Not at all. Your mistress is merely fatigued. Please help me to rest for a moment. If you wish to eat, do so in the kitchen, and upon your return, prepare some porridge for me. I shall sleep a while before eating. Do not disturb me." An Yunlan climbed into bed, shedding her cumbersome outer garments and burrowing under the covers. Suddenly, she recalled the robust physique and muscular limbs of Ling Wang during the acupuncture session, shaking her head and patting her temples to dispel such errant thoughts. She realized that the original inhabitant of this body had not been seen in quite some time, perhaps reassured by her gradual recovery. Smiling softly, she acknowledged their shared trait of insecurity, whispering to herself that everything would turn out well. She closed her eyes and drifted into slumber almost immediately. Xiao Fu, having checked on her several times without seeing her rise, eventually dined alone before heading to the garden to till the earth. While working, Qin Yang entered, carrying a medicinal box. "Where is Missin?" he queried. "My mistress claimed to be too weary and has not yet arisen for her meal," Xiao Fu responded. "And what are you doing?" Qin Yang pressed. "My mistress instructed me to till this patch of land. She expressed a desire to plant something," Xiao Fu replied. "Ingxi, come assist with this work." Qin Yang called up into the trees. Ingxi leaped down, startling Xiao Fu, who instinctively stepped back. "I'm a shadow guard, not a farmer." He shot a glance at Qin Yang, but quickly took up a hoe and began to work. "You should tend to your mistress. I shall handle this task," Qin Yang said, handing the medicinal box to Xiao Fu before departing. Xiao Fu scurried back to her room, peeking through the door at Ingxi, who was working diligently yet resentfully. Qin Yang returned to report his observations to the prince. Lying in bed, Mo Yufeng felt the lingering pain in his abdomen, but noted the absence of the chaotic sensation of something writhing within him. His limbs regained some strength. He pondered why a sheltered young lady possessed such remarkable medical skills, receiving accolades even from the renowned physician Wang, who had served him for many years. He instructed Ing Yi to further investigate in Yunlan, but found himself occasionally recalling her lively and confident gaze. Those luminous black eyes were truly captivating. Mo Yufeng shook his head, wondering when he had begun to care about women. He was well aware of the intrigues of the harem, which was why he remained unmarried at the age of 21. He wished to avoid the complications his brother faced with women and preferred to focus on his ambitions on the battlefield. Women held little allure for him, especially since he remembered the transactional nature of his dealings with An Yunlan. To him, she was simply a physician. Qin Yang entered to assist him with the medicine An Yunlan had prescribed. "Your Highness, how do you feel?" "Much better. I sense strength returning to my limbs," he replied. "Is it truly the insect? Did you see it? I have never witnessed such a creature alive, especially within flesh," Qin Yang marveled. "Indeed, it is a first for me as well," Mo Yufeng admitted. "What is the situation with An Yunlan? Have you found anything?" Qin Yang inquired. Mo Yufeng shook his head. "Aside from what I previously knew, nothing more can be uncovered. In such a secluded environment, no one pays attention to her education or background. I initially suspected her to be a spy, but if she truly is the daughter of An Yuanzhong, that seems unlikely unless there was a swap." Qin Yang mused, unsure. "A spy would have eliminated me outright. Why would she go to the trouble of curing me? It appears no one knows her past," Mo Yufeng concluded. He had harbored doubts, but lacked evidence to suggest that An Yunlan had been swapped. With that, he lay down to rest. That night, he slept peacefully, the pain no longer a hindrance. He felt a flicker of vitality within him, a glimmer of hope, no longer enduring the torturous agony that had plagued him for so long. Chapter 21. Inner strength is power. And Yunlan awoke the following day at the break of dawn, roused by hunger. Having skipped dinner the previous night, her youthful body craved nourishment. She ventured into the small kitchen to find the porridge Xiao Fu had prepared, still warm by the stove. She quickly ladled herself a bowl and savored its warmth before proceeding to clean herself. Soon, she heard Xiao Fu enter. "Miss, you are awake." "Awake indeed. I am famished. I just had some porridge. There is still some left," You should eat once you are finished washing, she replied, emerging from the room. I'm not hungry. I ate well last night. I am ready, Xiao Fu declared. Miss, why won't you let me assist you with your morning routine? I am fully capable of managing on my own. Perhaps you can help me when I am unable to do so. An Yunlan, raised in a military environment, found the notion of being attended to quite unbearable, as she could accomplish tasks more swiftly herself. Miss, there is someone in the trees of our courtyard. Xiao Fu informed An Yunlan about the situation with Shadow 4 from the previous day. An Yunlan understood that this served both as protection and surveillance. After all, this was the royal residence, and she had engaged in rather peculiar conduct. It's all right. They are here to protect us. An Yunlan led Xiao Fu to inspect the open space, where she was pleasantly surprised to see Shadow 4's commendable skills in tilling the soil. With a smile, she and Xiao Fu collected sprouted potatoes and well-nurtured sweet potato seedlings, carefully slicing them with a knife, planting them in 5 rows with the sprouts facing upward. After watering the plants, An Yunlan wiped the sweat from her brow with satisfaction, while Xiao Fu tidied up and An Yunlan went to wash her hands. From her space, she retrieved a silver note given to her by the original owner's mother. Xiao Fu, let us venture out of the residence. I have yet to explore the surroundings. Why haven't you gone out? Miss, don't you go out for an hour every month? Xiao Fu responded in surprise. That was merely a stroll, not a shopping excursion. Shopping entails buying, and Yunlan explained, though in truth, she had never experienced it herself. That was a memory of the original owner. Let us first check the pulse of the prince, and then we shall go out. I will treat you to breakfast. This time, An Yunlan managed to find her way without losing direction, heading straight to the Mo Zhu courtyard, following Shadow 1 to check on Prince Ling. Upon entering, she saw the woman who had delivered soup the previous day assisting the seated prince with his coat. An Yunlan paused for a moment, waiting for the prince to finish dressing before she entered to pay her respects. Your Highness, I have come to check your morning pulse. Thank you, Missin. Prince Ling replied casually, then addressed the woman beside him, Ru Su. The woman named Ru Su rose to greet An Yunlan, her tone cold and detached, not even meeting An Yunlan's gaze. Before An Yunlan could comprehend why the woman treated her so dismissively, she heard Prince Ling express his displeasure. You may leave now. Ru Su bowed to Mo Yufeng and exited. An Yunlan, unfazed, placed her hand on the prince's pulse. Your Highness, please raise your hand. How do you feel from last night to today? I slept well. I feel somewhat stronger upon rising today. Mo Yufeng replied indifferently. An Yunlan marveled at the robust physique of martial practitioners. Having just resolved his affliction, the prince's organs were already showing signs of recovery. And there was a certain vitality within him. Was that genuine Qi, the legendary inner strength? It was unfortunate that she lacked such prowess. A hint of regret crossed her face. What troubles you? Is my health still a concern? Mo Yufeng inquired. Why would your Highness ask such a question? And Yunlan responded, somewhat astonished. I noticed your brow furrowed and a trace of regret in your eyes. Mo Yufeng replied. And Yunlan lifted her gaze to meet the now less pallid face of the man before her, his demeanor resolute and indifferent, his observations keenly astute. She hastily waved her hand. No, your Highness has misunderstood. Your health is on the mend. I believe you will recover in 2 months, not 3. And what of that expression just now? Mo Yufeng pressed further. I sensed a surge of energy in your pulse. I assumed your Highness possesses profound inner strength. I was envious, as I lack martial skills and such inner power, and Yunlan replied candidly. Mo Yufeng found himself at a loss for words. This young woman spoke so earnestly, as if complimenting him while plainly expressing her envy. Our prince's prowess is unrivaled in the Kanglan kingdom. Few in Kunlun could match him. Shadow 1 interjected proudly. Mo Yufeng shot him a glare. You will run 10 laps around the palace. Shadow 1 quickly stepped back. He turned his attention back to An Yunlan. As a lady, you should not venture into the world without courage. Inner strength is of little use. Why did he say such a thing? Was it meant to reassure An Yunlan? Even Mo Yufeng himself did not comprehend. Yet An Yunlan murmured, it is better to have the ability to protect oneself. Health is paramount, and one must maintain good physical condition. I shall begin exercising tomorrow. You and your Gar brother clearly possess exceptional physical strength. Hearing An Yunlan refer to Shadow 1 as brother multiple times made Mo Yufeng uncomfortable. He is my guard, not your brother, he stated. Oh, right, Gar brother, and Yunlan realized she had been too familiar with him, fearing Prince Ling might perceive her as overly intimate with his guard. Noticing Prince Ling's silence, she quickly spoke, "Your Highness, you are recovering well. It is an excellent sign that you can sit up now. However, do not rush to move around. Wait a few days before doing so. Also, please refrain from using your inner strength while I administer acupuncture. Otherwise, it may yield adverse effects. Since you are well, Xiao Fu and I will take our leave for a stroll and will return in an hour." Mo Yufeng nodded, watching An Yunlan as she turned to leave, her demeanor cheerful. "Have Shadow 4 accompany you." Upon exiting the Mo Zhu courtyard, they encountered Qing Yang. "Missin, how is the medicine box I gave you yesterday?" And Yunlan looked at Qing Yang, who wore a smile, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. "You sent the medicine box? It is functional, albeit rather unsightly. Nonetheless, it suffices. Thank you." Qing Yang couldn't help but chuckle at An Yunlan's words. "Are you still upset with me? I apologize once more." Having witnessed An Yunlan's skills, his attitude towards her had shifted dramatically. As a healer, he held newfound admiration for her. However, An Yunlan remained indifferent, believing he thought a mere medicine box could win her favor, a foolish notion. "No need for that. You've already apologized," she replied coolly. Qing Shuni prepared to take his leave, but paused. "Are you heading out, Missin? May I seek your guidance on some medical inquiries when you have time?" He was eager to learn about detoxification, a field he had never explored before, and being a lifelong learner, he could not afford to miss such an opportunity. And Yunlan smiled. "To think a medicine box could serve as tuition is rather presumptuous. Besides, I have no intention of taking on disciples. Farewell." She sidestepped Qing Yang and pulled Xiao Fu toward the gate. Qing Yang watched her leave, infuriated and speechless. Chapter 22. A young woman's delight in shopping elated. And Yunlan tugged Xiao Fu toward the exit when she spotted a cart being pushed by several individuals from the side, heading towards the back gate. "Miss." Xiao Fu pointed at the cart, which clearly carried a load of corpses. "Don't look. Let us go out the front gate," and Yunlan exclaimed, having noticed the lifeless feet dangling from the cart. At least 7 or 8 bodies. A chill ran down her spine, while she had seen numerous corpses in her past life. Whether in hospitals or on peacekeeping missions, this was her first encounter with bodies wrapped in shrouds. "Miss, this is truly a grim matter." Xiao Fu trembled slightly. "As long as we do not provoke Prince Ling, we should be safe," and Yunlan consoled Xiao Fu, while also reassuring herself. This Prince Ling, though he appeared cold, did not seem like a merciless person, yet those pushing the cart appeared quite accustomed to their grim task. What manner of existence was this royal residence? What kind of man was this prince? Even in dire circumstances, how could he still possess the energy to claim so many lives? Was it some peculiar obsession? With their thoughts racing, the two exited the palace and were greeted by the lively streets outside, bustling with people and basking in the bright weather. And Yunlan felt a sense of rejuvenation. So this was the vibrant life of the bustling streets of Kanglan City. Early in the day, vendors were already peddling their wares, selling breakfast items and various goods. And Yunlan found everything to be utterly fascinating. She led Xiao Fu to a breakfast stall, ordering 2 bowls of wontons and a steamer of buns, forgetting that she had already consumed a bowl of porridge upon awakening. She relished her meal with delight. Afterward, they visited the money exchange, where she converted her substantial silver note into smaller denominations and exchanged it for a pouch of loose silver coins, setting off to enjoy her shopping spree. After a lengthy search in the bookstore, and Yunlan finally managed to find 4 or 5 volumes on peculiar tales, which she promptly purchased. She then proceeded to a nearby ready-to-wear shop, where she acquired 2 elegant outfits for herself and 2 sets for Xiao Fu. Following that, she visited a jewelry store on the first floor and casually selected a few simple yet refined hairpins. Elated, she strolled along the bustling East Street. Xiao Fu, equally delighted, reminisced about the times when outings with her young mistress were limited to buying a dozen buns and some pickled vegetables before hastily returning home. Occasionally, they would purchase fabric and sewing supplies for her to fashion modest garments for her mistress, who typically wore the leftover clothes from An Liwei, altered to fit. This carefree wandering about the street was a novel experience for both girls. Everything they saw was fascinating, and their laughter bloomed like 2 delicate flowers. A nearby vendor selling plush flowers observed the 2 young ladies with admiration. It was only when their arms were brimming with purchases that they reluctantly turned back. And Yunlan noticed a hint of regret on Xiao Fu's face and comforted her, saying, "Do not feel disheartened. We shall come out again another day. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you." Xiao Fu chuckled. "My lady, you ought to save some money. Those are meant for you by Madame An, and you will need to reserve some for the future, young master." She continued, "The Wang Fu has not mentioned a monthly allowance for you, nor a wage for me. It would be wise for us to conserve our resources." And Yunlan playfully nudged Xiao Fu. "There is no need for such frugality. Your mistress possesses excellent medical skills and culinary talent. We need not fear poverty or hunger in days to come." "Curious," Xiao Fu inquired, "my lady, where did you acquire such medical knowledge and culinary skills? You've never cooked at the inn residence." And Yunlan replied with a smile, "A celestial being taught me. After I fell into the lake once, it felt as if I had acquired all knowledge. Isn't it remarkable? I find it quite miraculous, but this must remain our secret." Xiao Fu, observing the vivacious and cheerful Yunlan, was determined to keep their secret safe, declaring, "I won't breathe a word to anyone. This is just between us." And Yunlan laughed at Xiao Fu's earnestness. "However, could you please sew a few cloth bags for me? Carrying all these items is quite tiresome." Xiao Fu asked, "What kind of bags? The ones for ice?" And Yunlan chuckled, "Not those. I will explain later. You will make them for me, as my skills in needlework are woefully inadequate." Xiao Fu recalled how Madame An had once taught in Yunlan, who had shown little interest, even claiming her embroidered mandarin ducks resembled ducks. Feeling embarrassed, and Yunlan responded, "Please do not mock me, Xiao Fu. I know you possess a talent for this. But I have a vision. Our collaboration will surely yield the finest results. Just tell me what you need, as long as it is not a dragon robe. I shall craft it for you," Xiao Fu promised softly. As the two girls entered the Wang Fu with their arms laden with goods, the doorman was taken aback. Had the new miss and really purchased everything available on the street? Yingxi, trailing behind, was equally astonished. He watched as In Yunlan and Xiao Fu returned to the Falling Blossom courtyard and hurried to report to Prince Ling. "Did they buy a lot?" Montauk Yufeng, feeling much improved, leaned against the headboard while Qin Yang took his pulse and listened to Yingxi's report. "Yes, Your Highness. They bought books and clothes, and returned only when their arms could carry no more. Nothing extravagant, merely essentials and hairpins." Yingxi knelt down. "Does Miss and truly not attract the favor of an Yuanzheng, as Ying suggested, to shop in such a manner? After all, she is a legitimate daughter, yet entered your Wang Fu with nothing." Qin Yang, having heard Yingyi's account of An Yunlan, found it hard to believe what he was hearing. "You may leave now." Mo Yufeng said nothing further and allowed Yingxi to depart. "Isn't this supposed to be a show of good fortune? It seems that An Yunlan is not favored by her family. Perhaps An Yuanzheng is contemplating her marriage to you, thinking you both may not have long to live." Qin Yang Diaset. Mo Yufeng shot him a glance, but remained silent. "Do not glare at me. And Yuanzheng is unaware that An Yunlan possesses medical knowledge and can dispel toxins. If he knew of her talents, he would not have so readily married her off. You did not consider this either? The Wang Fu does not appear to have prepared a grand wedding ceremony or supplies for her. Look at her. She went out to buy everything herself. At the very least, she should have been allowed to select a few items from the storeroom. Buying a plush flower is hardly significant. She is to be the Princess Ling. It would be a shame if others laughed at your Wang Fu." Qin Yang rambled on incessantly. "Enough." Mo Yufeng threw a book at Qin Yang. "You are insufferable." Qin Yang, realizing he had gone on too long, remarked with a smile, "Well, it seems I am no longer needed, so I shall take my leave. I still wish to find An Yunlan. I genuinely want to learn about dispelling toxins." With that, he turned to exit. Mo Yufeng tossed another book in Qin Yang's direction, warning him to keep his distance from An Yunlan. Qin Yang, taken aback, rubbed his back, muttering, "It is merely a matter of good fortune. She is not truly the princess. Once a divorce decree is issued, it will be of no consequence." After that, he quickly retreated, and Yunlan and Xiao Fu organized their purchases, leisurely seated in the courtyard. The table was laden with various delicacies they had acquired, and they debated which was the most delectable, planning to stock up on more for future enjoyment. When Yingxi returned, he noticed a package of snacks perched on a tree branch, and Yunlan, keenly aware of the rustling leaves, called out while nibbling to the kind sir in the tree, "This is for you. Thank you for watching over us." Yingxi nearly lost his balance upon hearing An Yunlan address him as kind sir, believing she could see him. He quickly repositioned himself to grab the snack package. When Qin Yang next arrived at Falling Blossom Courtyard, he found An Yunlan seated comfortably, swinging her legs as she sipped tea. An Yunlan was truly content, savoring the freshly brewed tea Xiao Fu had prepared while basking in the gentle afternoon sun. She felt fortunate to enjoy such tranquility in this new world, her happiness evident in her radiant smile. Qin Yang, standing at the entrance, observed the smiling An Yunlan, realizing that this cold Wang Fu harbored such a warm corner. This princess of good fortune was indeed a remarkable person. Upon catching sight of Qin Yang at the door, An Yunlan's mood soured. My courtyard does not require a guard. If you have something to say, do so. If not, kindly vacate. Qin Yang, regaining his composure, realized An Yunlan was scolding him again. You, as the legitimate daughter of the An family, must you be so sharp-tongued? Initially, he intended to retort, but recalling his purpose for visiting, his tone softened. What brings you here? An Yunlan inquired. Qin Yang stepped into the courtyard and sat opposite her. I merely wish to discuss the prince's illness, not to argue. An Yunlan, sipping her tea, replied, I had no intention of quarreling either. But you standing there in silence did resemble my old dog. Qin Yang recognized that An Yunlan was again criticizing him, but chose not to respond. He realized he likely appeared rather foolish standing outside, and today he sought her assistance. Given her sharp wit, he doubted he could win any argument with her. Please forgive me. I merely did not want to disturb your enjoyment of tea, he said, having no intention of further antagonizing her. An Yunlan, noting his change in demeanor, chose not to press the issue further. I am not that old. Speak, what do you wish to discuss? She poured him a cup of tea and offered it to him. The so-called divine doctor is quite handsome. It seems this era is abundant with attractive men. Qin Yang smiled as he glanced at the tea presented by An Yunlan, his expression brightening instantly. He inquired, Miss An, how did you discern that Prince Ling was afflicted by a curse rather than merely ill? An Yunlan responded, on the night I arrived, I noticed faint black lines on his neck, reminiscent of what I'd seen in an ancient book given to me by my grandmother. At that time, the prince did not allow me to inspect closely. However, upon my subsequent examination, the lines had become more pronounced. When I felt his pulse, I found that his organs were damaged, and the black lines seemed to flicker with the prince's intense pain, leading me to suspect a curse. Thus, I decided to experiment. I had noticed those lines before, albeit faintly, but they had vanished later. Yet, you are quite bold. You dare to test it on the prince? And Yunlan replied, I only proceeded because I was confident. The prince's health is invaluable, and so is my own life. If my attempt were to fail, I would be risking my life as well. Qin Yang looked at An Yunlan with a smile, realizing that she was quite aware of the stakes. Indeed, if one cannot bring auspicious fortune, one might as well accompany the deceased, she remarked nonchalantly. However, since I have just arrived, I have no intention of meeting my end yet. Qin Yang, puzzled by her comment about just arriving, asked, Did you learn all this from your grandmother? May I borrow that ancient book for reference? As someone who practices medicine, I always aspire to understand more about complex ailments. An Yunlan was pleased by Qin Yang's earnest approach to medicine, recognizing his desire for knowledge. However, she wondered where she could find such a book. I would have lent it to you, but during my years at the An residence, winters were too harsh, and I had no charcoal to use. So I primarily burned books for warmth. Nevertheless, I have memorized the contents. Feel free to ask whenever you need. Burning books for warmth. Qin Yang expressed disbelief, nearly spitting out the tea he had just sipped. Is it so peculiar? When it's unbearably cold, one must manage somehow. You likely have never experienced such cold. And Yunlan chuckled, as if discussing someone else's plight. Qin Yang was filled with curiosity about her life in the An residence. To rely on burning books for warmth during winter was a testament to An Yuanzheng's utter disregard for his daughter's well-being. Whom did you learn acupuncture from? Do you have a master? Qin Yang inquired further. Yes, my grandmother, though she has passed away, An Yunlan said softly, sipping her tea, lost in memories of her grandfather, from whom she had learned acupuncture. Qin Yang noted the shift in her demeanor and felt convinced of her sincerity. Her yearning was palpable. May I observe when you perform acupuncture on the prince? Qin Yang asked. Certainly. If you wish to learn, I can teach you a few techniques. As long as you refrain from using force against me, she replied. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Yang said, I was rather hasty back then. I sincerely apologize, Miss An. And Yunlan waved her hand dismissively. No harm done. You are all loyal to the prince. Your concern is understandable. Surprised by her generosity, Qin Yang found himself shifting from resistance to admiration for An Yunlan. Their conversation turned back to the prince's condition. Miss An, Are you aware of the ice poison within the prince? Qingyang ventured. Ice poison? An Yunlan echoed, hearing the term for the first time. It made sense. Each time she checked his pulse, the chilling sensation had caused her hands to grow cold. Yes, it was inflicted upon him during his childhood. Initially, it had little effect, only manifesting annually at the summer solstice, causing him to feel as if trapped in ice, racked with pain and unconsciousness. As he matured, it began to recur thrice a year, worsening with the approach of summer. It was only upon encountering the prince that I, alongside the valley master, employed medicinal techniques to suppress the poison. Yet we lacked the necessary antidote for a complete cure. Qingyang explained the prince's affliction, which was not a secret. It was known among the palace elders and those in the princess residence. Such a formidable poison, An Yunlan used, understanding the gravity of the situation she had sensed during her examination. Do you have a viable solution? Qingyang inquired tentatively, unsure if she could help, yet hopeful given her remarkable ability to counter curses. I fear I might not be able to, An Yunlan replied, somewhat regretfully. If her medical system were functioning, she could analyze the blood to determine the poison's composition. However, the system was currently inoperative, and she could not speak carelessly and jeopardize the prince's health. I had hoped you could perform another miracle, given your capabilities, Qingyang lamented. This matter cannot be rushed. Since you possess a method to suppress the poison, it would be prudent to continue doing so until you find a way to cure the prince completely, An Yunlan suggested, placing her faith in the prince's judgment. In recent years, he had gathered most of what he needed. Only a drop of golden elixir remained elusive. Yet, there were those who wished for the prince to fail. Each attempt to procure it had ended in frustration, with countless locations explored and numerous assassins dispatched over the years. Qingyang pondered how much longer the prince could endure such suffering. Since it exists, it can surely be found. As long as you all remain steadfast, hope remains. An Yunlan reassured him, aware of the golden elixir's significance. However, after years of searching, its retrieval seemed increasingly daunting, especially with others actively obstructing their efforts. Yet we must persist, Qingyang said with resignation before taking his leave. An Yunlan had a newfound appreciation for Qingyang. His dedication to the prince was unwavering, and his pursuit of medical knowledge was admirable. She began to reassess her own attitude toward him. Upon returning to the Mo bamboo courtyard, Qingyang recounted the earlier conversation to Prince Mufeng, who listened intently. What a pity about those invaluable medical manuscripts. And Yuanzheng is truly unworthy, Qingyang lamented. A medical fanatic, Mufeng remarked coolly. Can you believe that An Yunlan would burn such valuable texts? What a waste, Qingyang expressed genuine sorrow. Would you prefer she burned you instead? Mufeng queried. Burn me? Why do you always defend An Yunlan? Qingyang asked. I do not, Mufeng replied, momentarily taken aback. Would it be acceptable for me to take An Yunlan to the medicinal valley when she departs the prince's residence? My master would surely appreciate her, Qingyang suggested, envisioning the benefits of having such a medical prodigy join their ranks. Absolutely not, Mufeng replied without hesitation. Why not? Isn't in Yuanzheng attempting to sever ties with her? She would be left without support. Joining the medicinal valley would offer her a promising future, Qingyang argued. Not up for discussion, Mufeng declared firmly. Has someone upset you today? Why the sudden irritation? Qingyang inquired, sensing the tension in the air. Nothing. Summon the royal physician, Mufeng said, perplexed by his own feelings, and hastily dismissed Qingyang. He had his shadows investigate the in-residence and in Yunlan, yet found no further information. This woman rarely ventured beyond her home and seldom attended social events. Few knew her, leaving her history and pursuits a complete mystery. Mo Yufeng has always harbored reservations towards those who are uncertain. Yet the pure and penetrating gaze of An Yunlan, her unwavering commitment to the art of medicine, and the confidence and grace that are seldom found in a sheltered young lady compel him to trust her. Even Qingyang, who has begun to place his faith in An Yunlan, reinforces this notion. If it were not for their shared troubles, one might conclude that An Yunlan possesses the charm to enchant all. Shortly thereafter, Imperial Physician Wang entered the Muksu courtyard. Your Highness, did you summon me? Please make a trip to the palace and inform His Majesty of my condition. We must not cause the Emperor undue worry. Once I am able to move, I will pay my respects in person, Mo Yufeng replied, presenting his token to the physician. He was eager to reassure his elder brother, not wanting him to fret over his condition. This subordinate will attend to it at once. Wang bowed and exited. That evening, after An Yunlan taught Xiao Fu how to make eco-friendly shopping bags from her world, she proceeded to the Muxu courtyard to administer acupuncture to Prince Ling, where she found Qingyang present as well. She saluted Prince Ling and gestured for Qingyang to assist him in loosening his outer garments and rolling up his trousers. From Qingyang's medical box, she retrieved a bundle of silver needles, warmed her hands, took a deep breath, and began her rapid work. An Yunlan perceived that Mo Yufeng's physique was rather peculiar. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the poison. Each time she inserted a needle, she felt a chilling aura seeping through his skin, entwining with the silver needles, an unsettling sensation that made her uncomfortable. After completing the acupuncture, she rubbed her hands, which had become quite cold, pondering whether she might develop frostbite from this continued exposure. Noticing her pause, Qingyang inquired about the methods and effects of the acupuncture points they had discussed. As they exchanged ideas and demonstrated techniques, Mo Yufeng observed their focused expressions, feeling rather like a mere medical prop. Watching An Yunlan calmly elucidate her points, he couldn't help but think that perhaps his brother's arrangement for this auspicious occasion was a divine opportunity for rebirth. What was An Yunlan? A celestial being? He shook his head, attempting to dismiss such fanciful thoughts. What was he, after all? A warrior, one who had driven away countless noble daughters from the palace with ruthless methods. Yet now, facing An Yunlan, he found no inclination to cast her aside. Despite her proximity, he felt no discomfort. Rather, her faint medicinal fragrance enveloped him in a state of relaxation. What was happening to him? Although engaged in discussion with Qingyang, An Yunlan noticed Prince Ling shaking his head. Your Highness, are you unwell? Mo Yufeng snapped back to reality. No, I am fine. If you feel discomfort, you might wish to move a bit. Lying still for too long can be uncomfortable, An Yunlan kindly advised. He replied curtly. An Yunlan regarded him as rather aloof and taciturn, reflecting on how he had only spoken 3 words after her lengthy suggestions. Was his verbal capacity underdeveloped? It was no wonder the residents of the palace were rather reticent, apart from the eager Qingyang. Once An Yunlan had removed the needles, she and Qingyang had concluded their discussion regarding the prescription for Prince Ling's recovery. Both were pleased with the outcome, prompting Qingyang to excitedly take the prescription to brew the medicine. An Yunlan carefully put away the needles and covered Prince Ling with a quilt, preparing to take her leave. After she turned, Mo Yufeng spoke up. Thank you. An Yunlan was taken aback by his acknowledgement and turned to ask, What did you say, Your Highness? When he remained silent, she realized he had expressed gratitude. Oh, no need for thanks, Your Highness. Good night, she hurriedly replied before exiting. Mo Yufeng watched her retreating figure, contemplating her parting words, perhaps indicative of a peaceful night's rest. He closed his eyes, and aside from being roused by Qingyang for another dose of medicine, he indeed slept soundly. An Yunlan was escorted back to her residence by Ying Yi, who seemed overly cautious. Sir, you need not accompany me. I am familiar with this path, she said to the sentinel walking ahead. It is late. I must ensure your safety, miss, Ying Yi insisted, unwavering in his stride. Safety of the palace? What a jest. If this palace is unsafe, there are likely few secure places in the capital, and Yunlan responded with a smile. Ying Yi turned back, momentarily hesitating before swallowing his words. This subordinate is merely following the prince's orders to escort Miss An back to her quarters. An Yunlan observed the stoic guard and lost her desire for conversation, returning quietly to her quarters. Upon arrival, she discovered Xiao Fu had already crafted 5 or 6 eco-bags of various sizes. She marveled at Xiao Fu's dexterous hands, reflecting on her own limitations in sewing outside of delicate surgical tasks. Xiao Fu, your skill is remarkable. I sketch a rough design, and you bring it to life so beautifully, An Yunlan exclaimed, holding up one of the bags. This design is quite simple. I will create a larger version and later embellish it with embroidery for added beauty, Xiao Fu explained. Embroidery? This transforms it into a fashionable bag. Look, you've even added a lining, something I hadn't considered, and Yunlan mused, recognizing a business opportunity. Fashionable. But where did you see such a thing? It is indeed quite practical, Xiao Fu remarked as she slung the bag over her shoulder. I devised this because carrying items with both hands makes it difficult to enjoy treats. A large bag would free up my hands, Xiao Fu explained. How did you acquire such skill? Perhaps I should teach you some sewing techniques. I'm certain your work would be exquisite, An Yunlan recalled her school days, where poorly sewn items were likened to those crafted by pigs. She praised Xiao Fu for an extended period, demonstrating the bag's use. And the two shared hearty laughter before retiring for the night. "Miss, do you truly not require me to keep watch?" Xiao Fu inquired as she headed to her own chamber. "Go to sleep. There are many guards in the palace. Your presence is unnecessary. Even if you did keep watch, I would not increase your pay," An Yunlan urged, gently pushing Xiao Fu out the door. What nonsense was this? She was not a patient in a hospital requiring nightly companionship. From that day forward, Qingyang frequented the falling petal courtyard daily. An Yunlan found his persistent company somewhat vexing, as he would engage her in long conversations, leaving her unable to take Xiao Fu out for leisure. Fortunately, Xiao Fu was occupied, adorning the bags with beautiful designs that An Yunlan truly admired. After 3 days of Qingyang's company, a sudden tranquility descended. Upon visiting Prince Ling for his pulse, she learned he had been dispatched on official business. After completing her examination, she intended to bid farewell to Prince Ling when she heard his icy voice. "You may leave the palace today. I have sent Qingyang away to prevent him from bothering you." An Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "It is not a bother. Our discussions in medicine are quite enlightening for me. It is all for your swift recovery, Your Highness." She had not anticipated that Prince Ling's decision to send Qingyang away was meant to spare her from his incessant chatter. Mo Yufeng felt a sense of relief, recognizing that neither had viewed him as an inconvenience. After bowing to Prince Ling, An Yunlan tidied her quarters and set out once more with Xiao Fu. As they rounded the palace, they encountered the ominous sight of several carts, this time 2 in number. Their steps faltered, a chill creeping over them. "Miss, how many have perished within this palace? Look at those carts, the dark red stains. Are they not blood?" Xiao Fu grasped An Yunlan's hand, her voice trembling. "Do not wander about aimlessly. This is not a place for us," An Yunlan cautioned, her distaste for the palace growing. She couldn't shake the feeling that this prince might be a deranged murderer, his demeanor cold yet deceptively gentle towards those around him. As night falls, one might transform into a demon, addicted to the act of killing. An Yunlan wishes she could knock this person unconscious and conduct a thorough examination to determine whether they possess antisocial tendencies or suffer from schizophrenia. "Xiao Fu, from now on, aside from the main kitchen, do not venture anywhere else, especially at night. Make sure to stock up on supplies in our little kitchen, and only go outside during the day," An Yunlan instructs Xiao Fu. "Understood, Mississippi. I won't go out unless necessary." Xiao Fu nods in agreement. When Qingyang returns to the estate intending to find An Yunlan, he discovers that she is not in the courtyard. He places the fine tea he brought for her on the table and, feeling somewhat disappointed, retreats. Chapter 24. A first encounter with Cheng Yu, as usual. An Yunlan strolls through the streets with Xiao Fu. After exploring East-West Street last time, they decide to wander South-North Street today. They discover that South-North Street is even livelier, with wares of a much higher caliber than those found on East-West Street. While walking, they soon spot a long queue at a dim sum shop. Chengji Dim Sum House. "Xiao Fu, look at all these people in line. It must be delicious. Let's join the queue," An Yunlan exclaims, hastily running towards it while munching on some freshly purchased candied fruit. To her surprise, the ancient delicacies are quite delightful, offering a variety of flavors that suit her palate. Unlike the girls of her previous life who were perpetually dieting, An Yunlan feels at ease indulging herself in this world. Just as they are 2 places away from reaching the front of the line, a child who had just taken a bite of dim sum suddenly collapses onto the ground. The child's family anxiously calls out, but to their horror, the child clutches their throat and falls silent. An Yunlan quickly tosses her bag to Xiao Fu and strides forward, urging the crowd to make way and grant the child some space. A beautiful woman cradles the child, tears streaming down her face, and anxiously questions, "What are you going to do?" An Yunlan extends her hand. "I am a doctor. I will examine the child." The woman, seeing that An Yunlan is a lady, hesitates, but ultimately relinquishes the child to her. Upon taking the child, An Yunlan realizes they are choking. She swiftly places the child's upper body across her lap, gripping their chin with one hand while vigorously patting their back with the other. Surrounding spectators murmur amongst themselves, uncertain whether she is punishing or saving the child. Just as the woman grows anxious and attempts to intervene, the child suddenly expels a lotus seed, takes a deep breath, and begins to cry, "Mother, I feel unwell." The crowd watches in astonishment as the seemingly lifeless child, whose face had been flushed crimson, revives. The woman quickly embraces her child and bows gratefully to An Yunlan. Thank you, miss, for saving my son. May I ask your name? I must come to express my gratitude. No need for that. It was merely a small effort, An Yunlan replies modestly. In the future, do not give such small children large round items to eat, as they can easily choke. If your child experiences throat pain later, offer them slightly cooler water. She then addresses the crowd. Those with children should also take care to crush food before giving it to them. The onlookers nod in agreement, praising An Yunlan for her quick thinking. May I ask your surname, miss? I am Chengyu, the owner of Chengji. I'm truly grateful for your assistance today. A man dressed in blue catches An Yunlan's eye, exuding an air of affluence. My surname is In. There is no need for formalities, young Master Cheng. It was but a trivial matter, she replies courteously before turning to assist Xiao Fu. The woman then removes a jade pendant from her attire and offers it to An Yunlan, saying, Miss In, I will take my son home now. Should you ever require assistance, please bring this pendant to the general's residence. I will repay your kindness in due time. The general's residence? What have I done to merit this? An Yunlan ponders, perplexed. Chengyu interjects. That woman is Madame Liu, the wife of the current general, Han Zhan. Thank you for clarifying, young Master Cheng. I must take my leave, An Yunlan responds, feeling somewhat bewildered. After completing her tasks, she loses interest in purchasing dim sum and turns to leave, but Chengyu presents her with several bags of dim sum, insisting, Miss In, please accept this token of appreciation. Should you wish to purchase dim sum again, do come to find me. An Yunlan, feeling no need to refuse further, graciously accepts the offering and departs. Chengyu watches her from the entrance of his shop, captivated by the ethereal beauty of the girl who possesses both grace and skill in medicine, wondering which noble family she hails from. Miss, the child you saved is the youngest son of General Han, Xiao Fu informs An Yunlan. How do you know that? She inquires, placing the dim sum Chengyu gave her into her bag. People were saying so. He is indeed the youngest son of General Han. The general is a famed warrior. But sadly, his eldest son has been frail since childhood and has never had the chance to accompany him to battle. This youngest son was born to Madame Han when she was in her 30s, and it is said he serves to make up for the general's regrets. Xiao Fu shares the gossip eagerly. Is that so? There is perhaps no regret. Even if one cannot enter the battlefield, they can pursue other paths. It is indeed unfortunate that he is often unwell. However, the child appears quite adorable, round and cherubic, and Yunlan uses her fondness for children evident. Miss, you are truly remarkable. I was worried that Madame Han might become furious with you after seeing you strike the child. Xiao Fu chuckles. It was not random. There was a technique to it. Thankfully, I acted in time when he was choking, and Yunlan explains. After a bit of commotion, realizing it is almost time, and Yunlan hurries back to the Wang residence with Xiao Fu. She carefully wraps the dim sum Chengyu provided as a gift for the prince, reminding them they may only eat one piece. Once back in her courtyard, Yingxi enters the Mo Zhu courtyard to report on the day's events. Your Highness, Miss Sin's method of saving the child was quite extraordinary. It seemed as though young Master Han was on the brink of losing consciousness. Yet Miss Sin merely glanced at him, understood the issue, and laid him down, delivering several firm pats. In an instant, the young master's color returned. Seeing that Miss Sin does not possess martial skills, I cannot help but wonder if she employed some form of divine magic rather than mere medical expertise. I have never witnessed a doctor revive someone on the verge of death with just a few strikes. Indeed, she has saved the youngest son of General Han. And Yunlan's medical skills are truly remarkable, and Mo Yufeng muses inwardly. Noticing the dim sum package placed on the table by Yingxi, he smiles slightly, then opens it to take a bite. Yingxi is taken aback, since following the Ling Prince, he has never seen him indulge in sweet treats. What has prompted this change today? Chapter 25. The request for a divorce certificate, and Yunlan organizes her belongings and retrieves the medicine chest sent by Qingyang, meticulously arranging her supplies. She also takes out several unpackaged medicines from her space and places them into various small porcelain bottles, labeling them accordingly. Qingyang is quite thoughtful. He knows to bring me some fine tea, she reflects. She instructs Xiao Fu to brew a pot of tea for her and recalls the need to prepare something for Xiao Fu that she has not tried before. Thus, she leads Xiao Fu to the small kitchen, first retrieving the roasted sweet potatoes she had made before leaving, which now appear charred on the outside. Xiao Fu looks on in confusion. Miss, you haven't gone mad from falling into the lake, have you? Can this even be eaten? As An Yunlan splits the sweet potato open to reveal its golden, fragrant interior and takes a bite, her face lights up with delight. Xiao Fu cautiously takes a small bite and, overwhelmed by the soft and sweet flavor, cannot resist taking another. An Yunlan laughs heartily. See, Xiao Fu, I did not deceive you. This is both delicious and filling. Xiao Fu, too engrossed in the taste to respond, quickly sits by the stove, devouring half of the sweet potato. An Yunlan then selects 2 good potatoes and picks several fresh vegetables, deciding to prepare simple yet refreshing vegetarian dishes for lunch after indulging in so many snacks outside. Xiao Fu watches in astonishment as An Yunlan skillfully washes the vegetables, slicing the potatoes with precision. Is this really my miss? Since falling into the lake, she has changed so much. She can heal, stand up for herself, and now cook as well. After An Yunlan skillfully prepared garlic greens and spicy sour shredded potatoes, she noticed the perplexed expression on Xiao Fu's face and felt that she had perhaps revealed a bit too much of herself. Before she could speak, Xiao Fu exclaimed, "No matter how my lady changes, you will always be my lady. She has always been proficient in everything since childhood, and I only recognize my lady." A warmth spread through An Yunlan's heart as she bestowed upon Xiao Fu a knowing smile and led her to dinner. Xiao Fu was pleasantly surprised by the deliciousness of the 2 vegetarian dishes An Yunlan had cooked, devouring a large bowl of rice. An Yunlan, however, ate little. Having had a substantial breakfast, she felt that the meals she consumed since her arrival carried a hint of bitterness. She inquired of Xiao Fu, "Is this dish to your liking?" Yes, it's delicious. My lady, how is your culinary skill so remarkable?" Xiao Fu replied. "Don't you find a slight bitterness in the food?" An Yunlan asked. "Not at all. I find it delightful, even better than what we had at our former residence." An Yunlan began to suspect a flaw in her palate, but chose to eat alongside Xiao Fu without further contemplation. In the afternoon, she reorganized her courtyard, converting a west-facing room into a pharmacy, where she could concoct medicines and store herbal remedies on neatly arranged shelves. She refrained from retrieving too many herbs from her space, also placing some traditional Chinese medicine sent by physician Wang inside. After an hour post-dinner, she carried her medicine box to the Muksu courtyard. Having requested an audience before preparing to administer acupuncture to Prince Ling, noticing that Xingyang was absent, she found physician Wang in the room, observing her deft techniques. He waited for her to cleanse her hands before extracting needles. "Missin, your needlework is truly remarkable. In my decades as a physician, I have never witnessed such skill," he complimented. And Yunlan smiled and humbly replied, "You flatter me, physician Wang. This is known as flying needles. I have practiced since childhood, and my master taught me well, though practice is indeed essential." Physician Wang expressed a desire to consult her on certain matters in the future, hoping she could enlighten him. "I am more than willing to engage in mutual research and exchange ideas," and Yunlan responded. She welcomed the opportunity to converse with physician Wang, as it would provide her with deeper insights into the current medical landscape, and she desired a collaborative growth. "You saved General Han's son?" came a languid voice from the bed. It was Mo Yufeng. Physician Wang, upon hearing this, bowed and exited the room. And Yunlan replied, "It was merely a coincidence. Lady Han and her child happened to be ahead of me in line for pastries. By the way, Lady Han also gifted me a jade pendant. She was in a hurry, and I couldn't return it. What should we do, Your Highness?" And Yunlan produced the jade pendant, intending to hand it to Prince Ling. Feeling dependent on others, she was reluctant to forge ties with the powerful, fearing it might lead to complications, as she had no wish to be embroiled in the struggles for political power. "Since she has given it to you, you should keep it. The Han family is good people," Mo Yufeng replied, not reaching for the pendant but stating it matter-of-factly. And Yunlan, feeling somewhat obsequious, added, "I had no time to return it to her. It was a trivial matter. Moreover, I truly do not wish to trouble Your Highness. Allow me to proceed with the acupuncture," she continued, swiftly getting to work. Once completed, she inquired, "How do you find it, Your Highness?" Mo Yufeng simply responded with a non-committal sound. As An Yunlan tidied up, she observed Mo Yufeng sitting on the bed, examining the documents laid out before him. "Your Highness, you ought not to overexert yourself. Ensure you maintain proper sleep and nutrition, and remember to take the medicinal cuisine prepared by physician Wang on time. Also, once you feel better, could you write me a divorce decree?" Mo Yufeng lifted his gaze to meet An Yunlan's, remaining silent. She felt a chill envelop her. regretting her audacity in asking for something before he was even fully recovered. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Finally, An Yunlan spoke, "Your Highness, I mean no offense. You may grant it to me once you are completely healed. I am in no rush." After offering a few more compliments, she hurriedly exited the main chamber. Once outside, An Yunlan chastised herself, pondering how thoughtless she had been. Upon stepping into the bustling capital, witnessing the stability of the common people's lives, she had yearned to escape and find a modest place to live comfortably. Observing Prince Ling diligently attending to his affairs made her question her earlier boldness. Realizing how imposing his aura was, she hurriedly returned to the lying courtyard to rest. Yingxi relayed the observations to Mo Yufeng, particularly noting An Yunlan slapping her own face, which gradually eased the tension in the room. Mo Yufeng was eager to recover swiftly. Although the internal situation of the Kanglan Kingdom was relatively stable, external threats loomed, with minor nations at their borders occasionally attempting to provoke issues. Having seen An Yunlan successfully dispel his curse, with both acupuncture and herbal prescriptions receiving validation from Qingyang and physician Wan, he felt confident about returning to the battlefield to uphold Kanglan's stability and secure his elder brother's reign. However, An Yunlan was an anomaly. Others had clamored to enter his palace, and even his brother had once contemplated bestowing several women upon him, all of which he had declined due to the ongoing war. In his precarious health, had he not felt utterly hopeless, he would not have allowed the astrologers to meddle. In the days since An Yunlan's arrival, she had neither flattered him nor acted obsequiously, but conducted herself purely as a healer, never once mentioning the matter of bringing him joy. Yet, now that he had regained hope, she hastily sought a divorce decree. He found himself perplexed by her intentions. "What have you discovered regarding your investigation?" he inquired of Ying. "The information remains consistent. We are still probing the rest, and will report back with haste. As for Missin's references to Xiao Zhan and his companions, we have found no leads," Ying replied respectfully. In the subsequent half-month, apart from her daily visits for pulse checks and acupuncture, An Yunlan took opportunities to stroll with Xiao Fu, purchasing numerous items, both useful and otherwise. Xiao Fu, concerned about her mistress's extravagant spending, observed her with a mix of admiration and exasperation. While frugality is important, increasing one's resources is even more vital. Just wait. When I earn substantial wealth, I shall take you daily to the Fragrant Pavilion, to Lu Bao Pavilion, to Xiao Ji Tailoring. And Yunlan proclaimed, counting the most expensive shops on the street. "My lady, perhaps we should return home and cook ourselves. I believe your cooking is delectable. Let me learn from you, so that I may prepare meals for you in the future," Xiao Fu replied with a smile. Taking one of the bags from An Yunlan's hands, the capital of Kanglan remained vibrant, with citizens enjoying a comfortable existence. The array of small shops offered a plethora of goods, dazzling in Yunlan's eyes. The exquisite jewelry she had only seen on television was now within her reach, igniting her desire to purchase a few pieces. Despite being ancient artifacts, their craftsmanship and quality were remarkably refined. And Yunlan mused that if she could bring such treasures back to her own time, she might transform into a discreetly wealthy physician. The bag they carried drew considerable attention, with many young ladies casting glances or inquiring about its contents as they shopped. And Yunlan thought to herself that such an item could be easily replicated and should not become a monopolized product. Thus she patiently explained it whenever asked. Unbeknownst to her, this eco-friendly bag would later become a fashionable item in the capital. The origin of the recent trend in the capital regarding fabric bags remains a mystery to many. Numerous accessory shops have begun to produce these bags in abundance, yet no one seems to know who initiated this fashion. It has been said that someone was first seen carrying one near the entrance of Chengji Pastry Shop, and gradually, more and more people began to adopt this practice. And Yunlan found it amusing. She had merely created an eco-friendly bag from her previous life's design for convenience, not anticipating that it would become widely used. In this era devoid of plastic, she would have felt she made a significant contribution to environmentalism. In truth, An Yunlan understood that young ladies from affluent families would hardly carry their own belongings. It was typically the servants who handled such tasks, placing items on the carriage if they could not carry them. Few, like her, strolled the streets relying solely on their own hands and legs. However, as is often the case, the unfamiliar is what piques curiosity. Xiao Fu improved upon one of her bags, adding compartments and pockets, thus eliminating the need to stuff items into wide sleeves or belts. The attire appeared more fitted and graceful, allowing for greater ease of movement. Xiao Fu felt a pang of disappointment, believing that if they opened a shop, they would surely profit. After Yunlan explained that anyone could make such a bag without any specialized skills, she came to understand. Moreover, such bags were not something the young ladies would carry themselves. Their servants attended to that, leaving the ladies to focus solely on their appearance. This novelty would likely only last for a couple of days, serving merely as a decorative item. Nevertheless, An Yunlan mentioned her knowledge of various styles, such as backpacks, shoulder bags, and small leather bags, promising to teach Xiao Fu once they had some free time, which brightened Xiao Fu's spirits once more. On that day, after leaving the herbal shop on West Street, they entered an alley intending to take a shortcut back to the mansion. As they reached the entrance of the alley, a man clad in white swiftly dashed past them into the first courtyard. Before An Yunlan could gather her thoughts, a group of 7 or 8 men followed closely behind, glaring at her and Xiao Fu, demanding, "Did a man just pass by?" Startled, Xiao Fu hid behind An Yunlan, who recognized the men were trouble. She pointed down the street, feigning fear as she replied, "He ran that way." The group exchanged glances between the alley and the bustling street to the left before rushing off. Once they were at a safe distance, An Yunlan called out to the man in white, who had entered the courtyard, saying, "They've all gone toward West Street. You should change your location quickly." After saying this, she took Xiao Fu and started to leave. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and the white-clad man emerged, cradling his injured arm. He looked at An Yunlan and said, "Thank you for your assistance. Mississippi, may I inquire your esteemed name, so that I may express my gratitude in person another day?" An Yunlan observed the man. Although he was handsome, there was a certain effeminacy to his features, particularly his slender, phoenix-like eyes, which led her to feel he was not someone with whom she could connect deeply. Noticing the bloodstains on his sleeve, she retrieved a nearly full bottle of healing ointment from her sleeve and handed it to him, saying, "There's no need for thanks. Just avoid getting into such predicaments again. Tend to your wounds." Turning to Xiao Fu, she added, "Let us be on our way." The two then proceeded down the alley toward the mansion. "Miss, that was terrifying." But the man in white was rather handsome, Xiao Fu remarked as she tugged at An Yunlan's sleeve. "Handsome? I suppose he is passable, though Prince Ling is more striking." An Yunlan replied with a smile. "Indeed, Prince Ling is undeniably more dashing, but he has his charm," Xiao Fu mused. "Oh, Xiao Fu, do you fancy him? Should I help you inquire more about him?" An Yunlan teased. "Mississippi." Xiao Fu's face flushed crimson. The two shared laughter as they returned to the mansion, only to encounter the man in white once more not long after. Chapter 26. The little cook shows her skills after indulging in leisurely strolls through a few streets. An Yunlan decided against venturing too far and focused on treating Prince Ling within the mansion. She prepared herbal remedies, perused a few intriguing books, and engaged in medical discussions with Qingyang, who frequently visited her. An Yunlan not only enhanced her medical knowledge, but also gained insights into the current state of the Kanglan Kingdom. What delighted her most was Qingyang's enthusiasm for learning. He had not anticipated another opportunity to study, especially regarding the treatment of external injuries, as his lord was a formidable warrior, adept in battle, yet unable to prevent the soldiers from sustaining injuries. The loss of combat effectiveness due to injuries was a pressing concern for every nation. And Yunlan's confident discussions on suturing, bandaging, and amputation left Qingyang with the impression that she was a valuable asset to the prince, capable of addressing significant issues. In between discussions, An Yunlan requested various herbs from Qingyang and the royal physician to concoct her remedies. Noticing their interest in external injuries, she prepared numerous ointments, incorporating several Western medicinal ingredients from her workshop to enhance their efficacy. One day, after completing her remedies, she realized it was late. Typically, she would not allow Xiao Fu to disturb her while in the apothecary. Xiao Fu called out to her from the door, "Miss, the kitchen has sent over a large fish today. What would you like me to prepare?" And Yunlan stepped out, stretching her back and responding, "There's fish? Let's go. I'll make a new dish." Having loved fish in her previous life, she relished various kinds: steamed, braised, dry-fried, deep-fried, and boiled, with her favorite being boiled fish. The memory of the chef's exquisite boiled fish from the military hospital made her salivate. Unfortunately, the capital was far from the sea. Otherwise, steamed sea fish would have been even more delectable. Upon arriving at the small kitchen, An Yunlan noticed a large piece of venison. She instructed Xiao Fu to prepare the accompanying ingredients before rolling up her sleeves to cut the venison into chunks and blanch them in water. Then stir-fry before simmering a pot of venison stew. She then cleaned the fish, filleted it, deboned it, and marinated it with spices and wine for flavor. Once the potatoes were added to the venison to stew, she began preparing her signature boiled fish. As she layered thin, spicy fish slices over the blanched greens and poured hot oil infused with peppercorns and chili on top, the fragrant aroma filled the entire kitchen. "Miss, let us hurry and eat. I'm about to drool," Xiao Fu urged, serving the rice. "You're such a greedy cat," An Yunlan teased, watching as Xiao Fu exited the kitchen with the dishes. Upon leaving, they encountered Mo Yufeng and Ying Yi standing at the courtyard entrance. "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" An Yunlan rushed over, wishing to take his pulse. Mo Yufeng was surprised he could reach the falling petal garden. He had made remarkable progress in his recovery over the past month. Following An Yunlan's advice, he gradually increased his movement from a few steps inside to walking around the courtyard for half an hour. Though he had yet to resume martial arts training, he felt confident that he was largely healed. On this occasion, Ying Yi accompanied him, and they instinctively followed the enticing aroma to the falling petal garden. As An Yunlan approached briskly, he reassured her, "No need for concern. I was merely taking a stroll in the mansion and happened to wander this way." Ying Yi, observing Xiao Fu carrying the food tray, suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps you should sit for a while before heading back. Too much walking at once may not be wise. Have you had dinner yet? If not, why not sample my cooking?" An Yunlan graciously offered, stepping aside for Prince Ling, mindful that this was his residence, and it would be inappropriate to simply shoo him away. Though Mo Yufeng remained silent, he stepped into the room. An Yunlan followed suit, and Xiao Fu astutely exited after setting the dishes down. "Xiao Fu, you all may eat in the small kitchen. There are plenty of dishes left." Inviting Yi and that fellow up in the tree as well, An Yunlan instructed. Xiao Fu nodded, and upon glancing at the prince, Ying Yi followed her downstairs. An Yunlan sat opposite Prince Ling, serving him venison and greens, but refrained from offering him the boiled fish. As she observed him eat, she remained standing, unsure of the proper etiquette regarding dining with the prince. She pondered whether she should wait until he finished before she herself partook, uncertain of the customs of this ancient era. Thank goodness it was summer, otherwise her boiled fish would soon cool. "Spoke, let us sit down and dine. Did you prepare this?" And Yunlan took her seat and quickly introduced, "It is a dish made by this humble servant, Your Highness. This is potato stew with venison. Do indulge in more venison for your health. And do not forget to eat plenty of greens for vitamins. Please refrain from the fish for now, as you are still under medication and should avoid raw, cold, and spicy foods. This fish is rather spicy, so it is best left untouched." As she spoke, An Yunlan helped herself to the fish, thinking to herself, "How delightful. This entire bowl of fish is for me. Who cares about the venison and greens today? The potatoes, they are quite delicious." Elegantly took a bite and conversed with An Yunlan. "Your Highness is aware of potatoes, I presume? They must have been brought to Kanglan from a small nation. They are indeed a wonderful vegetable, both tasty and filling. I wonder how my father managed to bring them back. After all, they are part of my dowry." An Yunlan remarked disdainfully. "Dowry?" inquired. "Indeed, my dowry. I came to the royal residence to bring good fortune. My father provided me with 2 trunks as my dowry, one filled with potatoes and the other with sweet potatoes." An Yunlan replied, laughing as she continued to focus on the bowl of fish, her head not lifting, was taken aback by An Yunlan's apparent nonchalance despite her grievances, as if she were recounting a joke overheard from someone else. He also recalled that he had not offered her any betrothal gifts when she came to the royal residence, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. "I did not provide you with anything at that time. I was merely here to bring good fortune. It was not a formal marriage. Besides, you provided me with a wedding gown, sparing me much embarrassment," and Yunlan said, her attention still on the fish, dismissing any awkwardness. The two exchanged no further words as they dined, while the small kitchen was in disarray. Xiao Fu observed the eating habits of Ying Yi and Ying Si, struggling to contain her laughter. Noticing that the Ling Wang had eaten little rice alongside the dishes, and Yunlan asked, "Your Highness, is it my cooking that is lacking? I feel there is a bitterness to the dishes. Do you not find them unpalatable?" Replied, "I had already dined before coming here. Your cooking is quite delightful. However, the salt in the royal residence is not refined, which indeed can impart a bitter taste." Seeing An Yunlan's astonishment, he continued, "Refined salt is expensive. It is not that I cannot afford it, but rather that I wish to share the same sustenance as the common folk. If you find it unpalatable, I can instruct the steward to procure some refined salt." And Yunlan was relieved, having thought her palate was at fault. "That is unnecessary. It is fine for everyone to share the same fare. I was merely concerned that my taste was amiss. But why is refined salt so costly in Kanglan?" And Yunlan queried, as she felt that such a vast nation should not lack salt mines or coastal resources. Regarded An Yunlan, recognizing her as a woman who, at times, possessed the cleverness of a cunning fox, yet at other times displayed ignorance of common knowledge, a true contradiction. Kanglan lacks the technology to produce refined salt. Only the nations of Nanjing and Shichu within Kunlun have the capability to manufacture it themselves. We procure our refined salt from these two nations. And Yunlan was astonished to learn that Kanglan did not possess the means to produce refined salt, relying on imports instead. Thus, the common people consumed only coarse salt. So, only the imperial palace is allowed refined salt? And Yunlan asked, puzzled. Not exclusively. Many court officials, noble families, and wealthy merchants also have access to refined salt. However, it must be purchased from outside, which makes it rather expensive, clarified. Kanglan cannot produce its own refined salt? This was the first time An Yunlan had heard of a nation lacking such capability. Indeed, affirmed, is refined salt exceedingly expensive? And Yunlan inquired, smiled at her, currently. The price of refined salt is approximately 20 times that of coarse salt. Kanglan negotiates yearly with other nations for salt, facing continual price increases. That seems unreasonable. Producing refined salt is not particularly difficult, and Yunlan muttered as she ate. Not difficult? Kanglan truly has no one capable of doing so. Felt a tinge of exasperation at An Yunlan's casual attitude. While her medical skills were exceptional, did she truly take other matters so lightly? The prince was genuinely benevolent, sharing both joys and sorrows with his subjects. "I seem to vaguely recall the method for producing refined salt. Would it be of use to your highness?" Was taken aback, not expecting the sheltered young lady to possess knowledge of not only medicine, but also salt production. "Are you serious? This is no jest," he asked, his voice tinged with urgency. "It should be feasible. I'll try in the small kitchen first. If successful, your highness may make use of it." And Yunlan replied nonchalantly, considering that if she could produce refined salt, she could satisfy her own cravings for dishes devoid of bitterness. "Are you certain? Where did you learn this?" Pressed. "I recall the matron who taught me medicine had numerous ancient texts at her home, and I believe I have seen something regarding it," she answered, conveniently attributing her knowledge to a fictional source. "If you succeed, I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the people of Kanglan." Said earnestly, "Your highness is too kind. I am merely seeking a way to enjoy my meals without bitterness. There is no need for thanks. Once you have fully recovered, simply grant me a divorce certificate." And Yunlan waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. "A divorce certificate again? Why does this girl so ardently wish to leave the royal residence?" As expression darkened. While An Yunlan was indeed beautiful, many women of similar allure sought to climb into his bed. Life in the royal residence is quite pleasant, with no worries about food or stable living. Yet, I believe I could live just as comfortably outside, and furthermore, I would enjoy greater freedom. And Yunlan continued to pick at the fish, casually expressing her thoughts, only to suddenly feel a chill as she met the Ling Wang's serious gaze. "Your Highness, you are wonderful, and the royal residence is splendid. However, I have always yearned for a life of freedom, to go wherever I please and enjoy whatever I desire, free as a joyful bird. This has been my lifelong dream." Found this free-spirited girl, filled with dreams, increasingly intriguing. While others sought to enter the royal residence to gain favor, enhance family honor, or elevate their status, she merely valued the stability of life in the palace, wishing for divorce solely for the sake of freedom. "You will receive a letter from me in due time. For now, ponder the method of producing refined salt," said. "Very well, I shall reflect on it and attempt to create it myself." And Yunlan responded, summoned Ing Yi, and exited. And Yunlan bowed respectfully and returned to her fish, feeling quite pleased at the prospect of promising her a divorce certificate. She sensed that the Ling Wang had become more talkative since his health had improved, though his demeanor remained as icy as ever. The occasional chill he exuded alleviated the sweltering heat of summer in her room somewhat. The food season with coarse salt was indeed not very palatable. She retrieved some chocolate beans from the wooden box on the table, which she had brought from her space, and popped two in her mouth for energy. Xiaofu, noticing her eating something dark, asked, "Miss, are you unwell? Why are you taking medicine?" "Oh, this is quite delicious. Do give it a taste." An Yunlan offered her two beans. Xiaofu curiously placed them in her mouth, only to be met with a bitter flavor that nearly made her gag. "Miss, this medicinal pill is truly bitter," she exclaimed, her face contorted in distaste. An Yunlan chuckled at Xiaofu's pained expression, realizing that she had given her 92 pure chocolate, which was likely too intense for an ordinary person. "Do not spit it out. Once you finish, you will sense a hint of sweetness. This one is not particularly pleasant. Tomorrow, I will bring you something tastier." Xiaofu grimaced. "Miss, you may as well eat it yourself. I am well, and do not require it." She then tidied the table and went to the kitchen. After washing up, she discovered that the bitterness of the medicinal pill had indeed faded somewhat, but she no longer wished to eat it. Chapter 27. The noble lady's star chart that evening. An Yunlan once again immersed herself in the space, retrieving several bags of exquisite chocolate, carefully unpacking them and wrapping them in oil paper. She intended to prepare a box for Xiaofu the next day, eager to let her experience the true essence of delectable treats. An Yunlan knew that Xiaofu preferred chocolates with a higher purity, as they not only replenished energy, but also did not contribute to weight gain. The following morning, after completing her morning routine, An Yunlan ventured into the courtyard to seek out Xiaofu. "Xiaofu, come here. I have a delightful treat for you," she called, waving her hand. Upon recalling the peculiar substance they had consumed the previous night, Xiaofu hesitated, shaking her head. "Miss, please enjoy it yourself. I shall pass." "Don't be silly. This is different from yesterday's. Come, give it a try," An Yunlan urged, approaching Xiaofu and offering her a piece of chocolate. Not wanting to defy her mistress, Xiaofu reluctantly closed her eyes and took a bite, bracing herself for bitterness. However, the sweet aroma that enveloped her senses compelled her to savor the morsel further. "Miss, this is delicious. So sweet," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Seeing Xiaofu's delighted expression filled An Yunlan with happiness as well. "I told you it was sweet. Eat sparingly, though. Too much isn't good for your teeth. Just 3 or 5 pieces will suffice. I can easily eat 3 to 5 dozen in a day," Xiaofu replied, cradling the box with glee. She had never tasted such exquisite morsels before. Their silky texture and subtle milky flavor were simply divine. An Yunlan chuckled, advising Xiaofu to restrain herself, and then retreated to the apothecary room. Inspired by her chemistry lessons from school, she began to devise a method for filtering and purifying coarse salt. Engrossed in her experiments in the small kitchen, she felt as though she had returned to her school days, reveling in the joy of discovery. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Qingyang had quieted considerably. Observing An Yunlan engrossed in her task of creating refined salt, he chose to refrain from interrupting her. Besides, Prince Ling had been assigning him various tasks, recently sending him to the military camp, suggesting that he would not return to the palace anytime soon. "Miss, Steward Lee just arrived and brought a large bag of salt, claiming it to be refined salt, specially purchased for you," Xiaofu reported as An Yunlan emerged from the apothecary room, still busy with her work. An Yunlan pinched a small amount and tasted it. Indeed, it was far superior to the salt they had been using. A warm feeling blossomed within her, realizing that Prince Ling had shown such thoughtfulness. However, the thought of him transforming into a ruthless killer at night sent a chill down her spine, prompting her to hastily dismiss any inappropriate thoughts. Prince Ling's health had been steadily improving. His organs had regained their vitality, and his spirits were brighter each day. He was able to walk, stroll, and dine normally. Mo Yushuan finally received splendid news about Mo Yufeng and hurried back, his clothes unchanged as he rushed straight into Prince Ling's residence. Upon entering the Mo Zhu courtyard, he found An Yunlan examining Mo Yufeng's pulse. "Second brother," Montag Yuxuan exclaimed, bowing respectfully before Mo Yufeng. The sudden exclamation startled An Yunlan, who nearly slipped off her stool, but Mo Yufeng reached out to steady her. Glancing at Mo Yushuan in a flustered manner, "Am I not allowed to be happy? Second brother, are you truly well again?" Mo Yushuan observed his elder brother, whose complexion appeared normal, a stark contrast to the severely ill person he had encountered before. "Yes, how did you return? Were the matters in the southern frontier resolved?" Montag Yufeng inquired. Mo Yushuan unceremoniously took a seat beside him, and poured himself a drink. Rest assured, second brother, if the issues weren't resolved, I wouldn't dare return. Since Prince Ling has matters to attend to, I shall take my leave, An Yunlan said, preparing to exit as she observed the two conversing. Mo Yufeng nodded and watched her depart, only to notice Mo Yushuan's gaze lingering on her, which stirred a hint of displeasure within him. What are you looking at? Mo Yufeng asked, pouring a cup of water for him. Is this indeed the lady who came to bring you joy? Montak Yuxuan infatuated. Yes. Mo Yufeng affirmed with a nod. Is it true that she is the one who cured you, as mentioned in the letter? Montak Yuxuan plesit. Indeed, Mo Yufeng replied succinctly. When I visited your residence last time, I met her briefly and felt she hardly resembled a typical noble lady. Are you certain she harbors no ulterior motives? Montak Yuxuan questioned. You have met her? Mo Yufeng asked, looking at Mo Yushuan. Yes, before I departed. I encountered her, and since she was quite formidable and assertive. Montak Yuxuan rekat. Indeed, she possesses remarkable medical skills, Mo Yufeng confirmed. That is reassuring, second brother. I am elated to see you recovered. Montak Yuxuan exclaimed, knowing that Mo Yufeng would not harbor any problematic individuals within his residence. Overjoyed to the extent that you arrived in such a state without changing your attire or shaving. Montak Yufeng chuckled. I was simply eager to see you. Now that I know you are truly well, I can rest easy. I shall return to my residence to recuperate before visiting you again, Mo Yushuan said, feeling a bit bashful. There is no need for that. Make yourself comfortable here. We can go to the palace together, Mo Yufeng suggested, as he intended to visit the emperor that day. How thoughtful of you. Second brother, please wait for me, Mo Yushuan replied, rising with a smile to head to the side room for a change of clothes. Ing promptly fetched him a new outfit. With Mo Yushuan still unmarried and lacking a maternal figure to care for him, he often relied on Mo Yufeng's household for meals, with the palace maids occasionally crafting garments for him. Once Mo Yushuan was ready, the two set off in a carriage towards the palace. My lord, Ingsi informed me this morning that Miss In and her maid Xiao Fu seemed to be consuming the pills they concocted themselves. He reported to Prince Ling during their ride. Pills. Montak Yuxuan infatuated. Indeed, this morning, Ingsi witnessed Miss In giving Xiao Fu an entire box of pills. He confirmed. It appears that An Yunlan truly possesses medical knowledge. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare consume the concoctions she created alongside her personal maid. Mo Yushuan mused, finding her quite intriguing. Mo Yufeng remained silent, not doubting An Yunlan's medical expertise, but pondering why they would consume pills. Could it be due to health concerns? As they traveled, the carriage remained unobserved, yet many officials, having witnessed Prince Ling's carriage after the morning court session, speculated about his health, eagerly awaiting the nationwide mourning expected in 3 months. Is that Prince Ling's carriage? One asked. Yes. Is he nearing his end? There has been no news for quite some time, another replied. Didn't he, the daughter of the late minister, and come to bring joy? I wonder if it had any effect, a third remarked. Can that really be effective? If someone is gravely ill, they should seek a physician rather than simply marrying someone, another added. Indeed, such a pity for Prince Ling, they lamented. Mo Yufeng listened to their gossip as they faded into the distance, remaining silent. Second brother, you should show yourself to them. Let them see for themselves. Montak Yuxuan Wugit. Mo Yufeng closed his eyes to rest, choosing not to respond. When Prince Ling and Yu Wang entered the imperial study, Emperor Mo Yuqin looked at his younger brother with astonishment, his eyes glistening with emotion. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Mo Yufeng and Mo Yushuan knelt before him. The emperor quickly helped them to their feet, gazing at Mo Yufeng with excitement. Second brother, are you truly unscathed? This is wonderful news. I have been so worried about losing you. Let me see you truly recovered. At last, I can reassure our mother. Emperor Mo Yuqin had an unwavering bond with his brother. They were of the same blood, raised together as allies. He was the crown prince, and Mo Yufeng had always been there to support him, especially during the 10 years of military service, where he achieved remarkable feats, securing many military officials for his brother. They had faced numerous challenges together, overcoming obstacles to reach the stability they enjoy today. However, the empress had passed away just 6 months after his ascension to the throne, missing the chance to witness Mo Yufeng's marriage, a lingering regret for her. Little 15, you have also returned upon hearing the news? The emperor asked, assisting Mo Yushuan to his feet. Although not of the same bloodline, This younger brother was raised alongside the empress mother, setting aside other matters. The empress dowager was indeed skilled in nurturing her children, and the eldest princess shared a harmonious outlook with the three brothers. Regrettably, the eldest princess was married off to Donglai at an early age, leaving only occasional correspondence. Second brother, do tell how you have improved. Have you found a skilled physician? Previously, the royal physician reported that it was the princess who had restored your health. Is that true? Asked Mo Yuchen. Mo Yufeng clasped his hands in salute. Your Highness. It was An Yunlan, the lady who brought you joy. Her medical expertise has indeed cured me. I have come to inquire about the old diviner from the Bureau of Celestial Observations who cast my fortune. What is the situation? Mo Yufeng had come to seek the old national teacher as counsel. Without him, An Yunlan would not have appeared before him. Summon the old national teacher. Mo Yuchen commanded while gazing excitedly at his recovering brother. After a prolonged wait, the current national teacher entered instead. I pay my respects to your majesty, to Prince Ling, and to Prince Yu. National teacher Ziyao bowed and continued, my master has embarked on a journey, but he instructed me that if Prince Ling inquires, I should inform you that this lady is your esteemed personage, a blessing for Kanglan. I advise you to cherish this. The emperor and Prince Ling exchanged glances. The old national teacher was known for his free spirit, often retreating into seclusion, making it impossible to inquire further in his absence. Ziyao continued, I have examined her astrological chart. It indeed favors Kanglan and brings greater benefit to Prince Ling, as she is the star above your astrological chart. He then added, her celestial alignment signifies nobility, yet she is not a phoenix star. With just this statement, the three understood completely. After Ziyao departed, the three brothers contemplated his words in silence. Your Majesty, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. Mo Yufeng spoke. What is it? Montak Yuchen in Kviat. An Yunlan claims to possess a method for producing refined salt. What? Mo Yuchen exclaimed in astonishment, while Mo Yushuan stood up from his seat. She mentioned that she found a method for extracting refined salt in ancient texts and is currently experimenting. I cannot say for certain if she will succeed, but I believe she may indeed have a solution. Mo Yufeng expressed his trust in An Yunlan, which surprised even himself. If she succeeds, Kanglan would resolve a significant dilemma. I wonder if An Yunlan truly can accomplish this. Hearing that success had not yet been achieved, Mo Yuchen felt somewhat disheartened. But he understood the potential savings for the treasury if it were successful, and it would also solidify Kanglan's standing in Kunlun without needing to seek favors from Nanjing and Shichu. Second brother, is what you say truly the case? How can An Yunlan be so proficient? Isn't she the disregarded eldest daughter of the family? Montak Yuxuan questioned. She has explained it to me. She is still investigating. Montak Yufeng hesitated. Such a remarkable individual deserves thorough examination for your peace of mind. Mo Yuchen concurred, sensing something amiss about her. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Mo Yufeng and Mo Yushuan took their leave, exiting the palace on foot rather than in a carriage. Is that Prince Ling and Prince Yu? An elder statesman inquired, observing the two poised figures. Indeed, Prince Ling has recovered. Congratulations, Prince Ling. The surrounding court officials hastily bowed in deference. Congratulations, Prince Ling. Many officials were thrilled to see Mo Yufeng in good spirits. Heaven bless Kanglan. As many courtiers honored Mo Yufeng, he nodded in acknowledgement, departing with the young prince. Uninterested in the accolades, his thoughts preoccupied with Ziyao's mention of the noble star chart and in Yunlan's request for a divorce decree, causing his heart to grow heavy. Upon reaching the gates of the Prince Ling's residence, Mo Yushuan advised, Second brother, do take care of your health. I shall return to the manor to attend to some matters and will visit you again soon, as you invited me to the fragrant pavilion. Mo Yufeng patted Mo Yushuan's shoulder. Once your duties are complete, rest well. He felt sympathy for this younger brother, who had no support in the palace and was often bullied until their mother took him in. Their similar ages had led Mo Yushuan to follow him around tirelessly. If there was a brother he trusted most, it was this younger sibling. Though young, he had endured 8 years in the military, never complaining of hardship, earning Mo Yufeng's respect. Watching Mo Yushuan's figure disappear at the end of the road, Mo Yufeng turned and entered the manor. Chapter 28. Initial attempts at producing refined salt. Reviving chemical knowledge, An Yunlan busied herself in the small kitchen daily, having abandoned the apothecary. After providing the royal physician with prescriptions and adjusting the medicine according to Prince Ling's pulse, She devoted herself to researching how to purify refined salt using the resources of this world. In high school chemistry class, she had conducted an experiment on purifying coarse salt. The method was indeed straightforward. To remove impurities such as calcium chloride, magnesium chloride, and sodium sulfate from coarse salt, one first dissolves it in water, adds barium chloride to eliminate sulfate ions, then filters the precipitate. The next step involves adding sodium hydroxide to remove magnesium ions, followed by another filtration. The third step requires adding calcium carbonate to eliminate calcium ions, and finally, hydrochloric acid is added, after which the resulting precipitate is filtered, and upon evaporation, crystals of refined salt are obtained. In truth, she had already produced refined salt using the instruments and chemicals from her workspace, but items such as measuring cups, beakers, crucible tongs, and glass rods, as well as chemical reagents, were not feasible to utilize extensively in this world. She had to seek alternative materials. Her current challenge was how to obtain refined salt in this ancient setting without these chemical reagents. Fortunately, An Yunlan had already adopted a coarse salt that underwent rough filtration, making it easier to remove most minerals. What she needed to do was essentially reprocess the coarse salt. An Yunlan recalled the method of filtering and boiling water when they lacked drinkable water in the wild, utilizing activated carbon and coarse sand. She gathered charcoal and began a series of experiments. The resulting salt was indeed much improved, yet the issue of filtering out impurities remained unresolved, and the taste still lacked refinement. Mo Yufeng had sampled it several times and noticed the quality improving with each iteration, yet An Yunlan's palate was highly sensitive, still detecting a bitter aftertaste. Mo Yufeng, amused, remarked, "Is already quite good. Compared to the previous coarse salt, this salt can meet the needs of the populace. That simply will not do. It still falls short of the refined salt brought by His Highness. I believe it can be even better." An Yunlan replied while continuing her work, "If we are to produce it, we must strive for excellence. My aim is that once we can create superior refined salt, An Yunlan could also sell it to other nations like Nanjing and Shichu, significantly increasing our treasury's income. An enriched treasury would mean reduced taxes for the people, improving their lives. Sometimes, I feel that you do not resemble the An Yunlan of legend, the timid and talentless daughter of the An family." Mo Yufeng observed softly as he watched her diligently at work. An Yunlan paused, lifting her gaze to him. "Why do you say that, Your Highness? Look at your current actions. None are reminiscent of that timid, unremarkable, and fearful and family daughter," Mo Yufeng remarked, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. Suddenly, An Yunlan felt she had revealed too much of herself. She had not intended to overthink it, whether healing Prince Ling or now refining salt. Her diligence and confidence stemmed from her own memories, a stark contrast to the meek persona expected of the An Yunlan in this world. She smiled. "Your Highness has mentioned it is merely a legend. No one has seen what I truly am. Why should I reveal my capabilities to those who do not value me?" "Oh, it appears that you have been concealing your talents while settling in," as Mo Yufeng remarked. "One could say that," An Yunlan replied. "After all, there are no opportunities for me to showcase my abilities, nor is there any need for me to seek out trouble. Then why engage now? Montak Yufeng inquiet. Because it brings me joy, and I am willing." And Yunlan found herself at a loss for how to respond to the man's incessant questions. "Very well. As long as you are happy," Mo Yufeng smiled. "Your Highness, if you have matters to attend to, please do so. Your presence here distracts me from my work, as I must continually answer your inquiries." Overwhelmed by the challenges at hand, An Yunlan struggled to manage Mo Yufeng's probing questions. Recognizing her dismissal, Mo Yufeng smiled and departed, not wishing to impede her salt-making endeavors. As he walked towards the hospital, Mo Yufeng recalled An Yunlan's declaration of happiness, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, leaving him perplexed. It seemed he had been smiling more of late. However, he quickly composed himself, allowing his usual icy demeanor to return. Meanwhile, An Yunlan, exhausted from seeking solutions, decided to take Xiao Fu out for a stroll. After greeting the king, she exited the estate with Xiao Fu, realizing that relaxation was indeed necessary. Observing the bustling streets, she found the once discordant sounds of the crowd now oddly comforting. The cold, austere palace had left her yearning for a lively KTV experience. After purchasing a skewer of candied hawthorn for Xiao Fu, they meandered aimlessly, without making any significant purchases. As they walked further, They encountered a long queue at Chang's dim sum, and she was tempted to ask Xiao Fu if she desired any, when a familiar voice called out, "Missin, it has been a while." Turning around, An Yunlan found it was young Master Cheng. She bowed respectfully. "Missin, do you have time for a cup of tea at Cheng's?" Cheng Yu smiled, extending the invitation. "That would be a trouble for you, young Master Cheng." An Yunlan thought it prudent to gain insight into current business affairs as she contemplated her future outside the palace. Cheng Yu led An Yunlan and Xiao Fu into one of the rooms behind Cheng's dim sum, where servants promptly brought tea. As they walked, An Yunlan discovered that Cheng's was structured with a front shop and a back kitchen, filled with the enticing aromas of various pastries. "Missin, what brings you out today?" Cheng Yu inquired, handing her a cup of tea. "I was feeling bored at home and thought I might buy some pastries to take back." An Yunlan replied after sipping her tea. "Missin, you needn't be so formal. If you wish to indulge, please come any time. I have informed the shopkeeper that you are welcome to take whatever you desire, and Cheng's will not charge you." Cheng Yu offered generously. "That cannot be. I'm not one to take advantage of others, especially not for a lifetime of free meals," and Yunlan laughed. "It is not merely about the pastries, young Master Cheng. Your kindness is overwhelming. It saves Cheng's a great deal of trouble, for which I must express my gratitude," Cheng Yu commented, pondering the meaning behind her mention of a lifetime of free meals. "May I inquire about your full name?" "Missin, I genuinely wish to befriend you," Cheng Yu asked earnestly. "I am An Yun, from a humble household," she replied, finding Cheng Yu to be a potential friend. An Yunlan perceived Cheng Yu as a commendable individual, cultured, gentlemanly, and sincere, unlike the miserly merchants she often encountered. Moreover, Cheng's pastries were delectable and fairly priced, earning them a stellar reputation. "I would be fortunate to count you as a friend, Missin," Cheng Yu said cheerfully. "My family has been in business for generations, originating from the Imperial Kitchen's pastry chefs, and this establishment has been in my family for 4 generations. My only ambition is to excel in my trade. Cheng's will surely thrive under your stewardship," and Yunlan smiled, engaging in casual conversation about their lives and current circumstances over a pot of tea. "Missin, I have a question I would like to ask," Cheng Yu began hesitantly. "Please go ahead," and Yunlan listened attentively. "You mentioned being a physician. Do you specialize in gynecology? I wish to seek your help for someone." Cheng Yu's demeanor grew somber. "Gynecology? Is it regarding your wife?" And Yunlan asked. "I can certainly examine her, but whether I can provide a remedy remains to be seen. I am indeed a doctor. I have rotated through various departments in military hospitals, where we were trained as general practitioners due to the nature of our duties. I feel restless not aiding anyone," she explained. "You misunderstand. I am not married. I speak of my sister. She and her husband have been wed for 2 years, but have yet to conceive, although her husband remains silent. My sister's mother-in-law is already arranging for him to take a concubine. I have always been close to my sister, and it pains me to see her slowly wither away while I feel powerless. I have sought many doctors for her, yet no one has been able to assist." Cheng Yu conveyed, his sadness becoming palpable. "Do not be disheartened, young Master Cheng. Perhaps you should bring your sister to me tomorrow. I will examine her first," and Yunlan suggested, considering her own safety. After all, it would be inappropriate for a young woman to visit a stranger's home unaccompanied, especially in a world filled with formidable martial artists like the king. Despite her courage towards ailments and toxins, she felt vulnerable in the face of overwhelming martial prowess. "Really? That would be wonderful," Cheng Yu exclaimed, gratitude evident in his eyes. He rose to bow deeply, but An Yunlan quickly stepped forward to support him. "You are too courteous, young Master Cheng. Let us meet at the same time tomorrow." As An Yunlan prepared to leave, she noticed a servant carrying a bundle of fabric, halting her steps. "Please wait," she called out to the bewildered servant, then turned to Cheng Yu. "May I inquire if this fabric is used for filtering?" Cheng Yu, noticing her interest, took a piece from the servant and handed it to her. "Indeed, this is a filter cloth made by craftsmen we hired, used to refine various ingredients for our pastries, ensuring a delicate and soft final product." "Why do you ask?" And Yunlan examined the cloth, realizing it was vastly superior to what she had previously used in the palace. With its multiple layers, it could solve her filtering issues. "Young Master Cheng, I have a small request. Could you spare me a few pieces of this filter cloth? I am willing to purchase it." Cheng Yu chuckled. "Missin, do not jest. We are friends. There is no need for transactions. Please take as much as you require." And Yunlan quickly waved her hands. "I only need 10 pieces. That will suffice." "I am truly grateful, young Master Cheng." Cheng Yu handed her the cloth. "Since you consider me a friend, Feel free to ask for anything. Also, if you do not mind, you may simply call me Chengyu. Thank you, Chengyu. You may call me An Yunlan, she replied, flashing a sweet smile that captivated Chengyu's heart. As Chengyu escorted An Yunlan out, he handed her 2 bags of pastries. And after confirming their meeting for the following day, they parted ways. An Yunlan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The filtering problem had been resolved. The fabric she had previously acquired in the palace was either too coarse or too dense to serve its purpose. Not only had she found excellent filter cloth during her outing, but she also had delicious pastries to enjoy. She practically skipped her way back to the palace, exclaiming to Xiao Fu, I am so happy today. I shall prepare something delicious for you tonight. What would you like to eat? Feel free to choose. Just as she noticed Xiao Fu's change in expression, she collided with a wall, stumbling forward and nearly tumbling down the stairs, only to be caught by a pair of strong arms around her shoulders. As An Yunlan turned around, she unexpectedly collided with the icy embrace of the Ice Mountain Prince, who wrapped his arms around her. Startled, An Yunlan quickly withdrew from his hold, bowing politely and apologizing. Your Highness, I did not mean to. Please do not be angry. At that moment, Mo Yufeng felt the softness of the girl he had just embraced, and in an instant his arms were empty. The tumult of emotions that had stirred in his heart settled once again. Observing An Yunlan, who was still bowing, he inquired, What has brought you such joy that you walk backward? An Yunlan, quite alarmed, disregarded the pain from her collision and replied, Your Highness, I have discovered a remarkable method of filtration that should resolve a long-standing issue for me. However, I must ask if I have injured you. Montauk Yufeng, aware of her recent endeavors, nodded slightly. Rise. Do you truly think you could injure me? Oh, that is a relief. I shall take my leave now, An Yunlan said, offering a slight bow before attempting to depart. Mo Yufeng, wishing to converse further, noticed her intent to escape and smirked slightly, saying, This evening, I shall dine in your courtyard. He then turned and exited the estate. Yi followed closely behind, offering a fist salute to An Yunlan before hastily pursuing the prince. An Yunlan stood there, bewildered. Dining at Luoying Garden? On what grounds? I am not a cook. Oh well, since I reside here and partake of their hospitality, enjoying a meal should not be an issue. With a resigned sigh, she returned to Luoying Garden, her earlier cheerfulness evaporating inexplicably. Upon her return, An Yunlan utilized a piece of filter cloth she had acquired from Chengyu to repeat her evaporation and purification experiment. She successfully eliminated the insoluble impurities from the coarse salt, thereby better isolating the soluble calcium chloride and magnesium chloride. Upon tasting the refined salt after evaporation, she noted a remarkable similarity to the salt produced by modern methods. The bitter flavor had entirely vanished. Contemplating her lack of tofu in the prince's residence, she mused that she could now order tofu for herself. Her spirits lifted once more, and Yunlan instructed Xiao Fuzi to prepare the ingredients. Rolling up her sleeves, she began to cook. Today, she prepared dry-fried fish, braised chicken, stir-fried pork, garlic vermicelli steamed cabbage leaves, and pigeon soup, and had Xiao Fuzi pluck a generous handful of tender sweet potato shoots for stir-frying. Xiao Fuzi was astonished by the variety of food available at the young lady's table. Knowing that the Ice Mountain Prince would be dining with them, An Yunlan decided to prepare extra dishes so that Xiao Fuzi and the others could join them as well. Not long after, the prince arrived. An Yunlan had changed into more comfortable attire, and once Xiao Fuzi had set the dishes, he excused himself. An Yunlan picked up her chopsticks and served some dishes to the prince, saying, Your Highness, please try this and see if the food is to your liking. I used the salt I made myself. And Mo Yufeng elegantly took a bite, remaining silent. But after a couple more bites, he glanced at An Yunlan, inquiring, The salt you prepared today? An Yunlan nodded, her expression soft and innocent. There is not a hint of bitterness. Mo Yufeng's heart raced. An Yunlan had indeed succeeded. He felt that this salt surpassed even that which they procured from Nanjing. If An Yunlan's method could be widely adopted, Kanglin could solidify its position among the 3 great nations. Surely, Your Highness, you too have noticed the absence of bitterness. This is splendid news. Please eat, and I shall write down this method for you shortly. An Yunlan urged, eager to enjoy her meal. However, she suddenly felt the prince's grip on her hand. An Yunlan, is this true? Will you genuinely share your method of producing refined salt with me? Taken aback by the prince's uncharacteristic excitement, An Yunlan nodded dazedly. Had they not already agreed upon this? Mo Yufeng had not shown such fervor even when he successfully resolved the poison issue. "Do we not settle this before? Today, I encountered young Master Chung from Chengji Pastry and received excellent filter cloth from him, which has resolved my major issue. Since it is resolved, I naturally intend to share it with your highness." As An Yunlan attempted to retract her hand, she realized she was unable to do so. Montauk Yufeng, realizing he had grasped her too tightly, sheepishly released her hand. "I was too forward. Do you understand the significance of Kanglan being able to produce refined salt independently? Indeed, your highness, I merely wished for salt without bitterness for my own enjoyment. Your consideration for the nation's welfare and the people of Kanglan is admirable," and Yunlan flattered, her thoughts racing towards the meal, lest the fish grow cold. Mo Yufeng released her delicate hand, and, as he dined, he inquired, "Do you know Chengyu? Did you not save that child at the entrance of Chengji last time? We became acquainted thereafter." "Oh, by the way, your highness, Chengyu has requested me to examine his sister's illness tomorrow. I have agreed. This is acceptable, is it not?" And Yunlan continued conversing with Mo Yufeng, knowing she should inform him, even if it was a bit late. Although she had not disclosed her true identity to Chengyu, it was prudent to ensure the prince would not hold it against her should her identity slip. Mo Yufeng quietly replied, "Go ahead," while continuing to eat. And Yunlan's cooking was indeed delightful. With a method for producing refined salt in hand, his mood was considerably uplifted. Furthermore, while Chengji was a pastry shop with branches throughout Kanglan, it also served as an intelligence-gathering hub, where information was compiled and delivered to him, a fact unknown to anyone else. "Your Highness, please sample the pigeon soup. It has been specially prepared for your recovery," and Yunlan said, hastily serving him a bowl of the soup without mentioning her prior actions. "Specially prepared for me?" Mo Yufeng's lips curled into a smile as he accepted the bowl. "Indeed, this pigeon soup is excellent for restoring vitality and is perfect for your highness." As Mo Yufeng savored the soup, he found it far more delicious than the medicinal concoctions prepared by the royal physician, which further buoyed his spirits. After their meal, the prince lingered for a few cups of tea with An Yunlan in comfortable silence, then rose to leave. An Yunlan, without any particular thoughts, retreated to her room to document the method for producing refined salt, intending to present it to the prince the following day. Mo Yufeng was recovering well and no longer required daily acupuncture. Once a week sufficed. This relieved her of the need to visit daily. After practicing yoga for a while that evening, she went to sleep. Yet, An Yunlan found herself troubled by restless nights, plagued by dreams, often several in one night, where she struggled underwater or felt trapped in an operating room, hearing the cries of colleagues and friends. Sleep was anything but peaceful, and Yunlan pondered whether her previous life had already been incinerated, and that the cries were merely echoes of her friends' longing for her. Chapter 29 paired the following morning. While taking the prince's morning pulse, An Yunlan shared with him the method for producing refined salt, explaining that since she had never undertaken mass production, it would be beneficial to have a salt master accompany her for learning, after which she could experiment further in hopes of large-scale production. Montauk Yufeng, gazing at the delicate handwriting in his hands, felt a warmth in his heart and asked An Yunlan, "You have provided me with this method. Do you seek something in return? Something in return?" And Yunlan was taken aback by his question. "Well, our previous dealings involved exchanges as well," and Mo Yufeng remarked, looking at her intently. "Oh, this time, it is unnecessary. After all, I have not paid for my stay in the palace, and my aim is merely to ensure I can enjoy my meals," and Yunlan said, waving her hand dismissively. She exited the room, returning to Luoying Garden and entering the apothecary, realizing she had not visited in a long time. She must not neglect her original craft. Mo Yufeng watched An Yunlan gracefully exit the courtyard, a hint of affection flickering in his eyes, a feeling he was unaware of. He took the method for producing salt, folded it into a document, and escorted Yi directly to the palace. Xiao Fu, seeing that his young mistress did not require any assistance, went to fertilize and water the sweet potatoes. Observing the clusters of white flowers blooming on the potato plants, he felt a surge of vitality in the courtyard. After preparing a modest lunch, he awaited An Yunlan's return to assist her with the medicinal box, and they promptly made their way to Chengji. Upon arriving at the entrance, they found Chengyu already waiting there. An Yunlan greeted Chengyu, who wore a warm smile, and they entered the backyard of Chengji together. Inside the familiar room, they encountered a woman whose beauty had not faded despite her gaunt appearance. An Yun, this is my sister Cheng Shuang, Cheng Yu introduced. An Yunlan stepped forward to pay her respects, pondering that Cheng Yu should be referred to as Cheng Dui instead. Greetings, Sister Cheng. I am An Yun, she said. Cheng Shuang assisted An Yunlan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Miss Cheng Yu has troubled you. It is no trouble at all. I shall first take your pulse, Sister Cheng, and then conduct a further examination, An Yunlan replied. Xiaofu, place the medicinal box down and wait at the door for me, she instructed, glancing at Cheng Yu. Understanding her intent, Cheng Yu turned to the two and said, I shall step outside to guard the entrance and ensure no one enters. He exited with Xiaofu and closed the door behind him. An Yunlan appreciated Cheng Yu's thoughtfulness. He was indeed a considerate gentleman. She took Cheng Shuang's pulse and inquired about her symptoms, discovering signs of coldness in the uterus, dysmenorrhea, and inflammation. It became apparent that Cheng Shuang had suffered from pelvic inflammatory disease, likely leading to a blockage in her fallopian tubes. After taking her pulse, An Yunlan instructed Cheng Shuang to lie down and covered her upper body with a blanket. Sister Cheng, I need to conduct an examination. Please remain still and do not rise. You may experience some discomfort and coldness in your lower body. If you feel unwell, do let me know. With Cheng Shuang's consent, An Yunlan retrieved the instrument she had prepared from her space and proceeded with the examination. Once finished, she helped Cheng Shuang sit up and said, Sister Cheng, you have a blockage in your fallopian tubes. I can treat it. It merely requires a simple procedure. I will prescribe some medicine for you to take for a few days, and once your condition improves, I will treat you. Cheng Shuang gazed at An Yunlan with uncertainty, expressing, all the doctors I've seen have told me that I suffer from coldness in the uterus and that it is difficult for me to conceive. I have taken numerous medications without success. My mother-in-law has already found a concubine for my husband, who is to enter the house later this year. Can I truly bear a child? An Yunlan thought about the realities of ancient customs, where polygamy was common, feeling no desire to intervene. Sister Cheng, I can treat you. If you wish for a child, I will ensure your health is restored. Of course I want a child. If my husband has a concubine, having a child would provide me with some security. Cheng Shuang responded, her eyes brimming with tears. Do not be disheartened, Sister Cheng. Return home and take the medicine for 5 days, and then I will come to treat you, An Yunlan reassured her. Upon exiting, she found Cheng Yu looking anxious and invited him inside. She briefly informed him of Cheng Shuang's condition, assuring him that she could treat it, and provided a prescription for her recovery. An Yunlan also gave him a few capsules infused with anti-inflammatory properties that she had prepared herself and scheduled time to visit the Cheng family for the procedure before returning home with Xiaofu. Just as they entered, Ying Yi called out to her, stating that the prince had summoned her. An Yunlan made her way to Mo Zhu courtyard and entered the study of Ling Wang. Prince, did you wish to see me? An Yunlan inquired after bowing. The method for salt production you devised has been submitted to the emperor today, Mo Yufeng informed her. Oh, that is excellent news. I shall await your arrangements for someone to learn the salt production process with me. Once completed, my task will be fulfilled, An Yunlan replied nonchalantly. The emperor is quite pleased. He inquired about what rewards you desire, and Mo Yufeng said, looking at her. As long as the emperor and the prince are satisfied, I would only appreciate a few silver coins as a token of gratitude. And Yunlan smiled, expressing her disinterest in anything extravagant, as she could not utilize royal gifts for her own benefit. Mo Yufeng sensed that she might be suffering at the infamily, having never seen her express interest in ornaments or jewelry, always focused solely on silver. How is Sister Cheng's health? He asked, continuing to write without raising his gaze. I have a method for Sister Cheng's ailment. I've already provided her with medicine and arranged to assist her in a week, and Yunlan replied. Merely taking medicine is not sufficient. Must you visit her personally again? Mo Yufeng seemed slightly displeased. Well, Prince, Sister Cheng's condition is delicate and requires acupuncture. But only one visit is necessary, and Yunlan explained, avoiding details about the hysteroscopy procedure. Mo Yufeng acknowledged with a simple. After a while of silence, he asked, Is there something on your mind? And Yunlan cautiously observed the prince, holding her breath before speaking. Prince, is your health much improved? Mo Yufeng glanced at her, setting down his pen. You are my physician. Should you not know the answer to that question? Internally, and Yunlan cursed her predicament but maintained a smile. I believe you have recovered sufficiently to attend to duties and manage affairs, and in another 20 days, you will be fully restored. Why ask if you already know? Speak plainly. If there is something, let it be known, Mo Yufeng replied, not comprehending her true intentions, perhaps thinking she sought a favor from him. Miss, I was merely thinking, since the prince is feeling much better and has taken up his pen today, if you have time, could you possibly write a divorce decree for me? An Yunlan asked tentatively, hardly daring to breathe. Mo Yufeng felt an inexplicable surge of anger. She was not seeking his counsel, but rather requesting something from him. Though it was in exchange for her medical services, he felt discomfort. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the study turned cold, as if air conditioning had been activated. Is it so urgent for you to obtain a divorce decree? Does this prince's household not accommodate you? Montak Yufeng inquired. No, no. The estate is vast enough to confuse me. It is not small at all. This was something you had previously promised me, a transaction for your treatment, and Yunlan stammered, feeling a chill of dread run down her spine. Would you prefer something else? Should I arrange a better position for An Yunlan? Mo Yufeng asked. That would not be necessary. He is one person, and I am another, An Yunlan insisted, unwilling for her achievements to benefit that so-called father. Silver notes? A farm? This prince can afford it, Mo Yufeng retorted, feeling his frustration mount. Prince, I am not greedy. I possess a dowry from my mother, and with my medical skills, I can sustain myself, An Yunlan asserted. You are an honorable man. Your words are your bond and cannot be taken lightly, correct? Though fearful, she pressed on, preferring to resolve this matter decisively rather than endure the chill of indecision. Mo Yufeng regarded the resolute An Yunlan, feeling he knew too little about her. The last investigation by Ying Yi had yielded scant information, only that An Yunlan's mother had married An Yuan Zheng shortly after returning from years of trading abroad. Despite the probing, no secrets about An Yunlan had surfaced. It was confirmed that the maid beside Man Jingyun had indeed passed away, leaving no trace. An Yunlan felt uneasy under Mo Yufeng's scrutiny. If you believe that a divorce would tarnish your reputation, a letter of separation would suffice, she suggested. A letter of separation? Mo Yufeng was taken aback that a woman entering the prince's household would audaciously request such a document. Yes, a letter of separation will do, as long as I can leave the prince's residence. The specifics of a divorce or a separation are of little consequence, An Yunlan affirmed with a nod. Of little consequence? What offense have you committed that would warrant this prince's decision to separate from you? Montak Yufeng plesit. Childlessness, quarrels, theft, jealousy, illness, any of these would suffice, An Yunlan replied, clearly aware of the 7 grounds for divorce. Why not speak of lewdness? Asked Mo Yufeng. Well, isn't it also inappropriate for the Wangfu? An Yunlan replied, feeling exasperated. This Prince Ling always sought to provoke her. Mo Yufeng stared An Yunlan for a while, sighed, and having made a promise, had no reason to retract it. He coldly instructed her to grind the ink. Hearing this, An Yunlan felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly approached with a sycophantic smile, only to find that Prince Ling barely acknowledged her presence. Mo Yufeng swiftly penned a letter of divorce, tossing it to An Yunlan before the ink had dried. Your Highness, do I not need to press my handprint on this? An Yunlan inquired. Mo Yufeng, exasperated by her antics, hastily opened the ink pad and carelessly stamped a handprint, which turned out to be quite unclear, barely a half imprint. An Yunlan, oblivious to the details and entirely disregarding Mo Yufeng's stormy demeanor, gratefully thanked the prince, bowed, and turned to leave. Once outside the main house, her spirits soared as she skipped back to the falling petal courtyard. Mo Yufeng, in a fit of anger, cast aside his brush and ceased his work, sitting in silence, perplexed by his own feelings. Watching An Yunlan confidently obtain her divorce letter and her light-hearted steps only fueled his irritation. Outside, Shadow One remained silent, puzzled as to what An Yunlan had done to provoke the prince's ire. Hadn't Prince Ling previously smiled at the mere sight of her? An Yunlan cheerfully exited the Muksu courtyard and coincidentally encountered Mo Yushuan, who was looking for his second brother. She halted to pay her respects. Greetings, Your Highness. Montak Yuxuan, noticing her previously joyful expression, suddenly turned serious upon seeing him, found it rather unusual. Missin, did you just visit my second brother? Yes, Prince Ling is inside. An Yunlan replied. Is my brother well? Mo Yushuan asked. He is well, and his martial training has not been affected, she assured him. I must thank Missin. Without you, my brother would not be in this condition today, Mo Yushuan said with a smile. It was my duty, Your Highness, you are too kind. With a nod towards Muksu courtyard, An Yunlan excused herself, humming a cheerful tune as she returned to Falling Petal Courtyard. "Today I am truly, truly happy," she exclaimed, scooping up little Fu and shaking him playfully. "Soon, my dear little Fu, I shall take you out to frolic freely." Little Fu gasped, "Miss, please release me. I am about to faint." An Yunlan set him down, waving the divorce letter. "This treasure is finally mine. Tomorrow, we shall venture out together." She grasped little Fu's hand and joyfully entered her room. "What places do you fancy, little Fu? Where shall we reside for a better life? Let us explore the geography and seek out a picturesque mountain retreat or a warm spring locale, perhaps even a seaside abode with an abundance of delicacies." Mo Yufeng sat in contemplation for a quarter of an hour, his temper abating. Was An Yunlan truly leaving the residence? This noble lady, recognized by 2 former national advisors. This star shining brightly in his astral chart. Was he truly willing to let her go? Or was it a matter of his inability to retain her? Mo Yushuan observed An Yunlan as she departed, smiling, but upon entering Muksu Courtyard, he felt the oppressive atmosphere. "What troubles you, brother?" he inquired. "Nothing," Mo Yufeng replied curtly. "I just saw Miss and leave happily, and I assumed you too." Mo Yushuan trailed off, noticing his brother's escalating coldness. "She seems pleased. Did she ask you for something? A reward for healing?" Montak Yuxuan questioned. "Indeed, she requested the divorce letter," Mo Yufeng replied with resignation. "What? A divorce letter? Brother, what does this mean?" Mo Yushuan was taken aback by the revelation. "Before healing me, she proposed a deal. If she succeeded, I would grant her the divorce. If not, she would take her own life in apology." "What? She wishes to leave the Wangfu? That cannot be. Countless women have sought to enter your Prince Ling's abode over the years. Why is she so different?" Mo Yushuan pondered. "Almost made me write a divorce letter." Montak Yufeng scoffed. "A divorce letter? Different? How foolish!" Mo Yushuan nearly retorted, but upon seeing his brother's expression, he realized Mo Yufeng might indeed care for An Yunlan. "Brother, didn't Xiao advise you to cherish her?" Mo Yushuan cautiously suggested. "She is leaving the estate. What is there to cherish?" Mo Yufeng's frustration was evident. Mo Yushuan had never seen his brother like this. He could tell Mo Yufeng was reluctant to part with An Yunlan, for he had never displayed such emotion toward a woman before. "Brother, royal marriages cannot be dismissed so easily. What is the purpose of the ancestral hall? Moreover, is it truly so simple to enter and exit your princeling's residence? It is not easy to gain entry, nor is it trivial to leave. You are the god of war. Are you truly incapable of securing a woman?" Mo Yufeng shot Mo Yushuan a glare, yet his mind began to churn with thoughts. "You have yet to resolve your own matters, yet you advise me," he countered. "I simply have not encountered someone to my liking. Should I find her, I would pursue her relentlessly," Mo Yushuan replied carefully. Mo Yufeng contemplated the documents in his hand, then decided, "Today, I shall not keep you. We can dine together another day." Mo Yushuan was taken aback. "Brother, are you dismissing me? Allow me to stay for a meal. You may dine alone. Finish quickly and return home," Mo Yufeng instructed. "Then I shall dine in Muksu Courtyard," Mo Yushuan hastily agreed. "But brother, you will return this evening, will you not?" he inquired, a mischievous grin on his face. "Come to the courtyard, and I shall see if your swordsmanship has improved," Mo Yufeng said before stepping outside. The two practiced for quite some time until Mo Yushuan raised a hand in surrender. Afterward, he cleaned up and changed clothes. Mo Yufeng instructed the servants to prepare dinner for Mo Yushuan, bringing 2 bottles of peach blossom wine to Falling Petal Courtyard. After his meal, Mo Yushuan waited until nightfall. But Mo Yufeng had yet to return, so he chuckled and headed home. Chapter 31. Unveiling hearts at Falling Petal Courtyard. Shadow One emerged and made his way there, thinking that the prince must be feeling better. Upon entering, he bowed to An Yunlan. "Miss An, His Highness will be dining here tonight. Please make the necessary preparations." As he turned to leave, he paused. The prince was in a foul mood earlier. Please attend to him with caution. Having said this, Shadow One departed, puzzled as to why he felt compelled to warn An Yunlan about the prince's temper. It was an error he typically would not make. Perhaps a consequence of being in someone else's service. An Yunlan felt bewildered. Did Prince Ling truly have an appetite for his meals? What was he angry about? They had already agreed upon this arrangement, and he was reluctant to write the letter. Such trivial matters, yet he refused to assist. She felt aggrieved. How cold-hearted the relatives of the imperial family could be. Had it been in another era, An Yunlan would not have spared the prince a glance. Regardless of his good looks, his foul temper was utterly unappealing. Yet now, she found herself powerless to change the situation and sighed. Leading little Fu to the kitchen to prepare dinner. They busied themselves for a while, making sweet and sour ribs, tender venison, scrambled tomatoes with eggs, and a plate of greens. Concluding that this was sufficient, she initially considered hot pot, but decided against it, thinking it was not an occasion for celebration. Once everything was set, she noticed Prince Ling entering with 2 porcelain jars in hand. And Yunlan mused, the dog has arrived, drawn by the aroma. With an air of ease, she remarked, the prince has arrived. As Prince Ling entered the room and sat opposite An Yunlan, the others retreated to the small kitchen for a meal. He gazed at the radiant woman before him, at a loss for words. Producing a porcelain bottle, he inquired, will you share a drink with me? An Yunlan contemplated advising the prince against alcohol, but recalling Ying's mention of his earlier anger, she refrained from expressing dissent. Rising, she retrieved 2 small cups and cautioned, Your Highness, just 1 cup. Your health has yet to fully recover, and drinking is detrimental. After pouring wine for both herself and the prince, she also served him some dishes, and they sat in silence. Mo Yufeng took a sip of his drink and asked An Yunlan, so, once you receive the divorce decree, will you leave the estate? An Yunlan replied, I should wait until your highness is capable of martial arts. I must ensure your complete recovery before considering my task fulfilled. Furthermore, you mentioned wanting to produce refined salt, so I will not leave until the salt master is truly ready. She assured him, rest assured, I am not one to evade responsibility. Since you have entrusted me with the divorce decree, I shall see my duties through to completion. Mo Yufeng was taken aback by her sense of responsibility, and his irritation dissipated. After all, the salt production would likely take 2 to 3 months, and she would not be leaving immediately. Try this, he urged. It is peach blossom wine, brewed by my late mother, and I have not tasted it in quite some time. An Yunlan raised her cup, inhaling the delicate fragrance of peach blossoms before taking a sip. Its soft sweetness delighted her senses. This wine is truly exquisite. The Empress Dowager was a masterful brewer. I am fortunate to partake in such a treat, thanks to your highness. Mo Yufeng remained silent as he poured another cup for both of them. An Yunlan found the wine surprisingly smooth, likely low in alcohol content, and did not deter herself from drinking. Though she had not consumed alcohol in this new body, she recalled her previous life where she often indulged in small sips, leading her to believe she could manage without consequence. Today, your father delivered a message, expressing a desire to visit you with Lady Lu, and Mo Yufeng noted while sampling the food. And Yunlan quickly responded, could you possibly decline the visit for me? Just say I am suffering from a chill and cannot receive guests. She had no desire to encounter those unsavory individuals again, especially since they had claimed to sever ties upon her departure. Now, they seek my presence, how ironic. Montak Yufeng chuckled lightly, Iam avava. You only seek me out when in need. And Yunlan shot him a glance, lifted her cup, and downed the contents without further comment. In her heart, she resolved that if he did not intervene, she would confront the infamily once more. After all, her notorious reputation was not newly minted. Why do you wish to avoid them? Is it because of your parents? Mo Yufeng inquired, noticing her silence. Parents? My mother has been deceased for over 6 years. Since her passing, I have been without family. My so-called father came to coerce me for my mother's dowry on the eve of my wedding and declared he wished to sever our father-daughter ties upon my return. They are unworthy of being my parents, and that in Li Wei, constantly creating trouble for me, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, while even the servants treat me with disdain. Aside from the seldom seen An Li Zhe, who is slightly courteous, not a soul in the household has shown me kindness. As her eyes glistened with unshed tears, An Yunlan regretted bringing up such painful memories. Thoughts of her own parents, who had also departed too soon, resurfaced, causing her heart to ache. She raised her cup and drank deeply. Noticing her distress, Mo Yufeng hastily poured her more wine. I had no idea An Yuan was treating you so poorly. If you wish, I can help you decline their visit. Not everyone can enter my estate. Then I shall express my gratitude to your highness, she replied, taking another drink. Do take care. This manner of drinking will only bring you sorrow. Should they attempt to trouble you, they will have to answer to me. You are, after all, officially the princess consort of Ling, and none shall dare to bully you. Thank you, your highness. I truly wish to sever ties with them. The matter of marriage was merely An Yuan's scheme to push me forward. Had you not been ill at the time, I likely would not have been considered at all. Ask anyone outside, and few would recognize me as the genuine daughter of the Yin family. Only in times of need do they remember my existence. Lady Lu is intent on marrying An Liwei off to a member of the royal family. Now that she sees your highness in good health, she will likely begin to plot again. An Yuan is merely a fourth-rank official, using his daughter to climb the social ladder. I refuse to be reduced to such a tool. I find it disgraceful that he, as a father, would disregard the happiness of his children. Thus, the further I can distance myself from them, the better. Severing our relationship would be for the best. As An Yunlan consumed several cups, the peach blossom wine, aged and potent, began to take effect, catching her off guard. Rest assured, I will not permit them to disturb you. Here, in the estate, you may live your days in peace, free from their influence. Mo Yufeng, aware of An Yunlan's discontent over the years, felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing her grievances regarding the marriage and dowry. He had never intended for her to suffer, especially since he had not bestowed upon her a proper wedding, nor even a ceremony to celebrate their union. Thank you, Your Highness. Meeting you has truly been a blessing for me. Since my mother's passing, these past 2 months in the prince's estate have been the happiest and most relaxed of my life. I once lived in constant fear, terrified they would bully me in the absence of my mother, never daring to speak up or ask for more. Living in that small, dilapidated courtyard with Xiao Fu, I had not a single good meal or decent garment, let alone the struggles of winter's bitter cold. It was only when An Liwei attempted to drown me that I experienced a rebirth. I no longer wish to live in fear. I desire a life of my own choosing. An Yunlan, now quite tipsy, began to articulate her dreams openly. I hope to open a clinic, have 2 apprentices, and reside in a little courtyard with Xiao Fu, tending to flowers and growing vegetables. A life without constraints, where I can pursue happiness freely. In the future, both Xiao Fu and I will find our beloved partners and live happily, raising a lovely child together. How perfect such a life would be. Mo Yufeng remained silent, observing the tipsy An Yunlan as she expressed her dreams of a simple and free existence. He had never expected her to harbor such aspirations. He had assumed she would desire to ascend the ranks and demand recognition as his primary consort. Yet here she was planning a modest life beyond the walls of the estate. Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Despite her well-laid plans, why was he absent from them? Did this esteemed prince, admired by many, not even register in An Yunlan's vision? Was his estate not worthy enough to be included in her dreams? Yet, in the next moment, he came to understand. She sought a carefree existence, yearning for freedom, and that was her true aspiration. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, An Yunlan grew increasingly disoriented, resting her head on the table in silence. An Yunlan? Mo Yufeng rose to gently shake her awake, but upon seeing her unresponsive, he shook his head and lifted her in his arms, intending to carry her to bed. Suddenly feeling weightless, An Yunlan opened her hazy eyes to behold a strikingly handsome face. So handsome, she giggled, stroking his cheek. Whose handsome man are you? You're intoxicated, Mo Yufeng remarked, feeling a tingle from her touch on his face. Drunk? How could I be? I can drink endlessly, she retorted playfully. Hanzomamun, let us have another drink. Please, don't sway. It's making my head spin. With that, she placed her hand on Mo Yufeng's chin, trailing her fingers along his throat. He froze, nearly retracting his embrace entirely. This girl was truly intoxicated. The handsome man remained silent. Tell me, how did you arrive at my home? An Yunlan smiled brightly, nearly drooling with delight. This is my royal palace, Missouri Yufeng remarked, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. Royal palace? Huh, are you filming a drama or cosplaying? Your attire is quite appealing, and your face even more so. Are you perhaps the blind date introduced to me by the head nurse? An Yunlan, slightly tipsy, spoke without reservation. What blind date? Mo Yufeng, bewildered by her words, stepped into the inner room, intending to toss An Yunlan onto the bed. However, she clung tenaciously to his neck, and in a moment of distraction, they both tumbled onto the bed. Release me, Mo Yufeng exclaimed, feeling somewhat flustered. He had never felt so discomposed, especially in the presence of a woman, particularly a drunken one. All right, if you want me to let go, I will. But your anger is quite charming, truly a feast for the eyes. What a naturally beautiful lipstick shade. What is the color number? An Yunlan babbled, her hand brushing against Mo Yufeng's lips. It was only when she finally nestled into her pillow, finding a comfortable position, that she fell into a peaceful slumber, clutching the blanket. Mo Yufeng watched her settle down in silence, feeling a strange discomfort. Had she been teasing him just moments ago, and now she was asleep? He shook his head helplessly, covering her with the blanket and gently tucking away some loose strands of hair from her flushed face. This enchanting beauty before him caused Mo Yufeng's heart to race unnaturally. Her medical skills and knowledge of salt production had astonished him. Her vivacity and confidence offered him a unique experience he had never encountered before. Without realizing it, his hand brushed against An Yunlan's cheek, but he quickly withdrew it and stepped out of the room. Chapter 32. Rusu's provocation. The following day, An Yunlan awoke with a throbbing headache, realizing she had fallen asleep in her clothes. She called for Xiaofu. Xiaofu, why did I sleep in my clothes yesterday? Miss, you don't know? You dined with Prince Ling, and then he mentioned you had fallen asleep, instructing me to tidy up. When I entered, I saw you asleep and left after cleaning. How did I end up in bed? I remember drinking a few cups of peach blossom wine and then becoming intoxicated. I recall being at the table, and Yunlan dared not ponder further. She only remembered collapsing on the table, and Prince Ling must have carried her to bed. She quickly checked her dress. Thankfully, it was still intact. She hurried to wash up and took 2 hangover pills, taking a while to recover her senses. Today, she was to administer acupuncture to Prince Ling. After dinner, she prepared her medicine box and entered the Muksu courtyard. Upon entering, she found Prince Ling absent, while Rusu was inside tidying the bedding. Upon seeing An Yunlan, Rusu shot her a disdainful glance. Missin, could you possibly schedule the acupuncture during the day? By the time you finish, it will be dark, and it wouldn't reflect well on the prince for being alone with a woman. An Yunlan felt a surge of anger. She had never been one to be easily provoked. Now, being scorned by a servant was intolerable. Who exactly was Rusu to Prince Ling? A concubine? She had previously referred to herself as a subordinate, yet it seemed she was the only female subordinate in the Muksa courtyard. Originally, she had scheduled the acupuncture for the evening because Prince Ling had been bedridden. After the treatment, he would simply sleep without needing to rise. Recently, however, due to his daytime duties, it had become inconvenient to deal with acupuncture. Not wanting to explain herself to this woman, she retorted, "The timing of the acupuncture is at my discretion as the physician. Furthermore, I am the princess of this palace. I shall visit the prince whenever I please. And as for being alone with a man, sharing a bed with the prince is not something you, a servant, ought to comment on." Rusu, even more incensed, laughed mockingly. "Princess, you should reconsider how you entered this palace. It was merely a matter of fortuitous circumstances. Do not take yourself too seriously." And Yunlan remained unfazed. "How I entered the palace is irrelevant. What matters is that it was granted by the emperor and acknowledged by the prince. That bridal gown was a gift from the prince, and I believe he does not bestow such honors upon just anyone. Missin thinks too highly of herself. The prince regards you merely as a physician. There was no grand wedding. What makes you a princess?" Rusu retorted sharply. "Fine, even if I'm not a princess. Then what are you? If you were indeed a princess, then as physicians, we would never disturb the prince and princesses rest at night. But what are you?" And Yunlan scoffed. "You." Just as Rusu was about to respond, she noticed Mo Yufeng standing coldly at the door, and with a thud, she quickly knelt, trembling in fear. And Yunlan was startled, thinking, what is wrong with this woman? One moment she was scolding me, and now she is kneeling. In just 2 exchanges, she had been utterly defeated. Sensing a chill behind her, she realized that the cold-faced prince had entered the room. "Get out." Mo Yufeng spoke with a commanding tone, and Yunlan mistakenly thought her confrontation with Rusu had angered him, considering Rusu was one of his own. She turned, intending to leave with dignity, thinking, "I won't roll out, but I can walk out nicely." As she approached Mo Yufeng, he seized her right hand, pulling her close, rendering her immobile. He then coldly declared, "Rusu, I command you to leave and never return to the Muksa courtyard." And Yunlan was taken aback. It was not her who was to leave. Rusu hurriedly prostrated herself. "Your Highness, forgive me. I only wish to protect your reputation. Please do not dismiss me. In my presence, you shall refer to yourself as a subordinate. Leave the Muksu courtyard and accept 20 lashes. I shall not repeat myself." Mo Yufeng's voice dripped with icy authority. "This subordinate accepts the punishment." Rusu finished her bows and exited the room, casting a fierce glare at An Yunlan as she left. An Yunlan, standing beside the air conditioning, paid no heed to Rusu's glare, thinking to herself, I am not someone to be trifled with, and I am not afraid of your retaliation. She rolled her eyes upward, wishing Rusu had lingered longer so she could have truly infuriated her. When An Yunlan regained her focus, Mo Yufeng had already taken her by the hand, leading her into the inner room. Noticing Mo Yufeng still wore an angry expression, An Yunlan sought to lighten the mood with a jest. Your Highness, it is too cold in here for acupuncture. Maybe you should rein in that chilly demeanor? Or should I fetch you a cup of hot tea to enjoy? Turning to retrieve some water, she was abruptly pulled back by Mo Yufeng at the doorway. Leaning against the door, she nearly collided with Prince Ling, her cheeks flushing crimson in embarrassment. Your Highness, please move. I must fetch you some tea. Mo Yufeng did not release her. Are you not angry? And Yunlan smiled. Angry? Why should I be? It's merely a title. It's not real. Besides, I have already retorted to her, calling her a mere servant, a nobody. You heard me, did you not? Mo Yufeng chuckled softly, having expected An Yunlan to be upset. He himself was uncertain whether he cared for her, only wishing to ensure she was not mistreated in his household. I heard every word, starting from her first sentence. If you are not angry, then in my palace, you shall not be wronged. And Yunlan gazed at the prince's gentle smile, her heart fluttering. How handsome he looked when he smiled. Moreover, he was the first man in this life to offer her such a warm promise. Yet, he was a prince. Soon, their paths would diverge. Shaking off those inappropriate thoughts, she said, Your Highness, please let go. I am carrying a medicine box, and it is rather uncomfortable. Let go. You did not let go of me last night. Mo Yufeng casually took An Yunlan's medicine box, smiling, yet not moving an inch. What? What do you mean? An Yunlan hesitated, asking, What did you do to me last night that you have forgotten? Mo Yufeng inquired with a smirk. I merely dined with the prince and then drank too much. I have no idea how I ended up in bed. And Yunlan's face turned scarlet. Oh, did you refer to me as handsome? What is there to discuss about matchmaking? As Mo Yufeng recalled what An Yunlan had said yesterday, he concluded that she must have been intoxicated and speaking nonsense. Your Highness, please do not be angry. It will not happen again. And Yunlan hurriedly clarified, unable to remember her actions from the previous day regarding Prince Ling. You were quite amusing while drunk, Mo Yufeng remarked, observing An Yunlan's flushed cheeks and her incessant explanations. Feeling emboldened, he reached out towards her rosy lips. Alarmed by his gesture, An Yunlan turned her face away, exclaiming no. Realizing his inappropriate advance, Missouri Yufeng withdrew his hand, somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of attachment to the warmth and beauty of the woman beside him. And Yunlan, noticing his restraint, quickly suggested, Your Highness, allow me to administer acupuncture. Feeling awkward, Mo Yufeng moved to lie on the bed, removing his upper garments to reveal his toned physique, patiently awaiting An Yunlan to prepare the silver needles. He spoke softly. Rusu is a subordinate from my covert guard, who once saved my life on the battlefield. Due to health issues, she has remained in the residence to serve. And Yunlan, while focusing on her task, understood that Rusu also cared for the prince. I will refrain from being harsh with her in the future. My temper flared unintentionally. I should not have treated someone like Your Highness's subordinate in such a manner. Mo Yufeng, observing An Yunlan's earnestness, reflected that he too had once saved her entire family, thus feeling no debt to her. Moreover, she was not his, but merely his subordinate. He found himself puzzled by his own patience in explaining this to An Yunlan. With a playful smile, she responded, Having saved Your Highness, I am also considered yours. Your subordinates are indeed yours, are they not? Are Ying Yi and Qin Yang not also your people? Without hesitation, Mo Yufeng replied, Then you, having saved me, may also be counted among my people. Startled, An Yunlan almost faltered, but upon hearing his haughty snort, she quickly regained her composure. My apologies, Your Highness. I treat you to save myself. If you were to perish, I would have no chance of survival either. Thus, I cannot be deemed as yours. And Yunlan thought to herself, Oh, you cold-faced prince, do you wish to claim me for your own? What do you mean by yours? Do you wish to recruit me into your service, to toil for you? Have you offered me any compensation? Frustrated, her hand trembled slightly, causing Mo Yufeng to furrow his brow. Choosing to change the topic, he added, In my presence, you need not refer to yourself as a subject. It sounds so distant. Did you not just tell Rusu that you wish to share a bed with me? And Yunlan's hand faltered in her work. Her initial light touch turned into a swift withdrawal. Realizing her intent was to provoke Rusu, she reconsidered. If the prince were to take a consort in the future, it would be expected that the consort shared his bed. I did not mean myself, she clarified. Seeing her flustered expression, Mo Yufeng felt a wave of amusement. I thought you wished to accept the role of consort, as you suggested, bestowed by the emperor and acknowledged by me. An Yunlan mentally scolded him, exhaling in relief. Your Highness, please do not jest. That was merely a slip of the tongue. I would never presume to take such a position. Moreover, my family background does not merit such a match, not even as a secondary consort. Mo Yufeng felt a twinge of irritation at her complete lack of interest in him. With a resigned sigh, he said, from now on, refer to yourself simply as Yunlan in my presence. I found it endearing, much like when we drank together last night. And Yunlan's hands moved with renewed vigor. Mo Yufeng, puzzled by the intensity of her treatment, winced at the pain. Your Highness, she stammered, catching his gaze before quickly correcting herself. Yunlan was quite intoxicated last night. I did not say anything inappropriate, did I? And how'd I end up in bed? I was sitting beside you at the table. Mo Yufeng's face broke into a smile. What could you possibly have said that was inappropriate? You spoke of your grievances at home, the injustices you faced prior to marriage. Seeing you intoxicated, I carried you to bed. He wished to ease her embarrassment. And Yunlan hastily withdrew her hands from the silver needles, fearing she might misplace them. She realized her carelessness could have led to a serious error. Thankfully, the honorable prince bore no ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, last night could have turned quite awkward. Thank you, Your Highness, she said, choosing to remain silent, hastening her pace. Mo Yufeng, in a good mood, noted her decision to no longer refer to herself as a subject. Though she remained serious, her cheeks flushed, stirring an impulse within him to reach out and pinch her cheek, which he restrained. You have thanked me numerous times already. There is no need for further gratitude. And Yunlan quickly completed her treatment, checked his pulse to confirm his well-being, and fled back to the Falling Petals garden, her heart racing. This cold-faced prince was truly formidable. Yet today, he seemed to smile at her consistently, which was equally disconcerting. Mo Yufeng, despite the discomfort from the needles, felt a newfound lightness in his body, as if he could resume training. Reflecting on An Yunlan's advice, he settled into bed for a peaceful night's rest. Chapter 33. The Queue of Troublemakers the following morning. Qing Yang returned, summoning An Yunlan to accompany him to the Muxu courtyard to diagnose Prince Ling. After they had conferred and prepared the prescription, Ing'er approached with a report. Your Highness, Miss Ouyang has come to see you, waiting just outside the Muxu courtyard. Immediately, Mo Yufeng's gaze turned to An Yunlan. She felt a stir within her. That woman with the little orange face was back. Eager to see her, she was nonetheless reluctant to engage. Since Your Highness has a distinguished guest, I shall take my leave, she stated. Upon hearing that Ouyang Sidong had arrived, Qing Yang rose to depart, prompting An Yunlan to hastily follow. Mo Yufeng's eyes remained fixed on An Yunlan until she disappeared from view. As Ouyang Sidong entered the courtyard, she noticed Qing Yang and An Yunlan exiting, pausing for a moment, worried that the madwoman might approach her again. However, seeing their composed demeanor, she was momentarily at a loss for how to react. Qing Yang greeted Ouyang Sidong. Miss Ouyang, the prince is waiting for you inside. He then left with An Yunlan. An Yunlan, without uttering a word, nodded slightly at Ouyang Sidong as she conversed with Qing Yang. Ouyang Sidong watched the two leave, perplexed as to whether An Yunlan was truly mad or not. Eventually, under the prompting of Ing San, she entered the room. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your good health. Upon entering, Ouyang Sidong respectfully bowed to Prince Ling. You may rise. Thank you, Your Highness, she replied sweetly, then sat opposite him, playfully saying, Your Highness, why did you not inform me of your recovery? I only learned from Princess Ruiyao. Did you not travel to Fengnan? What brings you back so soon? Montauk Yufeng inquired. Observing Ouyang Sidong's sudden nervousness, realizing her excuse for not visiting him was faltering. My mother fell ill, so our trip to Fengnan was postponed, she quickly explained. I see, Mo Yufeng remarked, his expression revealing little as he noted the tension in her demeanor. Your Highness, was it Dr. Qing Yang who restored your health? Are you truly free from ailment? Ouyang Sidong inquired with feigned concern, eager to ascertain the prince's true condition. I am well, he replied curtly, omitting a response to her first question. That is splendid news. My father has mentioned that with your recovery, he wishes to revisit the marriage proposal with the emperor. Ouyang Sidong said with a coy demeanor. Mo Yufeng's heart sank. He harbored no desire to marry the woman before him. I am currently occupied with affairs of state and lack the time for other matters. Your Highness, now that you are recovering, may I visit you daily to assist in your recovery? With my company, you would surely heal more swiftly, Ouyang Sidong suggested, eager to create opportunities for the two of them. Miss Ouyang is the daughter of the Prime Minister. There is no need to trouble yourself, Mississippi. The residence has both Qingyang and the imperial physician, which is sufficient. Montauk Yufeng declined. Ouyang Sidong wished to say more, but Mo Yufeng hastily interjected. If Miss Ouyang has no other matters, you may return. I still have official duties to attend to. Upon seeing the prince, dismissing her, Ouyang Sidong understood the situation and replied, Then your Highness must take care not to overstrain yourself with work. Please rest well. I shall visit again another day. Mo Yufeng picked up the documents on the table, and Yingyi escorted her out. As Ouyang Sidong stood and slightly bowed before exiting the Mu bamboo courtyard, she did not dwell on Mo Yufeng's indifferent demeanor, thinking perhaps he was just a bit displeased for not having seen him recently, and that a little coaxing would suffice. However, she felt it imperative to confront An Yunlan, as she ought to relinquish her position as princess consort. Hopefully, today she would not feign madness. Once Yingyi led her to the falling petal courtyard, he withdrew. Upon entering, she saw An Yunlan and Qingyang seated together, sipping tea and engaged in conversation. The esteemed physician Qingyang was present as well. Ouyang Sidong entered with a smile, albeit with a hint of hesitation in her steps. What brings Miss Ouyang here? Qingyang inquired, surprised, as Ouyang Sidong was expected to be with the prince. Although she was usually composed, he was aware of her feelings towards Mo Yufeng. I came to express my gratitude to the physician. You have cured the prince since returning from the medicinal valley. Ouyang Sidong had evidently begun to regard herself as Mo Yufeng's woman. An Yunlan found her demeanor amusing, despite her resemblance to a small orange. Her affected delicacy would surely provoke an eye roll from the real small orange. Miss Ouyang, you flatter me. It was the princess consort who healed him, Qingyang remarked, casting a glance at An Yunlan. An Yunlan shot him a disapproving look, questioning his intentions. Do you possess medical knowledge? Ouyang Sidong felt as if a thunderous explosion erupted above her head. I have some understanding, but it is primarily due to the physician's skills, An Yunlan replied. You will pay for this when I return, Qingyang thought, not wishing to engage further with the woman before him. I had my suspicions. I hadn't heard that Miss and had studied this in the residence. Ouyang Sidong's heart settled somewhat, realizing if An Yunlan had indeed healed the prince. It would take considerable effort to demand that she vacate the princess consort position. Miss Ouyang, you may reminisce with the princess consort. I shall not intrude, Qingyang said coldly, bowing to Ouyang Sidong before turning back to smile at An Yunlan and walking away. An Yunlan felt a strong urge to kick Qingyang for his interference. What could she possibly discuss with Ouyang Sidong? Before An Yunlan could finish, Qingyang hastily exited the courtyard. An Yunlan took a couple of steps after him, but turned back, facing Ouyang Sidong. Miss An ought to mind her manners. Shouting a man's name so loudly is rather unbecoming. Ouyang Sidong immediately assumed an air of superiority. What business does Miss Ouyang have with me? An Yunlan began, unfazed. Is it so wrong to engage in a little idle chatter? Ouyang Sidong's pride was evident on her face. We're not acquainted. What is there to discuss? An Yunlan replied dismissively. Not acquainted? Yet you clung to me in a frenzy the other day, Ouyang Sidong mocked. I mistook you for someone else. Who told you to frighten me with a face reminiscent of my dear friend? I have heard that Miss An has not been taught proper etiquette, which explains your lack of decorum. You risk bringing shame to the prince in the royal residence, Ouyang Sidong retorted, her temper flaring. Do not concern yourself, Miss Ouyang. You are aware of how you entered the royal residence. That position of princess consort was originally mine. Given your unworthiness, why not abdicate voluntarily? Are you waiting for the prince to dismiss you? An Yunlan finally grasped Ouyang Sidong's true intention for the visit. Now that you understand, it would be wise to leave promptly and not impede my engagement with the prince. Ouyang Sidong was quite unceremonious. I have not heard that the prince intends to take a secondary consort, An Yunlan smiled. Were it not for you, the prince and I would already be wed. Ouyang Sidong retorted indignantly. Oh, so I have usurped Miss Ouyang's position of auspiciousness? Had I known you were seeking to bring joy, I would have stayed at home. An Yunlan replied, feigning innocence. In the Mu bamboo courtyard, Qingyang emerged from the falling petal courtyard to gossip with Mo Yufeng. Miss Ouyang has come to visit the prince? Qingyang inquired with a mischievous smile. Indeed, Mo Yufeng responded without raising his gaze. Did you not converse with the prince about your engagement? Qingyang pressed. I was busy. I sent her away, Mo Yufeng stated, focused on the documents in hand. Oh, so the prince is in a foul mood. No wonder Miss Ouyang left without exchanging pleasantries and went to the falling petal courtyard to catch up with Missin, Qingyang remarked, sipping his tea. She went to the falling petal courtyard? Mo Yufeng set down the documents and hurriedly exited. Wait, your highness. Where are you going? Wait for me. Qingyang hastily set his teacup down and followed. It is not too late for you to return. Voluntarily withdrawing is far more dignified than waiting for the prince to issue a divorce decree, Ouyang Sidong suggested. An Yunlan smiled. Have you considered that what you cherish may not be valued by others? As Mo Yufeng approached the courtyard gate, he overheard An Yunlan's remark. Ouyang Sidong, facing the gate, noticed a figure in dark attire striding purposefully towards her. She quickly stepped forward, then stumbled dramatically to the ground. Miss, and if you cannot tolerate a civil conversation, why resort to violence? An Yunlan was taken aback by Ouyang Sidong's theatrics, who had already collapsed to the ground, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Missin, why treat me this way? I have not claimed your rightful position. I merely hope we can coexist harmoniously and serve the prince well, Ouyang Sidong lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at Mo Yufeng, who had just entered. Your Highness. The soft, delicate call escaped Ouyang Sidong's lips, prompting An Yunlan to turn and see Mo Yufeng entering. She chuckled softly, realizing he had been waiting for her. Mo Yufeng, displeased by An Yunlan's earlier comment, strode past her with a scowl before pausing to assist Ouyang Sidong to her feet. Is there a matter at hand? He inquired, looking at Ouyang Sidong. Your Highness, I am well. Please do not hold her accountable, she said tenderly, grasping his sleeve. Ouyang Sidong was taken aback by Mo Yufeng's gesture, joy swelling within her heart, though she dared not show it too openly, as she was still the victim in this scenario. As long as you are well, Mo Yufeng replied, withdrawing his sleeve from her grip. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Missin did not exert herself excessively. Ouyang Sidong sniffled, rubbing her leg. An Yunlan observed the spectacle of their display and felt incredulous. What do you have to say? Mo Yufeng asked An Yunlan. I have nothing to say, An Yunlan replied, meeting his gaze without flinching. An apology would be appropriate, Mo Yufeng stated, his eyes narrowing at An Yunlan's obstinacy and recalling her earlier remarks. I do not possess such a habit, An Yunlan replied, casting a glance at Ouyang Sidong. You. Mo Yufeng's displeasure was evident. Your Highness, please do not be upset. I merely stumbled. I would never trouble Missin to apologize, Ouyang Sidong interjected, fanning the flames. I see Miss Ouyang is unharmed. Let us forgive and forget, Your Highness. Please assist Miss Ouyang back. Qingyang quickly interjected to mediate the situation. An apology. Montak Yufeng haita atat kotli. An Yunlan felt her temper flare, but she would not be compelled to apologize. She stepped forward to stand before Mo Yufeng, then mimicking tumbled backward in a similar fashion to Ouyang Sidong. Rising swiftly, she brushed off her clothes, declaring, I shall not apologize. Consider this fall my compensation to Miss Ouyang. Farewell, everyone, and do not see me off, she huffed, turning sharply and slamming the door behind her. The fluidity of the situation left the three outside utterly bewildered. In an instant, Ouyang Sidong's expression darkened. She had never anticipated such a turn of events from An Yunlan. Struggling to maintain her composure, she felt as though the danko in her hand might well be crushed in her palm. Both Qingyang and Mo Yufeng grasped An Yunlan's intent and recognized their misunderstanding of the young lady. A wave of unease washed over Qingyang. Realizing he had likely offended her again, he resolved to discreetly retreat until Prince Ling could smooth things over with An Yunlan. Mo Yufeng, feeling an inexplicable anxiety, understood that An Yunlan was conveying the truth of the matter through her actions, yet that dismissive remark seemed directed at him. Your Highness, I. Ouyang Sidong's tear-filled eyes sought Prince Ling's gaze, tugging at his sleeve. Her words fell flat, and Qingyang felt the weight of his own awkwardness. Your Highness, please escort Miss Ouyang home first. Mo Yufeng remained silent, walking ahead while Ouyang Sidong hurried to catch up. Qingyang shook his head and approached An Yunlan's door, softly calling, "Missin, get lost." An Yunlan's fury erupted. "Missin, please do not be angry. His Highness did not misunderstand you." Qingyang continued. "Who is he to me? Just leave. I wish to rest," An Yunlan replied, seated on the Luohan bed, sipping tea. "Then I shall take my leave. Please calm down. His Highness will visit you again later," Qingyang said, hastily departing. "A group of imbeciles," An Yunlan muttered indignantly. Chapter 34. The first attempt to soothe the woman Ouyang Sidong had expected Prince Ling to take her to the Meiju courtyard, yet to her surprise, he headed straight to the palace gates. His face was cold and silent, and she dared not speak. Once she boarded the carriage, Mo Yufeng finally broke the silence. "This prince has official matters to attend to. Miss Ouyang, please return home and rest well. There is no need for you to visit me again. The palace is crowded, and I fear it may tarnish your reputation." He then turned and entered the palace. "Your Highness, I." Ouyang Sidong wished to protest, but she watched as he walked away. "Miss, shall we return to the manor?" Ouyang Sitong's maid, who had been denied entry into the palace today, inquired softly upon noticing her mistress's soiled attire. Ouyang Sidong slapped her hand away, commanding, "Return to the manor." The maid, bewildered by the sudden reprimand, thought it best to remain silent, accustomed to her mistress's temper. Upon entering the Wangfu, Mo Yufeng found the doors of the Luoying courtyard tightly shut. He whistled for Yingxi to accompany him to the Meiju courtyard. "Speak," Mo Yufeng commanded. Yingxi recounted every detail he had overheard from the tree, devoid of any emotional inflection. In truth, Mo Yufeng had understood the situation the moment An Yunlan had stumbled. Though she had not uttered a word, he had chosen to trust her. From Yingxi, he learned the unfolding events, including the dismissive remark, which indeed referred to him. Discontent settled in his heart. Why did An Yunlan shun him when others clamored for her attention? Did she truly regard him as less than a mere fish? Seeing Yingxi depart, Qingyang entered the room. "Yes," Mo Yufeng replied coldly. "We misjudged Miss N," Qingyang acknowledged. "Indeed," Mo Yufeng replied curtly. Qingyang, confronted with Mo Yufeng's reticence, was at a loss for words. "Shall you not comfort her?" "Not at all," Mo Yufeng stated. "I had intended to procure a drop of golden elixir for Miss N. Her skill with flying needles would surely assist in your detoxification. But now, it seems inappropriate to broach the subject," Qingyang lamented. "Why would she venture into the dense mountains?" Montauk Yufeng replied impatiently. "If she were to find the medicine, I thought it best to have you take it immediately to avoid further complications on the return journey. Your Highness knows, after all these years, how many times have you returned disappointed?" "Let it be," Mo Yufeng interjected, his frustration mounting as memories of years spent searching for that elusive herb resurfaced. "I noticed Miss N took quite a tumble earlier. I have some medicinal oil. I shall deliver it to her after a visit to the barracks. Commander Chu has summoned me," Qingyang suggested, observing Mo Yufeng's ire. He hastily departed, not wishing to provoke An Yunlan further. With the medicinal oil in hand, Mo Yufeng contemplated An Yunlan's earlier words, his temper still uncalmed. Unable to focus on his documents, he returned to the Luoying courtyard during lunchtime, only to find the door still shut. "Has your mistress not yet risen?" he asked Xiaofu. "Your Highness, the young lady has not yet awoken," Xiaofu replied. "Has she not eaten lunch?" Montauk Yufeng inquired. "She has not emerged since dinner was prepared some time ago. I called for her twice, but she did not respond," Xiaofu said hesitantly, noting the prince's displeasure. "Go call her once more," Mo Yufeng commanded, and the two approached the door. Miss, dinner is ready," Xiaofu gently knocked, but there was no response, for An Yunlan had just drifted into slumber. Worry began to creep into Mo Yufeng as the silence persisted. He pushed the door open, and Xiaofu, sensing his icy demeanor, withdrew her hand. Entering An Yunlan's chamber, he beheld the young lady peacefully asleep. Since her arrival at the Wangfu, her complexion had transformed from sallow to a fair, delicate hue, radiating a certain beauty. Sitting by her bedside, he watched her slumber, the soft evening light filtering through the window, casting gentle rays upon her face. Her porcelain skin, long lashes, and luxurious dark hair, cascading like satin over her pillow, captivated him, filling his heart with tenderness he could scarcely comprehend. He lingered for quite some time, until the last beam of light faded from the room. Only then did he stir, lighting a candle and softly calling to the girl who had slumbered too long. "Yunlan, wake up." Having slept enough, An Yunlan stirred at the sound of her name, rubbing her bleary eyes, only to be startled by the intense gaze of Prince Ling upon her. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" she stammered, quickly sitting up in alarm. Montauk Yufeng, amused by her startled demeanor, replied, "You have slept for quite some time. This prince was concerned and came to check on you." "Oh, I am well. Your Highness may take your leave," she said. And Yunlan suddenly recalled the unpleasant incident from the morning, and naturally, she would not offer Prince Ling a pleasant demeanor. "Still angry?" Montauk Yufeng inquired. "Dare not. Nor is it worth it," and Yunlan replied. "Not worth it? Who is unworthy? This prince?" Mo Yufeng reacted sensitively to those 3 words, just as he had in the morning. "I mean Ouyang Sitong." And Yunlan was indeed angry, not so much at Ouyang Sitong's actions, but at her audacity to provoke her with that face. "I understand what transpired today," Mo Yufeng said, feeling more at ease upon hearing her mention Ouyang Sitong. However, he could not bring himself to apologize. "Oh, it's nothing. None of us are blind or oblivious." And Yunlan retorted somewhat irritably. "Do you blame this prince for being blind?" Mo Yufeng asked. "Interpret as you will, but and Yunlan, am also a person with principles. If someone slanders me, I will typically retaliate. If I cannot retaliate immediately, I will return with double the intensity on another day. As for how you wish to punish me, feel free." Mo Yufeng gazed at this indignant woman, pondering what he could possibly impose as punishment. "Then how would you suggest I punish you?" "Anything you deem fit," and Yunlan replied fearlessly, not out of true bravery, but because she remained incensed. "Does a leg hurt?" Mo Yufeng extended his hand, revealing a porcelain bottle of medicinal oil that he had been holding for quite some time. "Apply some." And Yunlan accepted the warm bottle, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. "Thank you, but I'm not injured. Anyone who could hurt themselves from such a fall is a fool." Hearing her words, Montauk Yufeng smiled. "This prince saw you lying on the ground when I entered the courtyard, so my attitude towards you was rather poor." He wished to apologize, but found himself unable to utter the word sorry. "It's of no consequence. Your Highness has already granted me a divorce decree. Since Miss Ouyang is so eager to enter the manor, it would have been courteous for your Highness to inform me in advance." And Yunlan had little interest in such palace intrigues. Were it not for her fondness for Shao Qingzi, she would have certainly dealt with Ouyang Sitong. As the saying goes, one should not engage in needless chatter when one can act. Planning to leave? Mo Yufeng was aware of An Yunlan's long-standing intentions and feared he could not retain her. Departure was inevitable. He could not serve as a mere obstacle at the entrance of the royal residence. An Yunlan despised such internal conflicts. "It appears you have been wronged in the royal palace." A hint of depth entered Mo Yufeng's gaze. It was his first attempt to comfort a woman. Yet as their conversation continued, she seemed to drift further away. "No, everyone in the royal palace treats me very well. Concubine Rong is kind, Steward Li is accommodating, and Shadow One and the others are also very nice. Even the royal physician and Qingyang are pleasant. Today's events hardly qualify as grievances. I simply did not like them." And Yunlan considered that, while the Ling prince's residence was a formidable entity in the capital, second only to the palace itself, the people within were amiable, devoid of intrigue or chaos. "What this prince? Is he not good?" Mo Yufeng noted that she had listed so many names without including his. "Huh? Your Highness, you're not bad," and Yunlan replied casually. "Your assessment of me is truly high. It seems you're still quite upset with me," Mo Yufeng observed, feeling somewhat helpless at her remark. "I did not mean it that way. It's just that your Highness." And Yunlan genuinely felt indifferent towards the cold demeanor of the Ling prince, yet she did not wish to flatter him with insincere compliments. "Enough, do not speak disingenuously." Mo Yufeng regarded the stubborn woman before him, unwilling to put her in a difficult position. Originally, the relationship between the prince and her was merely one of cooperation. If he required her to fend off unwelcome suitors, she could oblige. Should he have a woman he truly favored, she wished he would inform her in advance to avoid wasting his chances at a good match. A cooperative relationship? Do you view this prince's bond with you as akin to that with Chengyu? Mo Yufeng questioned. Not at all, and Yunlan thought. How could it be the same? Chengyu was her comrade. Perhaps tomorrow morning, Steward Li can take you to the storeroom to select some items you fancy. As long as you are not upset, that is all that matters. Upon hearing this, Mo Yufeng believed his status in An Yunlan's heart must surpass that of Chengyu, and he felt considerably more at ease. "No need. I understand the principle of not taking advantage of others' kindness." And Yunlan declined. "Why? Do you even defy this princess' words?" Mo Yufeng asked, bemused by her steadfastness. I dare not. My life is precious, An Yunlan replied, touching her neck. Mo Yufeng chuckled. Rise now, prepare yourself, and join this prince for dinner. I have yet to eat lunch. But I had lunch. An Yunlan initially intended to say she was not hungry after a substantial midday meal, but recalled that her lunch had been rather unappetizing. Very well, Your Highness. I shall be right there. An Yunlan rolled out of bed and went to the washroom, cleansing her face. As she emerged, she quickly secured her hair with a simple hairpin, then returned to the table, surprised to receive a bowl of soup that Mo Yufeng had served her. Your Highness, eat quickly. Your health has yet to recover, and meals must be timely for proper nourishment. An Yunlan sipped the soup politely. This prince visited during lunch and saw you asleep, then returned to my duties, unable to eat, Mo Yufeng remarked as he enjoyed his meal. An Yunlan nearly tossed her soup spoon in shock, then steadied herself, realizing she had inadvertently caused the prince concern. Indeed, I was somewhat worried, Mo Yufeng replied, sipping his soup. An Yunlan, unsure how to respond, wondered what had gotten into the Ling prince today. She hurriedly served him several dishes. Your Highness, eat this. It will aid your recovery, and this provides vitamins, and this one too. Observing An Yunlan piling food onto his plate, Mo Yufeng's eyes sparkled with amusement. This girl still cared for him. All right, you previously stated that dinner should be 8 parts full, Mo Yufeng laughed. But I had a rather light lunch, so Your Highness should indulge a bit more, An Yunlan replied with a smile. Such a scene was beautiful, natural, and comfortable. Mo Yufeng thought, is this what it feels like to be at home? A feeling of happiness? Miss Ouyang will no longer trouble you, Mo Yufeng said as he continued to eat. There is no mutual interest. She has no connection to me, merely resembling someone I once knew. Otherwise, I wouldn't have glanced her way. Yunlan, do you have any friends? If you are bored, come to the palace and chat with me, Mo Yufeng suggested, concerned she might feel lonely. Oh, childhood friends. But they are no longer in the capital. An Yunlan thought of Xiao Chengzi, realizing that they could never meet again. After finishing her meal, she casually tossed a couple of chocolates in her mouth and poured herself a cup of tea to sip leisurely. Is your health improving, Yunlan? Montauk Yufeng inquired. Why do you ask, Your Highness? And Yunlan was puzzled. This prince has seen you consume medicinal pills several times, and Xiao Fu has been taking them too. I wonder if there is something unusual about your health. If you feel unwell, let Xingyang take a look. Mo Yufeng expressed his concern. Medicinal pills? These? And Yunlan pointed to the wooden box containing her chocolates. Montauk Yufeng nodded. These are just snacks. I have no health issues, and Yunlan stifled a laugh. Avoiding medical treatment? You are knowledgeable in medicine. If there is truly something you cannot resolve, it would be wise to consult Xingyang. Mo Yufeng, too, was uncertain about An Yunlan's discomfort. Understood. Your Highness, would you care for one of my pills? An Yunlan offered chocolate. Do you treat these as mere sweets? This prince will not partake. Mo Yufeng shook his head, recalling the bitter herbal concoctions he had consumed over the past 2 months. Seeing An Yunlan's suppressed laughter, Mo Yufeng found himself at a loss for words. They shared a comfortable silence while sipping tea until Shadow One arrived with some business for Prince Ling, prompting Mo Yufeng to rise and leave. Chapter 35. The prince's private treasury. An Yunlan instructed Xiao Fu to clear the table before retreating to her reading. The peculiar tales she had purchased were mostly about deities and ghosts, lacking the information she sought regarding parallel worlds. Frustrated, she decided to read some medical texts before retiring for the night. The following day, after finishing her meal, Stewardly arrived. Greetings, Missin. His Highness has sent this old servant to escort you to the storeroom to select some items you favor. This is the first time the prince has allowed a young lady to enter the treasury and select at her leisure. Oh, yesterday the prince mentioned it. But I decided not to go. Stewardly graciously thanked the prince on my behalf. That won't do, Mississippi. You must go, otherwise I would find it difficult to report back, Stewardly replied with a smile. Very well. Let me visit the prince's private treasury for a glimpse, and Yunlan chuckled. Please follow me, Stewardly said, leading the way. Observing the elderly steward struggle with his legs, and Yunlan paused. Stewardly, please wait a moment, she said, turning to the medicine room to retrieve 10 patches of ointment, which she handed to him. Stewardly, you've been experiencing leg pain lately, haven't you? I believe your knee joints are not in good condition. Use this daily. Apply it for 6 hours before removing it, and if you need more, come back for more. How can I accept this? Missin, My leg pain is an old ailment. The royal physician has already provided me with medicine, he replied, looking at the fragrant white cloth patches in his hand. This is more effective than what the royal physician offers and is easier to use. Please don't hesitate to take it. You have much to manage in the residence. It's not easy, and you must take care of your health. Just tear off the backing before applying it. There's no need for heating, and once used, simply discard it. It's quite convenient. No washing required. An Yunlan spoke kindly to the elderly man. Thank you very much, Miss. Stewardly expressed his gratitude. Now, let me take you to see the treasury. As An Yunlan entered Prince Ling's private treasury, she was immediately captivated by the sight within. What a place this was, a treasure trove. No, it was more like a gallery of ancient artifacts, grand gold Buddhas, jade guanine statues, coral pieces taller than half a person, and smaller items like gold ingots, large pearls, and jade bracelets. In modern times, such treasures would surely be displayed at the Palace Museum for weeks on end. Among them was a particular vase, the blue and white glazed red pine and plum vase, which she recognized from a previous exhibition at the Palace Museum. What divine treasures these were! Stewardly observed An Yunlan's expression and chuckled. These treasures have been collected by the prince since childhood, bestowed by the late emperor, the Empress Dowager, and other royal benefactors. The prince often uses his own silver and gold to support the military, so there aren't many monetary treasures here. Miss An, please select a few items that you like. An Yunlan examined the collection meticulously, akin to viewing an exhibition at the Palace Museum, but the tactile experience of handling the items was truly delightful. She moved deeper into the treasury and spotted a box containing a plum blossom jade hairpin. The delicate red and white jade melded beautifully, and the carved plum blossoms appeared remarkably lifelike. For the first time, An Yunlan picked up an item and scrutinized it closely. Isn't this chicken blood jade from Xinjiang? How thrilling it is to see it in person. It's so rare. Stewardly felt a jolt of surprise upon seeing what she held. Miss An, this is a treasure left by the Empress Dowager for the prince. He handled it with utmost care, fearing it could not be given to An Yunlan. Oh, I understand. I'm just admiring it. You need not worry, Stewardly, she reassured him, understanding the steward's concern. An Yunlan gently wiped the dust off the hairpin and respectfully placed it back. After exploring the treasures, she picked up a pearl the size of a golf ball and turned to Stewardly. Stewardly, I would like this one. Is that acceptable? Stewardly was puzzled as to why An Yunlan had seemed so enamored with various treasures only to choose such an unremarkable item in the end. Miss, why not select a few more? I believe the jade bracelet or the butterfly hairpin would suit you wonderfully. That one TB necessary. This will suffice. Wearing those would be inconvenient for administering medicine, An Yunlan smiled. In truth, she simply desired a luminous object to light her way during nighttime visits to the restroom. After exiting the private treasury and securely locking the door, An Yunlan graciously thanked Stewardly before returning. Please express my gratitude to the prince. If your leg continues to trouble you, come to me for acupuncture, he said before departing. He initially considered calling An Yunlan back to thank the prince herself, hoping to extend their time together, but upon reflection, after all, she had merely taken a luminous pearl, it seemed inappropriate to pursue the matter. Truly, Miss An was a unique individual. With a smile, he awaited the prince's return to convey An Yunlan's words. He thought to try the ointment first. Its aroma was soothing. Later, when Prince Ling returned from court, Stewardly reported, Your Highness, this morning I took Miss into the treasury. She appeared quite taken with the plum blossom hairpin left by the Empress Dowager. Prince Mu Yufeng looked up at Stewardly, remaining silent. I informed her that it was a treasure from the Empress Dowager, and Miss An carefully wiped it clean before placing it back. Stewardly continued. Mu Yufeng hadn't anticipated that An Yunlan would be drawn to such an inconspicuous hairpin. However, it had indeed been his mother's cherished possession. When she left the palace, she frequently wore that hairpin and ultimately bequeathed it to him. Miss An spent a long time admiring it, yet she only selected a pearl the size of a walnut. She also asked me to thank you on her behalf. A luminous pearl? She didn't choose anything else? Mu Yufeng inquired. Indeed, just the pearl. Perhaps Miss An has a particular fondness for luminous pearls, Stewardly replied. Understood. You may go, Mu Yufeng said, waving his hand. Then I shall return to my duties. Stewardly bowed and took his leave. Stewardly, if your leg continues to trouble you, consult the royal physician, Mu Yufeng remarked casually, picking up a document to read. He detected a faint medicinal scent emanating from Stewardly. Today, Missin provided me with several ointment patches, and I just applied one. I feel much better, Stewardly said with a smile as he exited. Mu Yufeng, still holding the document, stared at it for quite some time without absorbing a single word. He pondered why An Yunlan, who was known for her shopping habits, only chose a small luminous pearl from the treasury. What did she truly desire? The plum blossom hairpin? If she truly liked it, he could easily gift it to her, despite it being his mother's favorite. He believed it would look lovely on An Yunlan, complementing her usual plain garments, making her appear as a celestial being descended to earth. With a gentle and sweet smile, her focus intense when engaged in matters of interest, and her joy when savoring delicious food unforgettable, especially her eyes, which sparkled like stars, utterly captivating. Ingyi observed his master engrossed in the document for an unusually long time and assumed he must have encountered some troubling news. However, seeing his expression remained unchanged, he was unaware that his master's mind had wandered elsewhere. That evening, Mu Yufeng found himself unconsciously stepping into the falling petal courtyard during dinner time. Your Highness? An Yunlan was surprised to see him again. This prince, Mu Yufeng, was at a loss for words. The timing is perfect, as it happens to be dinner. An Yunlan replied, stifling a laugh at his flustered demeanor. She promptly instructed Xiao Fu, bring a set of utensils for the prince. You all can dine in the small kitchen. In the small kitchen, An Yunlan had set up a table and several stools, anticipating the prince's visits so that Xiao Fu and the others would have a proper place to dine. Mu Yufeng accepted a small box from Ingyi, who then joined Xiao Fu in the kitchen, while Ingyi disappeared into the kitchen from an unknown direction. Your Highness, enjoy the soup, An Yunlan said as she served him. Your Highness, please try this dish, squirrel fish. It has a sweet and sour flavor, she added, serving him the dish. Very delicious, Mu Yufeng replied with a smile. The use of fine salt has indeed improved the flavor. These dishes are finally up to standard. As An Yunlan savored the fish, Mu Yufeng noted, I've observed that you have a penchant for fish. Yes, various types of fish are favored by the ladies. However, it seems there are no ocean fish available in the capital, she replied cheerfully. Ocean fish can only be transported to the capital in winter. When the time comes, I shall bring some back for you. Thank you, Your Highness, An Yunlan smiled, delighted at the prospect of enjoying ocean fish in winter. Have you eaten ocean fish before? Mu Yufeng suddenly seized upon this detail. In my childhood, my mother once purchased it for me, likely during winter, though I cannot recall precisely, as I was quite young. She mentioned that consuming fish would enhance one's intelligence. An Yunlan nearly dropped her chopsticks in fright. Upon mention of food, she became utterly distracted, exclaiming such blunt truths. It all makes sense now. No wonder you are so clever. Mo Yufeng chuckled, realizing it stemmed from her childhood experiences. After their meal, they settled on either side of a sofa, sipping tea. Mo Yufeng placed the box he had brought onto the small table and opened it, pushing it towards An Yunlan. She then noticed it was brimming with 20 or so luminous pearls of varying sizes, along with a small wooden box. Your Highness, what is this? An Yunlan inquired in confusion. I heard you have a fondness for luminous pearls, so I brought a few extra for you, Mo Yufeng explained, retrieving the small box from within. But this is unnecessary. Merely one would suffice. They are amusing to behold, An Yunlan replied, unable to confess that she thought of using one as a light in the restroom. Besides, more than 20 pearls? Had it not been a gift from the Ling Wang, she would have felt as if she had stumbled into a wholesale market in Yiwu. Everyone said you should select more from the storeroom, yet you only took one. Doesn't that belittle my generosity? Montauk Yufeng remarked. An Yunlan couldn't help but chuckle at his words, thinking how the Ling Wang had discerned her thoughts. This too is for you, he said, handing her the small box. Upon opening it, she discovered a plum blossom hairpin made of bloodstone. She hurriedly approached the Ling Wang, presenting the box with both hands. I cannot accept this. It is a cherished item of the Empress. Your Highness should keep it as a memento. Mo Yufeng examined the hairpin, confirming its status as a treasured possession of his mother. Since you share a connection with it, I shall gift it to you. You will undoubtedly look splendid wearing it. I cannot accept. Perhaps when your Highness finds someone special, you may pass it on to her. I am content with the luminous pearls. This is far too extravagant, An Yunlan protested. However, Mo Yufeng rose, grasping An Yunlan's arm with one hand while gently placing the plum blossom pin in her hair with the other. Do not refuse my gift. It compliments you beautifully. An Yunlan froze momentarily, bewildered. Had she just been flirted with? Was this not a family heirloom? What was the purpose of gifting it to her? She contemplated removing it, only to hear Mo Yufeng stop her, stating, "This is the first time I have given a gift to a woman. You should not dismiss it again. Otherwise." He trailed off, unsure of what he might say next. An Yunlan assumed the Ling Wang might be perturbed, pondering what the consequence might be. Was her life at stake? Was the Ling Wang merely practicing? This item was far too precious. Seeing An Yunlan accept the gift, Mo Yufeng felt a surge of joy. After a few more exchanges, he returned to his quarters. An Yunlan, startled, quickly removed the pin and placed it back into the box, storing it away carefully. "Miss, why has the Wang given you so many luminous pearls? They are truly beautiful," Xiao Fu exclaimed, noticing the small box filled with pearls. "Feel free to take a few to play with," and Yunlan replied, her mind still preoccupied with their earlier conversation. "I cannot take those. They are gifts from the Wang to you," Xiao Fu insisted, waving her hands. "Then please help me store the box away, and you should rest," and Yunlan said, playfully flicking Xiao Fu's forehead before retreating indoors. Chapter 36. Healing for two in the days that followed, and Yunlan remained quietly within the confines of Luoying Garden, avoiding any encounters with the Ling Wang. When a day approached for her visit to the Chung residence, she set out with Xiao Fu. "Xiao Fu, why do I see so many young ladies lingering near the Ling Wang's estate? I feel I have encountered several of them repeatedly," and Yunlan observed, noting the familiar faces of women either loitering near the Wang's residence or peering from carriages. "I am unsure, miss, but I too have seen them multiple times. Perhaps they are spies?" Xiao Fu speculated, although she hadn't paid much attention. "Spies would not be so conspicuous, would they? Who can say? Let us hurry," and Yunlan replied, her thoughts focused on her mission. And Yunlan hastened to Chengji, where she boarded the Chung family's carriage to the Chung residence. Observing Chung Yu's restless demeanor, she chuckled softly. "Chung Yu, since I have promised to help, rest assured I will do my utmost to heal you. Sister Chung will surely bear children in the future." She comforted him. "My sister has always been kind to me. When I was mischievous as a child, I fell and injured my head while playing with her outside Chengji. She carried me back for an hour to find a doctor, enduring a sprained ankle without complaint. Since then, I have wished to protect her. However, I am unfamiliar with the surgical procedure you mentioned. Is it dangerous?" Yu finally asked. "There is no significant danger. As I mentioned earlier, I require a clean room and someone to guard the entrance to ensure no disturbances while I work. If those conditions are met, we shall be fine," and Yunlan reassured him, concerned that if anyone saw her instruments, they might mistake her for a monster. "I will ensure that you need not worry," Yu promised. Upon arriving at the Chung residence, they first visited the matriarch. The elderly lady, seeing the teenage girl, worried whether her children might be deceived, but ultimately refrained from expressing her concerns, especially after hearing her son mention that An Yunlan had saved General Han's young son. An Yunlan had no intention of cultivating a close relationship with the matriarch. She exchanged pleasantries before preparing for the procedure. She instructed Xiao Fu to guard the door vigilantly, calling for her aid if needed, and then led Chung Shuang into the room. "Sister Chung, shortly I will give you some medicine, and you will fall asleep. When you awaken, all will be well. You may experience some discomfort upon waking, but in a few days, you will be fine. Trust me," and Yunlan reassured her, needing to administer general anesthesia to ensure Chung Shuang's safety and prevent her from being startled by the instruments. Seeing An Yunlan's calm demeanor eased Chung Shuang's anxiety. She felt resolute in her decision to undergo the surgery, believing she would soon become a mother. Once everything was prepared, An Yunlan disinfected the room, retrieved the hysteroscope, guide wire, and cannula, and began the procedure. Although the surgery itself was straightforward, managing it alone posed some challenges. She contemplated finding 2 reliable apprentices to assist her in the future. Before long, the minor surgery was complete, and Yunlan administered some anti-inflammatory medication to Chung Shuang and tidied up before opening the door. She found Xiao Fu sitting against the door, while Chung Yu and the matriarch paced anxiously in the courtyard. "Miss," Xiao Fu exclaimed, quickly rising as Chung Yu and the matriarch hurried over. "My sister Shuang. Rest assured, Sister Chung is well. I will prescribe a regimen for her recovery, and in 2 months, she should be able to conceive," and Yunlan explained. "Thank you," and Yunlan. "Thank you, Miss," and both Chung Yu and the matriarch expressed their gratitude. At that moment, Chung Shuang awoke, having heard An Yunlan's comforting words, and tears streamed down her face. When the matriarch and Chung Yu entered to see her, they could not help but weep as well. After An Yunlan offered some guidance, reminding them that tears would hinder recovery, they eventually calmed down. An Yunlan provided a recipe for recuperation and offered additional advice before preparing to leave the Chung residence. The matriarch presented her with a stack of silver notes, which An Yunlan promptly declined, stating that she and Chengyu were merely friends and had already enjoyed plenty of delicacies at Chengji. After their carriage ride to Chengji, Chengyu insisted on giving them a plethora of assorted pastries, leaving Xiao Fu struggling to hold them all. Chengyu offered to escort them home, but An Yunlan, feeling somewhat guilty, declined. When Mo Yufeng discovered the assortment of pastries on the table in his courtyard, he realized that Cheng Shuang's situation had been resolved. Thinking of the girl he hadn't seen in days, he contemplated joining her for a meal. An Yunlan shared the pastries with Rong Mama, Shadow 4, and the old steward, who had always treated her kindly. In truth, Rong Mama and the others had a fondness for An Yunlan, surprised to discover such an understanding and lively young lady in the family. They thought that if she could remain in the Wangfu, the prince would be greeted with a smile each day. After a brief rest in the afternoon, Shadow 1 returned to inform An Yunlan that the prince would be joining them for dinner that evening. An Yunlan felt a pang of resentment, but kept it to herself. After all, she was the one who underwent a procedure, and yet no one prepared a meal for her. Instead, she had to cater to that esteemed gentleman. Contemplating the sweltering heat, she decided to prepare cold shredded chicken noodles, a simple yet sufficient meal. She instructed Xiao Fu to make mung bean soup, while she herself boiled chicken, tearing it into fine shreds, and blanched the vegetables, slicing the cucumbers into thin strips as well. After cooking the noodles and mixing them with oil to cool, she prepared a generous bowl of sesame sauce and seasoning. It dawned on her that the Kanglan kingdom seemed devoid of beans, sprouts, or tofu. She had hoped to make cold noodles or spicy hot pot. Thus she resolved to make it herself. Having spent her childhood following her grandfather in the mountains, she was well versed in such culinary tasks. When mealtime approached and she saw the prince and Shadow 1 arriving, Shadow 1 cast a sheepish glance at An Yunlan, feeling as though he were intruding for a meal. Prince Ling wore a serious expression, behaving as if he belonged there, his demeanor utterly at ease. An Yunlan thought it amusing. After all, it was his home, and preparing a few meals felt like paying rent. As Mo Yufeng surveyed the simple fare on the table, he frowned, but An Yunlan remained silent, attentive to his reaction. She served him a bowl of noodles and a bowl of mung bean soup, signaling that it was time to eat. Mo Yufeng stared at the meal, questioning if they were truly having this for dinner. Cold noodles? Yet on such a hot day, it was precisely the sort of dish that would whet one's appetite. Your Highness, do not let its simplicity deceive you. I find it far more delectable than lavish feasts, An Yunlan remarked, rolling her eyes discreetly before preparing a bowl for herself and beginning her meal. As Mo Yufeng observed An Yunlan enjoying her food, he too began to eat. Upon tasting the noodles, he realized the truth in her words. The rich sesame sauce and robust seasoning, complemented by the refreshing vegetables and flavorful chicken, created a delightful medley of textures that rendered him unable to set down his chopsticks. Although both were consuming noodles, they did so with elegance. An Yunlan felt somewhat uncomfortable and resolved to craft a few forks in the future, akin to those used for pasta, allowing her to enjoy more noodles in a single bite. After finishing a bowl, Mo Yufeng glanced at An Yunlan, prompting her to ask, "Would you like another, Your Highness?" He nudged his bowl forward in response. With a smile, she accepted and prepared him another half bowl, declaring, "I told you, anything I make is delicious, even if it's just mixed with stones." Realizing she had become carried away, she quickly added, "I was merely jesting. Your Highness, do not take offense." Mo Yufeng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Can one truly eat stones? It seems you're in good spirits today. An Yunlan, relieved that he bore no grudge, smiled shyly. Looking upon Mo Yufeng's cheerful face, she found him less formidable, even more handsome when he smiled. They finished their meal and enjoyed the refreshing mung bean soup. Mo Yufeng found this simple meal to be quite satisfying. Afterward, he inquired about Cheng Shuang's health. Yes, a single visit sufficed. The prescription was provided, and after a period of consumption, she should be fine. Chengyu gifted me an abundance of pastries, which I shared with Rong Mama and Stewardly. I instructed Shadow 1 to deliver what I saved for you. And Yunlan replied. Indeed, I noticed, he responded. You seem to have grown quite familiar with Chengyu, as I no longer hear you refer to him as young Master Cheng. Mo Yufeng remarked, tapping his fingers on the table. He is now my friend, so formalities are unnecessary. By the way, Your Highness, I have not disclosed my true name and identity to Chengyu, as I fear it may cause trouble for the Wangfu, An Yunlan stated earnestly. Mo Yufeng chuckled. You are still protective of the Wangfu? In truth, whether known or not, it matters little. I'm also acquainted with Chengyu. However, should he learn of your status as the princess, he may hesitate to trouble you. Then let us keep it that way. Maintaining an equal friendship feels rather pleasant. Should he discover that I bear the title of princess, it might become uncomfortable, and Yunlan mused, swinging her legs as she sat. What a hairpin I gifted you? Mo Yufeng asked, noticing that An Yunlan was not wearing the plum blossom hairpin. Oh, I have put it away. It is far too precious, and I fear damaging it, she explained, feeling unworthy to wear such an exquisite item. I gave it to you for the very purpose of wearing it. If it breaks, I shall simply replace it. Mo Yufeng said with a smile. That cannot be. It belonged to the Empress Dowager. If it were to break, I would have no means to repay you. Even a lifetime of toil in the Wangfu would not suffice, and Yunlan replied. Then let it be, for when I leave the Wangfu, I shall return it to you. Do you truly dislike being my princess? Mo Yufeng asked, observing An Yunlan's fidgeting. An Yunlan misinterpreted his gaze as disapproval and quickly adjusted her posture. Your Highness and I both understand how I became a princess. You have granted me a divorce decree. Thus I have no aspirations for a position that does not belong to me. When you remarry in the future, I shall certainly present you with a congratulatory gift. Mo Yufeng fell silent for a moment before continuing. Stay in the Wangfu for now. We shall address the divorce matter later. Why decide to remarry? It will not be too late for you to leave. You have assisted me greatly. I offered you silver, yet you declined. Consider it my way of repaying your kindness. I shall reserve the falling petal courtyard for you, granting you a measure of respect to prevent others from bullying you. In the future, when you venture out, you may carry the title of princess, and if any issues arise, I shall bear the burden. Mo Yufeng himself could not comprehend why. Within just over 2 months, An Yunlan had secured a place in his heart, and he genuinely cared for her. Previously, he had never felt such emotions for any woman, yet today, he found himself yearning to keep An Yunlan by his side. An Yunlan was taken aback, leaping from her seat to bow deeply before Mo Yufeng. Your Highness, you honor me far too greatly. I cannot accept. An Yunlan, with her naturally outgoing personality, often found herself in trouble. She feared that her presence would ultimately annoy the prince. She preferred to wait until he recovered and could leave the Wangfu without causing any trouble. Mo Yufeng regarded An Yunlan, exasperated by her naivety. It is settled then. The matter of divorce is not as simple as handing you a piece of paper. You are a gift from the emperor, and to divorce requires careful planning, discussing it with the emperor, and obtaining approvals from the Astronomical Bureau, the Imperial Clan Court, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It cannot be resolved hastily. An Yunlan recalled how, in modern times, many government affairs also required processes involving signatures and stamps, realizing that royal matters were equally complex. Fortunately, the prince had swiftly provided her with the divorce decree, leaving her with little choice. Then I hope your highness can assist me in navigating this matter, allowing me to leave the Wangfu as soon as possible. Mo Yufeng remained silent, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table for an extended period, causing An Yunlan's head to throb with each tap, just as she was about to request that he cease. His movements ceased as he stood to leave. An Yunlan felt as though the weight upon her had lifted. She stretched and hurried to the medicine room, intending to prepare some nourishing medicine for Chang Shuang to take later. Chapter 37. Showering gifts clothing the following day, with little to occupy her time. An Yunlan took Xiao Fu to stroll through the streets. Upon entering a tailor shop, Xiao Fu suddenly tugged at An Yunlan's sleeve. Following Xiao Fu's gaze, An Yunlan spotted the white-clad gentleman she had encountered in the alley. Today, he wore a long purple robe, accentuating his tall figure. The gentleman noticed An Yunlan as well and approached, clasping his hands. Miss, it has been a while. An Yunlan bowed slightly. We are not well acquainted. It is not appropriate to speak of meeting. The gentleman smiled with refined elegance. Miss, you saved my life. Although you may not mind, I hold it in high regard. May I ask for your esteemed name? An Yunlan returned his smile. It was a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Saving a life is an overstatement. She nodded and walked further into the shop, inspecting the garments hanging on the walls, running her fingers over the fabric of those that caught her eye. The gentleman, seeing that An Yunlan had no desire to continue the conversation, chuckled softly and whispered a few words to the shopkeeper, leaving behind a silver note before departing the tailor shop. As An Yunlan and Xiao Fu were preparing to pay for 2 outfits, the shopkeeper emerged from behind the counter, presenting a parcel to An Yunlan. "Miss, you may take these 2 outfits along with this bundle. Young Master Xiao has already settled the payment." An Yunlan, taken aback, gazed at the garments, all of which she had previously examined with her own hands. "Young Master Xiao? I do not know him," she replied. The shopkeeper chuckled. "He is the gentleman who spoke to you upon your entrance." However, An Yunlan firmly declined. "I'm sorry, but I genuinely do not recognize him. I will pay for these 2 outfits myself. As for the payment made by young Master Xiao, please return it to him at your convenience." The shopkeeper appeared troubled. "Miss, I implore you not to make this difficult for me. Who would dare offend young Master Xiao? We are but a small business. If you refuse, please return the garments to him, or our small establishment may be forced to close." An Yunlan felt a sense of helplessness, but recognized that this predicament stemmed from her actions. She reluctantly accepted the parcel and handed it to Xiao Fu, then turned to the shopkeeper. "Since you are acquainted with young Master Xiao, could you kindly inform me of his identity and residence, so I may return these garments?" Seeing her genuine curiosity, the shopkeeper's expression softened. "Miss, are you new to the capital? Young Master Xiao is the heir of the largest fabric merchant in the city. Not just in the capital, but approximately 70% of the fabric in the entire An Yunlan region is supplied by the Xiao family. His residence is on South Street. You will easily spot the grand sign." An Yunlan smiled wryly, bidding farewell to the shopkeeper as she and Xiao Fu made their way towards South Street. "Miss, are we returning these garments to young Master Xiao?" Xiao Fu inquired, clutching the beautiful outfits. "Of course, I cannot accept gifts without merit. Moreover, I do not know him. Why would I accept clothing from someone I cannot afford?" An Yunlan replied, slightly annoyed. She had intended to enjoy a leisurely shopping trip, yet now found herself running errands. Upon reaching South Street and spotting the Xiao family's impressive sign, An Yunlan mused to herself, "They have truly cornered the market. No wonder they are so affluent." As she approached the entrance, a young servant greeted her. "Miss, please enter. The young master is awaiting you in the parlor." An Yunlan regarded the servant, contemplating the complexity of young Master Xiao. Yet, she hesitated to enter. She was not inclined to intrude upon anyone's home. Despite the grandeur, one could never be certain of the activities behind closed doors. "It's unnecessary for me to enter. Please return this parcel to young Master Xiao." The servant did not take the parcel but kindly asked her to wait. "Please hold on. I will fetch the young master." An Yunlan sensed that young Master Xiao anticipated her reluctance to enter, having likely instructed the servant on how to proceed. She waited at the entrance, and shortly, Xiao Ran emerged, exuding an air of elegance. "Are you unwilling to step inside, miss?" he inquired with a subtle smile. "There is no need to enter. I merely wish to return these garments," An Yunlan stated, extending the parcel toward him. "Please keep these garments as a token of my gratitude for your assistance." Xiao Ran replied, "I cannot accept such generosity without cause. I have done nothing deserving of recompense. Besides, I am perfectly capable of purchasing my own clothing. If you wish to gift garments, you might consider someone else," An Yunlan retorted, her patience waning. This was an unexpected situation, and she regretted getting involved in the first place. "Since the young lady is unwilling to accept my gratitude, I shall not insist. However, might you share your name so that I may ease my mind?" Xiao Ran deftly shifted the conversation, noting her growing irritation. "I am An Yun," she stated plainly. "A lovely name indeed. Do not be upset. If you do not fancy these garments, let it be. Should we meet again, I shall prepare some fabric for you to create something to your liking," he replied, still smiling as he accepted the parcel. And Yunlan found herself at a loss for words in the presence of such composure. "It is best we part ways here, young Master Xiao," she stated, eager to leave. "In the bustling capital, how could we truly never cross paths again?" he mused as she walked away. "Farewell, missin'. Until next time," he called after her, a deeper smile gracing his lips. He had been captivated by her from the moment they met and believed their paths would surely intertwine again. And Yunlan, feeling as though she had encountered an enigma, hastily departed, pulling Xiao Fu along with her. Along the way, Xiao Fu remarked on Xiao Ran's politeness and grace. "He is so gentle and refined," and Yunlan thought Xiao Fu resembled a starry-eyed admirer, utterly infatuated. Upon entering the estate, a nearby attendant questioned Xiao Ran, "Master, Missin seems rather ungrateful, refusing your kindness." Xiao Ran cast a sidelong glance. "Have someone follow her," and ascertain which household she belongs to. The attendant bowed and acknowledged the command, gesturing to the garments in his possession. Burn them, Xiao Ran ordered nonchalantly, not even lifting his gaze. He approached a birdcage in the courtyard, opening the door to play with a vibrant green parrot. In an instant, as it perched on his hand, he tightened his grip around its neck. Before the bird could struggle, a vibrant life was extinguished in his grasp. An Yun, you are truly unique. Sooner or later, you too will find yourself in my hands, he mused, stroking the parrot's feathers as a shadowy smile crept across his face. Chapter 38. The Bookstore of Thoughts. Having dealt with Xiao Ran, An Yunlan and Xiao Fu ventured to a modest bookstore nestled at the corner of Donghua Street. After inquiring about its offerings, An Yunlan learned that it boasted an eclectic assortment of books, prompting her to explore for any title she might require. Peering through the narrow entrance, she spotted the drowsy shop assistant. Miss, this bookstore appears quite small. It likely has little to offer, Xiao Fu remarked, hesitant to enter. Let's take a look. We are already here, An Yunlan replied, pulling Xiao Fu inside. The assistant, still battling sleep, jolted awake as An Yunlan rapped on the counter. What can I assist you with today, miss? He inquired. I am searching for books on peculiar tales and extraordinary events. Where might those be located? An Yunlan asked as she entered the store. She discovered that although the shop was small, the shelves were neatly arranged and the space was impeccably clean. Oh, those books are on the second floor. Please follow me, the assistant cheerfully beckoned. Once they ascended the stairs, An Yunlan spotted a young man seated by a window, quietly engrossed in a book. Sunlight bathed him, creating a serene and beautiful scene. Is it permissible to read in your store? She inquired. The assistant leaned closer, whispering, That is our proprietor. He brought these volumes back himself. After injuring his leg, he has spent much time reading here. As An Yunlan observed the young man, he briefly lifted his gaze to meet hers before returning to his reading. The assistant guided her through the second floor, but after a while, they had yet to locate the desired books. The young man spoke up. Dongzi, what are you searching for? This miss is looking for books on extraordinary tales. The assistant replied, still searching. They should be on the third row, the second shelf from the back, the young man said without looking up. Ah, yes, we found them, exclaimed the assistant. Your memory is impressive, he added, gesturing to the books. Thank you. I will take a look and retrieve them to settle the account. An Yunlan smiled. The assistant nodded and made his way downstairs. An Yunlan encouraged Xiao Fu to purchase something for herself before returning to the bookstore to seek her out. An Yunlan searched for the book she desired, but what she found in her hands was either ghostly legends or similar texts akin to the classic of mountains and seas. The contents were filled with tales of spirits and mythical creatures, none of which aligned with her quest, leaving her somewhat disappointed. After failing to locate her desired tome, An Yunlan decided to descend the stairs. The gentleman observed her empty-handed and inquired, Miss, what book are you seeking? Have I not found it? Indeed, I did not find it, but it is of little consequence. I was merely browsing, An Yunlan responded. I can assist you in your search, Mississippi. What genre of book do you require? He asked. I am in search of something akin to mysterious continents, sir. Extraordinary realms in time and space, An Yunlan replied, uncertain if modern individuals could comprehend such concepts as parallel worlds or celestial bodies. Oh, it seems my bookstore does not possess such titles. Perhaps even Kanglan lacks them. However, I believe I have an ancient book at home that discusses a wondrous continent. If you wish to see it, you may return in a few days, he suggested. Thank you, good sir. I shall return in a few days. An Yunlan expressed her gratitude casually. By the way, do you have any medical texts in your store? She inquired, thinking that if she could not find extraordinary tales, acquiring a few medical books would suffice. All the medical texts are on the shelves behind me, and there are quite a few. Unfortunately, due to a leg ailment, I am unable to fetch them for you, he replied with a gentle voice. His clean visage illuminated by the sunlight pouring through the window, creating a scene that An Yunlan found particularly beautiful. I can manage on my own. There is no need to trouble you, she said, proceeding to search the shelves behind him. She found 2 medical books and stumbled upon a fascinating volume on toxins, which she decided to take, thanking the gentleman before making her way downstairs. As An Yunlan descended, the gentleman resumed his reading. After settling her bill with the attendant, she sat on the first floor, perusing her books while waiting. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Fu arrived, and the two returned to the royal residence together. Chapter 39. Observing and being caught, An Yunlan prepared her ingredients and continued to study the book on toxins that she had been perusing for the past few days. The text detailed various toxins derived from plants and animals. As they strolled near the royal residence, they spotted several familiar carriages and a few young ladies they recognized. "Why are they here again?" Xiao Fu remarked. "Let us sit over there and see what they are doing at the gates of the royal residence." An Yunlan felt that returning home offered little to occupy her time, so she was curious about the activities of these familiar faces, wondering if there might be some spectacle at the royal gates. "All right," Mississippi Xiao Fu pointed toward a nearby tea stall opposite the royal gate. "Very well, let us go." An Yunlan smiled as she led Xiao Fu towards the tea stall. "Uncle, 2 bowls of tea, please," An Yunlan called to the stall owner before taking a seat. "Coming right up," he replied as he prepared 2 bowls of tea for them. "The area near the royal residence is indeed lively," An Yunlan remarked while sipping her tea. "Are you 2 young ladies waiting for Prince Ling?" the stall owner asked, observing the beautiful girl before him. "What? Waiting for Prince Ling?" An Yunlan was bewildered. "I can tell from your features that you might catch the prince's eye," the stall owner jested. "Do you also read faces, uncle?" An Yunlan realized he was teasing her. "How can an old man like me read faces? I only know how to sell tea," he chuckled. "But among the young ladies who linger at the royal gates, none can compare to your beauty." "Uncle, are you suggesting that these young ladies are all here to see Prince Ling? Is Kanglin's culture so open?" An Yunlan was astonished at such social customs. "Aren't the young ladies from Kanglin? If they take a liking to a gentleman, they could present gifts to him during the Festival of Daughters or the Qixi Festival," the stall owner replied with a smile. "Oh, is that so? So, are these ladies preparing gifts for Prince Ling?" An Yunlan inquired. "That seems likely, but I fear they may not succeed. In all my years of running this tea stall, I've never seen Prince Ling take notice of any young lady," he said. "This is too amusing. I must observe a while longer. You carry on with your work." "Of course. Finish your tea, and I'll refill it for free," he said graciously before returning to his tasks. "Xiao Fu, tell me, which young lady do you find most attractive?" "I think the one in green is quite lovely. Her face is so petite I could cover it with my palm. And look at that one in pink, truly stunning." And Yunlan began to critique the young women. "Miss, let's finish our tea and return promptly," Xiao Fu said, exasperated that her mistress was becoming too absorbed in gossiping about the young ladies, especially since it pertained to Prince Ling. "There's no rush. Do you think the young ladies in those 3 carriages are from noble families? Might they be even more beautiful?" And Yunlan pointed cautiously at the carriages parked nearby. "Miss, are you not afraid Prince Ling will take issue with you?" Xiao Fu queried. "Why would he? I am not hindering his pursuit of women." And Yunlan scoffed while sipping her tea. "Miss, I believe Prince Ling treats you quite well. Could it be that he has feelings for you?" Xiao Fu whispered. "How could that be? That cold-faced ice prince treats me well merely because I can cure ailments. Do not read too much into it. One day, I shall take you out for a carefree adventure, and you can forget about being a false princess." And Yunlan chuckled softly as they enjoyed their tea and snacks. And Yunlan felt a sense of comfort reminiscent of their past outings at street stalls. When their bowls were nearly empty, she turned to the stall owner and called out, "Uncle, another bowl of tea, please." Mo Yufeng had finished his errands and returned to the residence. As he disembarked from his carriage and surveyed the surroundings, he frowned, intent on hastening his entrance. However, a familiar voice caught his attention from nearby. Upon turning, he spotted An Yunlan at the tea stall, turning her head to request more tea. What is this woman doing sitting at a tea stall instead of returning to the royal residence? He pondered before striding towards her. Just as An Yunlan turned, she saw Mo Yufeng approaching, and her expression shifted instantly. "Oh no, the Ice Prince is here," she whispered to Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu, seated with her back to the royal residence, turned upon hearing An Yunlan's words and quickly stood behind her mistress. The young ladies waiting near the royal residence noticed that Prince Ling did not head straight home today. Their gazes fixated on him as the curtains of the carriages were drawn back slightly. They watched as Prince Ling approached the tea stall where a young lady sat. And Yunlan, seeing the prince beside her, quickly stood. "Your Highness, you have returned. What are you doing sitting here?" Montauk Yufeng inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I just returned and felt a bit thirsty," and Yunlan stammered. "Is the tea at the royal residence not to your liking?" Montauk Yufeng questioned, eyeing the tea leaves in her bowl. No, it's fine. I simply paused to rest for a moment," and Yunlan replied, unable to admit she was merely watching the commotion at the royal gates. "Pause to rest. Should I carry you back?" Mo Yufeng observed her sitting position and understood her intent. "Oh, no need. I've been sitting for a while. I'm not tired at all." An Yunlan hastily waved her hands. "Since you're not tired, prepare dinner for me," Mo Yufeng said, taking hold of her flailing hand and leading her towards the royal residence. Xiao Fu and Ying Yi quickly followed suit. "Who is this? How can Prince Ling hold her hand? Why is he so close to her?" "Miss, you haven't paid for the tea yet," as the crowd murmured. The stall owner realized that the young lady had been taken away by Prince Ling without settling her bill. Hearing the stall owner shout, Mo Yufeng paused, retrieving a piece of silver and tossing it onto the tea stall where An Yunlan had just sat. "Your Highness, are you playing basketball?" Such precision. An Yunlan sensed Mo Yufeng's displeasure and quickly offered him a compliment. Mo Yufeng, not comprehending her words, continued to hold her hand as they entered the royal residence, and the gatekeeper promptly closed the door behind them. As the two approached the falling petal garden, An Yunlan spoke, "Your Highness, allow me to prepare dinner for you. You may return to your affairs." "What? Has the excitement lost its charm?" Mo Yufeng inquired. "And no," An Yunlan quickly lowered her head. Had she not merely sat at the entrance for a while, without gossiping with the young ladies? Was it truly necessary for him to be angry? "If you have nothing to do, go to the Muxu Pavilion and copy the accounts for me. It would save you from idling away your time drinking tea at the door." Mo Yufeng gazed at An Yunlan. "I am not idle. I am busy preparing medicine and meals," and Yunlan hastily replied. "Copy the accounts? Just the thought of looking at them gives me a headache," she added. Observing An Yunlan's demeanor, Mo Yufeng could not bring himself to utter harsh words. He merely stated that he would come for dinner that evening before departing. An Yunlan wore an innocent expression, feeling disheartened that she had to prepare a meal for this icy prince when all she desired was to witness some excitement. If not for the fear of losing her head, she would have been tempted to use some toxic substance against him. Mo Yufeng was perplexed as to why he was so concerned about this woman. Her every action tugged at his heartstrings. The mere thought of her observing his gossip from a distance incensed him. Shaking his head, he redirected his attention to state affairs. Mandrake, goutweed, rafflesia, South Star croton, bitter almond, and various animal toxins derived from venomous glands, such as snake venom, bee venom, scorpion venom, spider venom, and centipede venom. And Yunlan's medicinal and toxicology system was far more advanced than these, encompassing not only documented poisons, but also numerous chemically synthesized toxins, all of which affected the human nervous system, cells, and blood, causing harm. The system they researched allowed for rapid testing of related toxins, providing antidotes for each poison, rendering it a sophisticated and comprehensive system. The more An Yunlan contemplated opening that system, the more she pondered where the issue lay. She could not simply dismantle it violently, as it was the result of generations of effort, and if toxins were to leak, would her space still be usable? The thought was dispiriting. Such a marvelous creation merely sat there as decoration. If she could only access it, she could continue her research during her idle moments. As Mo Yufeng entered the room, he noticed An Yunlan sighing disheartenedly. "What book are you reading? Why the long face?" he asked. "Your Highness has arrived. I was perusing a medical book." An Yunlan quickly closed the book and approached him. Hearing Xiao Fu call her for dinner, she had intended to read a couple more pages before joining, but unexpectedly, Prince Ling had come again. "Is someone else unwell that you cannot handle?" Montak Yufeng Polbet. "No, I was merely reading," she replied. "The world is full of perplexing ailments, and not every physician can resolve them. The Medicine Valley cannot cure every illness, for doctors are human, not gods." Mo Yufeng offered her solace. "You are right. After all, even the greatest of gods cannot cure every ailment." And Yunlan smiled as she took a seat at the table and dined with Prince Ling. "You have already learned enough. I believe even the royal physician wishes to take you as a disciple, likely because you are still a young lady, which prevents that old man from lowering his pride." Mo Yufeng generously praised her. "I wouldn't dare claim to be the royal physician's master. Mutual exchange is sufficient. There is no need for formal discipleship to learn a craft." And Yunlan responded, "The old physician guards his few unique skills, fearing that if others learn them, he will be rendered obsolete. You, however, are commendable, displaying everything openly. Teaching and learning occur together. Without mutual exchange and discussion, how can skills be passed down? Where then is the blue surpassing the blue?" And Yunlan remained modest. "Teaching and learning, indeed, is a fine term. You must have read extensively in your youth," Mo Yufeng remarked, captivated by An Yunlan's insights and knowledge. "I had little to do at home, so I read more. I turned learning into a hobby and interest into a livelihood." And Yunlan mused, considering whether revealing her years of education and continuous learning at work would astonish him. Do you wish to pursue medicine as a profession? Mo Yufeng grasped her intent, understanding that she had already considered her future. Opening a medical clinic would be a fine endeavor. Perhaps even a modest restaurant could be a viable option, An Yunlan contemplated. Do women not aspire to marry well and raise children? Montak Yufeng infatuated. That is also a possibility. Each person has their own choices, as long as they are content with them. Many believe that raising children is simple, yet she did not share that view. While working, support comes from many. But raising children requires one to labor both mentally and physically, a far from easy task. Do you not enjoy it? Mo Yufeng asked. It's not that I dislike it. Rather, it may not be my strength. Facing ailments and pulse readings feels simpler to me, and Yunlan smiled. Perhaps if you truly engaged in raising children, you might find joy in it. Mo Yufeng chuckled in response. Perhaps, but without experience, I lack the authority to comment, and I cannot truly know my own feelings. And Yunlan replied. Chapter 40. The one who releases the poison appears again. Let us eat, or the dishes will grow cold. After hearing this, Mo Yufeng continued to eat. Good, Your Highness, please indulge. And Yunlan offered him food with the serving chopsticks. As they dined, Mo Yufeng suddenly paused, placing his hand on his chest. What is the matter? And Yunlan noticed his action and halted her own eating. Just a sudden pain. But it's nothing, Mo Yufeng replied, pausing momentarily, seemingly free from discomfort. Let me take a look. And Yunlan set down her chopsticks and reached to check his pulse, finding nothing amiss. Aside from slight chill, she could discern no other issues. Let us resume our meal, she suggested. However, Mo Yufeng suddenly felt another wave of pain and placed his hand back on his chest. I shall examine you, and Yunlan declared, standing up and moving to unfasten his outer garment. Mo Yufeng watched her, momentarily stunned, remaining still and silent as she unbuttoned several of his clasps. Where does it hurt? And Yunlan inquired as she loosened his clothing. Mo Yufeng pointed to his chest, seeming to indicate that the pain had subsided. We should still take a look. Your body has lingering toxins, so it's better to be cautious, she said, pulling aside the collar of his inner garment to reveal the left side of his chest. What is this? And Yunlan observed a small brown spot beneath a tiny mole on Mo Yufeng's chest. Your Highness, do you have a mole on your chest? When did it appear? I don't recall seeing it when I administered the needle before, she said. Mo Yufeng felt somewhat embarrassed, having not expected to be undressed by a woman while sitting there so calmly. He looked down, brushing his finger over the mole, saying, I do not have a mole. As he spoke, he pinched the mole off with his fingers, and Yunlan extended her hand, asking him to place the mole in her palm, leaning in closer to examine it. A parasite? And Yunlan frowned, recognizing that this insect appeared to be a type of parasite, which should have been entirely black. Why had it changed to brown? A parasite? Mo Yufeng was equally astonished, watching as Yunlan continued to inspect the insect, hastily seizing her wrist and urging, quickly, throw it away. And Yunlan stared at him in disbelief. She was merely studying it. Now, she had to search again. Following Mo Yufeng's forceful motion, she carefully observed the bamboo floor, which was all brown, making it quite taxing on the eyes. Your Highness, do not panic. The insect is dead. After a painstaking search, and Yunlan finally located the parasite and picked it up again. Where did you go today? How is there a parasite in the capital? I visited many places today, Mo Yufeng reflected, recalling his morning at court, followed by a trip to the Ministry of War and then to the Dali Temple, among other locations. This insect is rather formidable. How did it end up dead? Did you feel pain earlier because it bit you? And Yunlan inquired as she moved closer, pulling aside some of Mo Yufeng's clothing to inspect where the insect had attached itself, gently probing the area with her fingers. As muscles tensed suddenly, his speech became somewhat halting, as he felt the pain from the bite, gently touched the spot where the creature had bitten him, noting a small wound that felt as if it had been frozen. As she examined it, she sensed some icy residue. This action sent a wave of heat coursing through his body. He could feel her breath on his chest as she spoke, causing him to clench his fists in an effort to endure. I figured it out, declared after a thorough examination. Yet, when she lifted her gaze to his face, she noticed a flush creeping onto his cheeks. Your Highness, are you unwell? Is there something wrong? Concerned, she quickly resumed, checking his pulse, confirming that there were no significant issues. No, replied, turning his face away, desperately needing a basin of cold water to cool the rapid beating of his heart and uneven breaths. but your face is a bit flushed. Are you feeling warm? Inquired, reaching out to touch his forehead. Instinctively, flinched but restrained himself. After comparing their foreheads, she concluded, "You're not feverish. Let us sit down and eat." Carefully stored the creature in a porcelain vial and washed her hands by the basin, handing a cloth to dry his hands. "Rest assured, Your Highness, the creature could not penetrate your body. It was frozen to death by the cold poison within you," she reassured him, noticing his dazed expression. "What?" asked, still shaken by the earlier tension, adjusting the buttons of his garment. "This creature's master is likely not someone close to you," analyzed. "How can you tell?" he queried, stabilizing his composure. "Although the creature is formidable, it is vulnerable to cold. It cannot survive in frigid conditions. Its master likely underestimated your body's extreme coldness, intending to harm you with it," she elaborated. "So you mean this creature was killed by the poison in my body?" asked. "Not entirely accurate. It is not afraid of poison, but rather of the cold. The chill within you is unbearable for ordinary beings. The creature did not anticipate encountering such a frigid environment, and, after biting you, was ultimately frozen by the cold aura within you," explained with a smile. "I see," responded. "But why would someone still attempt to harm me with such a creature?" He pondered. "You should investigate thoroughly, Your Highness. After all, such creatures can be elusive. Your safety is paramount," suggested, contemplating crafting a protective sachet for as a precaution. She reminisced about her time in the Special Forces Poison Research Institute, where she had relied on her grandfather's notes to create antidotes and protective medicines. "Thank you, Yunlan," said, observing her calm demeanor. He remained lost in thought about where he might have encountered the creature. "No worries, Your Highness. Please enjoy your meal," she smiled. The meal felt prolonged, and, after dining, returned to his duties. Realized being a prince was no easy task. Unlike the previous world, where one merely needed to be present, was tirelessly occupied, regardless of day or night. The incident with the creature successfully diverted her attention from the earlier spectacle, and both of them tacitly avoided mentioning the afternoon's events to spare any awkwardness. Upon returning to spend a long time in his study, unable to focus on any documents, he occasionally placed his hand over his chest, feeling his heart racing. 2 days later, presented him with a small cloth pouch. "Your Highness, keep this on you. It can help ward off some creatures," she said, handing him the white pouch. Initially, she had intended to sew a small sachet, but after a couple of stitches, she abandoned the task, recalling the wisdom of avoiding endeavors at which one is not adept, lest it result in embarrassment. Held the simple pouch in his hands, examining the somewhat clumsy stitches. "Did you make this?" he inquired. "I just found a random piece for you. If you find it unappealing, you can ask another lady to sew a proper sachet to place this inside," she said, a bit bashful, knowing this was her best effort. The look in his eyes made her wonder whether he wanted it or not. If he didn't, he could simply return it. "I never wear sachets," he replied with a slight smile, tucking the simple pouch into his robe. "All right, Your Highness, I must attend to my duties." "Farewell," she said, gently bowing before turning to leave. Took out the small pouch again, examining it with a soft chuckle. It turned out she had her shortcomings, and her flustered yet slightly annoyed demeanor was a refreshing sight to him. Chapter 41. Preparation for departure. Having recovered, was once again able to practice martial arts. After both and the royal physician confirmed his health, they noticed that the prince had been absent from the estate these past few days, accompanied by. Spent her days teaching 2 salt masters brought by the methods of refining fine salt and discussing how to implement large-scale salt production. With the filtration, evaporation, and purification processes resolved, the next pressing issue was minimizing the loss of salt through volatilization. After several days of research without success, the salt masters returned to consult with their peers. With nothing to occupy her time, turned her attention to her patch of potatoes and sweet potatoes. When saw her fetching water, he jumped down from a tree to assist. Startled for a moment, teased, "Is the food, am I too good? You seem to have put on a bit of weight lately." S face turned crimson, and he stood there flustered, prompting to laugh even louder. He swiftly vanished into the trees. "I was just joking. I'll ask to prepare some delicious dishes today," she chuckled while watering her plants. Missing called a voice at the gate, and upon turning, she saw it was. "What brings you here?" Welcomed him inside, inquiring further. "Missin, I have a request," said, bowing respectfully. "Just speak." "No need for formalities," replied, slightly exasperated by the ancient customs. I would like to invite you to accompany us to in 2 days, stated his purpose. What is the reason for the visit? Asked puzzled. We're seeking a drop of golden elixir from. I plan to have the prince consume it, supplemented by the detoxifying elixirs from thee and your flying needles. Surely, he will be freed from the cold poison, explained. Does truly contain the golden elixir you seek? Pressed. Indeed, affirmed. Then why the need for detoxification on the mountain? She queried. I would feel secure only if it were consumed directly by the prince. Otherwise, who knows what dangers we might face on the journey back? He clarified. I understand. So it's in 2 days, yes? That's agreeable, replied, realizing the urgency for to detoxify on the mountain. You've agreed? Was taken aback by her swift acceptance. Yes, why? She asked. Nothing. Just that the mountainous terrain may be fraught with dangers from insects and poisons. Laughed lightly, jesting, I'm a child of the mountains. Such things are mere trifles for me. She mused, as for poisons, I am even more intrigued. Thank you, Missin. The prince's safety will be guaranteed by the royal household. Please be at ease, assured her. Suddenly, recalled that the quest for the golden elixir might involve numerous dangers, prompting her to question whether she had committed too hastily. Yet, having already agreed, she felt it would be improper to retract her promise. Then I shall leave the arrangements to you. No trouble at all. It is Missin who is put in a difficult position. Qingyang felt somewhat embarrassed. Please bring me some fine, medicinal herbs upon your return as compensation. An Yunlan smiled, ready to negotiate. Missin, feel free to specify the type of herbs you desire. Anything unavailable at the Wangfu, I shall procure for you from Medicinal Valley on my next visit. Qingyang's joy was evident on his face upon realizing that An Yunlan had agreed to accompany them. All right then, I shall prepare myself as well and join you all shortly. An Yunlan thought that since she had already spoken, it would be ill-advised to retract her words. She decided to gather her belongings and was quite curious about how challenging it would be to find the golden elixir. As she returned to her room to pack, An Yunlan wished she could take a large suitcase, but forgot to inquire about the situation at Songming Mountain with Qingyang. For now, she could only pack some personal clothing and a few essential medicines. Miss, what are you doing? Let me help you with that, said Xiaofu, who had finished tidying the kitchen and was now bringing hot water when she saw An Yunlan preparing her clothes. No need. I am merely packing a few clothes-fitting outfits for my journey to the mountains with Prince Ling the day after tomorrow, An Yunlan explained while packing. Into the mountains? Xiaofu asked. Yes, it relates to treating the prince's ailment. Just wait for me at home, An Yunlan replied, gently ruffling Xiaofu's hair. Doesn't Xiaofu need to attend to the miss? Xiaofu continued to assist An Yunlan with her clothing. No, your miss is not that delicate. It's merely a business trip. An Yunlan considered this journey as just that. A business trip? Xiaofu had never heard of such a term before. Yes, simply stepping out for a while. Wait for me to return with some delicacies, An Yunlan said with a hint of helplessness. Missin is in the house. A steady voice interrupted their conversation at the door. An Yunlan hurriedly stuffed her intimate clothing into Xiaofu's arms, stood up, and exited her bedroom. Where she found the visitor was Mo Yufeng. Why has Prince Ling come so late? I have not prepared any supper. An Yunlan assumed he had come for a meal. Does this prince come to your falling petals courtyard solely for a meal? Mo Yufeng replied, somewhat speechless, realizing how the girl perceived him. Oh, is that not the case? Does Prince Ling have business? An Yunlan noticed Mo Yufeng's suddenly unfriendly expression. Am I to stand at the door? Montak Yufeng, seeing that An Yunlan had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation, felt irritated and walked straight in, seating himself at the table and pouring himself a glass of water. An Yunlan rolled her eyes at his actions and followed him inside. Xiaofu, seeing them enter, quickly excused herself. Once An Yunlan sat down across the table from Mo Yufeng, he began, I hear you are willing to accompany this prince to Songming Mountain? Yes, Qingyang has already inquired. Since you require my assistance, I shall go, An Yunlan replied, pouring herself a cup of tea. That mountain is quite high, with dense forests, making it difficult to traverse, Mo Yufeng cautioned. No matter, I shall wear sturdy shoes, An Yunlan mused, planning to wear hiking shoes and comfortable sport pants. Climbing a mountain would be no significant challenge. There will likely be death soldiers along the way. Are you not afraid? Mo Yufeng asked. Of course, who isn't afraid of death? However, Qingyang assured me that the Wangfu will guarantee my safety. Correct, my lord? An Yunlan countered. That is only natural. I would not wish to inconvenience you, Mo Yufeng replied, observing An Yunlan. Regardless, if the prince recovers soon, it would indeed be a blessing for Kanglin. She held back her next thought, which was to express her desire for him to recover quickly so she could depart sooner. Songming Mountain lies to the west of Kanglan. It will take about 7 to 8 days to reach. Bring what you need. The Wangfu will prepare the rest, and Mo Yufeng stated, noticing An Yunlan's determination to go, which eased his mind considerably. He proceeded to explain the situation at Songming Mountain. An Yunlan then understood the circumstances surrounding Songming Mountain and began to contemplate her preparations. My lord, could you arrange for a few outfits like those worn by Yingyi? An Yunlan inquired. Mo Yufeng remained silent, watching her intently. When outside, I wish to present myself in male attire. It is more suitable for the journey up the mountain than wearing a skirt. It would be more convenient, she reasoned. I shall have Yingyi deliver them to you tomorrow, Mo Yufeng replied softly. Thank you very much, my lord. Please take your leave. I need to finish my preparations. An Yunlan stood, signaling the end of the conversation. Upon hearing about the conditions at Songming Mountain, she realized what she needed to prepare and deemed it unnecessary to linger and waste time. Montag Yufeng smilet ly, pondering how she seemed unwilling to spend time with him, yet agreed to venture into such a perilous place. Whether she was truly willing remained ambiguous to him. Very well, I shall take my leave, he said, rising and exiting the room. Once the door closed, An Yunlan returned to her bedroom, focused her mind, and entered her space to rummage through her small wardrobe. She retrieved a comfortable pair of athletic shoes, 2 pairs of quick-dry sports pants to wear beneath the clothing Yingyi would bring, and a couple of bottles of insect repellent along with several commonly used medicines. With everything packed, she finally lay down on her bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 42. Departure to Songming Mountain on the 3rd day. An Yunlan arrived at the Wangfu's entrance dressed in male attire. To her surprise, several guards failed to recognize her until they saw her board Prince Ling's carriage, prompting them to inquire amongst themselves about the identity of the person accompanying the prince. Mo Yufeng sat inside the carriage, observing An Yunlan across from him. Noting her unusual attire for the day, he found himself momentarily entranced by the sight of this young man in a blue, front-fastening long shirt with narrow sleeves, a black silk ribbon binding her hair neatly at the back, her brows resembling ink paintings and her face like a peach blossom, naturally radiant without a trace of makeup. Your Highness, is there something on my face? An Yunlan, feeling embarrassed under his gaze, asked. No, it is simply that Miss An appears quite different today, Mo Yufeng replied, his eyes fixed upon her. Your Highness is mistaken. I am now in Gongzi. Please do not misidentify me, An Yunlan said with a proud smile. Though it was her first time dressing this way, she felt far more comfortable in quick-dry pants paired with long trousers and lightweight canvas boots than in a skirt. Before they could converse further, Qingyang entered the carriage. Upon seeing An Yunlan, he hesitated momentarily, but quickly recovered, smiling as he remarked, and Gongzi is quite different today. An Yunlan returned his smile, recognizing the camaraderie between the esteemed doctor and Prince Ling, as they both spoke in unison. Qingyang glanced at the composed Mo Yufeng, offering an awkward smile. Yingyi, let us depart, Mo Yufeng commanded, and the carriage began to move. It was An Yunlan's first time riding in Prince Ling's carriage, and she found it relatively smooth and comfortable. Listening to Qingyang and Mo Yufeng exchange casual banter, she pulled back the curtain to gaze outside once they passed through the western city gates. The expansive landscape and the verdant mountains and rivers were quite delightful. An Yunlan mused that, if not for the threat of death soldiers, this journey resembled an outing. With An Yunlan aboard, the convoy's progress was leisurely, and they stopped to dine and rest for the night before resuming their journey in the morning. Even so, An Yunlan grew weary of the carriage ride. At first, the bumps were tolerable, but once they left the capital and traveled along the mountain roads, the discomfort became unbearable. She lamented the absence of high-speed trains and airplanes in this era, dearly missing the convenience they provided. She had not realized they were traveling slowly for her sake. Without her presence, Mo Yufeng and the others could have reached their destination in 5 or 6 days. After a 10-day journey, An Yunlan arrived at a village near Songming Mountain. As she stepped down, if not for Mo Yufeng's swift support, she might have collapsed to the ground. After days of sitting in the carriage, her muscles had grown weak. Thank you, young Master Feng. She expressed her gratitude using the previously agreed-upon title. Do you require assistance? Mo Yufeng asked, observing her unsteady legs. No, I just got off the carriage and wasn't used to it. Now it's better. An Yunlan quickly withdrew from Mo Yufeng's hand and silently took 2 steps back. Shadow 1 observed An Yunlan's actions and retracted his hand. Young master, there are no inns in this place. I have sent someone to find 2 houses in the village where we can stay, and I have given the owners some silver. Shadow 1 bowed and reported. Good. After Mo Yufeng replied, he strode towards the house in the village. Qingyang followed closely behind An Yunlan and asked, Are you all right? Young master? I'm fine, just a bit weak from sitting in the carriage for too long. This carriage is truly not meant for people. An Yunlan murmured. Qingyang chuckled and offered An Yunlan a reassuring glance. Following Shadow 1's arrangements, they each entered their respective rooms. An Yunlan glanced around her room, which, though somewhat simple, was relatively clean. She quickly stretched her limbs and performed a couple of exercises before feeling a surge of energy. During dinner, the group gathered to discuss the route and destination for their ascent the following day. An Yunlan recalled the mosquito-repellent sachets she had prepared with Xiao Fu, so she hurried back to her room and retrieved a package from her box, handing it to Shadow 1. There are about 30 mosquito-repellent sachets in here. I don't know how many people have come, so please distribute them accordingly. Shadow 1 glanced at his prince before accepting the package with both hands, thanking her. Thank you. Missin, what about us, young masterin? Qingyang looked at the cold-faced Ling Wang and then back at An Yunlan. Of course, there are some for you too. It's just that in a rush, Xiao Fu and I only managed to prepare a few ordinary sachets for Shadow 1 and the others. These are specifically for you and the prince. An Yunlan then took out 2 fragrant pouches from her waist, one deep blue and one dark green, intricately patterned, with a rich yet subtle fragrance. Mo Yufeng's expression brightened at this, and before Qingyang could choose, he reached for the deep blue pouch and tucked it into his waist. Qingyang glanced at Ling Wang, smiled, and casually picked up the dark green pouch, thanking An Yunlan. Thank you, young master, and seeing the pleasant atmosphere. An Yunlan felt a bit bored and said to the 2, You 2 carry on. I'm going to sleep. We'll head into the mountains early tomorrow. After bowing slightly, she turned and left. Mo Yufeng's gaze lingered on her slightly weary silhouette as she exited, and he murmured, Perhaps we should rest for a day before heading into the mountains. Your Highness, let's enter the mountains tomorrow to be cautious, Qingyang replied, puzzled as to why Ling Wang would want to rest at the foot of the mountain. They had disguised themselves 5 days earlier to continue their journey, leaving a few people at the inn, and even changed carriages twice, fearing they were being followed. Mo Yufeng, having heard Qingyang's words, turned and went into his room, leaving no further remarks. Back in her room, An Yunlan had already bathed at the end the previous day. Now in the village, she couldn't be too fussy, so she simply freshened up and hurried to bed. The days of travel had left her quite fatigued, and though the bed was not as soft as silk, she slept soundly. As dawn broke, with birds chirping melodiously in the mountains, she opened her eyes. An Yunlan donned a set of practical men's attire, comfortable underneath, and wore a pair of hiking shoes she had slightly modified. The shoes were entirely black, and Yunlan had sewn a layer of black fabric onto the surface, resembling cloth boots that covered her calves, making them look quite simple and unobtrusive at first glance. After generously applying effective mosquito repellent, she neatly packed her essentials into a dual-shoulder cloth bag that Xiao Fu had sewn, feeling quite pleased with her preparations. When An Yunlan stepped into the courtyard, she saw Mo Yufeng standing in the center, gazing towards the distant Songming Mountain, with several guards waiting at the entrance, seemingly for her. Have you finished packing? Mo Yufeng asked upon noticing her. He saw that An Yunlan had styled her hair into an elegant bun, secured with a black silk ribbon, revealing her graceful neck and features. Yes, I'm ready. Shall we go? An Yunlan smiled, noticing the deep blue attire of Ling Wang, who had also hung the blue sachet she had given him at his waist. She thought to herself how he had claimed he never carried sachets, yet here he was, with one. What is this? Mo Yufeng pointed to An Yunlan's shoulder. Oh, this is a dual-shoulder bag that Xiao Fu made for me. It allows me to carry things hands-free, much more convenient than a bundle, she explained, turning to show him the bag on her back. Let us go. First, we should eat. Mo Yufeng recognized that these ideas originated from her clever mind, and the bag was indeed suitable for their mountain expedition. During dinner, the group of 7 or 8 people made their way along the foot of the mountain. Qingyang, why did you come to this mountain to search for the golden pill? Is there someone here who refines pills? An Yunlan quietly inquired, voicing a question she had long pondered. In this desolate wilderness, who would refine pills? Not a single golden pill has been concocted here, Qingyang replied with a smile. You're quite strange. Isn't a golden pill, just one? Your measure of quantity seems off, An Yunlan observed, noticing Qingyang's evasive response. What do you mean by measure? Qingyang asked, and Yunlan sighed inwardly, realizing she had not received an answer to her question, yet now had to respond to another. Oh, it's nothing. Golden pills aren't grown on trees, right? They're not grown on trees. They're buried in the ground, a deep voice answered. And Yunlan looked up to see Mo Yufeng standing atop a large rock, gazing at her and extending his hand. The path ahead had reached its end, and the way down was indeed challenging. And Yunlan regarded the large rock. Though she could climb it using both hands and feet, it would lack grace. So, she did not hesitate, extending her hand to Mo Yufeng, who effortlessly pulled her up. Thank you, and Yunlan said, reclaiming her hand. Mo Yufeng did not reply, and the group continued onward. The guards ahead cleared the dense bushes for easier passage. After walking for a while, they arrived at a mountain spring and sat down to rest and hydrate. And Yunlan felt a bit weary from the trek, drank from her water pouch, and took a moment to massage her calves before resuming the ascent. Have you ever climbed a mountain before, young master? Qingyang asked, noticing how An Yunlan kept pace with the group, not at all resembling a pampered lady. Mo Yufeng also observed her. This young girl hadn't complained of fatigue throughout the journey. Though the pace was not particularly fast, it would likely be taxing for a delicate young lady. Oh, I've climbed before. My mother used to take me when I was little, and Yunlan replied nonchalantly. As they conversed, they reached a thicket of thorns and paused. And Yunlan furrowed her brow. Oh dear, how do we get through this? Master, allow me to lead young master and through, Shadow One suggested, glancing at the thicket and then at the towering trees above. No need. I will take her, Mo Yufeng said, observing An Yunlan's furrowed brow. Come here. He beckoned her. Me? An Yunlan pointed to herself, confirming with Mo Yufeng's determined gaze as she stepped forward. Your Highness, how do we get across? She inquired. Hold on to me. Mo Yufeng instructed, taking her hand and placing it on his arm, then wrapping an arm around her slender waist. With a slight exertion, he leaped into the air, and Yunlan was caught off guard by the sudden lift, feeling as if she had taken a ride on a roller coaster. Initially reluctant, she had one hand resting on Mo Yufeng's arm, but now both hands instinctively clutched his neck in surprise, nearly crying out in fright. Montauk Yufeng, originally planning to leap further with his lightness skill, was momentarily distracted by Yunlan's unexpected grip and the warm breath at his neck. And he took an additional step against a tree before soaring forward once more. Qingyang observed An Yunlan's lizard-like agility and the sudden disarray in Mo Yufeng's steps, smiling briefly before joining the others to follow the steps of the Ling Wang, swiftly leaping over the thorny forest. Mo Yufeng, cradling the person in his arms, weaved through the woods with increasingly light footfalls. Upon opening her eyes, An Yunlan beheld the ever-changing scenery before her, and it seemed they were nearing the end of the thorny thicket. Once she returned to solid ground, her heart still raced. She had never believed the tales of lightness in martial arts she had read in novels. Experiencing it firsthand, however, proved to be even more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. Do you all possess lightness skills? An Yunlan inquired, glancing at the tightly held Ling Wang before hastily loosening her grip and turning to Qingyang and the others who had followed closely. Qingyang nodded with a smile, his gaze shifting to the duo. Truly impressive. An Yunlan thumbed up at Qingyang, her admiration evident. What does that mean? Qingyang mimicked her gesture in curiosity. It signifies praise. Acknowledging your prowess, An Yunlan explained, shaking her thumb. Ah, I see. Qingyang chuckled, adding you two are remarkable, young master, and no one has ever had the Wang Yi carry them using lightness skills. He leaned closer to An Yunlan, whispering. An Yunlan's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Qingyang a warning glare. It's not that I lack your agility. Otherwise, how would I have arrived here? You are right, young master, and Qingyang responded with a smile. Let us not linger any longer, or we shall fall behind. He gestured ahead, turning around, and Yunlan noticed Ling Wang leading the group forward, unaware that his ears had subtly flushed. After 2 more hours of travel, they finally rested by spring. Yi and the others produced provisions for their master. Mo Yufeng handed a piece to An Yunlan, suggesting they consume something simple before hunting later in the evening. Taking the flatbread from Mo Yufeng, An Yunlan casually broke off a piece and chewed, while raising her water pouch to her lips for a few refreshing sips. A single droplet cascaded down her chin, tracing a path on her snow-white skin, causing Mo Yufeng's heart to momentarily skip a beat. Once everyone finished eating, Mo Yufeng, concerned for An Yunlan's fatigue, instructed Ng Yi, "Let's rest for half an hour before continuing." Ng Yi glanced at An Yunlan, who was leaning against a tree with her eyes closed, and nodded to Ling Wang. Understood. When An Yunlan next opened her eyes, she realized she had dozed for a brief while. She observed Ling Wang across from her, eyes closed in repose, appearing impeccably composed despite their lengthy trek, exuding an air of elegance and gravity. She felt that without these men, she might have succumbed to slumber on the ground. At that moment, Mo Yufeng also opened his eyes, startling An Yunlan, who instinctively averted her gaze. "Are we not leaving?" she inquired. "Have you rested well?" Montauk Yufeng replied. "Yes. Let us proceed," An Yunlan said, rising and awkwardly patting herself down. "Let's move on," Mo Yufeng echoed, rising with the grace of a celestial being and continuing deeper into the mountains. "Wang Yi, we have found it," a guard suddenly called out from a distance as they reached a precipice after another hour of trekking. An Yunlan jolted back to alertness, feeling as if she had merely been a walking machine. Without her comfortable shoes, she might have lain down in the middle of the path, unwilling to continue. Hearing the shout invigorated her, and she hastened forward to glimpse the elusive golden elixir. However, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and before An Yunlan could comprehend the situation, numerous shadowy figures swept towards them. And Mo Yufeng, who had been ahead, rushed forward at the guard's call, but sensed something amiss behind him. He paused and quickly turned back towards An Yunlan. Ng Yi, noticing his master retreating instead of advancing towards the golden elixir, followed suit. Dozens of shadows surrounded Mo Yufeng, An Yunlan, and Ng Yi, while the remainder charged at the guard who had shouted, prompting an immediate clash. "Are you from the same group that stayed at the inns along the way?" Montauk Yufeng coldly inquired. "Indeed, Wang Yi, we have lost many brothers along this journey. It is only natural to settle the score with you," the leader of the black-clad assailants replied with venomous intent. An Yunlan was perplexed. Had she missed something along the way? Were there assassins at the inns? Why had she not noticed? Settle the score with this Wang? "Huh, you overestimate yourselves." Montauk Yufeng scoffed icily. "Years of dealings with the Wang have shown that the golden elixir is not yours to take. You failed to acquire it last time, and you shall not succeed this time either," one of the leading black-clad figures retorted, glaring at Mo Yufeng and a small attendant standing beside him. "Is that so?" Mo Yufeng unsheathed his sword, its cold gleam reflecting his fierce demeanor. "While I may not be able to take on 500 men single-handedly, I assure you, even if the Wang's fists are insufficient against your numbers, you will find no easy victory." An Yunlan felt a wave of panic. 500 men against their mere 10 was an insurmountable challenge. Instinctively, she reached for Mo Yufeng's waist for reassurance. As Mo Yufeng contended with the lead assailant, he sensed a movement at his side. He instinctively wrapped an arm around An Yunlan's waist, directing his sword towards the encroaching black-clad figures. "Let us see how you fare against this Wang, you mere insects." Chapter 44. An Yunlan unleashed. As Mo Yufeng spoke, he tightened his hold on An Yunlan, his form shifting as he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, dispatching several foes to the ground. An Yunlan was engulfed in a whirlwind of clashing blades and shouts, feeling the adrenaline surge as Mo Yufeng effortlessly maneuvered while protecting her. Ng Yi fought alongside Mo Yufeng, valiantly engaging in the fray. After several exchanges, fewer than a dozen assailants remained. The leader, having sustained a wound, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. "Who would have thought, Wang Yi, that your attendants are all favored by you?" he jeered. An Yunlan, feeling Mo Yufeng's unsteady breath as he stood nearby, could not restrain herself. "You blind fool! Which of your eyes sees me as a man? You become a dog after serving your master so long, a mad dog at that, barking and biting indiscriminately. Do you not fear that your master is a fool for keeping such a beast?" Mo Yufeng, initially poised to retaliate, found himself amused by An Yunlan's fervent rebuke. He took the moment to regain his breath, having sustained a wound himself while shielding her. You are a woman. How dare you insult me and my master? You seek death." The man spat, incensed. "What of it? Were you born to commit such immoral acts? Your parents must be rolling in their graves at your disgraceful behavior." If they were alive, they would surely slap you back to your senses. Unyielding, An Yunlan seized the opportunity to strike back. You should be wary. Your misdeeds may lead to your own offspring being born as dogs, cursed to face the same fate. You mad woman, you dare curse me? The black-clad man sneered, nearly brought to his limit by her words. And why not? I curse you to a life of servitude, to be born into a lineage of disgrace, to meet your end by cart or lightning, to choke on water or food. You one need Wang Yi to take you down. The heavens shall claim you. An Yunlan's fervor only intensified. Mo Yufeng, initially frowning, found himself smiling at the sight of her spirited defense. The young girl has become remarkably fierce. What is a household registration book? It certainly does not sound like a pleasant term. Yi, listening from the side, felt that miss and was exceptionally kind to them. If she were to scold them like today, he would prefer to spend another 3 months in the harsh environment of the Shadow Guard camp. You're driving me mad. Absolutely mad. The cloaked man, completely flustered, brandished his sword and charged towards An Yunlan. In his haste, he failed to notice the scattered tree branches on the ground, remnants of the battle, and tripped, inadvertently impaling himself on a sharp bamboo stake. He trembled for a moment before breathlessly succumbing to death. Dead? An Yunlan, initially worried that the oncoming sword might harm her, was pulled back by Mo Yufeng just in time to witness the man's demise before their eyes. She stood there, momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say, her gaze fixated on the lifeless figure on the ground, devoid of any reaction. The group of black-clad men across from them exchanged glances, hesitating to advance. They were equally bewildered by their leader's sudden madness after being cursed by this girl. Could it be that she possessed sorcery? Observing An Yunlan's dazed expression, Mo Yufeng gently drew her into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "Do not be afraid. Stay here." He then set her down beneath a tree and leaped into the fray, charging towards the still distracted black-clad men. Yi followed suit, engaging in the battle. Mere moments later, Mo Yufeng returned to An Yunlan's side, crouching down beside her, his hand supporting her as he inquired, "Are you injured?" An Yunlan, now regaining her composure, shook her head in response. She had not anticipated that her few harsh words, intended merely to buy Mo Yufeng some time to catch his breath, would lead to such a shocking outcome. Although she had witnessed death in her previous life, it had never occurred due to her actions. Her role had always been to save lives. Now, someone had died because of her, albeit a person intent on taking theirs. She found herself struggling to process this reality. "Let us take a look," Mo Yufeng urged, grasping her hand as they hurried toward the cliff's edge. The fighting at the precipice had ceased, and the 20 or so guards who had joined the fray had left a trail of fallen black-clad bodies. Mo Yufeng surveyed the carnage, dismayed at the sight of so much bloodshed, and wished to shield An Yunlan from it. Furrowing his brow, he lifted her into his arms and swiftly flew to where Qin Yang and the others were standing at the cliff's edge. "Your Highness," they destroyed it again. Qin Yang's voice trembled with emotion. These intruders had no intention of fighting. Their sole purpose was to ravage this small patch of medicinal herbs, akin to locusts. Relentless in their destruction, and they leapt from the cliff with the remnants of the herbs clutched in their hands. Mo Yufeng clenched his fists, muttering, "Let it be. We shall wait for the next opportunity. These vile scoundrels! How many years have we waited, only to discover this small patch? Qin curset in frustration. Your Highness, let me go, I want to see." An Yunlan had fully regained her senses, noticing the debris at Qin Yang's feet, where she spotted 2 damaged leaves that resembled a type of herb. Approaching the cliff's edge, with her back to the abyss, she crouched down to examine the 2 torn leaves closely, then raised them to Qin Yang, asking, "Qin Yang, is this what you were searching for? A drop of golden elixir?" Qin Yang glanced at the leaves in her hand and nodded helplessly. "The leaves are useless. Is this truly a drop of golden elixir? Is this not the underground pearl? Do you refer to its bulb?" An Yunlan continued to ponder aloud. She recognized the herb. It was indeed the underground pearl, known for its medicinal properties, capable of promoting blood circulation and alleviating pain, as well as dispelling wind and dampness, detoxifying, and resolving knots. In the real world, it was a rare medicinal herb, though seldom used, and she had only just recalled its name after much contemplation. If only An Yunlan were to return to her space and consult the medical texts, she would discover that the book mentioned that the underground pearl had several names, one of which was indeed the golden elixir. It was used as a detoxifying agent when crushed into a powder. How long must we wait again? An Yunlan dead, crushing the 2 leaves An Yunlan had offered. Does this medicine have any specific requirements? Must it be fresh, or can dried one suffice? An Yunlan inquired. Any form will do, as long as it is the golden elixir, Qin Yang explained sorrowfully. An Yunlan stood up. This herb is also called the underground pearl. I had thought you were seeking some form of elixir, but it seems you have been searching for this herb all along. Before An Yunlan could finish her sentence, a hand unexpectedly reached from the cliff behind her, seizing her leg and pulling her toward the edge. She stumbled backward, plummeting into the abyss. In Chapter 45, as An Yunlan fell, none of them had reacted in time. A black-clad man, having fallen off the cliff and clinging to the wall, overheard their conversation and saw the figure with its back to him. Knowing he could not hold on much longer, he attempted to take someone down with him, tragically dragging the unsuspecting An Yunlan along. An Yunlan, missing! Qin Yang and Ing Yi shouted in alarm, reaching out but failing to catch her, watching helplessly as she fell. At that moment, a figure in green leaped after her, moving so swiftly that none could discern the motion. My lord! While others failed to see, Ing Yi recognized the figure, his master. Is that the prince? Qin Yang exclaimed, scanning the cliff for Mo Yufeng, but finding no trace. Ing Yi attempted to leap after An Yunlan, only to be restrained by Qin Yang. Do not panic, the prince will be fine. Let us hurry down the cliff to search for them. With that, a group of guards dashed down the mountain. An Yunlan, unable to utter a sound, suddenly felt an intense grip around her waist, nearly choking her, slowing her descent. She glanced down to find vines wrapping around her waist, and soon another vine encircled her, altering her fall into a swinging motion. Just as she was grappling with the pain and surprise, a figure swooped in beside her, lifting her into his arms as they swung together. Upon steadying herself, she recognized him, the cold-faced prince. Had he descended from the heavens? Is it a rescue party sent by monkeys? To save themselves? I thought I was going to die. An Yunlan clutched Mo Yufeng, and in that moment, seeing him felt like reuniting with a loved one, leading her to tremble in fear as she spoke. Do not be afraid. My king is here, Mo Yufeng reassured, holding the still terrified child tightly. He then searched for a foothold on the cliff and spotted a small platform about 10 meters below. Releasing the vines, he leaped down with agility, landing steadily on the platform with her. Upon noticing the grass behind the platform, he discovered a naturally formed cave. Supporting An Yunlan to sit at the cave's entrance, he comforted her, whose eyes were slightly misty, saying, You will not perish. Stay here while I go inside to tidy things up and assist you in entering. An Yunlan continued to tremble, her hands shaking, but she nodded in response. Seeing her pitiful state softened Mo Yufeng's heart. He quickly ventured into the cave, which was not large, traversing it in mere steps. Inside, apart from a few insects, there was nothing. Upon his entrance, they scurried away. Mo Yufeng glanced at the fragrant pouch at his waist, then turned back to help An Yunlan into the cave. An Yunlan, still with tears brimming in her eyes, expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. Take a moment to recover while I check for a way down, Mo Yufeng said, rising to leave, but An Yunlan, still shaken, grasped his arm tightly, gazing at him with her tearful eyes. Rest assured, since I have saved you, I shall not abandon you, he assured, reaching to pat her head but withdrew his hand. Feeling the intimacy of the gesture was too much, he then stepped out of the cave. Before long, he returned, his expression grave. There is no route down, and it will be perilous at night. We cannot see the path. We shall rest here tonight. An Yunlan nodded, finally feeling a sense of safety wash over her. She wiped her tears and suddenly became aware of a sharp pain in her waist, rubbing it with her hands. Is the vine hurting you? Montauk Yufeng inquired, observing her actions. It's nothing. It will pass, she replied, shaking her head. That is good. Let us rest, he replied, sitting down on the ground. At that moment, he sensed the onset of the icy poison within him. A chill crept into his heart, pain coursing through his veins, and his arms wound had yet to be tended to, seemingly still bleeding. He closed his eyes, sitting opposite An Yunlan, battling the impending cold poison with sheer willpower. Chapter 46. The poison strikes. Observing Mo Yufeng with his eyes shut, An Yunlan assumed he was merely fatigued and allowed him to sit in silence. However, after a while, she sensed something was amiss. The air in the cave grew increasingly frigid, and she noticed Mo Yufeng's complexion had turned ashen, his lips taking on a bluish hue. and he began to shiver slightly. She knelt before him, gently tapping his arm, asking, "My lord, what troubles you?" Mo Yufeng flinched as her hand struck his wound, causing him to slightly open his eyes. "The icy poison is about to manifest," he murmured. "Where's the antidote?" An Yunlan began searching his person frantically. "The suppressive antidote is in Xinjiang. I only have this detoxifying pill, but alas, there is no catalyst," he replied weakly, a bitter smile gracing his lips, laden with despair. The heavens seemed to mock him, always requiring a catalyst he could never find, destroyed or damaged by the reapers, plunging him in a hopelessness time and again. And today, after yet another disheartening event, he had neglected to carry the suppressive antidote, likely sealing his fate. Ironically, he held the detoxifying pill, yet without a catalyst. He faced death here. "Take this, when the night deepens," ignited at the cave's mouth. "Ing Yi and the others will see it and come to rescue you. I fear I cannot accompany you down. Once you return, go to the infamily and do not accompany me to the grave. If you wish to avoid the infamily, letting Yi arrange a residence for you, live well." Mo Yufeng handed her a paper tube and, having spoken, closed his eyes again, a layer of frost forming on his lashes. My lord, do not speak foolishly. Wait for me. I will certainly return," and Yunlan urged, patting him, though she could feel the icy chill radiating from him, as if her hand rested in a snowdrift. What did his words mean? Was he to perish? He had just saved her. How could he die? Watching Mo Yufeng fall into unconsciousness filled An Yunlan with anxiety. Yet she quickly regained her composure, releasing him and focusing on the mark on her wrist. She concentrated and entered her space. Rushing to the medicine shelf, she found her grandfather's box and opened it. Searching for the underground pearl, she scattered medicine all over, finally locating the packet and crushing it within a porcelain vessel, cradling it in her hands before swiftly exiting. She laid Mo Yufeng down and pried open his mouth, pouring the unground powder directly inside, then retrieved her water pouch to pour water into his mouth. Next, she took the detoxifying pill he had held and shoved it in, followed by more water, disregarding the spills, forcefully closing his jaw to prevent the medicine from escaping. Mo Yufeng, swallow this, quickly detoxify, and recover, she urged, her heart racing. After considerable effort, she finally saw him swallow the medicine, then struggled to prop him up, removing his upper garments, allowing him to lean against the cave wall. She swiftly took out silver needles and began to administer acupuncture on him. The cold enveloped her, causing her to shiver, despite it being the height of summer. The cave felt like an icy cavern in the Himalayas. Not only was Mo Yufeng covered in frost, but the stone wall he leaned against visibly accumulated a thin layer of ice. Yet at that moment, An Yunlan paid no heed to such details. Mo Yufeng was merely a patient in dire need of rescue to her. All thoughts of his muscular shoulders and firm abdomen faded from her mind. All she desired was to save him, to keep him alive. Having practiced acupuncture numerous times during her journey, she was familiar with the necessary points and adept in her technique. After completing the acupuncture on his front and back, she positioned him on her outer garment, checking his pulse and feeling it slightly stabilize, her heart finally at ease. Observing him again, his pallor had improved, though he remained unconscious. An Yunlan entered her space once more, retrieving a blanket and a pillow, along with a pile of warm packs from the cabinet. She gently placed the pillow beneath his head and draped the blanket over him, then concentrated again to heat a pot of water, filling a thermos before bringing out several paper cups. As she glanced at the dimming light outside, she returned to her space and took the luminous pearl Mo Yufeng had given her. Had he been awake, he would have surely been astonished by An Yunlan's repeated appearances and disappearances. After several trips, she gradually calmed down, though the exertion left her feeling fatigued. Despite the absence of a fire for warmth in the cave, she felt no chill after her efforts. Zitting bezidem Montag Yufeng. She took a moment to gather her thoughts before removing the silver needles. She helped him don his inner garments, tearing open the warm packs and affixing them to his chest and back, then helped him into his outer garments, pouring small amounts of hot water into his mouth with the paper cups until he had drunk sufficiently. Finally, she meticulously covered him with the blanket. After completing all these tasks, An Yunlan finally noticed the wound on Mo Yufeng's arm. She shook her head helplessly and once again focused her mind into the space, retrieving the suturing instruments and medicine. Under the faint glow of the luminous pearl, she meticulously treated the wound on Mo Yufeng's arm, watching as he drifted into a deep slumber. Sitting beside him, she wiped the perspiration from her brow, her trembling hands applying a few warming patches to herself. Then, she rummaged through her backpack and took out a box of chocolate, pouring a handful into her mouth before closing her eyes. Leaning against the stone wall, she relaxed, feeling the cave's chill diminish. She had done all she could. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting to see if Qingyang's detoxifying pill would take effect. Exhausted, she closed her eyes and collapsed behind Mo Yufeng, unable to even sit up straight, feeling the solid warmth of his back beside her. She let her eyes flutter shut, surrendering to slumber. When An Yunlan awoke again, the only illumination was the dim light of the luminous pearl. Struggling to sit up, she checked Mo Yufeng's pulse and was delighted to discover that the toxins within him were indeed dissipating. A smile crept onto her lips as she stroked his forehead, noting that he was no longer cold and that a fine sheen of sweat had formed there. Mo Yufeng, you truly are fortunate, An Yunlan muttered, then lay back down beside him, pulling the covers closer to herself, her hands still resting on his pulse as she intended to continue her examination. But fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep once more. Chapter 46. It's wonderful to be alive in the cave. Mo Yufeng felt the familiar chill and pain enveloping his body. And then he heard that girl who scolded him anxiously calling out to wait for her. He thought to himself, what was there to wait for? He was destined for death. An Yunlan should still have a chance. He hoped he would save her. That girl was rather interesting. Yet he lamented that he would never again witness her earnest study, her diligent salt-making, her confident practice of medicine, or her playful expressions of anger and joy. Then, he plummeted into an endless ice abyss, experiencing the well-known agony and coldness. However, after a while, the ice and snow before him began to melt slowly, transforming into droplets of water, then into streams of clear water, and ultimately into a warm spring. Immersed in its embrace, the icy sensations vanished, and the pain receded, leaving him feeling utterly at ease. He sensed beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, a delightful sensation coursing through his body that was beyond description. Had he died? Was this not hell, but rather the heavenly realm? This warmth felt as though he had not experienced it in over a decade. So this was what paradise felt like. Indeed, dying could be quite liberating. But just then, a hand grasped his. As he opened his eyes, he saw An Yunlan. How was she here? Had she also perished? No, she must not die. Mo Yufeng, startled awake, noticing the faint glow of a luminous pearl and realizing that he was warm and comfortable, wrapped in a white blanket. Was this not the cave? Hadn't he died? Just as he was about to rise, he felt someone leaning against him, breathing softly, and his right hand was still clasped by another. Cautiously, he turned to find An Yunlan sleeping soundly beside him like a kitten, her hand tightly gripping his pulse. He couldn't bear to wake her. Gently, he pried her hand away and, almost instinctively, nestled his arm around her neck, allowing her to rest more comfortably. When An Yunlan instinctively snuggled closer, he realized what he had just done. Why was he able to allow a woman so close? No, it was he who had drawn near to her, inviting her into his embrace. Not only that, but he also wished to hold her like this, watching her sleep. Mo Yufeng paused for a moment, a smile creeping onto his lips, and he pulled the blanket closer around her, wrapping his arms around her as he closed his eyes. He did not sleep, however, as thoughts swirled in his mind. He had been poisoned by the icy venom, yet here he was, lying with her. Where had this blanket come from? Why was he so warm, as if he might ignite? As he touched his back, he felt something affixed to it, tugging at it. A piece of white material came loose. What was this? A plaster? Why was it warm? Mo Yufeng felt his mind spiraling. Was all of this real? Was this cave still the same? Everything else felt surreal. Just then, the woman in his arms let out a soft sound, prompting him to hug An Yunlan tightly, gently patting her back. When she quieted again, he stopped his hand. Was he soothing her? Mo Yufeng felt as though he were losing his sanity, his thoughts muddled. Here he was, embracing a beautiful woman, closing his eyes as a disorienting haze seemed to envelop his consciousness. All he desired was to rest. As dawn broke, casting a faint light into the cave, An Yunlan slowly awakened, having had an uneasy yet exceptionally comfortable night, though the ground beneath her was hard. Her neck and head felt fine. When she opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of clear, bright eyes. "You're awake?" Mo Yufeng asked, his gaze fixed on her as she instinctively placed her hand on his pulse, completely oblivious to the fact that she was nestled in his arms. Having worked tirelessly until the early hours and transitioning between the cave and her space, her mind remained foggy, still not fully alert. Yes, I am awake. Mo Yufeng noted that An Yunlan showed no intention of getting up, and neither did he. It seemed the poison had been cured. Your Highness, you are well now. An Yunlan stated with utmost seriousness as she examined his pulse. You say my poison is cured? How can that be? Wasn't the antidote destroyed? Montauk Yufeng, finally regaining his senses, grasped An Yunlan's arm, questioning her. Their eyes met, filled with life yet disbelief. She smiled slightly. Your Highness, you are fortunate. The poison truly is gone. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mo Yufeng embraced An Yunlan tightly. Do not deceive me, he exclaimed, realizing she was entirely in his arms. An Yunlan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and quickly patted the excited man. I did not deceive you. It truly has been cured. The two embraced, reminiscent of a sweet couple sharing their first hug on a sunny morning. We still need a good morning kiss, An Yunlan teased, squirming slightly to escape Mo Yufeng's embrace, sitting upright with a blush creeping up her neck. Lowering her gaze, she spotted the white blanket and panicked, realizing how late she had woken. She had intended to wake first to remove the blanket and warming patches. How could she explain this? Mortified, she wished she could carve a 3-room apartment into the cave itself and throw everything inside. Mo Yufeng, observing her rising yet remaining still, noticed her flushed cheeks and understood her embarrassment. Your Highness saw only one blanket, so I was afraid you would be cold. He attempted to clarify, suddenly aware that his own ears had turned red. Oh, you were unconscious. I found it in the cave. Considering the deepening night and your severe cold poison, I thought it wise to find something warm for you. It might have belonged to someone else. An Yunlan stammered awkwardly. Montauk Yufeng chuckled. Having thoroughly searched the cave, yet not noticing any of these items or the warm patches adhered to him. This girl was full of secrets, intensely mysterious. Yet, he found himself reluctant to pry, more concerned with not making her uncomfortable. Perhaps. But what exactly are these things on me? Mo Yufeng inquired as he sat up and unfastened his outer robe. Oh, those are warming plasters I made myself. Your Highness is sensitive to the cold, so I brought some along in my bag for when we enter the mountains, An Yunlan explained. Aren't plasters usually black? Mo Yufeng asked, tearing off a piece to inspect. An Yunlan snatched it away. Your Highness, aren't you particular about cleanliness? I devised my own method. Look, it's black inside, isn't it? An Yunlan pointed to the warmer and rambled on. After all, the iron powder inside is black as well. Ah, I see. How thoughtful of you, Yunlan. Mo Yufeng gazed at the anxious girl, a slight smile gracing his lips. So, shall I remove it for you now? An Yunlan swiftly tore off all the warmers from Mo Yufeng and stuffed them haphazardly into her bag. However, this blanket cannot be stowed away. It may as well remain in this cave, for it is biodegradable and does not count as pollution. How did you manage to detoxify me? Wasn't a drop of the golden elixir destroyed? Mo Yufeng inquired as he watched An Yunlan fold the blanket. Oh, I saw that the prince was unconscious. So, I searched around the cave and happened to find a plant. Isn't that a stroke of luck? An Yunlan dared not meet Mo Yufeng's gaze. Knowing her face must be flushed from the fabrication she was spinning, she busied herself in the cave, attempting to mask her nervousness. How fortunate indeed. No wonder when I was unconscious, I vaguely heard you mention that I was destined to live. Mo Yufeng chuckled, observing the flustered girl beside him. Of course, who is the prince? The azure battle god, whose fate cannot be extinguished. Azure still requires your protection, my lord. An Yunlan smiled. I have protected Azure. Yet you have safeguarded me, Mo Yufeng replied, regarding An Yunlan with intrigue. I am a physician. It is my duty. Moreover, the antidote was prepared by Qingyang. I merely had the fortune to discover the medicinal catalyst. An Yunlan felt relieved that the awkward topic had shifted. She was adept at flattering. My fortune has been woeful, searching for a catalyst for over a decade, only to find it upon meeting you. You truly are my lucky star. Mo Yufeng regarded An Yunlan. What luck indeed. As the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon individuals, they must first endure trials and tribulations. Once you have overcome these numerous challenges, you shall attain your rightful reward, and blessings will abound. And Yunlan began to boast. I once thought your medical skills were remarkable, but now I realize your eloquence is unparalleled. Should you become an advisor, you would surely excel. The closer Mo Yufeng drew to An Yunlan, the more he found her utterly captivating. Ahem, my lord, if you are feeling well, shall we descend the mountain? I was utterly exhausted yesterday. I forgot to signal you. An Yunlan could no longer bear Mo Yufeng's probing gaze and hastily changed the subject. She was perfectly attired, after all. What was with that predatory look? Mo Yufeng closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged to channel his energy, discovering that the poison within him had been entirely purged. It turned out that the internal energy was previously obstructed, but now there were no issues. His abilities were bound to improve significantly. Once he finished his meditation, he opened his eyes and addressed An Yunlan. "Let us go. I shall escort you down." An Yunlan gathered her hair, slung her bag over her shoulder, and nodded. "Let us move quickly. Qingyang and the others must be anxious." Mo Yufeng offered An Yunlan a gentle smile, and as they reached the cave entrance, he surveyed the terrain before turning to her. "Hold tightly to me. If you let go, the fall from this height." Before Mo Yufeng could finish, An Yunlan swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck. "Thank you, my lord. You must hold on to me." Mo Yufeng chuckled heartily, and An Yunlan noted how charming this seemingly cold man appeared when he smiled. As Mo Yufeng noticed An Yunlan gazing at him, he instinctively tightened his embrace around her waist. With a surge of energy, he leapt off the cliff, skillfully navigating the protruding rocks and vines. In a mere incense stick's time, they reached the base of the cliff. An Yunlan kept her eyes shut, leaning against Mo Yufeng until he gently patted her, signaling that they had arrived. She opened her eyes to find solid ground beneath her feet. The path down the mountain had finally appeared. "Wow, my lord, you are incredible!" An Yunlan exclaimed, giving Mo Yufeng a thumbs up. Chapter 47. The cold prince's icy humor easily leads to misunderstandings. Mo Yufeng released her waist but took her hand, guiding her down the mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous bodies dressed in black. Mo Yufeng carefully shielded An Yunlan, softly reassuring her not to be afraid, until they reached a stream where they paused to freshen up. "Why haven't we seen Qingyang and the others yet? They haven't left without us, have they?" An Yunlan scanned her surroundings, but her companions were nowhere to be found. Mo Yufeng produced a bone flute from his pocket and played a few rhythmic notes before telling An Yunlan, "They're likely still searching for us. They will arrive shortly. You should rest for a moment." "Okay." An Yunlan observed Mo Yufeng's assured demeanor and sat by the stream, washing her face and hands, and tidying her hair into a bun beneath a tree. "My lord, I have a question." An Yunlan hesitated, recalling the dead attendants. "You may ask," Mo Yufeng replied gracefully, drying his hands with a handkerchief. "The mansion has been disposing of bodies for a few days now. Is it similar to those dead attendants?" An Yunlan suddenly grasped this troubling notion. Otherwise, how could there be so few new faces despite the ongoing killings? Montauk Yufeng nodded. "There are inevitably some who do not know their place." And Yunlan felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least this man who had saved her was not a cold-blooded killer. That was a comfort. "You must not think that I am a merciless murderer, indiscriminately slaying those in a manner." Mo Yufeng gently probed as he observed An Yunlan's reaction. And Yunlan was taken aback, stammering, "No, no, my lord. You are the noble battle god, and your actions are solely for the protection of Azure and its people. How could you be a merciless killer?" "Absolutely not." Mo Yufeng smiled at her flustered denials, realizing that she felt cornered, yet was desperately trying to justify him. To her, he must appear as anything but a virtuous man. And Yunlan pondered how Mo Yufeng could so accurately discern her thoughts. It was rather unsettling. Just then, they heard Qingyang's voice. "My lord, are you unharmed? How did you end up here?" "No harm done. We took shelter on the cliff for the night. It was too dark to navigate down." Montauk Yufeng replied, "My lord, quickly, take the antidote for the chilling poison. You didn't bring it with you, and I've worried all night." Qingyang hastily produced the medicine as he handed over a water pouch. Mo Yufeng smiled and declined Qingyang's offer. "I no longer require it." "No longer require it? My lord, don't give up. If we cannot find it this time, we can search again next time. You must not lose hope." Qingyang exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "My lord." The attendants knelt in unison, fearing their master would abandon hope. And Yunlan watched this commotion and suddenly laughed, thinking how cunning the cold prince was. Even in such dire straits, he still spoke with such ease, eliciting tears from his subordinates. "Listen, why are you laughing? Aren't you worried about the prince? He risked his life to save you, and you find amusement in his plight?" And he snapped, and Yunlan was about to retort when Mo Yufeng interjected. Ingi, if you speak recklessly again, return to the shadow guard camp. My lord, you witnessed Miss and fall from the cliff, yet you disregarded your own safety to save her, and now she laughs in your presence. Do you still wish to protect her? Ingi's frustration began to spill over. An Yunlan, perceiving that Mo Yufeng had not revealed the truth, noticed the change in the gazes of those around her. They were devoid of kindness, and even Qingyang wore a disappointed expression. She merely smiled, remaining silent. However, hearing that Mo Yufeng recklessly leaped off the cliff to rescue her, she felt a surge of emotion. Speak no more. Return to the Shadow Guard camp for a month before coming back to the manor. Mo Yufeng did not expect that Ing Yi would continue to speak, and his tone turned cold at that moment. My lord, do not fret. The poison has been cured. Mo Yufeng glanced at the anxious expressions of those around him before he spoke. What? Qingyang exclaimed in disbelief, stepping forward to check the pulse of the Ling prince meticulously. The guards observed their lord, some glancing at the always smiling An Yunlan, unsure of what to say. Is it truly cured? That's splendid. How was it done? After examining the pulse, Qingyang exclaimed joyfully. Mo Yufeng remained silent, merely lifting his chin to look at An Yunlan. Missen, did you cure the poison for the prince? Without a single drop of golden elixir, how was it achieved? Qingyang inquired, his face a mask of confusion as everyone turned their eyes toward An Yunlan. As for me, I am indeed ungrateful, but I possess a modicum of luck. I fell from the cliff and happened upon a few herbs you mentioned. Not a single drop of golden elixir. I assent that a stroke of fortune. Perhaps it is because I smile often, and heaven showers benevolence upon those who are cheerful. An Yunlan replied with a light smile. What? Falling from a cliff and finding a drop of golden elixir? Qingyang thought An Yunlan was the embodiment of extraordinary luck. If a tumble could yield a coin, then surely her fall must have led her to mountains of gold. Well, it was your highness who insisted on saving this ungrateful wretch. My life was spared, but whether that is fortunate or unfortunate remains to be seen. Should you be disappointed or not? An Yunlan did not lift her gaze, fiddling with her nails. Of course, it is fortunate. How could one possibly be disappointed? Thank you, Missen. Thank you, Missen. Qingyang expressed his exhilaration, overwhelmed with joy, his earlier disappointment towards An Yunlan forgotten. Hearing this, Ing Yi understood and stepped forward, kneeling before An Yunlan and presenting his sword. Missen, I have been disrespectful. I would rather die by your sword. I beg for your forgiveness. An Yunlan glanced at the sword Ing Yi held and casually remarked, I cannot wield it. Upon hearing this, Ing Yi promptly discarded the sword and drew a dagger from his waist, offering it to An Yunlan. I seek Miss Anne's forgiveness. The other guards followed suit, kneeling before An Yunlan, echoing, we beg for Miss Anne's forgiveness. An Yunlan had never witnessed such an overwhelming display and was startled, springing up from the ground, waving her hands. No need for such theatrics. I'm not dead. Mo Yufeng watched An Yunlan's frightened expression, a smile spreading across his face. He beckoned her over, and she hurriedly approached, inwardly cursing the prince for enjoying the spectacle. Mo Yufeng took An Yunlan's hand and began walking forward, addressing the kneeling crowd. Return to the capital. The others rose, staring in astonishment at the two holding hands ahead of them. When had their master taken a lady's hand? An Yunlan was equally surprised that the Ling prince had grasped her hand as he called her over. Perhaps he thought the road ahead would be arduous. Having embraced her, holding hands seemed trivial. Wouldn't you agree? He felt immense regret for his indiscretion. Throughout their journey back, he served An Yunlan tea, food, and even personally fetched her bathing water at every inn, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Chapter 48. Warm and considerate upon returning to the village, everyone organized their belongings, freshened up, and promptly set off for home. In the carriage, Qingyang listened intently as An Yunlan recounted the details of the antidote, peppering her with questions about whether she had saved any herbs, how she administered the needles, and how she kept the prince warm. An Yunlan felt overwhelmed until they boarded the carriage for the Ling prince's manor, where Mo Yufeng promptly sent Qingyang to another carriage, allowing her to recover from her buzzing thoughts. Mo Yufeng opened the partition, laid down a cushion, and said to An Yunlan, rest for a while. His incessant chatter is surely vexing you. An Yunlan wasted no time, climbing up and thanking Mo Yufeng before turning to sleep. This was not her first time dozing off in the presence of this man, and she felt at ease. Mo Yufeng, lying next to her, closed his eyes, finding tranquility in her company as they lay side by side in the swaying carriage. After several days of travel, they finally approached the West City Gate. An Yunlan's long-missed smile returned. The carriage had been so uncomfortable that she longed for the capital. "What are you thinking?" Mo Yufeng inquired, observing her beaming at the distant gate. "I crave the elbow of the fragrant pavilion, the delicacies from the Chung family shop, the wontons from the street vendor, and the large bowls of tea from old Master Zhao's stall across the manor," and Yunlan replied, peering out at the gate. "Accompanying this prince has been arduous. Your thoughts are solely on food." Montak Yufeng chuckled. "Indeed, it has been taxing, nearly costing me my life. I long for my bed, my bathtub, and little Fu." And Yunlan continued, counting her desires, keeping Mo Yufeng's smile ever present. Mo Yufeng whispered instructions to a guard outside the window before closing his eyes again in the carriage. Half an hour later, when Yunlan stood before the manor gates, she felt as if she had truly returned to life. "You should return to the lying courtyard to freshen up and rest," Mo Yufeng said, supporting her as she stepped down from the carriage. "Very well, my lord. Farewell." And Yunlan called out hurriedly, making her way toward the courtyard. Mo Yufeng watched her retreating figure with a smile, shaking his head as he entered the manor. "Little Fu, I have returned," and Yunlan exclaimed loudly upon entering the courtyard. "Miss, come quickly. Hot water is ready for your bath. Hurry and soak." Little Fu rushed forward, assisting in Yunlan and taking her bundle as they entered the cleansing room. "How did you know I would return at this time?" And Yunlan asked, pleased with Little Fu's arrangements. "A guard from the manor informed me, and the kitchen sent several buckets of hot water," Little Fu replied with a radiant smile. "It must have been arranged by the prince. He treats you very well." And Yunlan felt content with Mo Yufeng's thoughtful arrangements. She immersed herself in the bath, holding her breath for a moment before resurfacing, feeling rejuvenated and thoroughly refreshed. After her bath, she found a food box and a pot of tea on the table. "Miss, this was just brought in by Ying Si. He said it was what you wanted," Little Fu said, beaming as she opened the food box. "What I wanted." And Yunlan was curious, peering into the box to discover a bowl of wontons. After sipping the tea, she realized it was the same as what was served at old Master Zhao's stall. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she took the spoon from Little Fu and savored the wontons. Feeling warmth in her heart, knowing someone had remembered her words and arranged everything so thoughtfully. After finishing the wontons and drinking a couple of cups of tea, and Yunlan felt revitalized. She took out the small trinkets she had bought for Little Fu during their journey and asked her to tidy the table while she climbed onto the bed. The moment she lay down, she felt a surge of happiness that surprisingly kept her awake. Even if she couldn't sleep, lying on her own bed felt exquisite, a world away from the hard beds of the past days. She casually picked up a medical book and began to read. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a deep voice echoed from outside. "Are you not afraid of damaging your eyes while lying down reading?" Turning her head, and Yunlan saw Prince Ling standing at the entrance of her chamber. "What brings the prince here?" she asked, hastily rising to tidy her attire. "It is time for dinner," Mo Yufeng replied with a smile. "Oh, all right," and Yunlan said, feeling a tad embarrassed, recalling that she had been comfortably reclining with her legs crossed, engrossed in her book. It was rather rude of him to enter her room without knocking. The two of them took their seats at the table in the outer room, where Mo Yufeng opened a food box, revealing an array of dishes: fragrant pork knuckles, a treasure duck, cherry meat, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and a delightful lamb and radish soup, along with several vegetarian dishes. "From the fragrant pavilion?" And Yunlan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Please, enjoy," Mo Yufeng said, his tone laced with affection, though in Yunlan's focus was solely on the delectable offerings before her. "This is exquisite." "Thank you, Your Highness," she exclaimed, taking a piece of pork knuckle and unceremoniously stuffing it into her mouth, savoring the rich collagen, reveling in the blissful satisfaction it brought her. She could not help but flash a sweet, contented smile at Mo Yufeng. Seeing the carefree girl before him, Mo Yufeng smiled back. "Your Highness, you should eat as well. The dishes from the fragrant pavilion are truly delightful." And Yunlan insisted, serving him some food, and they finished the meal amidst her laughter and joy. Once Xiao Fu cleared away the plates and set up tea, he presented 4 types of pastries, all of which Yunlan adored. "Do you remember the pastries from Changji?" And Yunlan asked, picking up a piece of osmanthus cake to savor. "You've had quite a feast for dinner. Perhaps you should indulge in fewer pastries and save some for tomorrow," Mo Yufeng remarked, eyeing her with concern as she relished her treats. "Oh, I can manage another piece," she retorted playfully. "Your Highness, you are too kind. You fulfilled every wish of mine. Even if I were to die now, I would hold no regrets." And Yunlan chewed happily on her pastry, her heart brimming with joy. She never anticipated that Prince Ling would remember her words verbatim and, upon her return to the palace, would cater to all her desires. "I hope you live without regrets and find joy in life." "Try not to mention that word too often," Mo Yufeng chided lightly. "As you command, Your Highness. With so many delicious dishes, I have no intention of leaving this world, just yet," and Yunlan laughed, reaching for more pastries on the table. "Still talking?" Mo Yufeng mused, feeling a warmth in his heart for the girl's carefree antics. He did not seek her gratitude. He simply wished for her happiness and hoped she would remember his kindness. "Enough of that," and Yunlan giggled, taking another bite of Osmantha's cake. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you," Mo Yufeng thought to himself as he found himself increasingly indulgent towards her. And Yunlan nodded, reflecting on how this escapade had almost cost her dearly, all for a herb she already possessed under a different name. Yet now, having returned to the palace unscathed, with Mo Yufeng's thoughtful arrangements, she was able to forget her previous misfortunes, feeling quite at ease. The sweet smile on An Yunlan's face left Mo Yufeng feeling refreshed, like a gentle spring breeze. He reclined back on his bed, closing his eyes, allowing memories to resurface, his heart ablaze with unexpected emotions. Despite his lingering fatigue, his spirits soared. Chapter 49. A plea for Yi with the antidote to the chilling poison successfully administered, Mo Yufeng naturally needed to retreat for several days of cultivation. And Yunlan, for her part, found herself blessed with a rare stretch of leisure. After a few days of restful respite, she spent her time sipping tea and reading in the courtyard. Occasionally, she would cook, but she noticed that Prince Ling had not visited her courtyard for 5 or 6 days. Approaching the entrance of the falling petal garden, she took a few steps towards the direction of the bamboo grove, only to realize that her actions seemed somewhat peculiar. Why was she hoping for his visit? Turning back, she spotted Rusu standing a short distance away, and Yunlan cast a glance in her direction before deciding to return to her quarters. "Don't think that just because you helped the prince with his poison, you can become a true princess." Rusu's resentful voice reached in Yunlan as she passed by. "You seem to be recovering well, having endured 30 lashes, and now you're out and about," and Yunlan remarked with a light laugh. "Thanks to you." Rusu clenched her fists in anger. "No need for courtesy. If you find insufficient, I can always recommend to the prince that you receive another 30 lashes. I'm quite accommodating. Just come find me when you wish," and Yunlan replied, observing Rusu's reaction. "You." Rusu stepped closer to Yunlan. "Rusu, step back." And Yunlan had yet to react when Xi appeared, pushing Rusu away. Glancing back, Rusu turned and walked away slowly, her legs still weak from the punishment. And Yunlan chuckled, bemused that someone still nursing their wounds would come to her for trouble. "Missin, are you all right?" Xi asked, noticing in Yunlan's momentary distraction. "Oh, I'm fine, thank you." And Yunlan expressed her gratitude for Xi's protection. "No need for thanks, Missin. Where are you headed?" Xi inquired. "Do you know what your prince has been busy with these past few days?" And Yunlan asked him. Xi replied, "Missin, the prince has been in seclusion for 7 days. It is not yet time for his return." "In seclusion? Is your prince practicing some kind of divine skill?" And Yunlan inquired curiously, recalling how formidable she found Mo Yufeng's martial arts. "It is not a divine skill, Missin. Since you helped the prince with the antidote, he must restore his health and refine his martial arts," Xi explained, clearly informed about her contribution. "Oh, I see. Has Yi also gone into seclusion? I haven't seen him around," and Yunlan continued. Yi has been sent to the Shadow Guard camp for punishment," Xi noted with a hint of sadness. "Punished? Did he do something wrong?" And Yunlan asked. "Because he bumped into Miss and on Tsaming Mountain," Xi replied. "Bumped into me?" And Yunlan pondered for a moment before recalling Xi's previous comment about her being ungrateful. "Indeed," Xi confirmed. "That seems rather excessive. It was merely a few words exchanged, and he being punished? It is the prince's order. I dare not disobey," Xi said, bowing. "Your master is rather cruel." And Yunlan replied with a smirk. "I cannot speak ill of my master behind his back," Xi thought to himself, realizing that perhaps only Yunlan had the audacity to voice such sentiments without fear of reprisal. "All right, let us refrain from speaking ill of him. Once the prince emerges from his retreat, I will plead on Yi's behalf. It's really not a significant matter," And I've already forgotten it, An Yunlan concluded, waving her hand dismissively. Thank you, Miss An, Yingxi said, quickly kneeling in gratitude. Please rise. I can't bear this kneeling business. An Yunlan gently urged him to stand. The following evening, Mo Yufeng came to the falling petal garden to dine with An Yunlan. As they shared their meal, An Yunlan served him dishes. Has the prince emerged from his seclusion? She asked. Indeed, Mo Yufeng replied. Did you learn any divine skills? An Yunlan teased. What do you think I was practicing? Montak Yufeng counted. Surely not the 18 dragon-subduing palms, or the 19 white-bone claw, or perhaps the sunflower manual. An Yunlan chuckled, recalling martial arts films she had previously watched. What are those skills? I have never heard of them, Mo Yufeng replied, bemused by her references. They are formidable martial arts, An Yunlan explained, almost bursting into laughter as she recalled the saying about those who practice divine skills needing to castrate themselves. I can't help but feel those aren't divine skills. Your laughter seems rather unhinged, Mo Yufeng remarked, noticing her mischievous grin as she sipped her soup. I read it somewhere, but I've forgotten where. What did the prince practice? An Yunlan inquired. After being poisoned, my meridians were somewhat blocked. Now that you have assisted me in dispelling the poison, it is only natural to further refine my skills, Mo Yufeng stated nonchalantly. So, the prince is now even more formidable than before? An Yunlan asked. One could say so, he replied. Wow, that is indeed a cause for celebration. Given such a delightful circumstance, it certainly warrants a festivity. An Yunlan smiled. How shall we celebrate? Mo Yufeng assumed that An Yunlan intended to surprise him. A royal amnesty. Since the prince has encountered such remarkable fortune, perhaps we should summon Ying Yi back from the Shadow Guard camp. Although I am not fully acquainted with that place, I have observed Ying Yi and Yingxi tremble at the mere mention of it, suggesting it is not a pleasant locale. It has been several days. It is time. An Yunlan found this suggestion to be the most suitable. So the purpose of your lengthy discourse was merely to plead for Ying Yi? Mo Yufeng felt a tinge of disappointment. It is not a matter of great consequence. He merely spoke hastily in his frustration, and I bore no ill will. I hope the prince will not impose too severe a punishment. An Yunlan nonchalantly poured tea for Mo Yufeng. You harbor feelings for Ying Yi. Mo Yufeng began, but an icy aura enveloped him abruptly. An Yunlan felt a wave of frustration. What was this stoic iceberg contemplating? I have no such sentiments. I merely believe it is prudent for the prince to have a capable and skilled martial artist by his side. I was only considering the prince's welfare. If he is unwilling, then it is of no matter. An Yunlan did not wish to invite discomfort upon herself or allow Mo Yufeng to misconstrue her intentions toward Ying Yi. Such reasoning was perplexing. Is it solely for my sake? Upon hearing An Yunlan's explanation, Mo Yufeng felt warmth surge within him, dispelling the chill. It is merely concern for the prince. A genuine worry that he might wish for warm water without anyone to serve it, or for assistance in reviewing documents, or for companionship when he ventures out, or allies in a scuffle. An Yunlan enumerated Ying Yi's contributions. Does the prince still require assistance? Mo Yufeng inquired while offering An Yunlan a piece of chicken with a smile. None is needed. The prince is formidable, unmatched. An Yunlan showered him with flattery. Let us eat. Your compliments are becoming increasingly insincere. Montak Yufeng chuckled in resignation. Very well, my prince, do indulge. An Yunlan smiled and served him vegetables. The earlier chill now dissipated. An Yunlan had always believed that there must still be a lingering frost within Mo Yufeng, for how else could this chill arrive so suddenly? The following day, as Mo Yufeng returned to the falling petal garden for another meal, An Yunlan observed Ying Yi following closely behind, his respectful demeanor eliciting a light-hearted smile from her. Chapter 50. Ying Yi injured. Secrets revealed. An Yunlan accompanied Mo Yufeng on a visit to Tsaming Mountain, and upon their return, they rested for over 10 days, causing delays in the salt production. In the past few days, several salt masters had been discussing and experimenting with salt-making methods with her. After finally sending the two masters away, An Yunlan looked at the flourishing potatoes and sweet potatoes, fetched a basin of water to nourish them, and plucked some sweet potato leaves, intending to stir-fry them for dinner. Suddenly, the door to the falling petal garden burst open, and a guard entered carrying Ying Yi, who was bloodied and followed closely by the Ling prince. Yingxi quickly leaped down from a tree, reaching out to support Ying Yi, his eyes brimming with urgency. An Yunlan hastily discarded the water ladle in her hand and rushed forward. "My prince, are you unhurt?" An Yunlan felt a tightening in her chest upon seeing the bloodstains on the Ling prince's attire. "I am fine. See to Yi," he replied, his heart warmed by her concern. An Yunlan noticed an arrow lodged in Yi's back. "Have the dark guards carry him into the western chamber," she commanded, then began her examination while inquiring, "What happened?" Mo Yufeng replied, "We encountered over 100 assassins, and he was struck by an arrow." An Yunlan turned to the others, instructing, "You all must exit. I will treat Yi." The guards complied, yet the Ling prince remained still. An Yunlan glanced at him, then at the unconscious Yi, fearing cardiac injury. "My prince, you may stay. Everyone else leave. I will prepare some supplies in the medicine room." An Yunlan retrieved numerous items from her space, filling the medicine box, and brought 2 sterile gowns into the chamber. As she ensured all others had vacated, she addressed the Ling prince. "Saving a life is paramount. Once I produce the necessary items, I kindly ask that you refrain from interrupting or questioning me. If you cannot comply, please exit now." Surprised by An Yunlan's serious tone, the Ling prince nodded solemnly. She tossed him a sterile gown to wear, donned her own, disinfected the chamber, and deftly cut open Yi's clothing to prepare for the arrow extraction. An Yunlan administered an anesthetic to laying out a scalpel, hemostatic clamps, surgical scissors, and various suturing instruments on a small table, methodically arranging them on a sterile cloth. Mo Yufeng was astounded not only by the gleaming tools An Yunlan produced, but also by her adeptness in handling them. Although he had witnessed her diligence while practicing medicine, he had never seen her wield these instruments before. The fluidity of her motions suggested an extensive familiarity with the tasks at hand. And while her expression conveyed seriousness and determination, it also hinted at a touch of anxiety. Yet, An Yunlan was oblivious to Mo Yufeng's gaze. Her primary focus was on saving a life. Were it not for his presence, she would have needed to retrieve additional diagnostic tools to better assess the arrow's position. But she could not. All she could hope for was that Yi's vitality matched that of his master. After disinfecting the wound and surrounding area, she carefully incised along the arrow's path, wiping away the blood as she went. She understood that ancient arrows typically featured barbs, which could not be pulled out directly. Only after meticulously cutting through the layers did she discover that the arrow was not far from the heart, thankfully positioned slightly off target. Had the Ling prince not been present, she would have retrieved a portable CT machine for a thorough examination before proceeding. However, she had no choice but to proceed with her current knowledge, and fortunately, she could ascertain that the arrow's position was still a safe distance from the heart. Mo Yufeng observed An Yunlan's proficient handling of the peculiar instruments and her seamless actions, filled with curiosity about how many times she had performed such procedures. Who exactly was she? He had once suspected her to be a spy from another nation. Yet after thorough investigations, he found that she had not even ventured beyond the capital. Looking at this calm, composed, and confident woman, he struggled to reconcile her with the timid and soft-spoken daughter of the family he had once known. Now, as he witnessed An Yunlan's death motions, he remained silent. As An Yunlan carefully extracted the arrowhead from the flesh, she swiftly applied pressure to the bleeding area with her left hand while accurately grasping the blood vessel with the hemostatic clamp in her right, stemming the flow and quickly suturing the wound. Mo Yufeng watched her stitching technique and speed with rising perplexity, pondering what kind of training and time it took to achieve such skill. After thoroughly cleaning the wound, An Yunlan meticulously excised the rusted flesh to ensure no contamination remained. And then she methodically stitched up the wound, bandaged it, and finally administered N4 to Yi. She glanced at the Ling prince, who had remained silent nearby, and declared, "All is well. Yi will recover with some rest." At last, the Ling prince moved, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket and stepping forward to gently wipe the sweat from her brow. An Yunlan was momentarily taken aback. They were too close, and she could feel his breath. Removing her blood-stained gloves and the soiled surgical gown, she shyly accepted the handkerchief from him and turned to sit in a chair while waiting for the four to finish. The Ling prince also approached and sat opposite her. "Do you wish to inquire?" An Yunlan noted the Ling prince's gaze shifting between Yi and herself. Mo Yufeng pondered for a moment. "If you prefer not to speak, I will not press. I only know that you saved Yi, and I owe you a debt of gratitude." An Yunlan smiled. "Thank you, my prince, for your trust in me." Having resided in your royal residence for such an extended period, it cannot be without merit. Moreover, I could not bear to see Ying come to harm. We have known each other for so long, if not friends, then at least familiar acquaintances. Gratitude expressed felt somewhat distant. In this Ling Wang residence, should you wish to stay, you may do so for as long as you desire. After An Yunlan tidied the surgical instruments, she glanced at the foredrip. Noticing there was still time, she rose to brew a pot of tea, returning to pour a cup for Ling Wang and another for herself, which she swiftly consumed before refilling for a leisurely sip. These instruments were left to me by my mother's former wet nurse. She mentioned that while they save lives, they're also quite unconventional, and instructed me not to use them in public for fear of being labeled a monster and subsequently burned alive. However, seeing that you, my lord, were unwilling to leave, I had no choice but to employ them to save Ying. I humbly request your discretion regarding this matter. An Yunlan pondered the necessity of further explanation and relayed a few words to Mo Yufeng. He nodded gravely, touching his arm, and inquired, "Was my wound stitched in a similar manner?" Each time Mo Yufeng bathed and felt a faint scar on his arm, he yearned to ask An Yunlan, yet he hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject. Indeed, stitching promotes quicker healing and reduces the risk of festering, An Yunlan affirmed. "Have you treated others in this way before?" Montak Yufeng pressed. An Yunlan hesitated, her hand pausing with the teacup before she smiled. "I have only stitched up small rabbits and mice before." Her lips quivered slightly as she spoke. How could she explain that she had been practicing with suturing tools since the age of 6 and had stitched more wounds than he had consumed salt? Observing her demeanor, Mo Yufeng decided against further inquiries, realizing that asking would yield no satisfactory answers and might entrap An Yunlan in a web of endless deceit. He wished to spare her any embarrassment or discomfort. Silence enveloped them as An Yunlan, weary beyond measure, urged Ling Wang to keep an eye on the foredrip while she rested her head on the table and succumbed to sleep. Mo Yufeng, too, laid his head down, gazing at the slumbering An Yunlan, gently brushing the hair from her face. He marveled at her beauty. Even with her eyes closed, she remained breathtakingly enchanting. Unconsciously, his cool fingertips brushed against her soft lips, stirring an undeniable flutter within him. When the floor was nearly depleted, Mo Yufeng lightly tapped An Yunlan's shoulder to rouse her. She quickly rose, checking on Ying, tidying the fore setup. "He shall remain here tonight for observation. If he develops a fever, I will administer medication at any hour," she stated. Mo Yufeng nodded in agreement, and together they exited the chamber. An Yunlan noticed several shadow guards stationed at the courtyard entrance. Upon their emergence, Ying Si and his companions approached. "You may all depart. Ying is well. He will recover with rest," An Yunlan smiled. Ying Si and the others knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Missen, for saving our lives." An Yunlan felt somewhat speechless, glancing at Ling Wang, who then commanded, "Ying Si shall remain. The rest may return." The group quietly withdrew from the falling blossom courtyard. Mo Yufeng encouraged An Yunlan to rest, instructing Ying Si to stay vigilant and summon her if necessary before departing. Xiao Fu prepared a meal for the few remaining. After ensuring Miss and had eaten and retired for the night, he too went to keep watch over Ying. An Yunlan awoke an hour later, her sleep restless. She hurried to check on Ying, noting that his fever was not high. She administered antipyretics, instructed Xiao Fu to rest, and stepped outside. There stood Qin Yang at the door, appearing somewhat travel-worn, as if he had just arrived. "Qin Yang, I have removed the arrow from Ying. We shall observe him tonight. If the fever does not escalate, he will be fine. Since you are here, I will return indoors. Call for me if you need anything." An Yunlan said, taking her leave. Back in her room, she lay on the bed once more, feeling inexplicably fatigued after the surgery. It dawned on her that even a major operation could drain one's energy, and it seemed the original owner's frail body required strengthening through physical exercise. Lost in thought, she soon drifted off to sleep again. Upon awakening, she noticed the faint glow of dawn filtering through the window. Before long, she noticed a man seated on a chair beside her bed, startling her into an upright position. "My lord, why are you in my room again?" Recognizing the Ice Mountain Prince, An Yunlan felt a surge of anger. "What a fright you give, arriving so early. Awake, are you? I came to check on Ying. Qin Yang informed me he is well, having not burned through the night. I merely wish to see you. If you feel weary, you may rest a while longer." Mo Yufeng said softly, "Rest? Have you ever seen a gentleman watching a lady sleep? An Yunlan retorted, hastily rising. After refreshing herself, she emerged looking composed. Her hair simply fastened with a pin, as she struggled with traditional hairstyles, relying on Xiao Fu for assistance. Since you are awake, would you accompany me for a stroll around the estate? Montag Yufeng invited. I will check on Ing Yi first. Please wait for me at the door, and Yunlan replied, not wishing to refuse. After confirming Ing Yi was stable, she joined Mo Yufeng, walking beside him toward another side of the Wang residence. As dawn began to break, An Yunlan trailed Mo Yufeng, contemplating the vastness of the estate. Aside from the Muzhu courtyard and the Falling Blossom courtyard, she had only visited the grand kitchen and the quarters of Matron Rome. As they turned a corner, they encountered an expanse of peach trees. Though the blossoms were absent, the lush greenery bore numerous unripe fruits, and An Yunlan found herself anticipating the joy of tasting peaches in the autumn. She wondered if she would be present for that season, contemplating her desire to leave the capital and settle in a quaint town where life would be simpler. A fruit tree in her own yard would be the epitome of perfection. Mo Yufeng led the contemplative An Yunlan to a pavilion atop a slope overlooking the estate, revealing a breathtaking view. An Yunlan had never gazed upon the estate from such a vantage point, and her spirits lifted, her eyes gleaming with delight. Mo Yufeng removed his cloak and draped it over her shoulders, standing beside her as he spoke. My mother adored peach blossoms. I planted this grove upon establishing my residence, so she could gather flowers to brew wine when they bloomed. Alas, my mother passed away too soon. My elder brother ascended the throne, and before I could repay her kindness, she was gone. And Yunlan observed the sorrow in Ling Wang's eyes. My lord, there is no need for sorrow. I believe the Empress Dowager smiled sweetly whenever she brewed her wine, taking pride in her children's achievements and the harmony of their home. She left this world without regrets. Mo Yufeng nodded slightly. You speak wisely, yet I always regret that she did not witness my marriage and the birth of my heirs. And Yunlan consoled him further. Your Highness, your concerns for the realm and the well-being of the people are sacrifices few can comprehend. When you take a bride and have children, you may share your joy with the Empress Dowager. I too lost my mother at a young age, and while I was unaware of filial duties in my youth, I now reflect on my regrets, hoping she does not blame me. Mo Yufeng turned to grasp An Yunlan's hand, saying, Yunlan, you are a good person. Your mother would be proud of you. An Yunlan did not withdraw her hand, but smiled at Ling Wang. They both shared the bond of longing for their departed mothers. Watching as the sun ascended in the distance, warmth radiating through their clasped hands. Look, the sunrise is beautiful, An Yunlan exclaimed, pointing toward the horizon. Mo Yufeng, however, turned his gaze to the lovely profile of An Yunlan illuminated by the morning light, murmuring, You are beautiful. After a while, Ling Wang led An Yunlan down from the pavilion, conversing as they walked. Those surgical instruments of yours should remain concealed from others. I notice your knife and scissors are exquisite. Allow me to procure a craftsman to create some replacements for you, to facilitate your use in public. My lord, you do not consider me a monster and are willing to help me keep this a secret? I had thought you might one day wish to burn me alive. And Yunlan jested. Mo Yufeng halted, adjusting the cloak around her shoulders, and took her hand once more. You have saved me, as well as Ing Yi. I am aware of your remarkable abilities, and I assure you that the day you are to be burned will never come. And Yunlan felt her face flush with warmth. Having never experienced romance in her past life, she found herself at a loss when such a handsome man draped a cloak over her shoulders and made such solemn promises. Seeing An Yunlan's blushing countenance, Mo Yufeng could not help but smile as he continued to hold her hand. And Yunlan gazed upon the bountiful peach grove, flourishing with fruit. She mused that although she had only taken the peach blossoms previously, this year must surely yield a plentiful harvest. My lord, when autumn arrives, please share more peaches with Yunlan. I can assist you in brewing peach wine, which is far superior to that made from blossoms, as it is a fruit wine and less potent. Mo Yufeng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his expression brightening. It seemed that An Yunlan would not be leaving the palace anytime soon, and he instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. As they entered the courtyard, they were spotted by Xiao Fu, prompting An Yunlan to quickly withdraw her hand. I will go check on Ing Yi, she said, turning to head into the west wing. Upon finding Ing Yi awake, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Miss An, for saving your subordinate. You are too kind. In fact, I owe you an apology. Had I not interceded with the prince for your early return, you might not have faced such peril. An Yunlan felt a pang of guilt for Ying Yi's injury. I am honored to serve the prince, even if it costs me my life, Ying Yi replied firmly. Enough of that. You must preserve your life to serve your master well. Focus on your recovery, An Yunlan said with a resigned smile, inquiring about his condition. It appeared he had escaped danger, and she envied the resilience of those skilled in martial arts. As Ying Yi observed An Yunlan tending to him, he caught sight of the cloak she wore and felt a sudden urge to laugh. Their icy prince had never been so close to any woman, let alone draping a cloak over her. My lord, is this the beginning of blossoming affection? Qin Yang also noticed the dark cloak around An Yunlan and was intrigued. He approached her with a flurry of questions, inquiring about how she had extracted the arrow from Ying Yi and how she had managed to staunch the bleeding so effectively. Had it not been for An Yunlan's meticulous bandaging, he would have insisted on examining it further. An Yunlan felt inclined to roll her eyes. If Qin Yang were to see the stitches on Ying Yi's wound, he would undoubtedly pester her with more inquiries. Determined to inform the Ling Wang, An Yunlan resolved that when Ying Yi's stitches were to be removed, Qin Yang should not be present. After conveying her instructions, she finally had the chance to rest. Lying back in bed, she quickly fell into a deep slumber, having been awoken early to witness the sunrise. She knew she would feel unwell throughout the day without a proper nap. Today, the Ling Wang had spoken to her at length, sharing thoughts that genuinely touched her. Yet, she reminded herself that she was not truly a princess. She did not treat the palace's inhabitants with the deference a princess would command. She regarded the palace merely as a temporary refuge, behaving courteously to everyone, helping where she could, and maintaining a polite demeanor. This was not her home, and these were not her family. As a transient guest, An Yunlan exhibited the manners befitting an ordinary person. Montauk Yufeng, having shared so many intimate thoughts with An Yunlan, thoughts he had never expressed to anyone else, naturally came to regard her as someone close to him. Especially when he held her hand without resistance, he felt a surge of happiness. He imagined that one day, he could keep this young woman by his side and perhaps make her his true princess. However, watching An Yunlan interact so naturally with Ying Yi stirred a sense of discomfort within him. He resolved to ensure that Ying Yi would be moved from the Falling Petal courtyard by the next day. The following day, Mo Yufeng ordered Ying Yi to be moved from the Falling Petal courtyard, but An Yunlan intervened. My lord, Ying Yi cannot be moved at this time. Such a shift could cause his wound to reopen. But he is in your courtyard, Mo Yufeng replied, still dissatisfied. Whether he is in my courtyard or not, he is not in my room. He needs at least 5 days to recover before he can be moved. If anything goes awry, I will not intervene to heal him. An Yunlan insisted, considering Mo Yufeng's possessiveness a troubling affliction that required remedy. Though Mo Yufeng was momentarily vexed by her words, he acquiesced for Ying Yi's sake. By the 4th evening, seeing that Ying Yi was indeed recovering well, he informed An Yunlan of his decision to relocate him. An Yunlan felt a sense of resignation, realizing it was inappropriate for a prince's guard to remain in her quarters. Mo Yufeng arranged for Ying Yi to stay in a side room of the bamboo courtyard, allowing An Yunlan to attend to him as needed. In truth, An Yunlan had already provided Ying Yi with the finest medicine, and given his excellent constitution, he was capable of changing his dressings without external assistance. Once his stitches were removed, the royal physician would take over his care, and An Yunlan would have little left to do. She no longer visited the bamboo courtyard. With some free time, she took Xiao Fu out of the palace to Cheng Ji's pastry shop, intending to inform Cheng Yu that she would visit Cheng Shuang. Unfortunately, Cheng Yu was absent, so An Yunlan left a message with the shopkeeper to return the following day. She then took Xiao Fu to the fragrant pavilion for a delightful meal. As they entered the fragrant pavilion, a young attendant greeted them with courtesy, inviting them inside. An Yunlan noticed the bustling crowd on the first floor and inquired about private rooms upstairs. The attendant, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, I apologize, ladies, but all the private rooms upstairs are occupied. However, there are seats available downstairs. Would you prefer a quieter corner? Initially, An Yunlan considered leaving, but seeing Xiao Fu's eager expression for food, she decided to accept the attendant's offer for a secluded spot. Once seated, they ordered 3 dishes and began sipping tea. At that moment, Mo Yushuan happened to ascend the stairs and spotted An Yunlan on the first floor. Upon entering his brother's private room, he had not yet settled when he remarked, Brother, your cheerful princess is dining downstairs. Mo Yufeng set aside his book and raised his head, preparing to go see her. However, catching sight of Mo Yuxuan's playful smile, he paused. Does my brother not know she is here? Why did you not invite her to dine with us? Mo Yuxuan inquired with a grin. It was you who invited me. You were the one who arrived late. I was unaware she would come, Mo Yufeng replied. Shall I invite her to join us? Mo Yuxuan suggested, noticing that Mo Yufeng neither agreed nor declined, and he proceeded to seek An Yunlan. As he stepped toward the staircase, he noticed a commotion below. An Yunlan and Xiao Fu had just finished a cup of tea when their dishes arrived, confirming that the fragrant pavilion was indeed the finest restaurant on E Street, with dishes that were a feast for the senses. Just as they were about to enjoy their meal, a man approached and seated himself next to An Yunlan. Are you two lovely ladies dining alone? Would you like this young master to join you? He said, holding a wine jug, clearly inebriated. Please do show some decorum. We do not know you, An Yunlan replied, setting down her chopsticks. Xiao Fu quickly stepped in front of An Yunlan to protect her. Why not get acquainted? What do you say, beautiful? Are you stepping forward to share a drink with me? The man said, reaching out to grasp Xiao Fu. I have no desire to know you, An Yunlan exclaimed, pulling Xiao Fu close and calling out, young master, come here. However, the man continued to harass them. Would you like to order more dishes, lovely ladies? Cool me. Share a drink with me, and I shall let you go. Just as Mo Yuxuan was about to intervene, he was stopped by Mo Yufeng from behind, who shook his head in disapproval. Mo Yufeng, having noticed his brother's prolonged absence, stepped out to see the unfolding scene. He caught sight of An Yunlan, her fingers glinting with silver as she prepared to defend herself. Recognizing that he need not intervene, he observed her growing anger. Just as she was about to retaliate, a strong hand seized the collar of the man attempting to approach An Yunlan and forcefully hurled him back, sending him crashing against a nearby table. An Yunlan observed the entire scene with calm composure, only to realize that the owner of that hand was none other than Xiao Ran. The man sprawled on the ground, was assisted by his companions, and was about to erupt in anger when he noticed Xiao Ran standing there, calm and composed, observing them. Defeated, he slinked away, and Yunlan, taken aback, realized that Xiao Ran might be more than just a mere young master of a fabric merchant. She bowed to Xiao Ran, expressing her gratitude for his assistance. Regardless of his circumstances, it was indeed Xiao Ran who had come to her aid, and gratitude was warranted. Xiao Ran turned to An Yunlan, his earlier hostility dissipating, replaced by a gentle smile. Missin, you are too polite. I hope that rogue did not frighten you. An Yunlan replied with a smile, just a drunken fool. There is no need for you to intervene next time. I can handle it myself. Oh, so I was meddling unnecessarily. Nevertheless, since he disrupted your enjoyment, might I invite you to dine with me upstairs? Xiao Ran proposed. No need for that. We can continue our meal here, and Yunlan responded, taking her seat again and picking up her chopsticks, while Xiao Fu stood by, still in a daze. I mean no other harm. It's simply that this floor is crowded, and I genuinely invite you to a more private conversation upstairs, Xiao Ran insisted, appearing earnest. You are too kind, but if you insist, I shall indulge you with a few words, An Yunlan said, her curiosity piqued by the young master of the fabric merchant. With so few acquaintances in this time, she surmised that Xiao Ran would not act recklessly in public, so engaging in conversation seemed harmless, especially given her idle state. Xiao Ran smiled and gestured for her to follow him upstairs to a private room. Meanwhile, Mo Yufeng pulled Mo Yuxuan into their own room. Elder brother? Mo Yuxuan inquired. Mo Yufeng shook his head, sitting down to eat. Although the meal appeared ordinary, Mo Yufeng's demeanor was evidently subdued. If you are unhappy, why not let me assist her? Mo Yuxuan asked. She can manage. I simply did not expect Xiao Ran to intervene, Mo Yufeng replied coldly. Since the situation is resolved, it will be nice to dine together, Mo Yuxuan noted, sensing something was amiss with his brother today. Mo Yufeng sipped his tea, curtly responding. I saw the smile on An Yunlan's face directed at Xiao Ran, and it left a bitter taste in my heart. Elder brother, tell me honestly, have you taken a liking to this woman? Mo Yuxuan probed. Mo Yufeng did not respond. Was it mere admiration for An Yunlan, or was it something deeper? He had never felt such affection for any woman before, yet An Yunlan's presence sparked lively conversation and a sense of ease. Elder brother, you must consider this carefully. If An Yunlan is not your princess, many would likely covet her, Mo Yuxuan remarked with a smile. Dining will not silence your chatter, Mo Yufeng said, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. How have your meals at Lion Garden been? Mo Yuxuan continued. If you truly like her, you must express your feelings before it's too late. If you remain silent, she may never understand your intentions. This cannot linger indefinitely. She is still holding a divorce decree. What if one day she truly leaves? You would have no time for regrets. Think about it. In all these years, have you cared for any woman in such a manner? I've never seen you do so. An Yunlan seems genuinely remarkable, elder brother. Do not let a good opportunity slip by. Seeing that Mo Yufeng remained silent, Mo Yuxuan pressed on. You find her remarkable? Mo Yufeng suddenly asked. You think she is remarkable? Mo Yuxuan was taken aback, realizing his brother had seized upon that single comment. I meant to say I find her suitable for you. Should An Yunlan become my sister-in-law, I believe even our mother would be pleased from the afterlife. Elder brother, when did you become so indecisive? Montak Yuxuan persisted, waving his hand in front of Mo Yufeng, who showed no reaction. I'm not deaf. I wish to keep her, but I fear she does not share my feelings. Come now, my elder brother, with your handsome demeanor and gallant charm. How could any woman remain indifferent? Montak Yuxuan exclaimed. If you put in the effort, I'm certain you will succeed. I believe in you. Chapter 53. Xiao Ran's test. An Yunlan instructed a waiter to bring the dishes yet to be served, while Xiao Ran ordered 2 additional dishes. He asked the waiter to pour fresh tea for An Yunlan and Xiao Fu. Raising his teacup toward An Yunlan, he stated, Allow me to express my gratitude for your assistance. Missen, with this cup of tea instead of wine. An Yunlan smiled. You are too courteous, Master Xiao. Since you intervened on my behalf, we are even now. I shall gladly enjoy this cup of tea. Xiao Ran smiled, finding An Yunlan not only beautiful but refreshingly straightforward. Unlike many sheltered women who are either timid or overly affected, making them hard to like. An Yunlan, noticing Xiao Ran's gaze upon her, lifted her chopsticks and began to eat, gesturing for him to join her. Is your family in the fabric business? An Yunlan inquired. Xiao Ran returned to the moment. Indeed, the Xiao family is in the fabric trade. The fine materials you see in the capital largely come from our business. As An Yunlan savored the dishes, she remarked, So you're involved in a significant enterprise. I notice your skills. You seem not only astute in business, but also quite capable in martial arts. Xiao Ran elegantly picked up his chopsticks. I was frail as a child, so my father sought a martial arts teacher to strengthen my body. Over time, I grew fond of it and did not abandon my training. Our family travels extensively for business, often encountering bandits or rivals, as you witnessed earlier. I see. A large family often attracts envy, and Yunlan nodded in understanding. The Xiao family, as merchants, conducted business across the azure blue continent and engaged in trade along the borders, which likely invited resentment. Xiao Ran spoke lightly. Indeed, in our prosperous nation, the business climate will surely improve, especially since the fabric trade is a necessity. And Yunlan found the dishes at Piaoshan Tower delightful, unable to stop eating. Watching her enjoy the food while conversing with him, Xiao Ran felt she was truly exceptional. He poured her more tea and asked, What do you mean by necessity? And Yunlan realized she had used a term unfamiliar to those of ancient times. Oh, necessity refers to goods and essentials that people commonly need in their daily lives, like food and clothing, things one cannot do without. Missen, you are indeed well-versed. You elucidated that term beautifully, Xiao Ran expressed, growing increasingly fond of her. That knowledge comes from a book I once read. I merely applied it, and Yunlan replied modestly. To apply knowledge is commendable, Xiao Ran complimented. You flatter me, Master Xiao, and Yunlan replied, feeling unworthy of his praise. May I inquire which family you belong to in the capital? I'd like to learn more about you, Xiao Ran asked, eager for further insight into An Yunlan. Oh, my family is humble and insignificant. You likely have never heard of us, and Yunlan said with a smile. Then may I be so bold as to ask your age and if you are married? Xiao Ran asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice, fearing An Yunlan might take offense. Since you are being bold, I shall answer. I am already married, and Yunlan stated, observing Xiao Ran's expression, which mirrored that of a love-struck youth, perhaps drawn to her beauty. Ah, so you're married. I apologize for my presumption, Xiao Ran said, disappointment washing over him. Nevertheless, it has been a pleasure to meet you, Master Xiao. Thank you for the invitation. We have finished our meal, so we must take our leave, An Yunlan said, rising and pulling Xiao Fu, who had quietly been eating, to follow her out of the room. Xiao Ran remained seated, feeling melancholic, holding the teacup in his hand, uncertain whether to drink. He desired the woman he wanted, who has married, yet what does it matter? An Yunlan descended the stairs to settle the bill with the waiter, and the two of them strolled back to the Wangfu. It was only then that Xiao Ran realized and rose to follow them downstairs. Upon learning that An Yunlan had already settled the account, he stood at the entrance of the fragrant pavilion, gazing into the distance where the two had disappeared for quite some time, before shaking his head and turning to walk down South Street. His silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn. "Miss, you informed Xiao Gongzi of your marriage, but are you not waiting for a divorce from the Wangya?" Xiao Fu remarked. "I find Xiao Gongzi quite agreeable. Perhaps even more suitable than Cheng Gongzi. You should give it some thought." Xiao Fu was contemplating the future for her mistress. Do you believe a woman who has divorced the emperor's own brother would still find a suitable match in a prominent family? And Yunlan tapped Xiao Fu's head, fully aware that unless she escaped to a far-off place, it would be nearly impossible for her to marry again in the capital after leaving the Wangfu. "Then I shall accompany you to a distant place to find an excellent match from a distinguished family." Xiao Fu smiled, comforting An Yunlan. "I should first find you a remarkable suitor. I have noticed your frequent mentions of Gongzi lately. Are you perhaps contemplating marriage?" And Yunlan jested. Xiao Fu insisted she would not marry, choosing instead to serve her mistress for a lifetime. "My mistress deserves to wed into a good family, someone she truly loves. This is the final wish of Lady Man. Does my mother still possess such a wish?" "I think her marriage was hardly admirable," and Yunlan pouted. "Perhaps it is precisely because Lady Man's life was lacking in joy that she wishes for her daughter to have a happy future," Xiao Fu mused. "Indeed, our Xiao Fu has matured, speaking with such wisdom. In the future, let us both marry well and be neighbors," and Yunlan said, stroking Xiao Fu's increasingly round little face. Xiao Fu simply wished to remain by her side, believing her mistress's happiness would bring her joy. "Just the two of us is perfectly fine. As long as we are both happy. Ha ha ha." And Yunlan chuckled. She felt grateful to have a devoted companion like Xiao Fu in this world, who considered her well-being. This brought back fond memories of her past life, particularly of her close friend, Xiao Chengzi, a classmate with a round face and striking beauty, who adored wearing orange clothes. She had nicknamed her Chengzi and seldom referred to her by her given name. In this timeline, An Yunlan often dreamed of Chengzi crying, perhaps mourning her departure. Yet, she wondered if she could ever return and when that might be. She longed for her dear Chengzi, but found the presence of Ouyang Sitong, who bore Chengzi's beautiful visage in this realm, rather irksome. Chapter 54. The gift. The two chatted merrily as they returned to the estate. Upon entering their courtyard, they saw Mama Rong accompanied by 4 maidservants, each carrying an assortment of items, waiting at the entrance. And Yunlan approached. "Mama Rong, why have you come?" "You didn't come inside. I just returned from the estate." Mama Rong bowed respectfully to An Yunlan. "Missin, I have just arrived as well. The Wangya sent this old servant to deliver items to you." As An Yunlan ushered the group into the courtyard, Mama Rong instructed the servants to place the items before An Yunlan. It consisted of 10 sets of brand new plain garments and 2 boxes of various jewelry. "Are these from the Wangya?" An Yunlan inquired. Mama Rong nodded. "These are prepared by the Wangya for you, as he wishes to take you to the palace tomorrow." "To the palace? For what purpose?" An Yunlan asked, her expression one of surprise. Mama Rong smiled. "This old servant does not know. I merely follow the Wangya's orders. Please see if there is anything else you require, and I will prepare it for you." And Yunlan surveyed the table piled with items and quickly waved her hand. No need for that. One visit to the palace does not require 10 sets of clothing. However, I do like the colors of these garments. Please convey my thanks to the Wangya." And Yunlan noted that the clothing was in the understated hues she preferred, as she had never been fond of bright colors. "Miss should personally thank the Wangya," Mama Rong urged. "These were specifically requested by the Wangya, who instructed me to select simpler colors since you do not wear vibrant hues." And Yunlan felt a bit embarrassed. She had never perceived the Wangya paying much attention to her, often merely seeking her company for meals or matters. Their hands had only briefly touched in the peach grove a few days prior, which she had dismissed as merely a means of warmth in the chilly weather. Ultimately, she believed there was no emotional attachment between them, especially since the divorce papers had already been prepared. Thus, she did not anticipate any future entanglements. Consequently, she thanked Mama Rong and assured her that she would indeed express her gratitude to the Wangya. Mama Rong then called for Qingying, Hongying, and Levayu to step forward. 3 maidservants of her age presented themselves. Qingying has been assigned to accompany Miss and for her safety. Hongying and Levayu are here to assist with household chores. Qingying, having met her mistress before, performed a respectful salute, clearly trained in martial arts. "This servant greets the mistress," she said, while Honging and Levayu also bowed. "Rise." An Yunlan instructed them. "Mama, I will keep Qingying. Please take these two back, as we do not require so many attendants in the courtyard. Xiao Fu is sufficient." An Yunlan considered that she would be leaving the estate soon, and having more maidservants would be unnecessary and make her and Xiao Fu uncomfortable. "Very well. I shall inform the Wang Ye. Qingying will accompany you." "Miss," Mama Rong agreed without further discussion. "From now on, she will be part of your household at Lion Garden. Arrange for accommodations with Xiao Fu," and Yunlan instructed Qingying. She suspected Qingying was also an undercover guard of the Wang Ye, likely a replacement for the shadow guard who had departed. Mama Rong departed with the remaining maidservants, graciously accepting An Yunlan's rewards. And the three little maids were delighted with their newfound wealth. "Mama, Missin is truly generous. I've never received such a reward before," Xiaolan exclaimed, clutching the silver in her hand. "Is the Wangfu lacking your share?" Mama Rong questioned sternly. "That is not what I meant," Xiaolan quickly clarified. "Though the Wangfu is strict with its servants, it is never stingy. I merely meant Miss and is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted." Mama Rong nodded in agreement. "However, why we still refer to her as Missin? Isn't she the Wangfei?" "Xiao Lan Mu De." "Mind your tongue. Discussing the master's affairs could lead to dire consequences." Mama Rong scolded, tapping Xiaolan on the head. "I understand," Xiaolan replied, lowering her head. As Mama Rong walked ahead, she pondered whether Miss and could truly become the Wangfei. She felt a fondness for An Yunlan and mused that if the empress were still alive, she would likely have favored her too. It puzzled her why the Wang Ye treated Miss and differently from other women. He had never heeded the emperor's or the minister's arrangements. Despite rumors of the Wang Ye's preferences, he had only silenced the rumor-monger without further explanation. Yet just days ago, he had instructed her to prepare gifts for An Yunlan, insisting she select only the finest. Mama Rong believed her master held genuine affection for An Yunlan, yet he continued to address her as Miss, leaving her somewhat perplexed. She wished for the Wang Ye to find a suitable Wangfei soon, as that was the greatest desire of the late empress. Observing the two, although they seemed familiar, neither had taken the initiative, leaving her anxious for her master to realize his feelings, though the Wang Ye was notoriously aloof. As mere servants, they could only fret in silence. Chapter 55. Entering the palace early the next morning, Qingying came to rouse An Yunlan, while Xiao Fu assisted her with dressing and hairstyling. An Yunlan applied a light, modern makeup. "Miss, as it is your first visit to the palace, do you not think your makeup is too subtle?" Xiao Fu wanded An Yunlan a handkerchief. "My lady, I am merely visiting the palace for a glance, not to select a consort. Why concern myself with such matters?" "What matters is my comfort," An Yunlan replied. An Yunlan felt it was not that important. Will the prince be unhappy when he sees it? Little Fu mumbled. "Why should I care if he is happy? As long as I am content." An Yunlan rolled her eyes. "It's different. Since you accompany the prince into the palace, you surely need to please him," Little Fu continued. "Little Fu, whose servant are you? Just a few months in, and it feels like you belong to the Ling Wangfu." And Yunlan handed a handkerchief to Little Fu. "Of course, I am a lady's maid, but since we are living in the Wangfu, we ought to consider the prince's feelings as well." Little Fu faltered, and besides. "What else? Speak your mind. There's no need to keep things hidden. It's rather dull." And Yunlan gazed at Little Fu. "That day, did you not hold hands with the prince?" Little Fu smiled. "Silly girl, that was merely because the path through the peach grove was difficult. Besides, it was early in the morning, and I was cold. It was just a way to keep warm." And Yunlan explained, then solemnly told Little Fu, "I must warn you, do not speak carelessly in the Wangfu. In a few days, I will take you out of the Wangfu, but if you chatter indiscreetly, be cautious of your tongue, or else you may incur the wrath of Prince Ling." And Yunlan made a gesture across her throat. "I would never speak carelessly. I have never uttered a word about the lady's matters," Little Fu proclaimed, almost thumping her chest in assurance. I know, as long as you don't talk. It's fine. What kind of beauties does Prince Ling desire? They would simply come at his beck and call. In his eyes, I am merely a doctor, understand?" And Yunlan pinched Little Fu's cheek. "Let us go, or we'll be faced with someone's displeasure, and that would be quite dreadful." As they approached the entrance of the Wangfu, they saw Mo Yufeng standing before the carriage, who turned upon hearing their voices. This woman, resembling a painting, was truly captivating. Unlike her usual half-up, half-down hair, today all her raven strands were elegantly gathered into a simple bun, adorned with 2 jade hairpins, exuding a fresh and graceful charm. Her eyebrows arched like distant mountains, her lips tinted with a subtle red, and her bright eyes sparkled like clear waters. With a delicate and understated makeup, her neckline resembled a delicate creature, her waist was slender, and her skirt flowed gracefully. She resembled a lotus emerging from the water. Mo Yufeng could hardly tear his eyes away, feeling that no words could adequately describe the beauty of the woman approaching him. This woman was not only drawing nearer to him, but seemed to be stepping into his heart. The prince entered the carriage, and a servant knelt down for An Yunlan to step upon. An Yunlan refused to step on someone, intending to ask for a horse stool. When she saw the prince extend his hand and lift her up. Once inside the carriage, the prince did not release her hand, instead looking at her. Yunlan, you look beautiful today. Oh my, how brazenly flirtatious. And Yunlan thought, trying to pull her hand back, but finding it impossible. So she let Mo Yufeng hold it. Thank you for the clothes and jewelry you sent to Yunlan. I already have these, and there is no need for your trouble. You could simply inform me. And Yunlan said. And Mo Yufeng felt a tinge of unhappiness. It was his first time gifting clothing to a woman, uncertain if it met An Yunlan's approval. But her current demeanor evidently lacked enthusiasm. You have yet to receive such gifts since coming to the Wangfu. As we are headed to the palace, I had Mama Rong prepare some for you. Do you not like them? And Yunlan nodded. I quite like them. The colors are my taste. And the jewelry is very elegant and understated. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing that An Yunlan liked the gifts, Mo Yufeng suddenly felt a surge of happiness. As long as you appreciate them, next time I see something good, I will choose some for you. And Yunlan felt speechless, wondering if this was a reward for her efforts. Would it not be better to simply give her silver notes? However, receiving jewelry was still acceptable. If she ever returned to her original world, those would undoubtedly be valuable artifacts. Thinking this, An Yunlan smiled and asked, Your Highness, why are we going to the palace today? I informed the emperor of your method for producing refined salt, and a workshop has been established in the outskirts of the capital. The salt delivered to the palace yesterday delighted the emperor, who wishes to reward you, Mo Yufeng said, gently caressing An Yunlan's soft hand. An Yunlan felt goosebumps rise and quickly withdrew her hand, smiling politely at Mo Yufeng before turning away, not daring to look at him again. Your Highness, isn't it inappropriate to be so forward? Mo Yufeng believed that after their heartfelt conversation while watching the sunrise, their relationship had grown significantly closer, and he had unknowingly developed feelings for this beautiful woman. However, when An Yunlan withdrew her hand, he felt a pang of emptiness, sensing that she did not wish to draw closer to him. Yet, he clearly remembered holding her hand that day, and An Yunlan had not rejected him. Mo Yufeng found himself in a muddle. An Yunlan followed Mo Yufeng into the carriage, remaining silent until they arrived at the palace gate and entered. The palace was indeed grand, resembling the Forbidden City with its red walls and green tiles, intricate carvings, and magnificent architecture. Soon, they reached the Qianlong Hall, announced their arrival, and entered. Subject pays respects to the emperor. Subject female pays respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor. The two knelt and paid their respects. An Yunlan found herself stifling a laugh at Mo Yufeng's enthusiastic long life. It was just like what she had seen in dramas. The emperor gestured for them to rise, momentarily speechless as he gazed at the enchanting woman before him. Your Majesty, this is the royal consort bestowed upon your subject. An Yunlan, Mo Yufeng declared, grasping An Yunlan's hand as if asserting his claim. The emperor, taken aback, realized that An Yunlan was indeed a remarkable beauty, confirming he had not erred in his decree. Ha ha ha, I now understand why my younger brother has been smiling so much when mentioning An Yunlan. It seems he has truly found enlightenment. Although it may not sound pleasant to say it's for good fortune, despite An Yunjing's family being considerably lesser, my brother has indeed gained a fairy-like consort. An Yunlan, you may no longer refer to yourself as a subject. Since you are the consort I have chosen for my brother, you must fulfill your duties as the Princess of Ling, the emperor declared. Subject female obeys. An Yunlan quickly knelt again to pay her respects. This royal decree of kneeling was truly tiresome. She glanced at Prince Ling, thinking of the cumbersome procedures he would have to go through to annul their marriage. When would that ever be completed? An Yunlan carefully studied the emperor, the first living emperor she had seen. He bore a resemblance to Prince Ling, but lacked the coldness. exuding an air of authority while also displaying a hint of warmth toward both Prince Ling and her. "Rise, take a seat. Kneeling too much will only cause my younger brother pain," the emperor joked. Mo Yufeng helped An Yunlan to sit down, and the emperor signaled for a eunuch to bring in a cloth bag. "Princess Ling, take a look. This is the refined salt made using your method." And Yunlan stepped forward, opened the bag, and tasted a bit with her fingers, pausing before tasting again. There was no bitterness now, but a slight astringency lingered, perhaps due to her sensitive palate. However, it was not a significant issue. And Yunlan was someone who always sought improvement. She looked up at the emperor. "Your Majesty, this refined salt has indeed improved significantly, but there remains a hint of astringency in the aftertaste. If permissible, may I visit the salt workshop to discuss further improvements with the artisans?" The emperor glanced at Mo Yufeng and then at An Yunlan. "Very well. My brother will arrange a time to take you there. An Yunlan, you are a benefactor of our Kanglan kingdom. With this refined salt, we no longer need to purchase from Nanjing and Shichu. Every year, the price of this salt rises, causing great burden. It saves Kanglan over 1 million taels of silver annually and allows the people to gradually enjoy refined salt. Your contributions are immeasurable. Tell me, what rewards would you like?" And Yunlan quickly bowed. "The production of refined salt was merely to satisfy my own tastes, and I have received significant assistance from His Highness and Master Chengyu from Qingji Snacks. I cannot take credit alone." And Yunlan was generous, ensuring that those who had helped her were not overlooked. "Haha, I'm aware of the process. I will reward Qingyu accordingly. Someone, draft a decree. Princess Ling, for the benefit of the nation and its people, has devised a method for producing refined salt, serving as a model for the country." The emperor wished to herald the remarkable achievements of An Yunlan throughout the nation. An Yunlan, listening, felt a headache coming on and softly interjected, "Your Majesty, I did not undertake the production of salt for the sake of fame or to serve as a model for others. I truly feel unworthy of such recognition and would never dare to accept it. I humbly request that you attribute the salt production to yourself and the prince, Your Majesty. With your far-sighted vision and youthful vigor, will surely elevate the Kanglan kingdom to new heights. Thus, let the glory be yours and the prince's, while a modest reward for me would suffice, for I genuinely seek no notoriety." "Oh," the emperor pondered upon An Yunlan's words, questioning why the princess consort did not desire fame. After all, the offspring of officials sought to establish their names through achievements, be it through scholarly pursuits or military exploits, or even ascending to the status of consort. Was it not to garner respect for their families and secure a prosperous path? "I harbor no grand ambitions," she continued. "Firstly, the method of producing refined salt is not an invention of my own, but one I gleaned from ancient texts. I merely applied it. Secondly, the intention behind salt production was not to benefit the nation or its people, but solely to satisfy my own palate. Thus, I feel undeserving of such a commendable reputation. Furthermore, this endeavor was proposed by the prince, and it bears no connection to my family. It would be unjust for the family to rise simply because of one individual's achievements. The credit belongs to the author of that ancient text. It is Your Majesty and the prince who have considered the welfare of the people. I truly cannot bear such a significant renown." And Yunlan elaborated. "The method of producing refined salt is something I learned from my school textbooks. I utilized it merely to avoid hardship in my meals, not for the sake of fame. Moreover, if it were to be widely known that I was the one behind it, how could I then pursue separation from the prince? Haha, the princess consort is indeed a woman of thought. Then tell me, what do you desire?" The emperor inquired. "Your marriage to my second brother was not celebrated in grand fashion due to the need for auspiciousness, but now that he has recovered, how about I bestow upon you a magnificent wedding?" The emperor believed that a woman would surely wish for a splendid marriage to avoid any regrets. Also to aid his brother in securing a noble bride. The prince was pleased that his elder brother understood his thoughts. However, An Yunlan inwardly chastised the emperor, for she held a divorce decree and awaited the prince's maneuvering to hastily depart the royal residence. What nonsense was this about a grand wedding? I'm already a princess consort. I do not concern myself with empty formalities. If Your Majesty wishes to bestow a reward, a sum of silver or a villa would suffice. Her meaning was clear. She preferred pragmatic gifts over empty gestures. The emperor was taken aback by An Yunlan's perspective. Glancing at his equally bemused second brother, he conceded, "Very well, I shall grant you 100,000 taels of silver, and later. Have my second brother find you a villa with hot springs as well. An Yunlan was overjoyed and quickly knelt in gratitude. With both wealth and land secured, including the promise of hot springs, she felt truly fortunate. This kneeling was well worth it. After a while, the emperor announced his intention to dine with the empress. The entourage followed him to the empress's Chunning palace. I have seen the emperor. A woman clad in splendid attire greeted them, bowing to Emperor Mo Yuqing. I have seen the empress. May the empress have long life. Both the prince and An Yunlan also paid their respects to the empress. Rise, rise. I have long wished to meet my second brother's princess consort. Empress Qin gently urged An Yunlan to stand. Upon seeing the dignified and elegant empress, An Yunlan felt a sense of warmth in her demeanor, her gaze clear and inviting. The empress held her hand, exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. The emperor's harem was not extensive, lacking the usual abundance of beauties. The empress was gentle and virtuous, supported by 4 consorts and 6 concubines, most of whom were former residents of the crown prince's estate, while others had not been seen by the emperor for half a year. The emperor had sired many offspring, yet most were daughters, with only 3 sons, one born to the late crown princess, and the other 2 to the minister of revenue's daughters, namely the current favored consort, Lan Guifei, one aged 10 and the other just over a year. This was precisely why Lan Guifei held the title of favored consort, exerting dominance within the harem, unassailable due to her ability to bear sons. The empress, lacking a son herself, had endured much provocation and bullying from Lan Guifei over the years, devoting herself to the Buddha in earnestness. After a round of pleasantries, they took their seats. The culinary skills of the imperial kitchen were remarkable, with an array of exquisite dishes that nearly dazzled An Yunlan's eyes. However, with so many present and the need for decorum, she dared not indulge excessively. Prince Mo Yufeng occasionally served her food, ensuring she was not left hungry. Yunlan and my second brother truly share a deep bond. Even I feel their happiness. Empress Chun remarked kindly as she observed the prince serving An Yunlan. An Yunlan looked up, noting that the empress, though not very old, appeared to be in her late 20s, yet her demeanor exuded a tranquil air, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Your Highness knows I have a hearty appetite, and is concerned that I may not eat enough. And Yunlan smiled. Then do eat more. Do not let my younger brother worry, Empress Chun encouraged, urging Prince Mo Yufeng to serve An Yunlan more food. The family enjoyed a harmonious lunch together. Afterward, the emperor spoke. I have heard that you possess medical skills. Dear sister-in-law, it is you who has cured both my second brother and Chuang Shuang? And Yunlan replied, I merely studied a bit in my youth and happened to encounter patients I could treat. Why not take a look at the empress? My empress, you see, has been devoted to vegetarianism and Buddhist practices, hoping for a little prince. And Yunlan was taken aback. It turned out that after giving birth to a princess during her time at the crown prince's estate, the empress had not born any more children. Just as she was about to inquire further, a eunuch announced that Lan Guifei had arrived with the little prince. The empress's expression darkened instantly. Before the child appeared, a delicate voice rang out, Your Majesty, why was the prince invited to the palace banquet without me? Then, a woman clad in vibrant attire, cradling a 1-year-old child, sashayed into the room, followed by a young girl who appeared to be of similar age to An Yunlan. The gathering rose and bowed once more. I have seen the emperor and empress and the revered prince. The girl accompanying Lan Guifei also greeted everyone, but notably disregarded An Yunlan. Rohua has come to visit Lan Guifei again, Empress Chun remarked, then turned to An Yunlan. Lady Rohua is a cousin of the favored consort, often visiting her in the palace. An Yunlan nodded, recognizing that, in her current status, she need not pay respects to this young lady. To her surprise, Rohua merely cast a glance her way, offering no salutation in return. An Yunlan awkwardly smiled and chose to ignore it. Lan Guifei glanced at Yunlan. Oh, so this is the beautiful lady bringing fortune to the Ling prince. No wonder he looks so well. Lan Guifei. And Yunlan slightly inclined her head. What is this? A return of the Hua consort? And Yunlan thought to herself, rolling her eyes discreetly. The emperor reproached Lan Guifei. This is the Ling prince's consort. With a playful tone, Lan Guifei replied, Your Majesty, I was merely jesting. Look, our leader has missed you, smiling as soon as she sees you. With that, she engaged the emperor in playful banter with the little prince. Empress Chun tightened her grip on her handkerchief and, and Yunlan observed, "Empress, let's take a seat over here. I will check your pulse." The two moved to a side, and the emperor glanced over in their direction. Seeing the empress and An Yunlan seated together, Rohua boldly approached Prince Mo Yufeng, sweetly offering, "Ling Prince, I have brought the Yushan tea that my father brought back from the south, which I hear you enjoy. May I brew some for you?" Mo Yufeng regarded the blushing Rohua, replying, "I am well now. My wife advises against tea for me. Yushan tea is nourishing. The Ling Prince enjoyed it previously, so it should be harmless." Rohua gazed at the prince with deep affection, having attempted several times to have her cousin mention her to the emperor, and now that she had the opportunity to meet him in person, she would not let it slip away. "Oh, who told you that I have always enjoyed it? Do you suppose there are spies from your Su family in my residence?" Mo Yufeng shot her a cold glance. Listening to the tone of Mo Yufeng, Lan Fei shot a glare at Rohua, then smiled at Mo Yufeng, saying, "Prince Ling truly has a sense of humor. It was the emperor who informed me, and I'm merely related to my cousin. It took her quite some effort to have someone retrieve it." Turning to the emperor, she continued, "Your Majesty, seeing that Prince Ling is now in good health is indeed a cause for celebration. Perhaps it is time to consider taking a concubine to commemorate this joyous occasion." Before leaving, Lan Fei had discussed this with Rohua, as An Yunlan had taken the position of Princess Ling. Their intention to enter the palace under the guise of concubines was somewhat forced, but once Rohua was admitted, it would not be impossible to manipulate An Yunlan or even push her to her demise. The emperor smiled at Mo Yufeng, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is only fitting for my younger brother to take a few concubines now that he is well again." Just as he was about to speak, Mo Yufeng's icy voice interrupted, "My wife has stated that not just anyone can enter the residence of Prince Ling." The emperor was taken aback, as were the empress and An Yunlan, who were both momentarily stunned. An Yunlan cursed inwardly, thinking how unhelpful this ally was. Was he trying to hasten her demise by using her as a shield? Lan Fei's anger grew as she tightened her grip on her handkerchief and asked, "What Prince Ling said is true. Indeed, not just anyone can enter. However, my Rohua is the legitimate daughter of my uncle, Minister Su. Rohua has long admired Prince Ling, and now she merely wishes to become a concubine. Surely, Prince Ling would not refuse this request from me and my father, Minister Su." Upon hearing this, An Yunlan furrowed her brow. It was quite a bold move for a noble consort to put forth such demands, especially with two ministers backing her. It seemed Mo Yufeng had no choice but to consider admitting this young lady into the palace, which could work to her advantage and facilitate her own departure. With a calm demeanor, Mo Yufeng tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, glancing at his elder brother while smiling at Lan Fei. "Oh, does Lan Fei mean to say that Miss Rohua has long admired me? Then why haven't you and Minister Su sent her to me to bring good fortune? Otherwise, she might have aspired to be my principal wife. It seems rather late for that now, as I have just wed and have no thoughts of remarrying. Typically, families of high status take multiple concubines. It is only natural that I, as Prince Ling, should bring a few beauties to my residence to quickly bear a young heir. What? Is it possible that the Princess Ling is jealous and forbids me from marrying and taking concubines?" Lan Fei looked at Mo Yufeng, her gaze drifting towards An Yunlan. "Yes, Prince. You are free to marry whomever you wish. I would never obstruct you. The crux of the matter is that while the prince's health has improved, there remains the possibility of relapse, and this illness has surely affected his constitution. It is unlikely he will have heirs without proper recuperation. But enough of that. I trust you are merely feeling troubled, which is why you claim you will not marry. Once I and the physician work diligently to restore your health, you will surely reconsider. Miss Rohua is still young. Waiting a few years is not an issue. Besides, being Minister Su's daughter, many suitors will likely come seeking her hand, allowing her to be discerning, as long as she does not become too choosy." An Yunlan could no longer remain seated, unwilling to be pushed into the spotlight. If she was not allowed peace, she might as well provide this cold-faced prince with a plausible reason. Mo Yufeng found amusement in An Yunlan's sharp tongue, pondering what she meant by heirs. What a ridiculous excuse. Could it truly be a matter of offspring? Mo Yufeng, anxious, blurted out, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, it is merely a matter of time. The prince is still recuperating, and it is hard to say at this moment. However, with the esteemed physician Qiang present, you need not worry about the matter of heirs. Once the prince has regained his strength, we can slowly address it without hindering his important affairs." An Yunlan replied with a smile. That is good to hear, the emperor responded. Yu Feng, ensure you take care of your health. Let Xian handle matters in the military for now. Do not concern yourself too much. Montag Yuheng rishulet Montag Yufeng. Matters of marriage and concubines pale in comparison to the importance of your health. Mo Yufeng wore an awkward expression. Lan Fei, increasingly agitated, retorted, Princess Ling is truly sharp-tongued. My Rohua wishes nothing more than to serve Prince Ling loyally. She would not dream of seeking other suitors. Lan Fei, you jest, and Yunlan interjected with a smirk. I'm no mouse. My teeth are not truly sharp. I merely did not expect Miss Rohua, sheltered in her chamber, to have already planned her future. I admire her foresight, but alas, my mother passed away early and did not impart such wisdom upon me. It appears I must learn diligently. With a smile, and Yunlan teased, for a sheltered woman to long for a man is already quite bold. To have plotted to serve Prince Ling is quite premeditated. Would you not agree? Who I wish to serve is of no concern to you. So why do you instruct me? Lan Fei stood up in a huff, clearly agitated. Enough, Lan Fei. What are you doing? You are frighteningly the emperor interjected, unable to watch any longer. The decision of whether my brother takes a concubine is his alone to make. This was decreed by the Empress Dowager long ago, and no one is to interfere. Have you forgotten? Chapter 57. The suspicious bracelet realizing she had lost her composure due to the provocations from Prince Ling and An Yunlan. Lan Fei recalled the Empress Dowager's decree and quickly bowed to the emperor, sitting down begrudgingly. I merely wish to consider what is best for Prince Ling. I do not mean to pressure him into taking a concubine. Surely, he would not misunderstand my intentions. Moreover, the Empress Dowager would likely hope for Prince Ling to expand his household and bear children sooner rather than later. Mo Yufeng scoffed softly, choosing not to respond. An Yunlan was equally annoyed. This insufferable prince had not even informed her of the Empress Dowager's decree and now watched her being misunderstood and forced to retaliate. It was infuriating to be caught in such trivial palace intrigue after having traversed time, especially with such a shameless father. Once the topic finally seemed to reach a conclusion, An Yunlan turned to the smiling Empress Chun, offering her a reassuring smile as she resumed checking her pulse. Upon examining the Empress, An Yunlan found her health to be stable, though it appeared there were medications suppressing her vitality. Yet, considering the Empress's usual lavish lifestyle, An Yunlan frowned slightly. Sensing her concern, the Empress remarked, I have not been able to conceive since my time at the Crown Prince's residence. Yunlan, do not push yourself too hard. Lan Fei interjected. Indeed, the Empress has exerted herself in the past. Now, with her fasting and prayers, it is said that the Emperor is fortunate. I hear that Lady Ping is also with child. While she feigned concern, her words pierced directly into the Empress's heart. An Yunlan remained silent, continuing to inquire about the Empress's condition to eliminate various possibilities. Eventually, she caught a whiff of a faint scent of musk emanating from the Empress. Raising her hand, An Yunlan approached the Empress, inhaling deeply. Typically, the Empress, being devout, would carry the fragrance of sandalwood, but An Yunlan sensed something amiss. Just as Lan Fei was about to comment on An Yunlan's curious behavior, she noticed An Yunlan grasping the Empress's wrist, revealing a beautifully designed gold and jade bracelet. Inside were numerous jade beads that clinked together, producing a delicate sound. Lan Fei's expression changed, but she quickly regained her composure. May I see your bracelet, Your Majesty? An Yunlan inquired, meeting the Empress's puzzled gaze. The Empress promptly removed it and handed it to An Yunlan. Upon examining it closely, An Yunlan detected an unusual scent and requested a pair of scissors from a maid. Without waiting for permission, she decisively cut it open. The jade beads tumbled onto the table, and upon closer inspection, An Yunlan discovered that while there were indeed jade beads, they were interspersed with numerous wax pellets that bore a striking resemblance to jade. Picking one up, she crushed it with the scissors and brought it closer to her nose, before passing it to the ever-watchful Mo Yufeng. As Mo Yufeng inhaled the powder, he turned to the emperor and declared, Your Majesty, it is musk. Quickly releasing the small prince's hand, Mo Yuqing hurried over to grasp the tearful empress's hand. Wan Qiu, Your Majesty. The sound of Empress Qin's weeping call sent a tremor through An Yunlan's heart. Truly, she embodied the beauty of ancient times. This bracelet, the same that Consort Lan possesses, was granted by the Empress Dowager, a tribute from Wu Minghua, she recalled. The emperor turned his gaze towards Consort Lan, who innocently confessed that she had damaged hers before leaving the estate, pearls scattering everywhere. she had long ceased to wear it. Lan, fighting innocent, turned away resentfully as the other showed concern for Empress Chun. Once a victim herself, she had discovered the truth early on, yet had refrained from informing her sister-in-arms. Chen Wanxiu, having given birth to a princess and 2 princes, she had overshadowed the empress for many years. Having found the reason, An Yunlan composed a prescription for the emperor to present to the royal physician to help the empress recuperate. In such a setting, it was fitting to lament and listen. Mo Yufeng, displaying perceptiveness, led An Yunlan out of the palace. As they walked in silence, Mo Yufeng suddenly halted and turned to An Yunlan. Your medical skills are remarkable. I hold you in high esteem. However, is it true that I may find it difficult to sire offspring? He inquired with a smile. He had never heard such a claim from the physicians, and logically, it should not be the case. An Yunlan chuckled lightly. Prince Ling used me as a shield to preserve my own life in this palace. I certainly had to concoct a reason for self-protection. Since Prince Ling dragged me into this, I took him down with me. Which seems fair, does it not? Are you not concerned that your words may circulate in the court and the streets tomorrow, suggesting that I have been harmed and may struggle to bear heirs? Mo Yufeng questioned. An Yunlan had not considered this, but quickly replied. I stated that the renowned physician Qingyang would restore the prince's health. It is merely a matter of time. Moreover, only a few were present, and neither the emperor nor the empress would let it slip. The noble ladies would not dare speak of it, lest they face the prince's wrath. Besides, the prince's health is undoubtedly robust. Marrying a dozen consorts and siring dozens of children would pose no issue. I cannot help but feel that your latter statement is quite a reproach against me, Mo Yufeng remarked. How could that be? I merely meant to assert that the prince is perfectly capable. I may have exaggerated a tad, and Yunlan replied bashfully, gesturing with her hands. Yet in her heart, she truly thought, yes, I am reproaching you, stallion. How dare you drag me into this? Well, that is fortunate. I do not share such inclinations. Mo Yufeng paused, adding, I have no intentions toward that Miss Rohua, nor do I wish to take any secondary consorts. After saying this, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why share such thoughts with An Yunlan? Your Highness is still young. There is no rush. You may first Wednesday a primary consort, and Lady Ling can manage everything for you. And Yunlan waved her hand, continuing forward. Mo Yufeng shook his head in amusement, and Yunlan was indeed intriguing. Did she harbor no thoughts of him whatsoever? Did he possess no allure in her eyes? He quickened his pace, grasping An Yunlan's hand. I still wish to express my gratitude on behalf of my elder brother. An Yunlan smiled wryly. She too did not wish to witness such palace intrigues. Fortunately, she had traversed into this world without entering the palace. Otherwise, she would have perished within 3 days. It is nothing. I merely happened upon the situation and chose to assist. Observing the emperor and empress's genuine affection moved me, hence my willingness to help. Genuine affection? Montak Yufeng Kvirit. Is it not so? I see the empress is devoted to the emperor, and he reciprocates, and Yunlan maintained that the couple indeed shared a deep bond. Indeed, Mo Yufeng fell silent, for the emperor's true beloved was not Empress Chun. That person had long departed, leaving only a son behind. Empress Chun merely resembled her. Noticing Mo Yufeng's sudden silence, and Yunlan swiftly changed the subject. If your Highness wishes to thank me, could you take me on a flight? The experience at Songming Mountain was exhilarating. Now that you have been cured, your martial prowess has improved. Your lightness of foot must be extraordinary. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. In her past life, she had adored roller coasters, though she had never dared to keep her eyes open. The ancient art of lightness of foot was just as thrilling. Mo Yufeng chuckled, his demeanor gentle and warm. He wrapped his arm around An Yunlan's waist and advised her to hold on tight before propelling them into the air. An Yunlan gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around him as the wind rushed past her ears. She finally opened her eyes, discovering it was even more exhilarating than a roller coaster. Mo Yufeng noticed An Yunlan's astonished expression and felt a surge of joy. How amusing it would be for him to realize she viewed him as a mere plaything. After a brief flight, An Yunlan eagerly patted Mo Yufeng, exclaiming, "That was incredible. Your Highness, you are amazing. Can I learn lightness of foot too? Flying on my own would be delightful." Mo Yufeng gently landed, holding An Yunlan's hand without releasing it. He smiled. "Should you wish to soar, I shall take you. This skill was honed from my youth. You may not yet be capable." Upon arriving at the palace gates, Mo Yufeng, lifted An Yunlan into the carriage and sat beside her. An Yunlan remained lost in the joy of her ancient roller coaster experience, grinning as she observed the bustling world outside. As the carriage passed Chengji dim sum, An Yunlan spotted Chengyu. "Your Highness, please return home first. I wish to inquire about Sister Cheng's condition." Mo Yufeng's heart skipped a beat, but he did not wish to refuse her. "Let Qingying accompany you," he suggested. An Yunlan agreed, allowing Qingying to assist her as she jumped from the carriage. As she ran towards Chengyu, Mo Yufeng felt an impulse to pull An Yunlan back. But thankfully, the carriage had already started moving, and he closed his eyes. "Chengyu, it is I," An Yunlan greeted. Chengyu's face lit up with joy upon seeing her. "An Yunlan, what brings you here today?" "I informed the shopkeeper yesterday that I wish to visit Sister Cheng. Is she at home? Can you take me to her?" An Yunlan inquired with enthusiasm. "Sister has been well and is in good spirits." "Wait a moment. I shall take you to her," Chengyu replied, turning to instruct the shopkeeper. Just as they stepped outside, a small figure blocked their path. "Divine Physician's sister," a youthful voice called, as chubby little hands clutched An Yunlan's skirt. "Little Ji, be respectful," a girl in a fitted outfit admonished the boy. "You're the little one from General Han's household, little Ji?" An Yunlan recognized the child, the one who had cried for his mother that day. "It is I. Thank you, sister, for saving me that day." Little Ji bowed to An Yunlan, his small hands clasped. "Is this the esteemed young lady who saved my little brother?" The girl introduced herself. "I am Han Shui, little Ji's elder sister." "There is no need for such formality, Miss Han. I happened to be present that day," An Yunlan replied courteously, crouching to touch little Ji's face. "Did you hurt your throat that day? Be careful while eating in the future." Little Ji blushed and took a step back. "I'm fine now. Sister saved me just in time. Afterward, my mother could not find you." He handed An Yunlan the jade pendant hanging from his waist. "I shall remember this life-saving grace, sister. When I grow up, I will carry you away in a grand procession." He puffed out his chest, gazing at An Yunlan. An Yunlan's face flushed crimson as she looked at little Ji, then at Han Shui and Chengyu, bursting into laughter. "Little Ji, keep this safe." She returned the jade pendant and produced the one given by General Han's wife. "This is for your mother. Sister saved you out of duty. I am a physician. Grow well, study hard, and you shall become a great general one day. As for marrying me, that will not do. I'm already married." "Big sister." Little Ji's face fell in disappointment. An Yunlan gently ruffled Xiao Ji's hair, then stood up and turned to Han Shui. "The previous matter is truly insignificant. You need not dwell on it. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After speaking, she glanced at Chengyu, who was still lost in thought over An Yunlan's mention of her marriage. He then turned to the Han family members and bowed respectfully, leading An Yunlan to the carriage. Once inside, Chengyu pondered for a long moment before asking, "An Yun, you're already married?" "Oh yes. It was a casual union, but a divorce is on the horizon." An Yunlan replied nonchalantly. "A divorce? Is your husband unkind to you? If there is anything difficult, I shall gladly assist." Chengyu's mood surprisingly brightened. He felt an urge to grasp An Yunlan's hand, but merely lifted it without committing to the action. "No, it is quite pleasant. It simply was not meant to be, and now I await the divorce." An Yunlan spoke lightly yet vaguely, prompting Chengyu to refrain from further inquiries. Upon reaching the Cheng residence, they checked on Cheng Shuang, informing her that in a month, she could consummate her marriage, and with proper timing, there was hope for conception. Cheng Shuang was exhilarated, her spirits notably lifted. After Chengyu escorted An Yunlan back to Chengji and prepared to fetch her some pastries, she suddenly recalled the modern delicacies of snow-skin dumplings and milk tea. "Chengyu, I have recipes for 2 items. Shall we collaborate?" Chapter 59. Snowskin dumplings and milk tea. Chengyu was astonished. What else can this young lady possibly not know? An Yunlan made no pretense, following Chengyu inside. In the kitchen, she gathered milk, black tea, rock sugar, glutinous rice flour, starch, and red bean paste, along with a mold for shaping the dumplings. After cleaning her hands and rolling up her sleeves, she began her work. The kitchen steward and the shopkeeper initially worried about their young master being alone with a young woman in the heart of the workshop, but upon witnessing her skill, they stood quietly by Chengyu's side. An Yunlan adeptly combined the glutinous rice flour with starch and steamed the mixture. Meanwhile, she brewed the black tea with rock sugar in a small pot, then poured it into the milk, waiting for it to boil before straining it into a basin. She turned to Chengyu and asked, "Do you have any ice?" Before Chengyu could respond, The steward hurried outside and soon returned with ice cubes. An Yunlan crushed them, tossed them into the milk tea, stirred, and poured 4 cups, handing them to Chengyu, the shopkeeper, and the kitchen steward, while she eagerly drank half a cup herself. To be honest, she was indulging her own cravings. On such a hot day, a cold, sweet drink was refreshing. Even if the proportions were slightly off, it was novel, and the taste was quite delightful. Chengyu stared at An Yunlan as she savored her drink, while the shopkeeper remained motionless. After An Yunlan finished, she looked at Chengyu. "Would you not like to sample my creation?" Chengyu raised his cup, took a sip, and the smooth, cool sweetness instantly refreshed him in the sweltering heat. The shopkeeper quickly followed suit. "Young master, this. The shopkeeper immediately recognized a business opportunity and marveled at the beverage. "This is called milk tea. You all witnessed how it was made. In summer, it can be served cold, and in winter, hot. What do you think? Is it delicious? Can it be sold at Chengji?" Before Chengyu could respond, he was still contemplating how remarkable this young woman was. But the shopkeeper had already nodded vigorously. "Yes, it can be sold. Young master, do you agree?" Chengyu nodded in affirmation, and upon seeing his agreement, An Yunlan resumed making snow-skin dumplings, the translucent glutinous rice skin enveloping the red bean paste, pressed into molds to create attractive shapes, which she presented to Chengyu, saying, "Try this. It will taste even better after being chilled. This looks refreshing for summer, and the filling can be swapped for various fruits, with sweet and sour being the most suitable. The visible filling will entice customers to try it." As An Yunlan explained while sampling, Chengyu cautiously took a bite of the delicate dumpling, finding the texture soft and sweet and its appearance delightful. "Truly, it is very appealing. Cheng Daegu, may we collaborate?" An Yunlan waved her hand in front of Chengyu to rouse him from his reverie. "Certainly," Chengyu replied, still in a daze. "After all this time, after all my efforts, your response is simply one word?" And Yunlan poured herself another cup of milk tea, laughing. The shopkeeper nudged Chengyu's arm and suggested, "Might I request you both to discuss this in the study?" He thought to himself, "Oh, my young master, quickly secure that recipe. I can already envision the profits rolling in." Chengyu led An Yunlan into the study. "An Yun, how do you wish to collaborate? Shall we sell the recipe or share profits?" "Selling the recipe is a one-time deal. I prefer profit sharing. It would be wonderful to have a continual partnership." And Yunlan replied, recognizing that profit sharing would yield greater rewards. "Very well, henceforth, I shall allocate half of the proceeds from these 2 items and their related categories to you. Does that sound agreeable?" Chengyu generously proposed. And Yunlan was genuinely taken aback by Chengyu's generosity and waved her hand. "I cannot accept 50%. I shall take only 10. How does that sound? I will think of some other ideas later. After all, I am not contributing labor, capital, or ingredients. A 10% share is already quite favorable." Chengyu was surprised by An Yunlan's openness and clasped his hands. "Then it seems I am fortunate to benefit from An Yun's brilliance. How can I feel comfortable?" An Yunlan smiled. "We are friends. There is no need for formality. I shall seek you out to profit from new ideas in the future. It will be delightful to maintain our connection. Then I shall not be modest. I will write up the agreement now." Chengyu responded decisively. Once the terms were established and signed, the sky had darkened. An Yunlan hurriedly packed her things and left with Qing Ying. Chengyu stood at the entrance of Chengji, his heart tumultuous, reflecting on An Yunlan's mention of divorce and the sentiment behind her words about maintaining their connection. Chapter 60. The prince's fury. As soon as An Yunlan entered the royal residence, a servant informed her that the prince summoned her to the MZH courtyard. Though exhausted, she made her way there. Upon arrival, she spotted Ling Wang engrossed in reading, a serene and beautiful sight, causing her to momentarily pause and admire him. "Why do you hesitate to enter?" Mo Yufeng asked without lifting his gaze from the book. "Just visiting Cheng Shuang, and I lost track of time until it was dark." And Yunlan replied, reminiscent of a child caught returning home late from play. She felt no justification for her tardiness, aware of her precarious position. "Have you not seen Cheng Shuang for so long? Did you not have dinner?" Montak Yufeng inquired. "Besides visiting sister Cheng Shuang, I accomplished many tasks. But I have yet to eat. Have you dined, my prince?" And Yunlan smiled ingratiatingly. Sir, the evening meal," Mo Yufeng commanded. "Excellent. I was just hungry." And Yunlan exclaimed, happily taking a seat at the dining table. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Yufeng had been waiting for her return to share a meal together. "What were you doing for half the day?" he asked as he approached the table. The servants laid out the dishes, leaving only the 2 of them. An Yunlan wasted no time in picking up her chopsticks and began eating. I first met Han Xiaoji, then visited Sister Cheng Shuang, made pastries and tea with Cheng Yu, and even secured a significant business deal. Mo Yufeng was aware of the first two encounters. But as for her time at Chengji, the secret guards only reported that An Yunlan entered the kitchen and then the study. The details remained unknown. I heard Xiao Ji intends to marry you, Mo Yufeng casually remarked while picking at his food. That little rascal, how dare he compete with me for you? Isn't he adorable? Such a tiny little bundle, wanting to carry me away in a grand procession. It's quite amusing, he asked, just like a little round dumpling. I could almost take a bite. And Yunlan giggled, mimicking his roundness. Wanted to take a bite? Do you truly like him? Mo Yufeng paused mid-bite. Ido. He is a delightful little boy. But tell me, do children here really think about marrying at such a young age? In a rather serious tone, she even suggested a token of appreciation, which elicited a laugh from me. At such a tender age, I likely only thought about indulging in sweets or playing with mud. And Yunlan found the innocent musings of children quite endearing. What is this? Montauk Yufeng pondered, perplexed. Oh, Yunlan misspoke. I meant the children of today. She quickly corrected herself. Are you going to prepare food for Qingyu? Mo Yufeng inquired again. Indeed, given the warm weather, I went to Qingji to make milk tea and ice skim pastries, primarily for my own enjoyment. Besides, Qingyu has a fondness for them, and we just closed a significant deal, and Yunlan replied. She felt that her recent interactions with the Ling Wang had been pleasant, nurturing hopes of a budding friendship, and she had become considerably more relaxed in her conversations. Qingyu likes them? Mo Yufeng set down his chopsticks, his expression darkening, and Yunlan, engrossed in her meal, remained oblivious to his growing displeasure. Yes, Qingyu enjoys them. The shopkeeper is even fonder, having consumed quite a bit, she continued. Recently, I heard that you encountered a scoundrel while dining at Piaosheng Tower, and it was Xiao Ran who came to your rescue. Did you share a meal together? Mo Yufeng pressed on. Yes, Master Xiao assisted me, so naturally, I invited him to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. One must always remember to be thankful. The food at Piaosheng Tower is truly delightful, and Yunlan remarked, savoring her meal without noticing Mo Yufeng's increasingly dark expression. As she continued to eat, the atmosphere grew colder, and upon glancing up, she noticed Mo Yufeng had stopped eating, his face clouded with displeasure. Setting down her chopsticks, she approached him, asking, Your Highness, are you feeling unwell again? Mo Yufeng, irked, resisted the urge to lash out but remained silent, allowing her to take his pulse. Has something troubled you recently? Your pulse indicates some stagnation, and your liver fire appears to be quite strong, and Yunlan inquired, her eyes meeting his. Mo Yufeng's irritation deepened. This troublesome girl was clearly the source of his vexation. Yet she feigned innocence. Fearing he might lose his temper, he exited the courtyard, and Yunlan, bewildered, lost her appetite and returned to Luoying Garden. Xiao Fu prepared hot water for her, and after washing up, Yunlan spent some time in the apothecary before retiring for a peaceful sleep. Chapter 61. Subtle probing. And Yunlan enjoyed a deep slumber, dreaming of resting her head on a latex pillow with her beloved cat Cushion, nestled in her cozy little bed. Upon waking, she contemplated the cold demeanor of the Ling Wang from the previous day and decided to fetch some liver-soothing medicine for him. After her morning routine, she sat at her desk, her heart brimming with joy over the contract they had signed yesterday. She was now eagerly awaiting the financial rewards, which filled her with delight. After storing the partnership agreement, she entered the apothecary, retrieved some liver-soothing pills, and placed them in a box. Remembering that she had finished the snacks for Xiao Fu, she grabbed a pack of Mai Mai from the snack cupboard before happily exiting the space. Miss, have you prepared the medicine for the Wang? Xiao Fu asked upon seeing An Yunlan emerge from the apothecary. Yes, I have, she replied, her hands trembling slightly as she realized she had forgotten the medicine for Mo Yufeng on the table in the lounge. An Yunlan tapped her head in frustration, wondering what her mind was occupied with, as she had only remembered to fetch snacks for Xiao Fu. Shall we go out today? The clothing we ordered from the tailor should be ready for collection, Xiao Fu suggested, eager for an outing. All right, wait for me to put the medicine away, and then we can go, and Yunlan responded. After placing the box in her room, she planned to give the medicine to Xiao Fu later, knowing the girl would want to eat it immediately. Joyfully, she and Xiao Fu left the Wang's residence. They collected the finished garments and later enjoyed lunch at a quaint little eatery before meandering back to Luoying Garden. After a refreshing nap, An Yunlan recalled that she had yet to deliver the medicine to the Lingwang. She hurriedly entered the space, retrieved the box, and tidied her attire before heading to the Muksu pavilion, intending to present it to him. As she quietly peered into the Muksu pavilion, she noticed Mo Yufeng seated at his desk, reviewing documents with a grim expression. She hesitated, fearing her presence might disturb the esteemed Wang, and contemplated waiting to deliver the medicine to Yi instead. Just as she was about to retreat, Mo Yufeng called out, "What are you sneaking about for? Come in if you've arrived." An Yunlan stuck out her tongue, adjusted her attire, and stepped inside. I saw that the Wang was busy and didn't wish to interrupt. "This is the medicine I prepared for you, designed to soothe the liver. Take one in the morning and evening, and it should suffice after finishing this box," she said, placing the medicine on the desk and preparing to leave. "Is that so? Others receive meals, but all I get is medicine?" Montauk Yufeng remarked, glancing at the box before looking back at her. "Not at all. I dine with the Wang as well. I shall invite you to Piaoshan Tower for a meal when you are free, as a token of my gratitude for your hospitality," and Yunlan replied, attempting to flatter him while internally questioning his demeanor. "Oh, you wish to invite me to Piaoshan Tower? When might that be?" Montauk Yufeng inquired. "That depends on your availability. Your Highness, with your busy schedule, tirelessly working for the people of Kanglan, how could you possibly find time to dine with me?" And Yunlan thought to herself, rolling her eyes internally. Even a Wang must eat, and today is the day. "Dinner at Piaoshan Tower it shall be. You will treat," Mo Yufeng stated, returning to his documents without further elaboration. "Today?" And Yunlan was taken aback by his sudden agreement. "What? Is that unacceptable?" Mo Yufeng's gaze hardened. "Well, since the Wang has the time, I suppose it is only fitting that I treat," she conceded. "I shall return now, and once you have finished your work, please send Yi to Luoying Garden to summon me." And Yunlan was eager to leave, as only an hour remained before they could depart. "You needn't rush back and forth. Prepare ink for me. We will leave together shortly," Mo Yufeng instructed, engrossed in his writing. And Yunlan, at a loss for words, complied and moved forward to grind the ink, internally chastising herself for being so idle and delivering medicine. Now, not only was she obliged to treat him, but she was also unable to leave, feeling as though she would waste an hour standing there. As her irritation grew, she began doodling a turtle on the inkstone while sighing. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Yufeng had been watching her for quite some time. He paused his writing, observing her artistic endeavors, and after a while realized she was indeed drawing a turtle. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he regarded her sighing and stretching, feeling a tinge of sympathy. "Stop grinding so vigorously. My inkstone will wear out. Go sit and drink some tea. I will finish a few more documents before we head out," he instructed. And Yunlan felt a wave of relief wash over her, her spirits lifting as she flashed a radiant smile at Mo Yufeng before moving to sit beside him and pour herself some tea. Watching her cheerful demeanor, Mo Yufeng shook his head with a smile, refocusing on his documents. After An Yunlan quenched her thirst, she poured him a cup of tea and quietly placed it beside him. Mo Yufeng's expression softened as he observed her earnestness, and An Yunlan, noticing his concentration, picked up a book to read, waiting until he finished his documents, drank his tea, and stood up, ready to depart for Piaoshan Tower. Believing that the improvement in Mo Yufeng's demeanor was due to the completion of his work, they left the residence in high spirits, making their way to Piaoshan Tower. The waiter, spotting Mo Yufeng accompanied by a lady, hurriedly summoned the manager. The proprietor greeted the esteemed guest with an obsequious demeanor, swiftly arranging a private room specifically for Mo Yufeng and instructing a waiter to serve tea. As the waiter presented the tea, it became apparent that this woman was none other than the one who had accompanied young master Xiao a few days prior. This lady was indeed remarkable. Her acquaintances were either affluent or noble, suggesting she was someone not to be trifled with. Henceforth, she must be treated with utmost respect. Mo Yufeng casually ordered several signature dishes, and, once they arrived, he began to eat alongside An Yunlan. Observing the sumptuous spread before her, An Yunlan's spirits lifted, and she felt no need to be polite with Mo Yufeng. Witnessing her joy as she savored her meal, Mo Yufeng's mood also brightened. Dining with someone he cherished evoked a delightful sensation. He served her food, inquiring about her preferences and recommending other dishes. "Does the prince frequent the fragrant pavilion?" An Yunlan asked. "Occasionally," Montauk Yufeng replied succinctly. No wonder I could only sit downstairs during my last visit. It's fortunate for me that you have such influence, as this private room seems far superior to the one I visited previously. An Yunlan surveyed the room's decor. Next time you come, simply request this room. I shall inform the proprietor shortly, and Mo Yufeng chuckled. That's splendid. It certainly carries more prestige to be associated with the prince, and Yunlan remarked, relishing her meal. Then you should comfortably embrace your role as the princess consort, for wherever you go, such prestige will accompany you. And Mo Yufeng gazed at her, and Yunlan, setting down her chopsticks, raised her cup while waving her hand, said, that one tea do. That position is not mine to claim. Moreover, I am a person of modesty and prefer not to draw attention to myself. Do you truly not wish to be my princess consort? Montak Yufeng in Kviot. If I were to consent, you would be able to claim that position. Your Highness, please don't jest with Yunlan. If that were the case, I would feel quite uncomfortable in such a prominent role. Dining would no longer be enjoyable. I am not jesting. Would you desire that position? Mo Yufeng asked earnestly. What do you mean, Your Highness? Do you wish for Yunlan to serve as a shield against romantic pursuits? She teased. That is feasible for the time being, as I'm still young and have no intentions of marrying. However, since you have provided me with a divorce decree, once you complete those formalities, I plan to take little food to a secluded place where no one knows me, and perhaps no one will recall that I was once a counterfeit princess. And Yunlan suspected that Mo Yufeng was concerned about being inundated with introductions to ladies like Rohua and Ouyang Sidong, who were enchanting and flirtatious. Yet, it seemed Mo Yufeng was exceedingly principled. During her time at the palace, aside from Ouyang Sidong and Ru Su, she had not encountered any other women visiting the bamboo pavilion. In truth, Mo Yufeng's health had significantly improved. If he had someone he admired, he could simply express his feelings. There is no need for him to fret over matters of progeny, as he was in excellent health. Are you suggesting that if I have someone I admire, I may pursue her? And you, are you contemplating leaving the palace? Montak Yufeng Kvirit, an amused glint in his eye. If your highness were to marry a new princess consort, it would only be fitting for me to depart. After all, it would be rather disheartening for the new princess consort to have a counterfeit one lingering about. I wouldn't want to be a source of irritation for her. And Yunlan replied, her smile slightly awkward. How could this icy figure discern her thoughts so effortlessly? Let me first express my feelings to the woman I admire before making any further plans, Mo Yufeng said, continuing to enjoy his meal. What? You have someone in mind? Which young lady is she? Please share with me. Your Highness, and Yunlan pressed eagerly. You're so eager to know? Of course. I am simply curious about what kind of lady could captivate such an aloof prince like you, and Yunlan remarked, having consumed a couple of cups of wine, her tone becoming increasingly uninhibited. The lady is exceedingly beautiful, with sparkling eyes that radiate vitality. Her smile is particularly warm and cheerful. She is candid, confident. Yet de sambat nave. Impossible. Surely a man of your stature would prefer a lady who is courteous, cultured, and capable of managing a household and nurturing children, rather than someone navi. And Yunlan argued, firmly recalling the term navi. Well, even I am unsure why I am drawn to her. Perhaps an naivete is uniquely charming. Mo Yufeng replied with a smile, pouring her more wine. Then this lady is quite fortunate. Perhaps her exceptional qualities have won your heart. After all, perhaps a lack of sophistication allows her to focus on her duties as a princess consort. I extend my congratulations to you, Your Highness, and hope you will soon embrace your beloved. And Yunlan raised her cup in toast to Mo Yufeng. Mo Yufeng chuckled softly, shaking his head as he clinked his cup against hers and downed the contents. The foolish girl across from him had not even realized she was describing herself. The meal was filled with laughter, and Yunlan noted that after a few cups of wine, Mo Yufeng's complexion appeared much improved. Perhaps he could forego those medicinal pills for a few days. After their meal, Mo Yufeng instructed the waiter to bring a pot of tea. Shortly, a servant arrived with the tea, but as he was leaving, he stumbled over the door frame, causing a ruckus and profuse apologies. Mo Yufeng initially frowned, but relaxed upon seeing Yunlan shaking with laughter. What was he so anxious about? She mused, almost falling over. After the waiter closed the door, Yunlan picked up the teapot to pour for Mo Yufeng. However, as she grasped the damp pot, a loud alarm blared in her head, startling her into dropping the pot onto the table, clutching her head in distress. Seeing her distress, Mo Yufeng immediately rose to support her, asking, "What is wrong? Did you burn yourself?" At that moment, the ringing ceased, but a faint ringing in her ears persisted. She shook her head, saying, "I'm fine, just a sudden headache." Mo Yufeng quickly urged her, "Let us return and consult the royal physician." An Yunlan was puzzled. The alarm sounded so familiar. Why did it ring only twice before falling silent? "No need, I feel much better now." "Your Highness, did you not hear anything?" she inquired, puzzled by his lack of awareness. Mo Yufeng shook his head, observing her recovering countenance as he poured her a cup of tea, bringing it to her lips. "Drink this first," he insisted. And Yunlan felt embarrassed, realizing he intended to feed her. She hastily lowered the cup from her mouth, but as she did so, a few drops spilled and the alarm rang out again. The teacup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor, causing the alarm to cease once more. Montauk Yufeng, concerned she was unwell again, quickly bent down to grasp her hands. In that moment, An Yunlan finally recalled where she had heard that sound. It was the alarm from their medical and poison system. But who had the audacity to set it so loudly? It felt as if her eardrums might burst. "Wait, the medical and poison system. Yunlan, what is the matter?" Mo Yufeng asked, startled by her sudden stillness. "Oh, Your Highness, I'm fine," and Yunlan replied, still grappling with the implications of the alarm. "Let us return." Without hesitation, Mo Yufeng swept her into his arms and headed for the exit. "Wait, Your Highness, hold on." And Yunlan suddenly thought of something. She hadn't anticipated him carrying her, but this was not the moment to dwell on that. She had more pressing matters to address. "Your Highness, please set me down." Mo Yufeng gazed at the woman in his arms, hesitant to move. Was he more concerned, or simply reveling in this warmth? And Yunlan, believing he was worried, patted his shoulder, saying, "Your Highness, I truly am fine. Please let me down. I have something important to confirm." Only after her insistence did Mo Yufeng reluctantly set her down. And Yunlan straightened her clothing, took a deep breath, and reached for the teapot. The moment her fingers brushed against it, the alarm blared again, causing her to withdraw her hand. After the alarm ceased, she tried again, only for the alarm to sound once more. Poison? The poison alarm must have been triggered. With unwavering resolve, and Yunlan, undeterred by the blaring alarm, poured water into another cup and plunged her hand directly into it. Mo Yufeng, observing in Yunlan's reckless behavior, swiftly pulled her hand back, realizing the water was scalding. Yet, and Yunlan stood there in a daze, her mind swirling with thoughts of arsenic trioxide, a concentration of 50 milligrams L. Yunlan, Mo Yufeng called, alarmed by her unusual demeanor. The medical and toxicological system had activated. Knocking on the iron cabinet proved futile. Entering the correct password was ineffective. It seemed that only true poison could trigger its activation. But why had the test results been transmitted directly to her mind through her fingertip? And Yunlan gazed at her finger, a mixture of confusion and exhilaration washing over her. Hearing Mo Yufeng call her name snapped her back to reality. "Your Highness, this tea is poisoned. It contains arsenic." No sooner had she spoken than a waiter entered the room with a pot of tea, apologizing. "Your Highness, we ran out of boiling water, so I brought this fresh brew." The trio stood frozen, bewildered. "Who sent this tea?" The waiter scratched his head in confusion. Just as Mo Yufeng was about to explode with anger, and Yunlan intervened. "It was your colleague, the one with a large black mole on his right hand." "Ah, that must be De Fei. How odd that he delivered tea," the waiter muttered. Accompany the waiter to fetch De Fei." Montauk Yufeng commanded. As the two departed, he turned to Yunlan and asked, "How did you know it was poisoned?" And Yunlan hesitated, struggling to formulate an explanation. Could she admit that her hand had sensed it? After a moment, she replied, "I detected an unusual scent from the tea. You know I am sensitive to odors, especially toxic ones." Mo Yufeng recalled how she had identified the musk in the Empress's bracelet and began to believe that she indeed possessed an acute sense of smell. "Have you studied poison?" he inquired further. "I learned about herbs as a child. My grandmother taught me. Plus, I've been reading about toxins recently to broaden my knowledge." And Yunlan replied, her heart racing as she lied, hoping her earnestness would quell his suspicions. Mo Yufeng's concern for her was evident in his gaze, and he realized that he had come to hold her in high regard. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling that her actions today were profoundly peculiar. How could she experience headaches and hear sounds that escaped his ears? Moreover, how did she discern the presence of poison merely by touching the tea? At that moment, the waiter, and the innkeeper returned, the former announcing grimly, "Your Highness, De Fei is dead, poisoned." He presented a small paper packet to Mo Yufeng, who opened it to reveal a grayish-white powder. An Yunlan reached out to touch it, but Mo Yufeng swiftly moved it aside, fearing for her safety. "Your Highness, I truly have no idea what happened." The innkeeper and the waiter pleaded, kneeling in fear. "Leave," Mo Yufeng commanded. If the fragrant pavilion had intended to poison him, he would have been dead long ago. "Thank you, Your Highness," the innkeeper stammered, bowing repeatedly as he exited. "Your Highness, may I examine that packet?" An Yunlan requested. Mo Yufeng, gazing into her resolute eyes, hesitated but ultimately placed the packet on the table. As An Yunlan delicately touched it, the alarm blared once more, causing her to wince as the analysis from the medical and toxicological system flooded her mind. Arsenic. An Yunlan longed to return home to an isolated space where she could investigate the current state of her medical and toxicological system. "It is indeed arsenic," she confirmed. Investigate immediately," Mo Yufeng ordered, and Yi promptly departed. He was in awe of An Yunlan's prowess. She was remarkable, possessing both medical expertise and knowledge of poisons. "Let us return," Mo Yufeng said, taking her hand as they descended the stairs. An Yunlan attempted to settle the bill with the innkeeper, who dared not accept payment. Before she could protest, Mo Yufeng, with a stern expression, took her by the arm, and they departed together into the twilight. Xiao Ran, observing from an upper room of the fragrant pavilion, watched the retreating figures of the Ling prince and An Yunlan with a faint smile. "An Yunlan, so you are she? The woman I have my eye on is indeed extraordinary." Chapter 63. The best treasure is finally available. Mo Yufeng escorted An Yunlan back to the falling petal courtyard. As he moved to follow her inside, An Yunlan withdrew her hand from his warm grasp. "Your Highness, please return. I am rather fatigued today and wish to rest." "Are you truly unwell?" Mo Yufeng inquired. "I am fine, Your Highness. Please do not worry," she reassured him, sensing he still awaited Yi's return. "Very well. I shall return tomorrow," Mo Yufeng said, turning back towards the bamboo courtyard. An Yunlan sighed, reflecting on his daily visits. "Why do you come so often? Is it that you have grown accustomed to seeking me? If you wish to stay in the falling petal courtyard, simply say so. I can make room." Upon reaching the bamboo courtyard, he swiftly summoned Xingyang. When Xingyang arrived and heard the details, he asked, "Did someone attempt to poison you today?" Mo Yufeng recounted the events at the fragrant pavilion, to which Xingyang replied, "Such brazen audacity. Although it has occurred before, ever since your encounter with poison, such attempts have diminished. After all, everyone is aware that the next head of the Apothecary Valley is at the Ling Prince's residence, and our research on poison is unparalleled. Have you heard of someone who could detect poison by scent?" Montauk Yufeng questioned. "That is possible, as some toxins do have discernible odors. Arsenic, for instance, can be detected if it is of poor quality. Is it possible to ascertain poison merely by touching it? That should not be possible unless one frequently interacts with toxins." Xingyang replied, then asked who touched it. "An Yunlan?" "Your Highness, she." Xingyang began, but Mo Yufeng raised a hand to silence him. "It was because she identified the poison in the tea that I was spared." Xingyang, realizing An Yunlan's knowledge of toxins, felt a twinge of concern regarding her intentions in the prince's residence. However, upon reflecting on her behavior over the past 2 months, he recognized that her presence had indeed been beneficial, leaving no room for doubt. Misun appears to be a master of medicine and poison. Her expertise likely surpasses even that of the Apothecary Valley. Mo Yufeng shuddered at the thought of having almost served her poison. "I nearly brought the poisoned tea to her lips," he mused, feeling an inexplicable dread wash over him. If An Yunlan had not possessed knowledge of toxins, the teacup would have been reduced to mere powder. "There is no need for concern, Your Highness. If she truly understands poison, she will not easily fall victim to it." Xingyang reassured him, having never seen Mo Yufeng so anxious over a woman before. Once Mo Yufeng departed, An Yunlan hurried into the apothecary, instructing the approaching Xiaofu not to disturb her as she prepared medicine, then secured the door behind her. Focusing her thoughts, she entered her spatial realm. Upon entering, she found the medical and toxicological system's door ajar, the computer within glowing invitingly. She rushed over to see an analysis of the tea she had touched, and on the operating table lay a vial of dimercaprol, an antidote effective against sulfides, arsenic, and various other toxins. surveying the cabinets filled with meticulously categorized poisons and antidotes. An Yunlan's astonishment and excitement were boundless. She kissed the vial of antidote, standing there with a silly grin. "Oh my, how I have missed you! Why did it take so long for you to find me?" An Yunlan exclaimed, utterly enchanted as she caressed the shelves. "This treasure surpasses the private vault of the Ling Wang's residence by 100-fold, if not 1,000. What significance do those yellow and white items hold? What one possesses is the true treasure trove. Oh, is that not Lan Bao Bao? It has been quite some time, and you have become even more beautiful. And your attire in deathly Barbie pink is simply exquisite. Come, let mother give you a kiss." She, like a lovesick fool, thoroughly explored the vast cabinet of the medical and poison system until she felt utterly satisfied. Why did her medical system not respond while detoxifying the Ling Wang? An Yunlan pondered, seated there, gazing at the shelves filled with detoxification potions, until realization dawned upon her. At that time, her medical system was inoperative, and she had never tested the Ling Wang's blood. Although toxic substances resided within him, she had never come into contact with them, even when stitching his wounds. She used tweezers to clean the blood without ever touching the wound itself. She had only handled detoxifying pills and herbs, never the Ling Wang's toxins. Moreover, she discovered that someone had turned the computer's volume to maximum. The sounds she heard while dining were identical to those she would have heard through headphones, and the images in her mind mirrored those on the computer screen. An Yunlan quickly lowered the volume, then shut down the computer and locked the cabinet. She mused about testing other poisons the following day to observe her medical system's reaction. After a considerable time, An Yunlan finally exited the apothecary, her joy evident upon her countenance. "Xiao Fu, please fetch me a jar of the wine left by the Wang Yi." Xiao Fu assumed the young lady had successfully concocted a difficult potion, reflecting her exuberance. She poured a cup for An Yunlan, cautioning, "Miss, perhaps you should drink less." An Yunlan nodded, drained the cup in one go, yet found it insufficient, prompting her to request 2 more cups. Xiao Fu resolutely refused. "By the way, Xiao Fu, this box is for you. Inside are your favorite treats." And Yunlan, feeling a bit tipsy, recalled she had yet to share the Mai Su with Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu approached, opened the box, and discovered more delightful snacks. "Thank you, Mississippi." And Yunlan smiled, pouring another cup for herself. "However, I must warn you, do not indulge tonight. It is bad for your teeth. Save it for tomorrow." "Understood," Xiao Fu replied cheerfully, pouring another cup for An Yunlan before taking away the wine jug. Feeling the onset of dizziness, An Yunlan allowed Xiao Fu to assist her to the cleansing room, where she lay down and soon fell asleep. That evening, Ying Yi returned, yet besides the deceased of Fei and the 10 taels of silver he carried, no further clues emerged. With leads exhausted, Ying Yi arranged for continued investigation. Once Mo Yufeng fully processed his concerns for An Yunlan, his emotions gradually steadied. As he lay in bed, An Yunlan's charming visage resurfaced in his mind, leaving him perplexed. He pondered when he had begun to notice this extraordinary woman. He had always found her agreeable, never dismissive, yet at what moment had she captured his heart, compelling him to desire her presence indefinitely? It was not merely her noble lineage that attracted him, but a genuine affection. Reflecting on this, an unprecedentedly tender smile graced his face. Perhaps affection begins unexpectedly, seeping into one's heart unguarded, inciting passion, longing, and an irresistible compulsion to hold on tightly. And Yunlan slept soundly, after indulging in a bit of wine. She did not experience the peculiar dreams that had plagued her throughout the day, awakening sweetly with the sun's rise. Upon waking, she mused, "They say red wine aids sleep. Perhaps it is true. I wonder if grapes exist in this realm. I might brew some for myself to avoid those strange dreams." Xiao Ran was equally cheerful that night, skillfully toying with a short blade, reminiscing about the evening when he had been seated next to Mo Yufeng, overhearing An Yunlan's words. With the marriage document in her possession, An Yunlan was a woman he had fallen for at first sight. If Ling Wang were to remarry, he would surely pursue An Yunlan. What did it matter that she had once been Ling Wang's woman? If he liked her, everything else was inconsequential. The next day, upon returning from court, Mo Yufeng made a beeline for the falling petal garden, only to find that An Yunlan had not yet risen. "Miss, the young lady drank several cups of the wine brought by the Wang Yi last night, and is still fast asleep," Xiao Fu reported timidly. "You may leave," Mo Yufeng instructed, entering the room. Xiao Fu opened her mouth, but dared not say another word. Upon entering the bedroom, He beheld An Yunlan nestled under a corner of the embroidered quilt, sleeping soundly. A wave of warmth enveloped him, and he was unable to restrain himself from reaching out to caress her hair. This woman slept so peacefully, her slender arm exposed like a tender lotus stem, causing Mo Yufeng's throat to tighten. Having finally had enough rest, An Yunlan rolled over and opened her eyes, only to find Mo Yufeng seated beside her bed. For a moment, she thought she was dreaming, feeling quite infatuated to dream of a handsome man in her room. Just as she was about to laugh at herself, she sat up and realized he was indeed real. Does the Wang Yi not know it is improper to enter a lady's chamber? An Yunlan inquired, somewhat irritated, as she pulled the quilt over herself and smoothed her tousled hair. Mo Yufeng smiled gently at her. He was aware of the impropriety, yet could not resist the urge to enter. Chamber? Yunlan must have forgotten. You are the princess of this king. An Yunlan shot him a disdainful glance. Knowing I am a guest in your abode does not grant you such liberties. I still possess the divorce document. After saying this, she attempted to rise and put on her outer garments. Fortunately, she had simply dozed off in her inner clothing, not having undressed. Mo Yufeng stood, blocking her path, and asked, "Did you drink yesterday?" An Yunlan sidestepped him, donning her outer garments. "Happy, I had a couple of cups." "Happy, Montag Yufeng querit, positive." An Yunlan felt she had let slip too much, thinking, "Isn't it obvious that I am not dead from poisoning? How can I not be happy? That should have been this king's responsibility to accompany you in drinking." Mo Yufeng chuckled. "The Wang Yi is busy with affairs of state. I wouldn't dare disturb you." An Yunlan thought indignantly, "Why should I share my joy with you? If Yunlan wishes to drink, this king shall accompany you without fail." Mo Yufeng pulled An Yunlan into his embrace. An Yunlan was taken aback by his sudden embrace, struggling to break free. "Wang Yi, please let go." "I don't want to let go. Just thinking of how I served you tea yesterday makes me anxious. Allow me to hold you for a moment." Mo Yufeng tightened his grip, and despite her attempts to push him away, An Yunlan found it futile, yielding to the disparity in their strength. "Were it not for your alertness in identifying the arsenic, I would surely have regretted taking you out to dine. But nothing happened. It seems there is little opportunity for anyone to poison me. It is I who shall do the poisoning," she retorted. Her modern neurotoxins within the medical system were indeed formidable weapons. "It appears you have once again downplayed your abilities, perhaps having merely skimmed a few books." After holding her for a while, Mo Yufeng finally loosened his grip and met her sparkling eyes. "I am always modest. Wang Yi, have you had your fill of hugging? If so, I must attend to my morning routine." Mo Yufeng felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting her to be so direct. He chuckled, ruffling her hair before releasing her. "Go ahead. I shall await you for breakfast." An Yunlan, in disbelief, turned to enter the cleansing room. "Xiao Fu, prepare the water. I wish to bathe. You won't starve waiting for me." Mo Yufeng chuckled and exited, heading to An Yunlan's study. When An Yunlan finally emerged, having taken her time to prepare, she found Mo Yufeng seated in her study, perusing a book. "Wang Yi, such enthusiasm for reading. Are you not hungry?" An Yunlan was surprised to see him still there. Feeling somewhat helpless, "This king has said he would accompany you for a meal." Xiao Fu entered, bringing porridge and an assortment of snacks, buns, and side dishes, and the two sat down to enjoy their meal together. An Yunlan savored a bowl of porridge, slowly easing the effects of yesterday's wine. She consumed 2 steamed buns and some vegetables, and upon noticing the enticing osmanthus rice cake, she couldn't resist taking a piece. "With such an appetite, will you still be able to manage lunch?" she was questioned. "Breakfast and lunch can be enjoyed together. You encourage me to eat heartily, yet you deprive yourself," she replied. "1 meal or 2 is of little consequence," An Yunlan asserted. "Even after a day of surgery, I could manage to nibble on a couple of chocolates. It is essential to eat well. Do not let me worry." Upon hearing that An Yunlan would skip lunch, Mo Yufeng offered her another piece of osmanthus rice cake. An Yunlan found the actions of the Ling Wang puzzling. Just yesterday, he spoke of having an admired lady, yet today he was flirting with her. Is this how all men behave? Or is Ling Wang merely a playboy? But that cannot be, for even with Ouyang Sidong pursuing him ardently, he showed no inclination to indulge. What could be the truth? What were you pondering? Mo Yufeng inquired. "Oh, nothing," An Yunlan replied as she continued to eat. Watching her enjoy the cake he had given her brought him inexplicable joy. "Do you enjoy reading about geography and peculiar tales?" he asked. "When I tire of medical studies, I seek solace in other subjects," An Yunlan explained. As a child, She would switch from mathematics to language studies to unwind before returning to her studies. It wasn't a necessity. Rather, it was a result of her isolated upbringing with no friends, leaving her with only books for company. No wonder, Mo Yufeng remarked. Qingyang mentioned your prowess in medicine and poison is unparalleled in the entire medicinal valley. He grasped the reason behind An Yunlan's exceptional skills. She possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Oh, Qingyang has returned? I shall seek him out shortly. An Yunlan had intended to acquire some poison to further test her medical and toxicological abilities. Qingyang would likely be vexed, believing his medical skills inferior to hers, especially with her now challenging his expertise in poisons. The words of the prince are misleading. There are always greater talents beyond our ken, An Yunlan remarked. Just because some do not reveal their abilities does not mean they lack strength. The medicinal valley's knowledge of poisons is learned, and if they can learn, so too can others. Am I a celestial being? She questioned modestly, gesturing with her hand to indicate a mere fraction of talent. I am no celestial. I merely possess a treasure trove of knowledge. Truly humble, Mo Yufeng commented. Just then, Qingyang's voice resonated from outside the door. An Yunlan and Mo Yufeng exchanged smiles. Come in, Mo Yufeng beckoned, setting down his chopsticks. Prince, you are here as well? What meal are you partaking in? Qingyang entered, carrying a medicine box, observing the two still dining. We have finished, Mo Yufeng replied. Ah, good. Missin, I wish to inquire. Qingyang paused, noticing An Yunlan still enjoying her rice cake, and decided to allow her to finish. Please continue eating, he urged. An Yunlan nearly choked. Just as she reached for water, she noticed Mo Yufeng offering her a cup, and she quickly took a few sips. I apologize. I merely wish to ask about last night's events, Qingyang stated, feeling a bit awkward, yet pleased for his prince given Mo Yufeng's concerned demeanor. Let us discuss this in the study, they agreed, and the three proceeded to An Yunlan's study. I am aware the smell of arsenic is subtle, but when I encountered the tea, I sensed something amiss. Perhaps it was merely intuition. I have always been sensitive to such substances, An Yunlan disclosed before Qingyang could speak. What sort of poison can you detect? Qingyang inquired. I am uncertain. I have never tested them. I have studied primarily herbal poisons. But powdered forms are rare since my mentor focused on teaching me knowledge and antidotes rather than weaponizing poison, An Yunlan replied. Look at these, Qingyang said, presenting several porcelain vials from his medicine box. Do you think you can identify the poisons contained within? Are you testing my skills, esteemed healer? An Yunlan chuckled at Qingyang's actions. Please refrain from calling me a healer. Should your poison skill surpass mine, I might be compelled to study under you, Qingyang replied. Somewhat disgruntled. I do not accept students of such advanced age, An Yunlan quipped. You. Qingyang was about to become flustered when Mo Yufeng shot him a warning glance, silencing him. An Yunlan looked at the porcelain vials on the table. She felt no foreboding from them. With a cautious breath, she picked up one vial, opened it, and sprinkled a small amount of powder. She feared the ominous buzzing would pierce her eardrums again, but instead, it merely issued a gentle alert, proving her computer's volume adjustment had been beneficial. Moreover, her medical poison system activated automatically upon encountering toxins, which was incredibly convenient. With her anxiety dissipating, An Yunlan smiled, holding the vial in one hand while using the other to place a small amount of powder on a piece of paper. Immediately, the composition of the powder appeared in her mind. It was Rizu. Alongside this, several herbal prescriptions and the names of antidotes flashed in her system. This sensation thrilled her, sending shivers down her spine. She felt as though she were interconnected with her computer, akin to a robot, even contemplating mimicking robotic speech. Stealing her resolve, she finally found her voice. Rizu? An Yunlan inquired, looking at Qingyang. You discerned it? Can you provide an antidote? Qingyang was taken aback by her rapid identification of the contents of the vial. 20 qian of fresh Rehmannia juice taken orally, 12 qian of purple grass decocted in water. In cases of persistent vomiting, use 24 qian of scallion boiled in water. Alternatively, 2 qian of coptis and 3 qian of philodendron boiled together twice. Taken morning and night in 2 doses. Coupled with my flying needles, it can also alleviate symptoms. The key lies in the dosage, An Yunlan explained, though she contemplated a more expedient antidote that she could not disclose. Qingyang was astounded by An Yunlan's swift formulation of remedies. Now consider these, he urged, pushing the remaining porcelain vials toward her. An Yunlan, with determination, poured the contents of the 3 remaining vials onto the paper, scrutinizing each while awaiting her system's analysis. Mandrake, strychnine, oleander, she identified, presenting each vial before Qingyang along with their respective antidotes. Qingyang gaped, utterly speechless. By the heavens, had I not known An Yunlan for months, I would have suspected her to be otherworldly. I wished to peer behind her facade, to unveil whether she harbors a fox's tail or a monkey's tail, or perhaps to tear away her human guise to reveal the creature within. He glanced at the expectant Mo Yufeng and then back at An Yunlan, who was still analyzing the powders. Suddenly, he stood up and bowed deeply to her. Miss An, please accept me as your disciple. An Yunlan, taken aback by Qingyang's earnestness, felt no ire. She stepped forward to offer assistance. You, the esteemed head of the medicinal valley, would surely diminish my stature as a mere girl. I genuinely wish to study under you. If not, I would gladly relinquish my position as Valley Master. Qingyang declared solemnly. Are you not concerned the former Valley Master might take your life? An Yunlan replied with amusement. Fear not. Should the former Master witness your skills in medicine and poison, he might wish to study under you. Qingyang replied earnestly, which made An Yunlan somewhat anxious. Please do not frighten me. I truly fear this prospect. An Yunlan thought of the former master and envisioned herself developing a heart condition from fright. What must I do to become your disciple? Qingyang continued, excitedly reaching for An Yunlan's arm. Qingyang, Mo Yufeng interjected, stepping forward and shielding An Yunlan behind him. My apologies, Your Highness. I overstepped. Qingyang realized his enthusiasm had crossed a boundary upon encountering Mo Yufeng's frosty glare and swiftly retreated a step. An Yunlan playfully smiled at Qingyang while leaning out from beside Mo Yufeng. Why are you so excited? It's quite startling. Mo Yufeng felt a sweet sensation as An Yunlan's hand lightly rested on his waist, and he could hardly contain his joy. He grasped her hand and said to the two, let's sit down and discuss this slowly. Once they were seated again, An Yunlan spoke up, we can exchange ideas, but the poisonous herbs you presented today are merely common, a single variety, so recognizing them isn't a remarkable feat. Perhaps if they were mixed or possessed a more potent toxicity, I would need to study them further before arriving at any conclusions. I will share everything I know, but I shall decline the offer of apprenticeship. As the future leader of the valley, you must maintain your dignity. Is what you say true? Qingyang inquired. Of course, a man's word, once spoken, is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Your valley conducts research on these substances to save lives. If I know something, why would I not assist? An Yunlan declared with commendable bravado. Observing this versatile woman, Mo Yufeng felt his admiration deepen. Miss An's knowledge, ambition, and spirit are certainly on par with any man. No, they surpass that of anyone, Qingyang praised. Spare me the flattery. I simply wish to heal the sick and save lives. I lack the ability to resurrect the dead. At most, I can do my utmost to help those I encounter. I am human, not divine, and Yunlan waved dismissively. As Mo Yufeng watched An Yunlan tidy up, a unique emotion blossomed within him. He couldn't help but tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. When she noticed and turned, their eyes met, and both felt a flush of warmth. Qingyang, witnessing their interaction, felt at a loss and quickly stood, saying, I will find some more powdered poison and return this afternoon. Remember, you promised to teach me. Once Qingyang left, An Yunlan regained her composure and began to clean up the remaining poison powder on the table, knowing it must be safely stored in the apothecary. Mo Yufeng silently observed her, while An Yunlan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Your Highness, please wash your hands. It's unsafe to be so close to these substances, she advised. Mo Yufeng, snapping back to reality, nodded sheepishly. Then I shall take my leave for now. Very well, Your Highness, do attend to your duties. An Yunlan sighed in relief, grateful for his departure. Chapter 66. A gift of bird's nest at noon. Mama Rome arrived with a bowl of bird's nest soup and a pot of chicken broth. What brings you here, Mama Rome? An Yunlan asked, hurrying to greet her. The prince instructed me to prepare bird's nest and chicken soup for you. Mama Rome replied with a smile. For me? The prince? An Yunlan asked in surprise. Indeed, the prince said you had your breakfast late and might not be hungry now, so he thought some bird's nest or chicken soup would suffice. You shouldn't skip lunch entirely, Mama Rome explained with a motherly grin. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Mama Rome's smile, An Yunlan instructed Xiaofu to receive the food graciously. Thank you, Mama Rome, and please convey my gratitude to the prince. Mama Rong insisted. You should thank the prince in person. He has never shown such care for any other woman. All right, I will express my thanks to him, An Yunlan promised, quickly changing the subject. How is your throat? Mama Rong, has it improved? After taking the medicine you prescribed, my throat has recovered. Mama Rong expressed her gratitude. Make sure to finish your medication. Once you're done, come back to see me, An Yunlan advised. Thank you, Missin. Do remember to visit the prince, Mama Rong said, her eagerness to see the two settle down evident. Feeling shy, An Yunlan nodded as she bid Mama Rong farewell. In the afternoon, Qingyang returned with several types of mixed poisons to discuss with An Yunlan. They spent the entire afternoon analyzing various components and concocting remedies. An Yunlan also shared modern methods for inducing vomiting, gastric lavage, and managing toxins to prevent complications. Although toxins posed unresolved challenges in An Yunlan's world, the methods of Western medicine proved invaluable in extending treatment time. Missin, would you consider visiting my valley one day? Even if you do not take me as your apprentice, you could teach the children there, Qingyang suggested after their extensive discussion and hand-washing. Once I leave the prince's residence, I will certainly visit the valley, An Yunlan replied. Are you truly planning to leave the palace? Qingyang remarked, sensing that An Yunlan's aspiration might be unattainable given today's circumstances. Of course, I also wish to explore the mountains with Xiaofu, An Yunlan said, while organizing their notes. Don't you think? What do you think? Qingyang began, but was interrupted as Mo Yufeng entered. Never mind. I didn't mean to delay you, Missin. I shall take my leave and continue our conversation another day, Qingyang said, grabbing the papers from An Yunlan's hands and preparing to depart. As Qingyang exited the main hall, he spotted Xiaofu emerging from her room, clutching her stomach and walking unsteadily. Xiaofu, what is wrong? He asked, rushing to support her. Hearing the commotion, An Yunlan and Mo Yufeng followed. Miss, my stomach hurts terribly, Xiaofu cried, kneeling on the floor, curled in pain. What happened, Xiaofu? An Yunlan knelt beside her, checking her pulse while Qingyang did the same. Before An Yunlan could speak, Qingyang exclaimed, She has been poisoned. An Yunlan gasped and quickly opened Qingyang's medicine chest, retrieving a silver needle to prick Xiaofu's fingertip, causing a droplet of blood to emerge. As she ground the blood between her fingers, alarm bells rang in her mind. Daffodil bulbs, she exclaimed. Qingyang, help me carry Xiaofu to her bed and give her water, 2 full pots without pause. I will fetch the antidote. Understood. Qingyang lifted Xiaofu and hurried into the room, bewildered that while they were discussing toxins, Xiaofu had fallen victim to one. An Yunlan dashed to the apothecary, securing the door before entering the medicinal space. She found that the antidote was being prepared, with 3 minutes remaining. An Yunlan paced anxiously, knowing that creating the antidote required time, and it was possible that the antidote for daffodil bulbs was not even in the cabinet. Yunlan, as the countdown reached 30 seconds, Mo Yufeng called her name. Fear gripped her heart at the thought of him entering the apothecary. How could she face him then? She anxiously patted the antidote cabinet while muttering, hurry up, hurry up. Yunlan when he called her a second time, and Yunlan had just retrieved the medicine and exited the space. She swung open the door, only to find Mo Yufeng standing there, momentarily stunned. Without acknowledging his astonishment, she dashed past him, declaring, The medicine is ready. I must see Xiaofu. Mo Yufeng stood at the door, having sent someone in the apothecary moments ago, and was about to break in when he heard the footsteps. He was certain of his instincts. Could it be that An Yunlan had concealed herself in a secret chamber? An Yunlan paid no mind to such thoughts as she rushed into Xiaofu's room, inducing vomiting several times before administering the antidote. Missin, does this medicine counteract daffodil bulbs? Qingyang asked from his side. Yes, don't worry. From the looks of Xiaofu, she must have ingested it recently and in small amounts. We assisted her in vomiting and administered the antidote promptly. She will be fine, An Yunlan replied confidently. Xiaofu, what did you eat before your stomach started hurting? An Yunlan inquired. With her stomach feeling much better, Xiaofu pointed to a box on the table. An Yunlan opened the box and found it was indeed the same box of my li su she had previously given to Xiaofu. Miss, I just ate 2 pieces, and they tasted somewhat different. They were a bit bitter, Xiaofu said weakly. An Yunlan picked up 1 piece, rubbing it between her fingers. As alarm bells rang in her mind, how could this be poisoned? An Yunlan was astonished. She had taken it directly from the lounge, ensuring its safety. This meant someone had poisoned it while it was in her courtyard. Who would poison Xiaofu? Xiaofu was meticulous in her work and never stirred up trouble. If poison were intended, it should have been aimed at her instead. Chapter 67. The Strange Poisoning of Xiao Fu Missen. Qingyang called as he watched An Yunlan crush the pill in her hand into fragments. Oh, it's nothing. This thing is poisoned. We'll talk later, An Yunlan replied, her expression filled with confusion. Then I will take my leave to prepare a remedy for Xiao Fu's gastrointestinal distress, Qingyang said, noticing An Yunlan's reluctance to discuss further. Thank you, divine Dr. Qingyang, An Yunlan said, coming back to her senses. Qingyang turned to leave, and Mo Yufeng stood outside, instructing Qingying, go in and clean up and take good care of Xiao Fu. Qingying complied and entered. An Yunlan, seeing Qingying begin to tidy up, took a box and stepped outside, intending to wash her hands thoroughly. Mo Yufeng followed her inside, and once An Yunlan finished washing, she sat down, gazing at the box on the table. Is Xiao Fu all right? Mo Yufeng inquired. She'll be fine. She'll recover by tonight. How would she be poisoned? Did she eat something wrong? An Yunlan had yet to process her thoughts and did not intend to elaborate further to Mo Yufeng. She smiled and reassured him. Perhaps she merely ate something wrong. It's nothing to worry about. Have you used the bird's nest? He asked. I forgot, An Yunlan replied, smiling sheepishly. Yingyi, bring the bird's nest, Mo Yufeng commanded, pouring a glass of water for An Yunlan. Thank you, Your Highness. An Yunlan drank eagerly, truly thirsty. Drink slowly, he cautioned, pouring her another cup. He then took the bird's nest from Yi and handed it to An Yunlan, watching as she ate. It's quite sweet, she remarked after a bite, wanting to honor Mo Yufeng's kindness. From now on, I shall have the kitchen prepared for you daily, he suggested. That one tea be necessary. While is rich in protein and amino acids, it need tea be consumed every day. Such an expensive delicacy. An Yunlan replied with a smile. In traditional Chinese medicine, bird's nest is said to nourish the yin, but An Yunlan felt indifferent towards such beliefs. Can this prince not afford a few bowls of bird's nest for you? Mo Yufeng asked. Do you know what bird's nest is? It's the saliva of swallows, An Yunlan explained. Mo Yufeng only knew that women benefited from consuming it, unaware it was merely swallow spit, which made him frown. I know the empress and others consume it. It's good for women, he defended. It's not that it's ineffective, but its high value can be substituted by more common items like milk, eggs, tremella, and lilies. Therefore, there is no need to eat such an expensive delicacy daily. A bowl of this could sustain an average family for a month. In the prince's residence, you shall never return to the hardships of your past. Eat what you wish, and if you do not desire this, then indulge in other delights, Mo Yufeng thought, feeling a pang of sympathy for An Yunlan's previous life in the residence. Rest assured, Your Highness, eating is my passion. I will not deprive myself. An Yunlan replied with a smile. Are you afraid this prince cannot afford to support you? Mo Yufeng smiled at her, his lips curling up unconsciously. If it's merely saliva, then I shall refrain from consuming it, he said, noticing An Yunlan still eating spoonfuls. He grasped her hand, signaling her to stop. An Yunlan withdrew her hand, but continued. Your Highness, you may not know the true cost of bird's nest. The collection process is perilous. Those gatherers must ascend steep cliffs to retrieve nests, then travel great distances to deliver them to the capital. Once there, they must soak the nests, meticulously remove feathers and impurities, dry them, and only then can they be sold. I cannot waste the hard-earned labor of these workers. How do you know all this? Mo Yufeng asked. My nanny told me, An Yunlan replied, startled by her own slip of the tongue. Who is your nanny? Montag Yufeng questioned, intrigued. Perhaps she is a divine being? An Yunlan responded with a sweet smile, causing Mo Yufeng's thoughts to drift elsewhere. Then you must be a little divine, being yourself, he said, affectionately patting An Yunlan's head. Your Highness flatters me, An Yunlan said, slightly dodging his touch, puzzled by his affectionate demeanor. Why does he act so close to me? Are we that familiar? You certainly are, Mo Yufeng replied with a smile. By the way, Your Highness, is the Medicine Valley far? She inquired. Not too close. It takes about 10 days by carriage, he answered. So far? An Yunlan pondered whether a visit would be feasible. What do you wish to do there? Montag Yufeng inquired. Oh, nothing much. Qingyang mentioned that if the opportunity arises, he might invite me to the Medicine Valley to teach the children there, she replied. If they wish to learn, they can come to the capital. No need to travel so far. Mo Yufeng felt a twinge of irritation, suspecting Qingyang intended to take An Yunlan from him. It's not solely for teaching. It would be nice to go out and see the Medicine Valley. I've never been, An Yunlan explained. If you wish to go, I will accompany you when I have the time, he said. That's unnecessary. Once I leave the residence, I can go at my leisure. An Yunlan replied with a smile, reluctant to burden the prince. Do you think the princess residence is some treacherous place? Mo Yufeng said, feeling unsettled at the thought of An Yunlan wanting to leave. It's not that. The princess residence is quite pleasant, and you are wonderful, as is everyone else. However, I do wish to leave eventually. It's just a matter of time. This isn't my home. Mo Yufeng initially felt pleased at An Yunlan's praise, but was deeply hurt by her remark about it not being her home. If you wish to consider the princess residence your home, that is entirely acceptable. That won't do. I've already promised Xiao Fu that we would buy adjacent houses and settle down, she replied. Are you leaving the princess residence without even returning to the inn residence? Mo Yufeng asked, thinking An Yunlan would certainly return there after their separation. Is that truly my home? An Yunlan mused, her thoughts drifting to how she might return to her previous world. As she pondered, her gaze dimmed once more. Since you do not wish to return, then reside in the princess residence comfortably. We shall discuss future matters at a later time, Mo Yufeng said, observing An Yunlan's melancholy. He longed for her to consider the princess residence her true home. Eat up. Afterwards, accompany me for a light dinner. With this bowl of bird's nest, you might not have much room for dinner, he remarked, successfully diverting the conversation. All right, let's have dinner. I am rather hungry. An Yunlan agreed, setting aside the bird's nest. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and Mo Yufeng took her hand, leading her to the dining area. While waiting for dinner, An Yunlan continued to ponder the timeline of the Mai Li Su from when she retrieved it to when she gave it to Xiao Fu, determined to trace back to the moment the poison had been introduced. Is the food not to your liking? Mo Yufeng asked, noticing An Yunlan's distracted demeanor as she ate. No, I was thinking about why Xiao Fu was poisoned and where the poison could have been introduced, An Yunlan replied, speaking her thoughts aloud. Do you believe someone poisoned Xiao Fu? Mo Yufeng asked. An Yunlan looked up, realizing she had voiced her thoughts, and no longer shied away from Mo Yufeng. Yes, when I took that box of snacks for Xiao Fu, I ensured it was safe. And given Xiao Fu's cautious nature, it's unlikely anyone would target her. At the very least, one should have poisoned me. But the amount of poison was indeed too trivial. It wouldn't kill, merely induce abdominal pain. However, I cannot comprehend why Xiao Fu would be poisoned instead of me. Why would someone want to poison you? Mo Yufeng inquired further. An Yunlan chuckled lightly. If someone were to poison me within the Wangfu, it would likely be because I should not be playing the role of this counterfeit Wangfei. Mo Yufeng paused for a few seconds in silence before continuing, then tell me. From the moment that box of snacks entered Luoying courtyard. Yesterday morning, I went to the pharmacy to prepare pills for the Wangya and also made those snacks. I took the box out and placed it on the cabinet in my room, then left with Xiao Fu to retrieve some clothes. I forgot to bring the Wangya's medicine from the pharmacy, and at that time, Xiao Fu had asked me if I had made the pills for you. An Yunlan recalled the events of yesterday. You mean you had that box, and Xiao Fu asked if you had prepared the pills for this Wang? Mo Yufeng seized upon the critical point. Wangya this? It seems like An Yunlan suddenly grasped a clue. The poison was meant for this Wang. Montauk Yufeng deduced. Indeed, An Yunlan realized in an instant. So, someone intends to frame me, claiming that I tampered with the medicine for the Wang? She articulated an answer that drew closer to the truth. This meal is truly unpalatable. Mo Yufeng remained silent for a considerable time, then turned to An Yunlan and said, This matter shall be investigated by me. You need not worry. I shall having C accompany you, or I can find you 2 sturdy maidservants. The courtyard must not be devoid of people when you step out. Whatever the Wangya decides, An Yunlan concurred, feeling puzzled as to how her once harmonious courtyard had suddenly transformed into a precarious environment. Mo Yufeng took a few casual bites before returning to the Mo Zhu courtyard, leaving An Yunlan with little appetite. She went to check on Xiao Fu, personally feeding her porridge, before retreating to her own quarters. That night, An Yunlan focused her mind as she entered the space, intending to open the medical poison system to review the records of the toxins tested that day. To her astonishment, the system was undergoing an automatic update, which would take 3 days. An Yunlan was left speechless. This sluggish update meant she needed to devise a plan to avoid further discussions on toxins with Qing Yang for the next 3 days. Chapter 68. the emperor's eldest son is blind the following morning. After having breakfast, An Yunlan went to check on Xiao Fu and found that she was nearly fully recovered. Just as she exited, a familiar maidservant approached her courtyard. Ling Wangfei, I am Yin'er, a maidservant by Her Majesty the Empress's side. On Her Majesty's orders, I am here to invite Ling Wangfei to the palace to meet the Empress. The maidservant Yin'er curtsied. An Yunlan recognized her as the maid who had been closely attending to Empress Chen that day. But is the Empress unwell? An Yunlan inquired. The Empress is in good health. She merely requested that I invite Wang Fei to the palace, stating that when Wang Ye concludes his court duties, he may escort Wang Fei back. Yin'er replied with a smile. Very well, I will prepare to accompany you. And Yunlan rose to gather her belongings. Once she had packed her medicinal box, Qing Ying stood at the door to take it from her, saying, My lady, I shall accompany you into the palace. Seeing Qing Ying by her side provided An Yunlan with considerable reassurance. The two women boarded the Wangfu carriage and followed Yin'er into the palace, encountering no obstacles until they arrived at the Empress's Chunning Palace. Your servant pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. An Yunlan hastily bowed upon seeing the Empress waiting inside the hall. Empress Chun, upon spotting An Yunlan, quickly gestured for Yin'er to assist her. You are family to me. There is no need for such formalities. What matter does Her Majesty summon me for? Is it a health concern? An Yunlan directly inquired, bypassing pleasantries. The Empress replied, I have been taking medicine for a few days. Since you are here, would you be so kind as to examine my pulse? Of course. An Yunlan stepped forward to check the Empress's pulse. Your Majesty's health is improving. With continued medication and proper care, along with a relaxed mindset, you should receive good news soon. An Yunlan smiled. With you here, I feel greatly reassured. The Empress expressed her confidence in An Yunlan. Not at all. The Tai Hospital is filled with talented physicians. There are many capable doctors to ensure your Majesty's lifelong health, An Yunlan replied with a smile. The Empress exchanged a glance with Yin'er, who then leaned down to say, We shall prepare some refreshments for Ling Wangfei. Following this, she led the palace attendants away. Observing this, An Yunlan instructed Qing Ying to wait by the door and turned to the Empress, asking, Does Her Majesty have any other matters to discuss? The Empress nodded. I only learned of your remarkable medical skills during our last meeting. This time, I have invited you primarily to examine child. An Yunlan was somewhat taken aback. A child? Yes. Are you aware that the Emperor has an eldest son named Mo Kitchen? Empress Chun regarded An Yunlan. I rarely leave the Wangfu, so I am not well informed, An Yunlan admitted. Despite having been in the Ling Wangfu for several months, she had not inquired about such matters, nor had anyone shared them with her. It may be a sorrowful topic for the Emperor, and Ling Wang may not have mentioned it to you, the Empress continued. When the Emperor was still the crown prince, he had a crown princess who tragically passed away during childbirth after 2 years in the palace. Their son was born frail and was raised by a concubine. After a fall from the rockery in the Imperial Garden at the end of last year, he lost his sight. Numerous doctors have attempted to treat him, yet none have succeeded. Ultimately, the child has also developed some degree of mental incapacity, which has become the Emperor's greatest sorrow. He is the Emperor's legitimate eldest son and has been blind for over half a year. The Emperor, seeing his pain, sent him to Qingyun Temple for care. I was hoping that, given your exceptional medical skills, there might be some way to restore the child's sight. He truly is a pitiable child, Empress Chen lamented. Listening to the Empress recount the events, An Yunlan perceived her kind-hearted nature. Your Majesty possesses a compassionate heart. With a resigned smile, the Empress replied, Aside from Ning'er, I have no other offspring. For many years, I have devoted myself to fasting and prayers, feeling sorrow for that child who lost his mother at birth and suffered greatly in his early years. He was once an exceptionally bright and talented child, but now he cannot see. It is truly tragic. Moreover, whenever the Emperor recalls him, he sighs deeply, causing me discomfort as well. And Yunlan nodded. I can certainly examine him, but I cannot guarantee the outcome, especially given the time that has elapsed. Without seeing him, I dare not promise anything. The Empress grasped her hand. Your willingness to see him is already a blessing for that child. As for whether he can recover, it depends on fate. It remains uncertain what caused the eldest prince's blindness. Only by examining him can one ascertain the situation. Given the time that has passed, it may not be easily remedied. And Yunlan could not be certain. Indeed, that child was fine before. It is unknown how he fell while playing with the attendants and sustained such an injury. The Emperor was furious and executed several servants. punishing the concubine involved. He has since been under my care, but due to his blindness, he fell into a lotus pond, suffered from typhoid for several days, and subsequently began to exhibit erratic behavior, leading the emperor to send him to Qingyun Temple. The empress recalled the past with a hint of sorrow. That may be for the best. The temple is tranquil, suitable for nurturing and recuperation. Though he is in the temple, the emperor remains concerned, sending provisions every month. I will also visit him when I have the opportunity. The emperor truly cherishes Chun'er. Had this incident not occurred, the title of crown prince would likely have been his. An Yunlan paused momentarily. Your Majesty, I have a question, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to ask. The empress encouraged her, speak freely. If Kitchen were to regain his sight, would your Majesty not worry about how that might affect your own future son? An Yunlan queried. Yet the empress laughed. If Chun'er were to recover, the heavy burden the emperor bears would be lifted. I would feel much more at ease. As for who will inherit that position in the future, I have not pondered excessively. Alas, it shall depend on one's own capabilities. Moreover, I have only the princess by my side. If perchance I were to be fortunate enough to have my own little prince, I would likely be distressed to see him toil as the emperor does. However, as you know, the royal family operates in such a manner. Their conflicts are theirs to manage, and I cannot intervene. An Yunlan grasped the empress's hand and said, thus, it is the biological mothers who cherish their children the most. Rest assured, your Majesty, you will have your own little prince in the future, and many children, should you wish for them. Both the emperor and the empress experience fatigue, and I do not desire for my children to endure the same in the future. Therefore, while my Ning'er is a princess, she is also quite mischievous, always playing with weapons, causing me much worry. When the empress spoke of her children, her eyes sparkled with affection. The children raised by the empress will undoubtedly be exceptional. After further delightful conversation, the two felt a strong rapport. The empress intended to invite An Yunlan to dine, but An Yunlan declined, stating that she would return home. Once the empress informed the emperor and made arrangements, she would visit the crown prince. Initially, the empress wished for Prince Ling to escort her back upon his departure, but was uncertain if he remained in the palace at that moment. No matter, I shall have Qingyun check. If he is indeed here, I shall await the prince at the palace gate, the empress said. An Yunlan smiled, and the empress did not insist on keeping her longer. An Yunlan instructed Qingyun to check the study for the prince's presence, and, should he not be there, to wait at the palace gate for her to return home together. The empress then requested her maid, Lu'er, to assist An Yunlan in leaving the palace. Chapter 69. An unexpected turn of events. The servant led An Yunlan out of Chunning Palace, and after a brief walk, they encountered two palace maids approaching. Sister Lu'er, these are 2 pieces of soft brocade that our mistress has sent to the empress. Please deliver them, one maid said, addressing Lu'er, who was accompanying An Yunlan. You can take them in. I am escorting the princess out of the palace. Lu'er glanced at An Yunlan, realizing they could not simply leave. We are on our way to deliver fabric to concubine Rome. It is on the way, so I shall accompany the princess out. No need for you to make this trip, the maid replied with a smile. Lu'er, initially intending to deliver the fabric herself, was interrupted by An Yunlan, who said, you go ahead. They are heading in the same direction, and I can find my way once I am outside the inner palace. That is out of the question. I shall accompany the princess. Lu'er insisted, bowing deeply. It is quite all right. I wish to familiarize myself with the route. You should attend to the empress. An Yunlan said kindly, believing it mattered little whom she walked with. The 2 maids reassured Lu'er, and they proceeded with An Yunlan. Your Highness, I am on my way to deliver fabric to concubine Rome. You may follow CU, and you will exit the palace, one maid said, bowing with the fabric in hand. Go on with your duties. I shall accompany her, An Yunlan replied with a smile, continuing on her way. CU led An Yunlan deeper into the inner palace, and An Yunlan began to sense something amiss. CU, where are you taking me? She inquired. CU appeared anxious. Your Highness, this path is much shorter to exit the palace. We always take this route, she explained, pointing toward a palace ahead. If we go through that palace, we will arrive quickly. Very well, lead the way, An Yunlan said, though she felt a twinge of danger despite her limited experience in the palace. CU continued forward until they reached a palace with an open door, labeled Yuhua Palace. Your Highness, if you pass through that door, you will arrive, CU said but did not proceed further. Oh, whose palace is this? Is it appropriate to pass through? An Yunlan asked, observing the open door, yet remaining rooted in place. "This palace is uninhabited, so we take this route," Siyu replied, her head bowed. "Then I kindly request you to lead me through," An Yunlan said with a smile. "This? I still need to return to serve my mistress," Siyu said, visibly uneasy. "There's no need to worry about a moment's delay. Let us go." An Yunlan disregarded her reluctance and gently pushed Siyu into the palace, curious to discover what lay beyond. She felt no fear, armed with silver needles and poisons in her medicine box. If physical confrontation was not an option, she would resort to some clever stratagem. Siyu, reluctant, stumbled as An Yunlan pulled her into the palace. "Siyu, be careful. Let us hurry," An Yunlan urged. Just as they ventured a few steps inside, the grand doors on either side of the palace suddenly slammed shut from the outside. An Yunlan swiftly drew her silver needles, expertly incapacitating Siyu, who collapsed helplessly in the courtyard. Siyu, filled with terror, could not regain control of her body. At that moment, a figure emerged from within the palace. Speaking, "Is that you, Siyu? A man?" An Yunlan's heart raced as she recognized the voice of a confused man, his outer robe ajar, revealing disheveled clothing. "Siyu, is that you? I missed you dearly," he uttered, approaching An Yunlan. An Yunlan was taken aback, with no place to hide, clutching her needles tightly as the man drew closer, oblivious to the fallen Siyu. He inadvertently tripped over her, collapsing on top of her, and began to act upon the unconscious maid, tearing at her garments while disregarding An Yunlan entirely. "No, stop. Let go of me," Siyu cried out, but her protests were in vain. An Yunlan deduced that the man had been drugged, noting his repeated endearments to Siyu, suggesting a long-term liaison. He appeared robust, resembling a guard. An Yunlan witnessed the guard's brutish actions as he tore at Siyu's clothing, the two entangled in a frenzy within the palace courtyard. Realizing the doors were indeed locked, An Yunlan covered her ears and meticulously searched for an alternate escape route around the dilapidated palace. Contemplating her options, she resolved that if no exit was available, she would retreat into the inner chambers and secure the door from within. Fortunately, she circled to the back courtyard and discovered a small dog hole hidden among the weeds. Grateful for her petite stature, she assessed that she could fit through. With newfound hope, An Yunlan carefully pushed her medicine box through the hole, waiting for a moment before noticing no one was passing by or speaking. She then removed her outer garment, bundled it up, and cautiously tossed it outside before tightening her clothing and squeezing through the opening. Chapter 70. From acting to observing after finally escaping, An Yunlan hurriedly stood up, brushing off her now dirted inner garments. Seeing that no one was around, she hastily donned her outer robe. She mused that the layered attire of ancient times had its advantages. Otherwise, she would have emerged covered in dirt. Dressed, and with her medicine box secured, An Yunlan proceeded forward, the sounds from the palace still echoing behind her. Not long after, she reached the front side of the palace, where she concealed herself beside the palace wall, observing a maid at the entrance while another stood guard at the opposite side. If she attempted to walk past, she would surely be discovered. Choosing instead to navigate to the side of the palace, she found a stone pedestal and sat atop it, covering her ears, prepared to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Siyu led An Yunlan into the trap that had been set, while another maid hurried back to inform her mistress. "Ouyang Sitong's cousin, Ouyang Yin, the present concubine Jun. My lady, Siyu has succeeded. The doors of Yuhua Palace are shut, and the individuals are inside. However, Siyu is also drawn in by the Ling princess," the young maid reported. "That is of no consequence. Come, let us deliver ginseng soup to the emperor," the lady commanded. The Empress Jun smiled with great delight. The maid Siyu, who served the favored concubine Exine, was caught having an illicit affair with a guard by Jun's people, thus compelling the young maid to undertake this task. Jun entered the imperial study, seeking the emperor, overhearing Eunuch Tang mention that Prince Ling was also present. Initially, Jun had not anticipated this scenario. She believed Prince Ling had returned to his residence after court, thinking that with the scandal surrounding An Yunlan in the palace, her reputation was irreparably tarnished, rendering Prince Ling's presence irrelevant. However, she was surprised to find him there. And if Prince Ling were to witness An Yunlan in her disgraceful state, it would surely yield a more gratifying outcome. Contemplating this, Jun chuckled to herself. Glancing at Eunuch Tang, "No matter, Eunuch Tang, since I have no pressing matters, I shall wait in the side room." Eunuch Tang said nothing. Recognizing that Jun was currently in a position of strength, it was wise not to offend her. He presumed that the emperor and Prince Ling would soon conclude their discussion. So waiting was not an issue. As Zhen made her way to the side room, she spotted Qing Ying standing in the corridor, also waiting for someone. With a light laugh, she anticipated the unfolding drama. Within the span of a tea time, Prince Ling emerged from the imperial study. Qing Ying approached him, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, the mistress has entered the palace to pay her respects to Her Majesty the Empress and is now awaiting your return to the residence." "Oh, how did she come to the palace?" Prince Ling was taken aback by An Yunlan's unexpected presence. "Her Majesty requested her to attend for a medical consultation," Qing Ying replied. As they exited the palace, Missouri Yufeng walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, with Qing Ying hastily following. Zhen slowly emerged from the side room, personally bringing ginseng soup into the imperial study. "Your Majesty, having worked diligently this morning, I have come to see you and specially prepared ginseng soup for your refreshment." The emperor, soothed by the gentle voice of the woman beside him, accepted the bowl of soup. After Eunuch Tang tested it for poison and took a sip, he inquired, "What brings you here today?" "I have observed your labors these past days, and my heart aches for you, Your Majesty," Zhen responded with a beaming smile. "Then we shall have lunch together at your Rongshi Hall later," the emperor said, smiling as he took her hand. "How delightful! I have instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite braised deer meat, which you must try later," Zhen playfully replied. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, Eunuch Tang's young apprentice hurried in, whispering urgently to him before retreating. The expression on Eunuch Tang's face darkened. "What is it?" the emperor asked. "Your Majesty, there is news that a maid serving concubine Xin was seen with a guard in the Yuhua Palace." Upon hearing this, the emperor furiously hurled the bowl of soup to the ground. "In broad daylight, they dare to act so brazenly in my palace. Go, let us see," he exclaimed, storming out. "Your Majesty, please calm down," Zhen said, following closely behind, secretly amused. Upon exiting the imperial study, the emperor glared at Eunuch Tang, demanding he summon the empress to witness the state of her mismanaged harem. Eunuch Tang hurried off to find the empress at Yuhua Palace. Mo Yufeng and Qing Ying reached the palace gates, but found no sign of An Yunlan. "Where's she?" Mo Yufeng asked. "The mistress instructed me to check if the prince was in the imperial study, promising to wait at the palace gates," Qing Ying replied. "Perhaps she has yet to emerge. Let us wait a moment," Mo Yufeng presumed, thinking An Yunlan was still in the empress's palace. "Your Highness, that should not be the case. Miss An left the Chunning Palace with me and should have arrived sooner," Qing Ying remarked, growing wary. Hearing this, Mo Yufeng also sensed something amiss. "Let's go to Chunning Palace." They hastened to Chunning Palace, only to see the empress hastily exiting with two maidservants. "What brings you here, Prince Ling?" the empress inquired. Flustered, "I have come to escort the princess back to the residence." "Montak Yufeng bot. Yunlan? She has already exited the palace and is waiting at the gates," the empress stated. "I did not see her at the palace gates," Mo Yufeng replied, concern creeping into his heart. "Lu," the empress called for the last maid who had accompanied An Yunlan out of the palace. "Your Majesty, I escorted the princess to the entrance of Chunning Palace, where I saw Xiao Yu and see you bringing soft silk for her. See you claimed she would help me escort the princess to the gates, and I returned with the silk," Lu replied hastily, realizing An Yunlan had not yet exited. "Perhaps she has lingered. I shall go find her," Mo Yufeng decided, fearing An Yunlan was merely taking her time exploring the palace. At that moment, a eunuch sent by the emperor approached the empress. "Your Majesty, that see you is in Yuhua Palace," the empress gasped, turning to Prince Ling. "The maid who just escorted Princess Ling has encountered trouble in Yuhua Palace." Mo Yufeng's brow furrowed as he headed straight for Yuhua Palace, the empress following closely behind. As they hurried, the empress explained what little she knew of the situation, and Mo Yufeng quickened his pace, leaving the empress struggling to keep up. Upon arriving at Yuhua Palace, they spotted the emperor and Zhen approaching from the opposite direction. "Why are you here, Yufeng?" the emperor exclaimed, surprised to see him. "The maid who escorted Princess Ling is said to be in Yuhua Palace, and Princess Ling is also missing," Mo Yufeng explained. "What?" the emperor exclaimed, his head spinning. The empress, now anxious, fervently hoped An Yunlan remained safe, even if she had simply lost her way within the palace. Zhen, however, smiled inwardly, eagerly anticipating the moment the door opened to reveal An Yunlan's disgrace, relishing the thought of teaching this audacious woman a lesson for obstructing her cousin's path. At that moment, A maid approached and knelt before them. What happened? The emperor asked. I do not know, but I saw Sister Siyu and Princess Ling enter Yuhua Palace and close the door. And then I heard the timid maid stammered. You say Princess Ling is also inside? Jin interjected. Mo Yufeng shot a glance at Jun, his fists tightening as he listened to the maid's account. Just then, the sounds of moans and lewd language echoed from within Yuhua Palace, making it impossible for Mo Yufeng to endure any longer. Imagining An Yunlan trapped inside only intensified his fury. He stepped forward to kick the palace door, but the emperor stopped him. Yufeng, do not rush, let the guards force the door open, the emperor said, concerned about the shocking scene within. Fearing his younger brother could not handle it, the guards attempted to push the door but found it stubbornly shut. Unable to contain himself, Mo Yufeng stepped forward and kicked the door with such force that it flew open. Rushing into the courtyard of the palace, they were met with a shocking sight. Two naked figures caught in an unsightly embrace. The Empress and Jun turned their faces away in horror. The Emperor's expression darkened. Go, separate them and cover them, he ordered the guards. The guards rushed in, but the strength of the man was overwhelming, and they struggled to pry the two apart. Mo Yufeng, on the brink of losing control, feared that the small figure beneath the man was An Yunlan. What would he do if it truly was her? How would he face her? Watching the inept guards, Mo Yufeng picked up a stone and hurled it at the man's head, knocking him unconscious and freeing An Yunlan. Hearing the commotion at the front door of Yuhua Palace, An Yunlan stealthily slipped out from the side as everyone else was preoccupied within the courtyard. She approached the palace gates, leaning on the well-preserved half of the door, gazing at the scene within. There, a crowd had gathered around two figures standing in the courtyard, while two guards were attempting to pull a bloodied man who had fainted away from Siyu. Quickly, cover him with a garment and check beneath it. Is it? Jun Pin wished to inquire whether it was the Princess Ling, yet the oppressive aura surrounding her rendered her body trembling with cold. The furious gaze of Prince Ling, who was glaring at her, silenced her instantly. Mo Yufeng, following the movements of the guards, fixated his gaze on the petite figure. At that moment, a clear voice resonated from another direction. What is happening here? Is there a spectacle to behold? The tension in Mo Yufeng's brow suddenly eased, and a flicker of joy ignited in his eyes. He was all too familiar with that voice. Turning around, he saw An Yunlan's diminutive silhouette entering through the gates of Yuhua Palace, carrying a large medicine box and peering curiously as she walked in. Upon seeing An Yunlan, Mo Yufeng hurriedly stepped forward to cover her eyes, forbidding her to look. An Yunlan, eager to glimpse the scene unsuitable for her age, protested. What is all this commotion? Why can't I look? Aren't the emperor and empress watching as well? Zan Bin, noticing An Yunlan's presence, was perplexed about how the Princess Ling found herself outside. The empress shot a glare at Jin Pin and quickly approached An Yunlan alongside the emperor. Where have you been, Yunlan? The empress inquired. An Yunlan attempted to free herself from Mo Yufeng's hand that covered her eyes, but was unable to escape the other hand wrapped around her waist. Embarrassed, she replied, Your Majesty, I lost my way. I wandered around the inner palace several times and heard many voices here, so I came to ask for directions. What are you all doing? With an innocent expression, An Yunlan tried to peek inside. Mo Yufeng, torn between anger and amusement at An Yunlan's curiosity, felt a sense of relief seeing her standing unharmed beside him. Yet, her inquisitive demeanor left him feeling helpless. The empress, hearing An Yunlan's innocent question, felt a bit embarrassed herself. As long as you are safe, you should return to the residence with Prince Ling. We will discuss our matters later, she said. An Yunlan nodded at the empress and, still with a silly expression, looked at the emperor's stern face. Your Majesty, you don't appear well. Anger is detrimental to one's health. Tomorrow, I shall have the prince bring you some medicine to relieve your condition. A few doses will suffice. The emperor was speechless at the words of this young girl. Thankfully, An Yunlan was unharmed. Otherwise, he would not know how to face Mo Yufeng. He casually replied, Very well, let Yufeng bring it to me tomorrow. Jun Pin watched the friendly interaction among the royals with disdain. Wasn't the Princess Ling supposed to be accompanied by Siyu out of the palace? How could she have gotten lost? Oh, that little maid was supposed to escort me out, but she said she had a stomachache and asked me to wait. After waiting for quite a while without her return, I decided to find my way and ended up lost. And Yunlan said, feigning innocence, Your Majesty, I shall take the Princess Ling out of the palace now. Mo Yufeng stated. He had no desire for An Yunlan to remain in such a filthy place. After exchanging a bow, he took her hand and led her away without uttering another word. He held onto An Yunlan's hand tightly, remaining silent until they reached the palace gates, where he lifted her into the carriage. "Your Highness, you may let go now," An Yunlan protested, struggling to reclaim her hand. "From now on, when you come to the palace, Qing Ying will follow you closely. If you need to find me, go directly to the study. Do not wander around and risk getting lost," Mo Yufeng admonished gently, albeit with an undertone of reproach. "I cannot simply admit to being lost. I intended to watch a performance, but ended up becoming an audience member instead. I should at least be allowed to enjoy the show," An Yunlan teased, observing the irritated expression on Mo Yufeng's face. "Is that something you would enjoy watching? What do you mean by being an audience member?" Montauk Yufeng retorted, realizing the crux of the matter. "Indeed, had I not been clever, you would have walked in on me in Yuhua Palace, fulfilling some people's wishes," An Yunlan said, lifting the carriage curtain to gaze outside, where the gentle breeze caressed the clouds. Mo Yufeng pulled her into his embrace, asking what exactly transpired. Unable to break free, An Yunlan chuckled softly. Had she not remained calm today, she might not have survived the palace's intrigues. Meeting Mo Yufeng's anxious gaze, she smiled helplessly and recounted the events following her exit from the initial palace dam. As he listened, Mo Yufeng's expression darkened, his grip on An Yunlan tightening, the tension evident in his muscles, making her uncomfortable. "Your Highness, could you loosen your grip? You are hurting me," An Yunlan exclaimed, slightly annoyed. "I will ensure you receive a proper explanation once I uncover the truth," Mo Yufeng replied, his voice filled with anger. "Shouldn't you commend my calmness, composure, and quick wit in the face of danger?" An Yunlan jested, noticing Mo Yufeng's growing fury. She managed to escape his embrace and sat beside him. Mo Yufeng was taken aback by her nonchalant demeanor. Such a reaction was not typical of a sheltered lady, who would normally be terrified and pale. "Aren't you afraid?" he asked. "If I were to be frightened, these troubles would not seek me out, and I would merely become a coward. Unfortunately, some people wish to see me cry, so I must show them my smile instead," An Yunlan replied with a smile. "From now on, I will protect you," Mo Yufeng vowed earnestly. "No need for that. Once I leave the prince's residence, I intend to find a small village to settle in. I have no interest in palace intrigues. I would rather enjoy the blue skies and white clouds, or the tranquility of mountains and flowing waters," An Yunlan said, swinging her legs playfully. Upon hearing An Yunlan's desire to leave him, Mo Yufeng's irritation flared, and he released her hand, wearing a sullen expression. An Yunlan felt a wave of relief wash over her as he let go, stretching her limbs and ignoring the still angered Mo Yufeng as she sat on a nearby bench, peering out at the street scene. She too was frustrated. She had no desire to be in this palace, filled with scheming individuals. It seemed she did not quite belong in this place. When the carriage arrived at the gate of the Ling prince's residence, Mo Yufeng, observing An Yunlan's relaxed demeanor, found himself unable to express his anger. He assisted her down from the carriage, watching her return to her courtyard with Qing Ying. Shaking his head, he summoned Ying Yi and Ying San to the study. In the palace, the empress hurriedly dealt with Si Yu and the guard, leaving them awkwardly standing in the filthy Yuhua palace. "Your Majesty, let us go to my palace. I have matters to discuss with you," the empress spoke. Jinping, standing nearby, had initially anticipated that this incident would ruin An Yunlan's reputation and provoke the emperor's wrath toward the empress. However, the outcome was not as she had hoped, leaving her frustrated as she cast a resentful glance at Empress Chun, feeling an indescribable gloom within. Now that An Yunlan was unharmed, the empress would not face punishment either, further fueling Jinping's anger. "Did not the emperor say he would join me for lunch in my palace?" Jinping tugged at the emperor's sleeve. "What is there to eat?" The emperor suddenly roared, flinging his sleeve and striding away. Steward Tang glanced at both women and hastily followed the emperor. The empress, not even casting a glance at Jinping, returned to her palace, leaving Jinping to vent her frustrations at the gates of Yuhua Palace. "Useless. Where's Xiaoyu? Bring her to me." It wasn't until the afternoon that the empress brought some pastries she had prepared to the study. "Your Majesty, the empress seeks an audience," Steward Tang reported. "Let her in." The emperor replied, still fuming. "Your Majesty, I made several pastries for you to try. If they are to your liking, I shall send some to Chun Air," the empress said as she entered the study, noting the emperor absorbed in his work, barely lifting his head. Upon hearing her, the emperor finally looked up, gazing at the dignified Empress Chan, unsure of what to say. The empress then recounted the events that led to An Yunlan's summons to the palace, explaining how she had been deceived by Siyu. Initially, Mo Yuchan had felt a surge of anger and considered punishing the queen, but now his ire had dissipated. He merely cautioned her to be more attentive to the affairs of the harem in the future. Zhenpin was incensed that such a significant incident had occurred in the palace without any repercussions for the queen, and that An Yunlan had emerged unscathed, prompting her to vent her frustration by smashing everything in her chambers. Mo Yufeng, upset by An Yunlan's desire to leave the residence, skipped dinner at Luoying courtyard that evening. An Yunlan, along with Xiao Fu and Qing Ying, dined joyously. But Xiao Fu was terrified upon hearing about the day's events and urged An Yunlan not to return to the palace. After waiting for a considerable time without any sign of Mo Yufeng, An Yunlan shook her head in resignation, perplexed by how she had managed to provoke him again. She called for Qing Ying, instructed her to take the medicine she had prepared for the emperor along with the dosage instructions to Mo Yufeng, and then retired to bed, feeling quite fatigued from the day's events. The following morning, as she was arranging her hair, Qing Ying entered the room. "My lady, last night there was a great fire at the entrance of Zhenpin's chambers. The entire main room and the corridor were consumed by flames, and a maid named Qiao Yu perished in the blaze," Qing Ying reported. An Yunlan, who was selecting hairpins for the day, recalled, "Qiao Yu, the maid who escorted me out of the palace yesterday?" "Indeed," Qing Ying confirmed. "Do you know who set the fire?" An Yunlan inquired. "Someone who did not wish for you to be harmed," Qing Ying replied, refraining from directly implicating her lord, but feeling compelled to share this information with An Yunlan. "Understood. You may go have breakfast now," An Yunlan said, dismissing her. "Someone wishes for me to be protected?" An Yunlan chuckled softly. Initially, she had been unaware that Zhenpin was behind the incident, but had felt an uneasy connection to it after Zhenpin had questioned her while she was outside the palace. An Yunlan found it bewildering why Zhenpin would target her, as she was not one of the palace's inner circle. Yesterday, she had even contemplated presenting Zhenpin with a gift. It was only after listening to Xiao Fu and Qing Ying this morning that she learned Zhenpin was Ouyang Sidong's cousin, which enlightened her. While she had been angry at the actions of Ouyang Sidong and Zhenpin, viewing them as attempts to undermine Prince Ling, she now pondered whether Prince Ling's actions constituted a form of retaliation on her behalf. Suddenly, Mo Yufeng crossed her mind, and she smiled, setting aside her white jade hairpin and retrieving a bloodstone plum blossom pin from her dressing box, requesting Qing Ying to adorn her with it. "My lady, this pin suits you perfectly. Why have I never seen you wear it before?" Qing Ying asked. "It is too precious. I prefer to wear it only on special occasions." An Yunlan replied with a smile. Zhenpin, having missed the spectacle, returned to vent her fury on Xiao Yu, whipping her until her back was marked with blood, and forcing her to keep vigil at the entrance of her chambers. However, by midnight, Zhenpin found herself unceremoniously carried out of her quarters, covered by palace maids and eunuchs. Once she regained her composure and beheld the charred remnants of her chambers, she let out a wail of despair and fainted. "Your Majesty, there has been a flood at Rongxi Palace." In the middle of the night, Steward Tang, after much deliberation, decided to report this grave matter to the emperor. "What? Did Zhenpin sustain any injuries?" The emperor sprang from his bed, hastily donning his clothes. "Your Majesty, do not fret. Zhenpin is unharmed, merely frightened into fainting. The imperial physician has attended to her and confirmed she is fine. A maid perished in the fire, and while Zhenpin's chambers were scorched. The damage was discovered early enough that the situation could have been far worse," Steward Tang explained. "How could this happen?" Mo Yuchan paused in his dressing, pushing aside the eunuch who had helped him put on a shoe, and recalled the events of the afternoon. "It is nothing. You may rest outside." He suddenly realized something and removed his shoe, casting off his robe before returning to his dragon bed. "Your Majesty?" Steward Tang was astonished that the emperor chose not to visit Zhenpin. "Is she not fine?" "With the physician present, she requires no further attention. I have court duties to attend to in the morning," Mo Yuchan grumbled, lying back down. "As you command, Your Majesty." "Please, rest well," Steward Tang replied before exiting. At that moment, Mo Yuchan opened his eyes, pondering for a long while before breaking into a smile and shaking his head. His second brother truly had no regard for his authority. The next day at court, Mo Yuchan maintained a sullen demeanor, berating anyone who dared to report matters, leaving the officials trembling in silence. Is there anything else? The emperor inquired, met with utter silence. Dismissed. Prince Ling, come to the imperial study. With that, the emperor stormed off, leaving the ministers to speculate about the cause of the emperor's displeasure directed at Prince Ling. They were baffled, as the two brothers typically shared a close bond. As they exited the hall, whispers filled the air, yet none knew the reason behind the emperor's anger toward Prince Ling. Only Mo Yufeng remained expressionless as he followed the emperor to the imperial study. Once inside, before the emperor could speak, Mo Yufeng presented the medicine An Yunlan had prepared for him, along with the tonics he had procured from Qingyang the previous night. Your Majesty, this box contains the liver-clearing medicine Yunlan prepared for you overnight, and this box of tonics is what I managed to acquire from Qingyang. Please take your time with them. Mo Yufeng respectfully offered. If I ever offend you, will you set fire to my imperial study as well? Mo Yuchan remarked, bemused by his brother's uncharacteristic obsequiousness. I assure you, that day will never come. Yufeng is a loyal subject to your Majesty for life, Mo Yufeng declared, kneeling on the floor. Get up quickly, Mo Yuchan exclaimed, taken aback by his brother's sudden subservience. He was acutely aware of how he had obtained his throne. If he suspected this man before him harbored ambitions toward it, he would never trust him. Your Highness, I acknowledge my errors, but I must protect my beloved. Mo Yufeng insisted. You dare act against my woman for your own? Your audacity grows by the day, Mo Yuchan retorted. Were it not for concrete evidence, I would not have acted so rashly. I must provide Yunlan with an explanation. As for the maid, it was merely a warning for Jinping, with no intention of involving you, Your Highness. I recognize my fault. I beg for your punishment. Should you wish to chastise me, I shall kneel outside the imperial study. Mo Yufeng continued, remaining on the floor, appealing to their shared bond. Rise, Mo Yuchan commanded. She has been so unrestrained. It is only right she learns a lesson. Otherwise, she would remain ignorant of her own limitations. However, if I interfere, Mo Yuchan began, stepping forward to assist Mo Yufeng to his feet, patting his hand. This time, I shall not punish you, but know this, my palace is not a place for reckless fire. Should it happen again, before Mo Yuchan could finish, Mo Yufeng quickly interjected, there will be no next time. I will not dare to cause trouble in the palace again. Next time, I will simply burn down the residence of Master Lu. You, very well, you have the audacity to threaten the entire capital, Montauk Yuhan exclaimed, initially placated by Mo Yufeng's sincere apology, only to be taken aback by his brother's brazen declaration of intent. The lives of the people are paramount. I would never risk them, Mo Yufeng responded earnestly. Montauk Yuhan seit in Resignation. Well, An Yunlan, I never expected you would provoke such fury in Prince Ling. Your Majesty, Yunlan is completely unaware of these events. She does not even know that Zhen Pin is Ouyang Sidong's cousin. Upon hearing his brother implicate An Yunlan, Mo Yuchan raised an eyebrow. Oh, then why not hasten to arrange a date to welcome Ouyang Sidong into the residence? Once their bond is established, such troubles will cease to arise. Truth be told, I had no intention of marrying Ouyang Sidong, regardless of whether yesterday's incident is connected to her. This occurrence has severed any possibility between us, Mo Yufeng replied coldly. Prime Minister Ouyang is still eagerly anticipating your ascent as his son-in-law. He has hinted at it to me on several occasions. Montauk Yuhan smilet faintly. My accomplishments today are solely due to the trust of your Majesty and the support of the valiant soldiers, and I have never considered marriage as a means to solidify my position. Montauk Yufeng replied earnestly à l'Epsilon. Very well, everything is as you wish. The decree you requested from the Empress Dowager before her departure is something I cannot contradict. I can no longer intervene in your affairs. Mo Yuchin waved his hand in resignation. Aside from this matter, I shall heed all your teachings, your Majesty. Montauk Yufeng bot respectfully. Hurry along then. Mo Yuchin scolded his impetuous younger brother, thereby concluding the matter. Mo Yufeng exited the imperial study and left the palace, having anticipated the outcome of his actions and already devised a plan in his heart. Chapter 73. A deliberate delivery. Once the emperor completed his state affairs in the imperial study, he proceeded to the Rongshi Palace to see concubine Zhen. Upon his arrival, concubine Zhen, who had previously been venting her frustrations, transformed into a pitiful figure tears glistening in her eyes as she leaped into the emperor's embrace. Mo Yuchen felt a fleeting sense of distaste, but nonetheless patted her gently, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. I've already instructed someone to investigate. It was merely an accident caused by the maid, Xiaoyu, who knocked over a candle. How could you be so careless as to allow a maid to attend to you?" Concubine Jun retorted, "I was merely being considerate of the servants, thinking it would suffice for one person to be present. Your Majesty, I nearly perished," she lamented, clinging tightly to Mo Yuchen. "The fire only scorched the exterior. It would not harm you in the slightest. For now, take refuge in the side hall. Once the main hall is repaired, you may return." Mo Yuchen arranged for her. "No, everything is burned. How long will it take to repair?" "Your Majesty, please allow me to move to another palace." Concubine Jin pouted. "There are no available palaces at present. Perhaps I could have the Empress prepare Yuhua Palace for you." Montak Yuhan in Kvilat Kothli. Upon hearing the name Yuhua Palace, Concubine Jun paused, her hand that had been resting on the Emperor's chest freezing in place. "Perhaps I shall wait until the main hall is repaired. I have grown accustomed to residing here." "Very well, rest for now. If you require anything, seek the Empress. I must return. There are state matters to attend to." Mo Yuchen offered a few indifferent words of consolation before turning to leave. Later, Concubine Jun visited the Ministry of Internal Affairs to request some antique vases and decorations, including blood swallow nests, but was rebuffed on the grounds that the Empress had mandated stricter management of the harem and that all requests required her approval. Although irritated, she felt helpless. She had made life difficult for the Empress, but as a mere concubine, she was certain that showing up would only embarrass her further. She worried whether the Emperor had already learned about the incident at Yuhua Palace, which made her increasingly anxious, leading to a period of illness and silence. An Yunlan, having nothing to do in the courtyard, decided to prepare a few dishes in the kitchen. Knowing Mo Yufeng would return, she took a food box to the Menju courtyard. "Has the prince returned? I prepared a few new dishes. Would you like to try them and give your opinion?" An Yunlan knocked on the study door, raising the food box in her hands. "Shadow One, take it to the front hall." Mo Yufeng observed An Yunlan struggling with the large food box, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. "Missin, allow me to assist you." Shadow One stepped forward to relieve her of the food box, which was indeed heavy. "You should join me for a meal in my courtyard. Xiao Fu has saved a place for you." And Yunlan quietly suggested to Shadow One, "Come in already." Mo Yufeng observed the two chatting at the door, feeling a twinge of irritation. And Yunlan stuck out her tongue and entered the study. "Your Highness, you returned from court and did not even take a moment's rest. You're still busy?" And Yunlan felt somewhat at a loss for words. However, upon learning that Mo Yufeng had avenged her, she felt a sense of relief. "Yes, I am reviewing a couple of memorials." Mo Yufeng replied, glancing at An Yunlan. "Let me help you grind the ink." An Yunlan suggested, feeling awkward in the silence. "Very well." Mo Yufeng opened one of the memorials on the desk. An Yunlan approached the inkstone and began to grind the ink stick. When Mo Yufeng noticed the hairpin An Yunlan was wearing, his previous irritation vanished, and his mood brightened unexpectedly. He set down the memorial. "Let us see what dishes you have prepared today." He then turned and headed to the front hall. And Yunlan was momentarily bewildered by this sudden change. Just moments ago, they had shared an awkward silence, and now he was taking the lead. Upon reaching the front hall, Shadow One promptly opened the food box, presenting the dishes An Yunlan had brought. He then discreetly stepped back, and Yunlan picked up her chopsticks and began to introduce the dishes to Mo Yufeng, and they enjoyed their lunch together quite pleasantly. "Your Highness, is the fish-flavored shredded pork to your liking?" And Yunlan inquired after Mo Yufeng finished his portion, offering him tea. "Quite good. But why does fish-flavored shredded pork contain no fish?" Mo Yufeng asked. "Just as there is no water in water chicken, no couple in couple lung slices, and no wife in wife cake. It's merely a name." And Yunlan responded nonchalantly, almost like a rhyme. "What are you rambling about? Are these all dishes?" Mo Yufeng had never heard of such things. "Oh, just some dish names. I'll make them for you to try another time." And Yunlan smiled. "How did you come to decide to cook for me today?" "Out of gratitude. Your Highness stood up for me, and I could not express my thanks without doing something in return. Just a meal? That won't suffice. If you wish to please me, feel free to let me know whenever you want to cook. One meal cannot encompass my gratitude." And Yunlan insisted earnestly. Mo Yufeng watched this little woman in her casual demeanor, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort as he sipped his tea, gazing at her. "Your Highness, what if the Emperor finds out?" And Yunlan asked cautiously. "The Emperor is already aware." "What? Then what will we do? This is disastrous. And Yunlan sprang to her feet, her concern palpable upon hearing that the emperor had discovered Mo Yufeng's actions against concubine Zhen. Disastrous? Montak Yufeng inquirit. Forget it, your highness, if the emperor inquires. Just say it was I who orchestrated the burning, and it has nothing to do with you. Though she had sought vengeance, she could not allow Mo Yufeng to bear the blame, especially since he had acted for her sake. You? Are you not afraid of death? Of course I am, but I cannot allow you to face danger on my behalf. And Yunlan replied, her voice softening. After all, I have helped the empress find the cause of her infertility and may assist the emperor's eldest son with his ailment. Considering these matters, he should not resort to immediate execution, should he? What if I manage to cure Kitchen? Would that not absolve me? And Yunlan's voice dwindled, revealing her unease at her own presumptions. Ha ha! Mo Yufeng couldn't help but laugh at An Yunlan's anxious demeanor, admiring her ability to conjure numerous justifications while simultaneously fearing for her life. Why are you laughing? And Yunlan was perplexed by his reaction. Rest assured, the emperor will not pursue the matter. Mo Yufeng sought to alleviate her fears, aware that the events of the previous day had likely shocked her, despite her outward strength. She remained a delicate woman who had narrowly escaped perilous circumstances. What did you say? Really? That's wonderful. Your Highness, you are remarkable. You managed to persuade the emperor. The bond between you brothers is truly commendable. And Yunlan flattered. Mo Yufeng, recalling how he had been sycophantic with the emperor earlier, felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. He had never before spoken such words to his brother for the sake of a woman. Rest easy. Your head will not roll. Mo Yufeng reassured her, regaining his composure. Wonderful. Your Highness, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I vow to stand by you unwaveringly. And Yunlan declared, patting her chest. Well, if I stab you twice, will you still survive? It is far better for you to remain in the palace than to engage in reckless behavior. Mo Yufeng couldn't help but chuckle at An Yunlan's current demeanor. All right, I'll behave and stay put. And Yunlan nodded earnestly. The news of An Yunlan's intention to remain in the palace brought a smile to Mo Yufeng's face. However, he cautioned, My lord, please refrain from setting fire to the palace next time. After all, it is the emperor's domain. It would be unwise to jeopardize your relationship with your brother over a momentary outburst. I understand. It was merely a moment of anger. Next time, I shall target her maternal family instead. That sounds good, but do ensure that no innocent souls are harmed. And Yunlan gave a thumbs up to Mo Yufeng. After a light-hearted exchange, the two went about their respective duties, Mo Yufeng with ease, while Yunlan settled down for a peaceful afternoon nap. Chapter 74. Princess Riao falls ill in recent days. Qingyang had been incessantly visiting An Yunlan to delve into the art of poison. This morning, An Yunlan found herself once again ensnared by Qingyang's enthusiasm. Just after finishing breakfast, Qingyang arrived, and the two retreated to the study to continue their research on toxins and their antidotes, with only Xiao Fu sitting nearby, pouring tea and embroidering. I understand everything you've explained. It closely resembles the methods we use in our medicinal valley. However, I still struggle to grasp the concept of the snake venom serum you mentioned. Could you elaborate further? Qingyang's fascination was evident on her face. We can discuss that later. I believe our recent discussions could lead to a comprehensive manual detailing each type of poison, its characteristics, detoxification principles, and methods. Compiling these into a single manuscript would create a medical poison handbook, ideal for the students at your valley to study systematically. What do you think? And Yunlan aspired to help Qingyang establish a manual that preserves and disseminates knowledge and experience. Are you truly willing to unconditionally share all this knowledge with the valley? Qingyang inquired. You already possess this knowledge. It effectively belongs to the valley as well. My aim in creating a manual is to ensure this knowledge is preserved and shared more effectively. And Yunlan smiled. Were you a divine healer in your past life? Qingyang asked, admiring An Yunlan's selflessness and the grace that set her apart from other women in the capital. I was merely a physician in my previous life. Huh, as if you have any recollection of your past life. You must be a celestial being tasked with overseeing medicine, descended to earth. Indeed, I have truly seen my past life, though you remain unaware of it. And Yunlan shot Qingyang a sidelong glance, slightly offended. I am no mere celestial being. I am the goddess of medicine. Ah, very well, goddess. In the past, I hesitated to call you that, fearing it might sound too aged. Qingyang laughed. Now, it seems you are genuinely deserving of that title. On a serious note, Let us seize an opportunity to visit the medicinal valley together. I believe my master would be eager to meet you and engage in some scholarly exchange, Qingyang said earnestly. I would love to go as well. I yearn to explore that wondrous place you speak of. I am convinced you will adore the valley, with its sprawling fields of medicinal herbs and quaint, simple dwellings beneath a blue sky dotted with clouds. Qingyang and An Yunlan found themselves engrossed in delightful conversation. Qingyang, are you present? Steward Li's voice echoed at the entrance of the courtyard. I am here, Qingyang promptly replied. Hurry, the prince requests your presence in the palace. Princess Riao has fallen ill. As Steward Li entered the courtyard, he noticed the two seated within the open study, catching his breath to relay the message. She is ill. Send for the Imperial Medical Bureau. Why call on me? Qingyang expressed her disdain for the imperious princess. It appears the Imperial Medical Bureau cannot remedy her condition. Princess Riao has been unwell for several days now. The emperor has requested you to examine her after the morning court session, Steward Li explained. Very well. I shall go and take a look. An Yunlan, you rest here. I shall return to discuss the manual with you. Qingyang stood up after hearing the news. Spare me. I wish to enjoy my outing. And Yunlan rolled her eyes at Qingyang. Don't leave just yet. Wait for me. When I return, I will have the prince prepare delicacies from the royal kitchen for you. You do love those treats, don't you? Qingyang called out as she hurried away. I understand. Off you go. Be cautious not to keep the prince waiting too long. And Yunlan chuckled, gesturing playfully. As Qingyang rushed to Princess Riao's chambers, she encountered the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the Empress, and several imperial physicians already present. Qingyang was well aware that Princess Riao was the late emperor's beloved daughter. Although she did not share the same mother as the emperor or the prince, the Empress Dowager and the Empress had maintained a harmonious relationship. In her youth, Princess Riao had been an endearing presence, often following her brothers around playfully. In recent years, however, as the princess matured, she had become increasingly haughty and unruly. Despite the emperor and the prince's discontent, they continued to indulge her to maintain familial harmony. Qingyang, hurry inside and assess the situation. Ruoyao is suffering from severe abdominal pain today. Mo Yufeng informed her upon her arrival. Qingyang nodded, listening as the emperor urged divine healer. We implore you to attend to her without delay. I shall attend to her at once. Qingyang responded, foregoing formalities as she stepped into the chamber, followed closely by the other physicians. Upon entering, they saw Ouyang Sitong at Princess Royao's bedside. Divine healer Qingyang, please come quickly. Princess Royao is in excruciating pain. Ouyang Sitong rushed over plead. She had grown weary of being near Princess Riao, who was currently gripping her arm tightly. Ouyang Sitong had initially intended to pay a brief visit after several days away from the palace, only to find herself trapped by the princess's sudden and severe discomfort. Qingyang approached to take the princess's pulse and observed her drenched in sweat, writhing in agony. A sense of foreboding settled within her. After conferring briefly with the other physicians, she sensed that the situation was grave. I believe this is a case of intestinal abscess. What are your thoughts? Qingyang shared her assessment. I concur, but we are at a loss for how to proceed. One of the physicians timidly confessed, with the others nodding in agreement. Qingyang prescribed an immediate pain relief remedy and instructed a young physician to prepare the medicine before swiftly exiting the chamber. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Ouyang Sitong standing beside the prince, speaking softly to him. Noticing Qingyang's emergence, Mo Yufeng distanced himself from Ouyang Sitong and approached her. Divine healer Qingyang, how is my daughter faring? He inquired anxiously. Your Highness, after examining Princess Riao, I suspect she may be suffering from intestinal abscess. I have prescribed a temporary pain relief remedy, but a complete cure may prove challenging, Qingyang admitted, her own heart heavy with concern. Intestinal abscesses were perilous, often leading to fatalities. The Empress Dowager burst into tears, prompting the Emperor and Empress to offer comfort. Is there truly no hope? Montauk Yufeng pressed Qingyang. She shook her head solemnly. Given the symptoms, it appears this has been developing for some time. The prolonged nature of her condition, coupled with today's severe pain, indicates a dire prognosis. Your Majesty, please, I beg you, save my daughter. She is my only child. The Empress Dowager's cries grew more desperate. Do not despair, Empress Dowager. The Emperor reassured her. Let us ascertain whether the physician has entered the palace to examine her further. Suddenly, Qingyang had a thought and leaned toward Mo Yufeng, whispering, should we consider summoning Misan? Ouyang Sitong, who had been closely observing the prince, caught wind of Qingyang's mention of An Yunlan and began plotting her next move. Empress Dowager, Miss An Yunlan is skilled in medicine. When I visited the prince's residence, divine healer Qingyang mentioned that it was An Yunlan who treated the prince's ailment. We should indeed have her examine Princess Royale. An Yunlan, you wish to usurp my position as the prince's consort. Yet if you cannot cure her today, it will be quite the predicament for you. If even the divine healer cannot remedy this illness, what hope do you have? Ouyang Sitong's words stung, causing Qingyang to regret her earlier comment, her expression darkening as she regarded Ouyang Sitong with displeasure. Feng, is that true? Could that girl come to see Royale? The Grand Empress Dowager said to the Prince of Ling, glancing towards the Emperor. Yufeng, shall we have Yunlan take a look? The Emperor felt uncomfortable under the Dowager's gaze. In truth, he wished to spare An Yunlan from this tumultuous situation. Mo Yufeng cast a cold glance at Ouyang Sitong, who, upon meeting his sharp gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine and hurriedly pretended to console the Grand Empress Dowager. With no alternative, Mo Yufeng nodded. Someone, go to the Prince of Ling's residence and fetch An Yunlan. Seeing Mo Yufeng's assent, the Dowager quickly made arrangements. I shall personally go to the palace to escort the princess. Everyone knows how difficult it is to treat intestinal abscesses, and I cannot guarantee the princess's recovery. Montauk Yufeng, unable to refuse, decided to go fetch An Yunlan himself and turned to leave. Do not fret, Dowager. The prince is personally inviting her. She will surely come. Ouyang Sitong reassured the Dowager. Oh, the Dowager may not know that on the day of her wedding, Princess Liao humiliated the princess at the gates of the residence, even striking her maid. Qingyang remarked quietly. It was just a maid, not An Yunlan. Do not worry, Dowager. Ouyang Sitong downplayed the situation. Qingyang rolled her eyes at Ouyang Sitong and then turned to the Emperor, saying, I shall go check on the prescription. Excuse me. She then went to see the apothecary brewing the medicine. Chapter 75. A lucrative opportunity in Yunlan was taken aback when the Prince of Ling appeared at the entrance of Luoying Garden while she was having lunch. Your Highness, have you returned to the residence for a meal? She inquired, puzzled. Yunlan, I fear you must accompany me to the palace, Missouri Yufeng finally stated. For what matter? An Yunlan asked. Mo Yufeng hesitated, feeling embarrassed. Is it about Princess Royale's illness? An Yunlan probed. Yes, Qingyang mentioned it is an intestinal abscess, and he has no solution. However, Royale's condition is quite dire. Mo Yufeng confirmed with a nod. Let me fetch my medical kit, An Yunlan said as she turned to the medicine room, soon returning with her kit in hand. Are you willing to go? May I inquire about the consultation fee for treating Princess Royale? Of course. Is it acceptable if it is a substantial amount? An Yunlan asked, thinking that after so many years as a princess, she must have considerable wealth. She does have wealth. Montauk Yufeng chuckled softly. Then it is settled. Lead me, Your Highness, to earn some money. Once I receive payment, I will treat you and Qingyang to a meal. An Yunlan said, already heading outside. Once they were in the carriage, Mo Yufeng asked, You can treat intestinal abscesses? I believe I have a fair chance. But there is one condition. Your Highness must guard the door and allow no one to enter. Like with Yingyi, will you need those items? Yes. Hence no one can enter. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Mo Yufeng replied, holding An Yunlan's hand. It is not arduous. I am happy to earn money. An Yunlan withdrew her hand, still feeling the warmth of Mo Yufeng's touch. Mo Yufeng sensed An Yunlan's distance and sighed softly, silently observing the woman beside him who was gazing out at the scenery, uncertain of what to say. Silence enveloped them as An Yunlan contemplated appendicitis treatment methods, while Mo Yufeng brooded. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Mo Yufeng assisted An Yunlan down, silently taking the medical kit from her shoulder, and they proceeded directly to Princess Royale's chamber. Once there, Mo Yufeng handed the kit to An Yunlan, and Ouyang Sitong watched the entire exchange, her heart aching. What had the Prince of Ling ever shown such concern for a woman? Your Majesty, Your Highness, An Yunlan greeted the Emperor and Empress respectfully upon their arrival. Yunlan, please rise, the Emperor commanded, while the Empress hurried over to assist her. Yunlan, this is the Grand Empress Dowager, Empress Chun introduced. And Yunlan dutifully bowed to the Dowager. Grand Empress Dowager, do you possess medical skills? The Dowager asked directly, aware of An Yunlan's humble background, suspecting her to be merely a good luck charm. I know a little, An Yunlan modestly replied. Princess, you should promptly examine Princess Royale. Her condition is grave, Qingyang suggested, observing the dowager's displeasure. There is no rush. An Yunlan smiled at Qingyang. Your Majesty, I can treat Princess Riao, but I do require a consultation fee, An Yunlan stated with a smile directed at the emperor. A consultation fee? It is an honor to treat the royal family, and you still demand a fee? The dowager exclaimed, flustered. Oh, perhaps we should have the imperial physician attend instead. At least they receive a salary, she continued, her frustration palpable. Had I known there would be no fee, I would not have come. Doctors do not survive on air. Their families need to eat. I have treated the empress before, and she has generously rewarded me. And Yunlan added, casting a pitiful glance at the prince of Ling impudence. The dowager erupted at An Yunlan's words, the woman of lowly birth truly beneath her notice. Enough. Yunlan, proceed with your examination. I shall cover the consultation fee, the emperor declared. That cannot be. The patient must pay the doctor, and Yunlan insisted, adhering to her principles. How much do you require? The dowager asked, her patience wearing thin, yet she was compelled to consider her beloved daughter. 1,000 taels of gold. And Yunlan responded after a moment of contemplation. Why don't you just rob a bank? The dowager retorted, furious, slamming her hand on the table. And Yunlan, do not go too far. You are merely here to make money. You may not even be able to cure her, Ouyang Sidong chimed in. My mother taught me from a young age not to steal or cheat, and to conduct myself with integrity. And Yunlan replied to the dowager before turning to Ouyang Sidong. And who might you be? Do you wish for Princess Royale's illness to remain untreated? Ouyang Sidong's frustration was palpable. You. Ouyang Sidong was nearly driven to madness by An Yunlan's veiled insults. Grand Empress Dowager, I meant no offense. I sincerely hope the princess recovers swiftly, she said, her voice laced with emotion. And Yunlan, I will certainly pay you the consultation fee. Just go treat Princess Royale. If you fail, I will hold you accountable. The dowager declared angrily, slamming her hand on the table. And Yunlan was unfazed. Could she truly not treat an appendicitis? Did the dowager think her some miraculous healer? Everyone inside, please exit. I do not require the presence of others while I treat. And Yunlan called to the imperial physicians, demanding their exit. Why not allow the physicians to observe? What scheme do you have? Ouyang Sidong questioned. I must remove Princess Royale's clothing. Is it your wish for those men to witness? And Yunlan replied bluntly. The physicians, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and hastily retreated. Qingyang glanced at the Prince of Ling, realizing he remained composed. Your Highness, I will leave the matter to you, and Yunlan said to Mo Yufeng before entering, receiving an affirming nod from him. Oh, Your Highness, when the dowager brings the consultation fee, please ensure it is counted accurately, and Yunlan reminded Mo Yufeng, emphasizing its importance. Shall I also enter? Qingyang asked, eager to see how An Yunlan would proceed. It would be inappropriate for divine physician Qingyang to enter. And Yunlan has made it clear that it is inconvenient for a man to be present. Ouyang Sidong interjected, determined to prevent Qingyang from assisting. The surrounding physicians advised Qingyang against entering, wishing to avoid any potential fallout. And Yunlan cast a dismissive smile at Ouyang Sidong and then entered with the medical kit. Chapter 76. Appendicitis Surgery, It Is You. What brings you here? Princess Royale exclaimed in surprise, drenched in sweat from the pain upon seeing An Yunlan. I am here to treat you, An Yunlan replied, setting down her medical kit and taking Royale's pulse. I do not need your treatment. Leave, Royale retorted, clearly displeased with An Yunlan. Oh, have you made a decision? If you wish to leave, it seems you may not survive today. Would you like everyone to bid you farewell? An Yunlan asked provocatively. Do you truly believe you can cure me? Royale questioned incredulously. Royale felt an overwhelming pain, fearing she might not survive the day. Is this pain? She murmured, her voice trembling. And Yunlan, ignoring the princess's distress, began palpating her abdomen. When she pressed on the lower right quadrant and elicited a reflex pain response, she confirmed that Qingyang's diagnosis was indeed correct. Ah, it hurts. It truly hurts, Royale exclaimed, nearly jumping from the table. All right, I understand the issue now. I'll allow you to rest, and when you awaken, the pain should subside. However, there will be 2 scars on your lower abdomen. After recovery, you can apply a scar treatment, and they should be nearly invisible, An Yunlan stated with assurance. I cannot have scars on my body. I'm a princess, Royale protested indignantly. You may end up with scars, or you might die immediately. Choose one, An Yunlan replied, gazing at her intently. How can your words be so harsh? Royale retorted, struggling against An Yunlan's logic. Do you not recall how you treated me back then? Have you forgotten, Princess Royale? We haven't settled that score yet. An Yunlan smiled knowingly. You wouldn't harm me, would you? Royale asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Rest assured, most of those I promised to save do not meet their demise. We will settle your debts slowly in the future, An Yunlan assured her, as she prepared to administer an anesthetic from her medical kit, swiftly injecting it into Royale's vein without allowing her to protest further. She then commenced the surgical preparations, performing an appendectomy alone. An Yunlan utilized all her instruments from her spatial storage, laboring diligently for 2 hours before clearing away the equipment and foredrip. Outside the door, Ouyang Situ questioned the silence within, but was met with the unyielding gaze of Prince Ling, which silenced him. The Grand Dowager Empress attempted to rise several times to enter, but was gently dissuaded by the Empress. Your Highness, An Yunlan possesses remarkable medical skills. You need not worry. Should we disturb her and an accident occurs, it would be regrettable, the Empress advised. Once An Yunlan had completed the procedure, she felt utterly drained. She noted that the original body's constitution was rather poor and required significant improvement. A quarter of an hour later, Princess Royale stirred back to consciousness. You're awake? How do you feel? The pain is gone, isn't it? An Yunlan inquired. Royale nodded wearily, confirming her relief from pain. I will leave a prescription for the physician. You must take the medicine for 7 days. This is Ujigeo, and I only brought a small amount. After 7 days, once the wound has scabbed, you may begin applying it. If you need more, it can be purchased at the royal residence for 100 taels per bottle. You may need 7 or 8 bottles to ensure no scarring, An Yunlan instructed. Are you robbing me? Royale weakly protested. I had no intention to rob, but your case is quite tempting. Having already taken once, this is but a small addition. If you prefer to use your own medicine, that is acceptable. But do not bring me trouble if scars remain, An Yunlan chuckled lightly. With that, An Yunlan departed the chamber, carrying her medical kit. As she opened the door, Mo Yufeng stepped forward to take the kit from her. Are you tired? He asked. Yes, An Yunlan replied with a smile, surprised that his first concern was for her well-being rather than inquiring about his sister's condition. She then turned to the Grand Dowager Empress, stating, I have treated Princess Royale's intestinal abscess. Here is the prescription for her recovery. She must take it for 7 days, morning and night. Is she all right? The Grand Dowager Empress asked, astonished, given that many physicians had been at a loss before. She hurried into the chamber, finding Royale lying weakly but visibly free of previous symptoms. Yaoer, does it still hurt? The Grand Dowager Empress asked, her heart aching. Mother, I am no longer in pain. Royale replied slowly. That is good. That is good, the Grand Dowager Empress said, wiping her tears away. Your Majesty, since Royale is out of danger, I shall take him on back now, Mo Yufeng announced to the Emperor and Empress. He understood that An Yunlan must be exhausted. The last time she treated Yi, she had needed to sleep afterward. Please return quickly. We are grateful for Yunlan's efforts, the Emperor urged. I shall take my leave now and will return another day to check on the Empress's health, An Yunlan said, bowing before allowing Mo Yufeng to lead her away. She indeed felt fatigued and longed for rest. Should something happen to Princess Royale after your departure, who will take responsibility? Miss and should remain to attend to her. Ouyang Situ interjected softly. Such duties are better left to Miss Ouyang. After all, you share a deep bond with Princess Royale and are surely familiar with her preferences. I, An Yunlan, assure you that Princess Royale is safe. Should any discomfort arise that the Imperial Hospital cannot remedy, you may always come to the palace to inform me. As it is not far, An Yunlan replied, casting a disdainful glance at Ouyang Situ before striding toward the courtyard. Qingyang also bowed to the Emperor and Empress, giving Ouyang Situ a similarly scornful look before following An Yunlan and Mo Yufeng, leaving Ouyang Situ in a state of confusion. Mo Yufeng tossed An Yunlan's medical kit to Qingyang, instructing him to prepare for their ride back. He then lifted An Yunlan into his arms and took off. Recognizing her pale complexion, Qingyang followed suit. An Yunlan was startled when Mo Yufeng suddenly scooped her up. Moments later, they arrived at the palace gates and boarded the carriage. Ing San, return to the manor, Mo Yufeng commanded. Ing San, astonished to see his master carrying An Yunlan into the carriage, dared not ask questions and quickly rode back. As An Yunlan settled in the carriage, leaning against the frame, she looked at Mo Yufeng and said, Your Highness, I will rest for a bit. Please wake me upon arrival. Mo Yufeng gently urged her to sit beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Sleep now, he whispered softly. Just as An Yunlan began to doze off, she sat up again and asked, Your Highness, what about my payment? Did you bring it back? Mo Yufeng couldn't help but chuckle at her little obsession with money. He gently pressed her head back onto his shoulder. Do not worry, Ying-san has it. Then I can rest easy. There will be more to earn later. And Yunlan replied before drifting into a deep sleep. Mo Yufeng cradled her in his arms, listening to her soft, rhythmic breathing, feeling both compassion and affection. Upon arriving at the manor, he carried her into the lined courtyard, personally removing her outer garments and covering her with a brocade quilt. Little Fu, startled, held his breath, fearing Prince Ling might continue undressing the young lady, but thankfully, he stopped at the right moment. I will prepare some congee for your lady in the kitchen. It will be warm when she wakes. Mo Yufeng instructed before exiting the bedroom with Little Fu and gently closing the door behind them. Outside, Ying-san was directing the palace servants to bring in the box given by the Grand Dowager Empress. Little Fu instructed them to place the items in the side room and return the lady's medical kit to the pharmacy. Is she asleep? Qingyang inquired. Yes. Mo Yufeng replied. I wanted to ask about the intestinal abscess treatment, Qingyang said, curious about how An Yunlan had managed. Another day, Mo Yufeng said, leading Ying-yi and Ying-san back to the Menju courtyard. Qingyang glanced at the closed door before returning to his own quarters. Chapter 77. The joke went too far the following morning. Before attending court, Mo Yufeng checked on An Yunlan, finding her still asleep, and hurried away. When An Yunlan awoke and had breakfast, she noticed a box filled with gleaming gold ingots in the side room and felt an overwhelming joy. Is this what they call the first bucket of gold? This is real gold, she exclaimed with delight. Eager to prepare a meal, she recalled the soaked soybeans from the previous day and rushed to the kitchen with Little Fu, hoping to make some tofu and see if it would succeed. Suddenly, she heard Qingyang's voice calling from her courtyard. Missin, how did you treat Ying-yi's wound? Why does it look different from how ordinary doctors handle it? And what about Princess Ruyao's intestinal abscess? How did you treat that? Qingyang asked urgently. And Yunlan sighed, exasperated. Is there a difference? That was my skill. It's how I earn my living. Of course, it's not the same. Everyone handles wounds similarly, don't they? She replied nonchalantly. But it can't be the same. The shape of Ying-yi's wound looks quite peculiar. Qingyang insisted. The wound heals much faster than others. The ointment you are using must be quite extraordinary, right? Qingyang continued to inquire while leaning against the kitchen door. Curious? And Yunlan was troubled by the lack of assistance in their task. Indeed, this stone mill was laborious, and a food processor would be far more efficient. Of course, teach me. Once I return to the Medicinal Valley, I shall give it a try. Hearing this piqued Qingyang's interest. Then come inside and grind these soybeans for me. And Yunlan set down the stone mill, clapped her hands, and gave Qingyang a knowing glance. You truly are unwilling to suffer even a slight loss, aren't you? Qingyang remarked, yet she could not resist stepping inside, taking on the role of An Yunlan's free laborer. Naturally, with so many delicious treats, why would I want to suffer? I, An Yunlan, have only ever consumed delightful food in my life and have never known loss. An Yunlan smiled, taking the spoon from Xiao Fu, instructing him to boil water. She regretted not having Qingyang come sooner. They were only halfway through the grinding process. Why are you grinding the beans? No, first tell me how you treated that wound. Although Qingyang was intrigued by An Yunlan's activities in the kitchen, her curiosity about medical practices was even greater. I stitched it up with a needle and thread. An Yunlan added more beans as she spoke. What? You stitched it? Qingyang paused her task in astonishment. Hurry up and work properly. An Yunlan shot a glare at Qingyang. Yes, I stitched it. With such a large wound, how long would it take to heal on its own? Moreover, it's prone to inflammation and infection. Yes, it could easily fester, you understand? This is why I stitched it. To ensure it aligns properly, then applied medication and bandaged it up, naturally facilitating a quicker recovery. With an embroidery needle? Regular sewing thread? Qingyang was still quite shocked. I modified the embroidery needle a bit. The outer layer can use sewing thread. If time is of the essence, the embroidery needle will suffice as well, and Yunlan explained. How did you modify the embroidery needle? The outer layer? How many layers did you stitch in total? What kind of thread did you use? Can any needle suffice? Qingyang bombarded her with questions, and Yunlan tapped Qingyang's hand with the spoon, urging her to continue working. You're like a donkey at the mill, needing a little whip to get moving. You're asking me so many questions at once. Which one should I answer first? One at a time, please. Qingyang hurriedly resumed her task. I shortened the embroidery needle, sharpened it, and bent it slightly, making it much more effective. What could I do? An Yunlan feared Qingyang might ask to see it. Such professional steel tools were not available in this time and space. How did you come up with that? Have you stitched anyone up before? Qingyang inquired. Before? I've never stitched anyone, just once on my family's dog. And Yunlan was at a loss for a believable response. A dog? You've never stitched a person, yet you dare to use it on Yingyi? Qingyang found in Yunlan's boldness quite astonishing. They are all animals. What's the difference? What does your medicinal valley use for experiments? Rabbits? Or mice? And Yunlan countered. Humans cannot be compared to animals. However, we do use rabbits more often in our medicinal valley. How did you know? Qingyang asked. Those of us studying medicine are rather similar. There isn't much difference between humans. And Yunlan replied. What about the thread? How many layers did you stitch? Qingyang pressed on. I stitched 4 layers for Yingyi's wound. I used the thread left by my grandmother, which she said wouldn't need to be removed. For the outer layer, I used sewing thread since my grandmother had only a little left for me, and I used it all. And Yunlan silently praised her own cleverness. Used it all? I wanted to see what kind of thread it was. How did you use it all? Just who was your grandmother? Qingyang seemed somewhat disappointed. If I hadn't used it all, couldn't you have healed so quickly? Don't you want Yi to recover? My mother said my grandmother came from a foreign land. I'm not certain, but to me my grandmother is akin to a divine presence. And Yunlan replied, Alas, it's a pity your grandmother passed away early. Had she been around, I would have surely sought her as a teacher. Qingyang expressed her regret. Actually, you could seek me as a teacher too. Come and offer me a cup of tea and bow your head, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just accept you. And Yunlan jested. You are not suitable. Your tongue is too sharp. I fear that being your disciple would eventually lead to my demise. Qingyang laughed in exasperation. Ha! You wish to be my disciple, yet I have no desire to accept you. Once I leave the palace, I will find 2 children and teach them from the beginning. You, on the other hand, are already old. And Yunlan boasted. Who are you calling old? Qingyang was eager to continue their banter, but then caught on to the main point. You still intend to leave the palace? Yes. It was already agreed that once the prince is well, I can depart from the royal residence. It's almost time, as I await the prince to complete the formalities within the palace. Then Xiaofu and I can go out and seek freedom. And Yunlan was still lost in her dreams. Did the prince mention that he would assist you in handling the divorce? Qingyang asked again. Yes, he promised last time, but he said it would be quite troublesome. It likely won't be finished in a day or 2. And Yunlan poured the last of the beans into the stone mill. Don't you wish to be a princess? Qingyang was curious. A princess? Not at all. I wish to be an ordinary citizen. How much more carefree that would be. Right, Xiaofu? And Yunlan smiled at Xiaofu, who was busy tending the fire. Since that day when Qingyang witnessed the usually aloof Ling Wang draping his cloak over in Yunlan, she felt that this seemingly cold individual had perhaps softened. However, today, looking at Yunlan, it appeared she had no such thoughts. Qingyang couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? And Yunlan inquired. To be honest, being a princess isn't so bad. Just look at the prince, handsome, of royal lineage, and with a substantial family fortune. You seem quite comfortable here, don't you? Qingyang found in Yunlan to be rather intriguing. Ever since she arrived, the atmosphere in the palace seemed to warm considerably, and the once stoic Ling Wang had begun to smile more often. If such a remarkable person accompanied Ling Wang, he should be quite pleased, right? But then again, the palace is frightening enough. Let us not even mention the numerous protocols. The royal residence looks so grim, and the prince is as cold as an iceberg. If you think it's so good, then by all means, give it a try. Aren't you two getting along quite well? And Yunlan whispered, leaning closer to Qingyang. Nonsense. I have no special relationship with Ling Wang, nor does he with me. I assure you. Qingyang exclaimed in haste. What is there to explain? An explanation is merely a cover-up. Look around the palace. Aside from the elderly maids and servants, I've only encountered Ouyang Sidong and Ru Su. Am I correct? And Yunlan suspected there was something between them. Miss, we must not speak carelessly. This is the royal residence. Xiaofu trembled in fear. And Yunlan glanced at Xiaofu and realized she had perhaps grown too familiar with Qingyang, joking inappropriately. Yes, I was merely jesting, just talking nonsense. You are all normal people, I assure you. Qingyang wore a look of helplessness, surprised by how Yunlan, once lively, had become so outrageous, even daring to fabricate tales about the prince. Thus, she changed the subject. May I see that needle of yours? An Yunlan knew she could not evade this. What was inevitable would come pass. Just as she was about to say she had thrown it away, a voice called from outside. Qingyang, come to my courtyard for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing the name Ling Wang, An Yunlan was so startled that the spoon in her hand fell to the ground. She saw Mo Yufeng, shrouded in shadow, standing at the kitchen door. Vuank Igrike. An Yunlan stammered in fright. Mo Yufeng paused before coldly stating, I'm looking for Qingyang. I'll be coming for dinner tonight. He then turned and left. Qingyang laughed, pointing at An Yunlan, and followed suit, saying, Missin, I shall also come for dinner tonight. Xiao Fu was on the verge of tears. Miss, what if the prince heard everything? Are we to be executed? An Yunlan's heart raced. She had indeed been careless, too carefree, daring to joke about everything. Yet she reassured herself. No, I spoke so softly. He couldn't have heard. Come, let us continue making tofu. In the moments that followed, An Yunlan found it hard to concentrate, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of whether Ling Wang had overheard. Still, despite appearing angry, he neither scolded nor punished her, let alone executed her. Surely, nothing serious would come of it. Contemplating for a moment, I hastily reined in my emotions, resolving to prepare a sumptuous meal, crafting several elaborate dishes, hoping that once the Prince Ling had dined, he would forget all else. May the Bodhisattva bless me. Hu Ying trailed behind him, Y.F. Ing, laughing so heartily that he doubled over, provoking Y.F. Ing's ire. The moment they entered Zhuan, a quarrel ensued. Ying, witnessing this sudden sparring match, was utterly perplexed. As Q Ying parried Y.F. Ing's blows, he protested, Your Highness, it was not I who initiated this. You ought not to strike me. Y.F. Ing retorted, continuing his assault, You dare to laugh. Is laughter a crime? The girl was merely jesting. Q Ying defended himself while dodging the relentless strikes. Your Highness, if this continues, I shall be left in tatters. After enduring a barrage of blows, Q Ying realized Y.F. Ing was still seething with rage. With his limbs aching, he acknowledged that he could not possibly match him in strength, and thus began to evade his attacks. Your Highness, I shall cease my laughter. Ha! I must take my leave. I shall forego dinner. With that, he leapt from the tree atop the wall and fled. Y.F. Ing did not pursue him, instead landing lightly on the ground, shaking off his garments before returning indoors to review documents. A chill emanated from the room, prompting Ying to retreat a safe distance. Sensing the prince's foul mood, he pondered the cause of Y.F. Ing's erratic emotions. Perhaps the poison had not been fully purged? He contemplated seeking out New York NLN for insight into his master's condition. Y.F. Ing held the documents in hand, but found himself unable to concentrate. Although he recognized that New York NLN's remarks regarding his relationship with Q Ying were mere jests, her eagerness to leave the estate had indeed stirred his vexation. She expressed no regard for the title of princess, nor did she seem to harbor any feelings for him. 3 months had passed, a considerable span, yet she showed no inclination towards him unlike other women. Initially, he intended to quietly depart from Lu Juan, but upon hearing that Q Ying wished to inspect her surgical instruments, he found himself compelled to intervene. When did New York NLN encroach upon his heart? He could not ascertain. However, now that she had entered his royal residence, her departure was no longer within her control. Chapter 78, Preparing a Feast for Forgiveness. Meanwhile, New York NLN focused her mind on concocting soy milk, retrieving the magnesium chloride she had previously separated during salt production to curdle the tofu. Little F observed in astonishment. Miss, is this how you create that tofu you mentioned? Indeed, this is the coagulant that will allow the soy milk to solidify thoroughly, filtering out the liquid. Gypsum can also be used for tofu. She smiled, continuing her work. We shall prepare both tofu pudding and firm tofu to see which one my dear F prefers. What do you think? With a smile, she continued her tasks. After adding the appropriate amount of coagulant to the soy milk, she set it aside to rest, while the firm tofu was placed into a meticulously crafted wooden container, pressed under a basin of water. Once completed, New York NLN hurried to prepare additional dishes. For Prince Ling was to dine with them that evening, and she aimed for him to eat without uttering a word. She seasoned 2 pork hocks with spices, crafted a mouth-watering chicken dish, and prepared a pair of cold appetizers. In the sweltering heat, it was preferable to indulge in something refreshing to alleviate the heat. Additionally, she readied a roasted duck, sweet and sour fish, and shredded pork in Peking sauce, planning to whip up a home-style tofu dish once the tofu was set. 8 dishes in total should suffice to keep the prince occupied. As she prepared, she hoped that the prince would refrain from asking questions during dinner, thus justifying her considerable time and effort spent on this meal of atonement. That evening, as Wai Ingyi accompanied Prince Ling into the courtyard, New York and N cast a glance back. Observing her expression, Prince Ling appeared slightly displeased. "Who are you waiting for?" New York and N hastily bowed to the prince, inquiring, "Did Q Ingyi not accompany you for dinner?" Myfing strode directly inside, replying, "He will not be joining." "Oh," she murmured, thinking how annoying Q Ingyi was for leaving her to face Prince Ling alone. This dinner might prove rather daunting. Upon seeing the table laden with 8 dishes, Myfing's mood improved slightly. After all, New York N had indeed put forth considerable effort in preparing dinner for him. As she served the dishes with serving chopsticks, she eagerly introduced them. "Your Highness, this is the tofu I made this afternoon. I prepared both the home-style tofu and the pudding. Please give it a try." Myfing, observing New York N's attentiveness, lifted his chopsticks to sample the tofu, exclaiming, "Is this made from yellow soybeans?" "Yes, indeed. It requires soaking, grinding, boiling the soy milk, and—" New York and eagerly enumerated the entire process, hoping that her detailed explanations would encourage the prince to consume more, hastening the dinner's conclusion. "It sounds rather complex. If you enjoy it, teach the kitchen staff how to make it, so they can prepare it for you when you desire it," Myfing suggested as he continued to eat. "I thought you might not have tasted it before, so I prepared it especially for you," she flattered, eager to please. "Especially for me?" Myfing set down his chopsticks, scrutinizing her. "Well, not exactly. I mean," New York N faltered, unsure how to respond. "What do you mean, not exactly? Sit down and eat. You're not a servant. There's no need to stand and attend to my meal." His tone softened. "Very well. Then do eat more, Your Highness." She quickly took a seat, ready to dine. "Today," Myfing began, but New York N, startled, jumped up once more. "Are you so afraid of me today?" Myfing regarded her sudden movement, suppressing a laugh. New York and thought it prudent to acknowledge her earlier jesting with Q Ingyi and hurriedly sought to rectify the situation, for her life was at stake. "Your Highness, I was merely joking with Q Ingyi this afternoon, and it seems I overstepped. I did not intend to slander you. I know you are a true man, not one to indulge in such frivolities. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I assure you, I shall never speak thus again. No, there shall be no next time." She clasped her hands together and bowed deeply. "I am no bodhisattva. Why do you seek my forgiveness?" Myfing found her demeanor mildly amusing. "But Your Highness, are you not akin to a savior, battling to protect the people of CNGLN from suffering and turmoil? Enough. Sit down and cease your flattery. I am not angry. Merely, such remarks are not to be made outside of Lu Weinjun." Myfing rose, smiled gently, and placed a hand on New York N's shoulder, urging her to sit, even offering her chopsticks. "Your Highness, I promise I shall not speak recklessly again," she declared gratefully, gazing at him as if wishing to perform for him, though tears would not come. Myfing chuckled, continuing to enjoy his meal, even asking New York and how she prepared each dish, leading to a satisfying dinner for both. After they finished and exited the room, they discovered Q Ingyi and others drinking tea in the courtyard. "Guini no they? What brings you here? Have you dined?" New York and inquired. "I have, Miss N. Your culinary skills have left me quite full," he replied bashfully, grinning at Myfing. "Once you are finished, return with me, Your Highness," Myfing instructed, moving toward the exit. "I still wish to discuss the matter of intestinal abscesses." Q Ingyi hesitated. Myfing shot him a sharp glance. "Your Highness, we have just dined. Vigorous activity is ill-advised. Allow me to accompany you on a leisurely stroll. We shall forego sparring." Q Ingyi followed closely behind Prince Ling, turning to flash a smile at New York NLN. "In the future, I shall treat you and the prince to a meal at Pi Oxy NGLU." New York and gestured toward the side room. "Guini no they not that easily." As they entered ZHU in silence, Q Ingyi inquired, "Your Highness, have you developed feelings for that girl?" Pouring tea for Myfing, He seated himself across from him. Myf sipped his tea in silence. After spending these months together, I find her rather delightful. If you truly harbor feelings, you must devise a way to keep her close. She is ever yearning to leave the estate. Hu Ying continued. Oh, you are truly exasperating. You once dismissed every woman without a second thought, refusing even a moment's closeness, let alone sharing a meal. Now that you have found someone you fancy, you must act swiftly. Hu Ying lamented, feeling akin to a eunuch driven to despair by an indifferent emperor. I have mentioned it before. She did not comprehend. If she did not understand, then clarify your intentions. Qingyang was anxious. She has no interest in you, said Mo Yufeng. Qingyang was truly exasperated by this dense-headed fellow. No interest? From what I see, she doesn't dislike you at all. Look at the feast she prepared for you today. You ought to make a real effort. If you don't express your feelings clearly, how will the girl ever know your intentions? You, the illustrious Prince Ling, a warrior of great renown, why are you pursuing her so awkwardly? You certainly have a way with words, yet I see no action from you, Qingyang retorted, casting a glance at Mo Yufeng. You haven't seen me pursue anyone, let alone the fact that my charm is such that I hardly need to chase. Many young ladies come to the Medicine Valley seeking me. When I return, I can choose at my leisure. Qingyang boasted. The girls at the Medicine Valley? They're all patients. Mo Yufeng dismissed Qingyang's bravado. All right, I concede. You should focus on your own affairs. Don't wait until the girl turns around to ask if the palace matters have been resolved, only to find yourself in a panic when she decides to leave. I'm off to enjoy the nightlife, Qingyang declared, swaggering away. He understood that these matters needed to be comprehended by Mo Yufeng himself. If he did not take the initiative, no one could assist him. Mo Yufeng recognized that he was somewhat smitten with An Yunlan, yet he had never truly interacted with her sincerely. Naturally, he felt somewhat clumsy and was at a loss on how to pursue her. Qingyang's words were pleasant, but he knew that the fellow was merely talk without any substantial action. An Yunlan did not harbor any particular feelings for him, and he feared that a rash move might backfire. Thus, he could only circle around An Yunlan daily to deepen her impression of him. Chapter 79. A night visit. Ever since sharing that meal with Prince Ling, An Yunlan noticed a marked improvement in the cold demeanor of the prince. Most days, he would visit her blossoming petals garden for a brief respite, indulging in her culinary creations, or, when mealtime was missed, enjoying a cup of tea and exchanging a few words. On this day, An Yunlan remained indoors, organizing the substantial share that Chanyu had given her. Realizing it was unsafe to keep it outside, she decided to store it in her secret, oversized safe. As she concentrated on the task, she recalled the chest of dowry bestowed upon her by the original owner's mother and took it out. Upon opening the quaint little chest, she rummaged through the dowry. Inside, there were numerous silver notes and several land deeds, all pertaining to Wuyun Town. An Yunlan was unfamiliar with Wuyun Town as it seemed not to be in the capital, and she planned to inquire with Xiaofu later. After tidying up, she exited the apothecary room, feeling quite pleased. Xiaofu, do you know where Wuyun Town is? She asked at the doorway. Wuyun Town? I don't know, Mississippi. It doesn't seem to be in the capital, Xiaofu replied, preoccupied with her embroidery. Oh, you don't know either? I'll ask someone else later, and Yunlan mused, realizing that Xiaofu had likely never ventured beyond the few main streets of the capital. Let us go for a stroll in the market. You've been embroidering all day. Your eyes will go blind. Come on, let us buy some snacks, she urged. And Qingying, yes, you too, let us go together. And Yunlan took Xiaofu by the hand, urging her to tidy up as the three exited the royal residence. Not long after they left, Mo Yufeng returned, only to be informed that An Yunlan had gone out. He immediately felt that returning to the residence was pointless and ventured out again on his errands. Ying followed closely, bewildered by the prince's sudden change in plans after his hectic day at the palace. However, no guard dared to inquire, so they hurried to keep up with their prince. By the time they returned, An Yunlan had already retired for the night. The trio had purchased a great many snacks and browsed for jewelry. Miss, don't buy these. The money lady man left for you one tea withstand such extravagance, Xiaofu implored. And Yunlan laughed, but I just earned a significant sum. Didn't you see? Where did you earn that money, miss? Xiaofu inquired. Fool. Go check the side room when we return, and Yunlan teased, tapping Xiaofu on the head. Even with newfound wealth, she knew better than to squander it recklessly. We must save. After all, we need funds to leave the residence. Your words ring true, Xiaofu, and Yunlan agreed, finding her servant utterly endearing. Qingying, listening to their exchange, chimed in, "My lady, feel free to buy whatever you wish. I have silver notes on me, given by the prince this morning, stating you could purchase anything." Saying this, Qingying produced a 1,000 tael silver note for An Yunlan. She had used the change from earlier purchases for snacks and was now ready to assist her mistress in acquiring jewelry. "This is too much. That money belongs to the prince. I have my own funds." And Yunlan quickly pushed the note back, casting an exasperated glance at Xiaofu. Were it not for Xiaofu's loose tongue, she wouldn't have felt so awkward. Qingying, unwilling to let her lady suffer for a mere trinket, insisted. The prince had considerable wealth, and this 1,000 taels was merely a fraction of it. He had instructed her to accompany An Yunlan and ensure she could purchase valuable items without hesitation. After An Yunlan took the silver note, she stood awkwardly at the jewelry shop as first floor. The shop assistant, noticing the silver note in her hand, hurried to greet her. "Ladies, we have even finer jewelry upstairs. Would you care to take a look?" And Yunlan, seeing the assistant's eager gaze fixed on the silver note, quickly replied, No, that's all right. We want to be buying today. We'll come back another time." She then hurriedly ushered Xiaofu and Qingying out the door. Seeing that Qingying wouldn't take back the note, and Yunlan tucked it into her sleeve, pondering whether the palace servants were all molded from the same template. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, she noted that Mo Yufeng did not come to her courtyard. She directly headed to the Muley garden, only to find it dark, realizing that Mo Yufeng was still out on his errands. With no choice left, she returned to her room and went to sleep. In the dark prison of Ling Wangfu. "My lord, I was wrong. Please spare me," Ru Su pleaded from the ground, her body marred with whip marks. "Why did you poison the medicine meant for me?" Mo Yufeng's voice was icy, sending shivers down her spine. "My intent was never to harm you, my lord. I only added a pinch of poison," Ru Su confessed. Her head bowed low, unable to meet the gaze of the prince before her. "Was it merely to frame An Yunlan?" Mo Yufeng inquired. Recalling the truth, An Yunlan had unveiled herself. "Yes," Ru Su admitted without hesitation. "Why?" The pressure from Mo Yufeng forced Ru Su to cough up blood, feeling somewhat relieved afterward. "It was because of her that I was punished," Ru Su explained, her words faltering. "I dare not speak further. Perhaps there will be no chance left. Given that you once saved my life, I shall let this matter rest. But you are no longer fit to remain in the palace. Ing'er, let her go tonight. Her fate is her own from now on. She is no longer associated with Ling Wangfu," Mo Yufeng declared as he left the dark prison, ignoring Ru Su's cries for forgiveness and her resentment. He refused to allow anyone to harm An Yunlan. That night, An Yunlan experienced restless sleep, feeling as if she were submerged in water, her legs entangled by weeds. Unable to swim, gasping for air without respite. It was only when she was jolted awake that she realized she was drenched in sweat, her hair thoroughly wet. Not daring to sleep again, she hurried to the washroom to freshen up before returning, draping herself in an outer garment and curling up on a small couch. She pondered why she continually dreamed of drowning. Was the body of her past life still submerged, unretrieved? Or was the original soul still struggling in that lake? As she pondered, a shadow outside the window startled her, causing her to leap up from the small couch. "Who is it?" asked An Yunlan. "It is I," came a voice from outside. Upon recognizing it was Prince Ling, An Yunlan calmed her racing heart and opened the door, meeting the equally astonished Mo Yufeng. "Why is the prince wandering in my courtyard at such an hour? I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a stroll around the estate. Hearing some noise from your courtyard, I came to investigate," Mo Yufeng replied. In truth, he had returned knowing An Yunlan was already asleep. Yet despite practicing his martial arts for a long time, he remained restless and found himself drawn to An Yunlan's courtyard. He was surprised to discover she was still awake. "Why are you not asleep?" he asked her. "Oh, I had a nightmare, woke up, and couldn't fall back asleep," An Yunlan explained, thinking that the prince must have a habit of patrolling the royal residence at night. After all, he had been seen wandering her courtyard in the early hours before when Yi was shot. "What kind of dream? Are you all right?" Mo Yufeng inquired. "It's nothing serious. I don't quite understand why, but I keep having the same dream of drowning, which is rather distressing," and Yunlan admitted, feeling quite helpless about her recurring nightmare. "Do not fear. No one will push you into the lake again," Mo Yufeng reassured her, believing that Lui's previous act of pushing An Yunlan into the lake had left her with a lasting trauma. "Yunlan, There is something I wish to discuss with you, Mu Yufeng said, reflecting on the need to address the matter of Xiao Fu's poisoning. What is it? An Yunlan asked. Mu Yufeng looked at her, hesitating on how to broach the subject. Observing his reluctance, An Yunlan added, if it is truly difficult to discuss, it is of no consequence. Please do not feel burdened. It is not a burden. I have discovered who poisoned Xiao Fu, Mu Yufeng stated. Who? Ireusu? An Yunlan queried. She had contemplated this matter for several days, noting that Ouyang Sidong had not visited in a long time, and whenever he did come, it was only in her presence. Within the royal residence, it was quite evident that the only one in direct opposition to her was Ru Su. You figured out? Mu Yufeng was taken aback that she had named the culprit herself. Just a guess, and Yunlan smiled. I have already expelled her from the royal residence, Mu Yufeng conveyed, providing An Yunlan with some closure. Well, did you not say you would handle this matter yourself? I trust you to deal with it, An Yunlan responded, surprised by how readily Mu Yufeng had dealt with Ru Su, yet she held her tongue. Fortunately, Xiao Fu's poisoning was not severe, and he would recover in 2 days. Given Ru Su's long-standing presence in the royal residence, perhaps it was best to let it go. You do not mind? Mu Yufeng asked. Me? Not all. Xiao Fu is fine now, An Yunlan assured him. You are free to manage it as you see fit. An Yunlan believed that as a member of the royal residence, it was not for her to dictate how matters should be handled. That is good. Rest assured, Yunlan, such incidents will not occur again. You should return to sleep now, Mu Yufeng suggested, concerned that she might catch a chill standing outside. Seeing that she was unconcerned about Ru Su, he encouraged her to retire for the night. All right, and you should also rest early, and Yunlan smiled, preparing to close the door when she suddenly remembered the silver note. Oh, wait a moment, Prince. She hurried inside to retrieve the note to hand to Mu Yufeng. Prince, this silver note was given to me by Qing Ying. You should take it back. I have my own funds. You mentioned that I have been living in your estate, with all my needs provided by you. The courtyard is yours. So I truly cannot accept your money, An Yunlan insisted. There is no reason for me to take back what I have given, Mu Yufeng replied. You are the princess. Consider this your monthly allowance. If you require anything, feel free to select from the treasury. There are plenty of jewels and ornaments available. Take whatever you fancy. Mu Yufeng stood with his hands behind his back, refusing to accept it. Prince, this is unacceptable. Those items are meant for the future princess. I do not need the monthly allowance. I have already received your kindness by residing in your courtyard without paying rent. I absolutely cannot accept any further gifts. And Yunlan protested. Oh dear. She still attempted to push the money into Mu Yufeng's embrace. To her surprise, he stepped back, causing her to stumble against the doorframe, losing her balance and falling into his arms. Fortunately, Mu Yufeng, rited sivifli, jachinhev. They collided in a warm embrace, and Mu Yufeng did not release her. And Yunlan's cheeks flushed as she pushed away from him, hurriedly saying, Prince, I am so sorry. I did not mean to. Mu Yufeng felt a surge of joy. Embracing a young woman, particularly one who had captured his heart, was a delightful experience. Since you are apologizing, just accept it. I shall take my leave now. Consider it yours, whether as the princess or otherwise, Mu Yufeng said, turning to depart, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Though An Yunlan did not catch sight of it. Ah, Prince, you have found your foolish girl, so what am I to do as a princess? An Yunlan sat on the doorframe, watching Mu Yufeng's swift departure, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Mu Yufeng was in high spirits as he returned to the Menju courtyard, washed up in the cleansing chamber, and then happily fell asleep. And Yunlan, however, found herself unable to rest, her mind lingering on Mu Yufeng's parting words. What did he mean by consider it yours? Did he expect her to shield him from potential romantic entanglements after his unsuccessful confession to the girl he favored?